What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. Play as Aizen joined chat group 1PA001 Aizen Sōsuke. Leaf Arena. Uchiha Shisui looked around the crowded auditorium and took a deep breath. Today is his Jonin promotion assessment, but in Uchiha Shisui's view, this assessment is also the battle of his destiny. His opponent is a genius who is not inferior to him in terms of aptitude and diligence, Aizen Sōsuke. He is also called Konoha Twin Stars. With himself, he is his old enemy and also his best friend. Choke. Pulling the knife out of its sheath, Shisui's right hand holding the handle trembled slightly. This is not nervous, but excited. Turning his eyes to the opposite side, the brown-haired boy with a gentle face and a smile in the corner of his eyes came into his eyes. I know, Aizen. You must be in the same mood as I am right now. He knew Aizen, and Aizen knew him well. Shisui felt that the two of them had even reached a point where they could understand each other's thoughts just by looking at each other. It's an absolute rapport honed over the years of fighting side by side in the Mist Shinobi battlefield. On the viewing platform, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the two youths who were full of fighting spirit, the corners of his mouth slightly curved. Who do you think will win? Huh? Aizen was taught by the old man himself. Shimura Danzo, who was sitting beside him, said coldly with a straight face. Although his old man's attitude was not good, Sarutobi Hiruzen could still hear the complacency and pride in this guy's tone. Can't help sarcasm. But I remember, Mr. Sōsuke didn't seem to call you teacher, did he? Shimura Danzo shuddered and retorted. He's from my roots, and doesn't need the cowardly and pitiful bond you're praising. Ninja is not a child's play. Sarutobi Hiruzen froze for a moment, and suddenly felt that his old buddy seemed to be going further and further down the extreme road. Can't help but want to sound a reminder. Danzo, you. But before he finished speaking, Danzo interrupted. It's about to start, Hiruzen. Open your eyes and see how good the perfect work taught by the old man is. Hum. With a soft sound, Aizen slowly pulled out his long knife from his waist. Shatter, Kiyoka Suigetsu. Flap. A sound like a broken mirror suddenly sounded throughout the venue. Wisps of mist gradually spread around Aizen and quickly spread around. Advertisement sure enough, is this the way to come up? The expression on Uchiha Shisui's face remained calm. In the scarlet pupils, 3 black hooked jades began to rotate rapidly. Kiyoka Suigetsu. As a close friend of Aizen, Uchiha Shisui knows very well that this is an S-level illusion created by the other party. This trick of illusion can use the light refracted by the blade to generate fog and water flow to interfere with the enemy's line of sight and make the enemy fall into a foggy state. It can also hide the figure of the user Aizen, making him approach the enemy silently. For example, now, Uchiha Shisui suddenly turned around holding the hilt of the kodachi and swung the knife horizontally. Ding! The 2 long knives collided and sparks flew everywhere. A miss, Aizen pulls away for distance. Shisui, who was holding the blade tightly, did not hesitate to bully him. The super speed made the figures of the two look like 2 ghosts, and the blurred black shadows kept interlacing and separating in the arena. The audience present were all attracted by this wonderful duel and couldn't take their eyes off it. Now, no one, including Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo on the high platform, noticed that just at the entrance of the passageway directly in front of the auditorium, a young man in a white kimono was staring calmly at the audience with his hands in his sleeves. Middle. He has fluffy brown hair, short-sighted glasses with black frames on his face, and a long knife with a green handle hanging on his waist, with a neither sad nor happy expression. If other spectators in the field cast their gazes over, they will find that the boy's clothes and appearance are exactly the same as Aizen Sōsuke in the field. It's a pity that no one will find this out. Even if someone really cast their eyes over, all they see is an empty passageway and they won't find the person standing at the passageway. This is Kiyoka Suigetsu's true overbearing ability, complete hypnosis. It's not an illusion at all, but an ability of Aizen Zanpakuto. The moment he had just liberated Zanpakuto, everyone in the arena became Kiyoka Suigetsu's captive. Even Sharingan, who can see through illusions, can't resist Kiyoka Suigetsu's pervert ability. Advertisement. This is the result of Enran's experiment a long time ago. Yes, that's right. The brown-haired boy's real name is Enran, not Aizen. Enran was once a well-known psychoanalyst in Earth Daxia and was best at studying the psychological activities of certain special groups of people. His traversal journey was unremarkable. He was not hit by a car, struck by lightning, or fell into a sewer. He simply fell asleep and woke up, only to find himself in the world of Hokage. Not only did the body become a child of a few years old, but he also got a cheat called God-level character system. The operation of cheat is very simple, and it can be summed up in 2 words: drawing cards. The system puts all kinds of characters from the heavens and the world into the card pool, and lets the host draw randomly. Enran draws the role-playing card of Aizen at the beginning. As long as he completes the role of Aizen, increasing his proficiency will gradually unlock all the abilities of this character. Certainly, role-playing is easy to say, but it is not easy to do. Because we have to take into account the character's personality, preferences, even demeanor and way of speaking. Almost all aspects are involved. Fortunately, this sheet is more user-friendly and can automatically correct the makeup of the host. That is to make up and shape Enran's body, so that his posture and appearance can be perfectly close to Aizen. Not only that, the system also instilled all of Aizen's memories and talents into Enran. If not, he might not have been so smooth in the past few years. Withdrawing her thoughts, Enran glanced at the progress bar on the panel. Current roleplay progress. 34% hum. The air suddenly oscillated, like a twisted vortex. A man in a black cloak and a strange mask suddenly appeared behind him. 002 Shao Organization, welcome back to Konoha, Mr. Madara. Aizen didn't look back, and a soft voice sounded slowly. You're a little later than I expected. Uchiha Obito was slightly taken aback, the expression under the mask was a bit ugly. If others called him Madara, he would take it for granted. But the boy in front of him obviously knew everything about himself, so hearing the address of the other party always made Obito feel a sense of irony. You don't seem to like that name very much, Aizen asked, turning his face slightly, as if he had seen through his inner thoughts. Or is it more appropriate for me to use Mr. Obito? I'm Uchiha Madara, and I only have the name Uchiha Madara, the masked man said coldly, his eyes turned to the battle in the arena. That's your Kyōka Suigetsu ability? Ah, it's just a little trick. Aizen's face was gentle, and his voice was not serious. This kind of ability is ineffective against Mangekyo Sharingan, and Mr. Madara knows this very well. The masked man could tell that the Mr. Madara the other party was talking about here was not him. It was the real Uchiha Madara. The brown-haired boy in front of him knew Uchiha Madara even earlier than himself. However, does it really work against Mangekyo? The masked man looked at the Shisui who was inextricably fighting with some kind of humanoid puppet in the field, and watched such a weird scene, and the crowd was still cheering, and he couldn't help but have deep doubts in his heart. At the same time, Uchiha Obito's vigilance against Aizen has been raised several levels again. He decided that Mangekyo Sharingan will always be open as long as he is with this boy in the future, and he must not relax in the slightest. Mr. Madara, may we go? The gentle voice sounded again, interrupting Obito's thoughts. Seeing Aizen who was so close to him, Obito subconsciously took 2 steps back, pretended to be calm and said, before that, I want to know what is your purpose? Why do you want to join the Shao organization? Obito doesn't believe that people like Aizen are interested in so-called world peace. He will participate in this project to Tsuki no Mi. There is definitely another plan. The real Uchiha Madara claims to be in control of Aizen, but Obito scoffs. After a long period of observation and testing, he already understood that this young man was not someone who could control him. He was too dangerous, and those manipulations sent chills down Obito's spine even as a bystander. The purpose? Aizen pondered for a moment, then said softly, probably because he wants to understand the reality of this world. The reality of the world? Advertisement? I don't know if Mr. Madara has heard the legend of Wangshen Hisakliang. It is said that all the dead will settle there. If the living can find a way to enter it, can the dead be brought back to their homeland? Bring back home. The resurrection of the dead? Hearing Aizen's words, Obito's pupils suddenly tightened. If it can be done, Lin can also. Moment. Obito, who was originally calm, became a little distraught. And Aizen, who had a panoramic view of his reaction, slightly curved his mouth, with an intriguing smile on his face. Rain Shinobi Village, Akatsuki headquarters. Newcomer, Aizen Sōsuke. Aizen's soft voice resounded throughout the space with a smile on his delicate and immature face. Nice to meet you all. Today's Shao organization is not as full of talents as in the Hokage plot, but these members are not considered new. In addition to the 2 leaders, Pain and Konan, there are also Scorpion, Kakuzu, Orochimaru, and Loquat Tenkang, one of the 7 swords of Mist Shinobi. What, you're just a brat? Shie asked a little dissatisfied. He's no ordinary brat. Orochimaru licked his lips and said hoarsely, I didn't expect to meet you here, Sōsuke-kun. Yeah. Long time no see, Orochimaru senpai. Aizen didn't seem surprised, his smile was still gentle. I didn't expect that you, the twin stars of Konoha, would betray the village. Orochimaru licked his lips and said with a sinister smile, it's really interesting. Konoha twin stars. The heads of the 2 of you are worth 6 million taels. Kakuzu stared straight at Aizen, his gaze seemed a bit piercing. Konoha twin stars? Aizen Sōsuke? Loquat Juzang seemed to have thought of something, grinning and said, oh, so you were the kid who killed Manue, you were very powerful. Advertisement. Aizen glanced at him sideways, and said in a calm tone, if you just use the level of the ghost lamp and the full moon as an analogy, it shouldn't be considered amazing, right? To that extent? Loquat Shizong raised his eyebrows and said, boy, you are very arrogant. No, I'm just explaining the facts. Aizen shook his head and said softly, because it is said that Mist Shinobi's 7 knives were the hunters, so I paid attention to him. I didn't expect the so-called Mist Shinobi to come out in 100 years. Genius, you are just talking big, or, are you Mist Shinobi ninjas only at this level? Little ghost, are you planning to provoke me? Loquat Shizong drew out the beheading sword behind his back and said coldly. Although he betrayed Mist Shinobi, he still has some affection for that village, and he discovered that this kid named Aizen was deliberately targeting him. Aizen said softly. There is no need to be so angry, in fact, you really want to try it. How strong is the boy who can kill your Kiyoka your genius? You be ************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** and his face was not very good looking. "Aren't you going to attack?" Although Aizen said such words, Aizen still had his hands in his sleeves, clearly looking down on the other party's demeanor. Loquat Shizong suddenly flew into a rage and said, "Little devil, you will pay the price." He jumped forward, and the beheading sword in his hand struck Aizen's right shoulder from top to bottom. Facing the beheading sword roaring towards him, Aizen just slightly raised his left hand. Click. The beheading knife, which can easily cut even rocks, was blocked by the slender, immature palm. In this scene, not to mention Loquat Shizong himself, even Pain, the leader, showed a slightly surprised expression in his eyes. This is the beheading sword. It doesn't seem too sharp. As he spoke, Aizen pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist with his right hand. So, please take a look at my knife. The silver knife light suddenly lit up. Pooh. With the sound of the knife cutting into the meat, bright red blood splashed out. 003 chat group. Poof. Loquat Shizong propped up his body with a large beheading knife and knelt on one knee, a knife mark stained with bloodline extending from his right shoulder to his abdomen. I wanted to cut off your entire right arm, but you dodged it. Aizen flicked the blade, and praised indifferently. It's really good reflexes. These words sounded like compliments, but when Loquat Shizong heard them, it was as if they were full of ridicule, and his whole face could not help but become distorted. Damn, brat. Aizen ignored him and turned to Pain. Your Excellency, may I have the qualifications to join? Loquat Shizong would do it, so Pain acquiesced. The purpose is to let Aizen show his own strength, and Aizen is also very clear about this. Yeah. Pain nodded indifferently and said, next, I will assign new tasks. Aizen didn't listen carefully to what Pain said later. In fact, having read the original work, he knows exactly what the Shao organization is like. The so-called new mission is the strategy of investigating and capturing the tail beast. This is why Aizen chose to join the Akatsuki organization, and his plan also required the 10 tails to come to life. Of course, even if he does not join the Akatsuki organization, Aizen can obtain all the tail beasts by virtue of his own ability and strength. Even if only 34% of the character progress is unlocked now, it is enough to flatten the entire ninja world. But doing so would not be Aizen's way of doing things. Aizen prefers more interesting ways to achieve his goals than using his own absolute strength, such as guiding, manipulating and using various tools. But right now, Aizen is not very interested in these tool people in front of him, because he found something more interesting. Congratulations on your invitation. Do you want to join the Dimensional Communication Group? Close black lens bracket. Looking at the flickering light curtain in front of him, even with Aizen's heart, he couldn't help being stunned. Click on the group introduction and you can clearly see that the so-called Dimensional Communication Group is a chat group that can cross dimensions. Through the system, invite characters from all dimensions to join the group, communicate and interact. And judging from the login interface, it was quite the style of his previous Penguin company. In other words, this is my second cheat. Interesting. Aizen raised his eyebrows, followed the prompts in the group introduction and clicked, join, with his mind. Advertisement, this is an actor joining the group. Is it an actor? Looking at his own nickname, Aizen instantly understood that a certain will in this group seemed to know that he was playing Aizen. However, judging from the notice at the top of the group chat page, the position of the group leader is currently vacant. In other words, the group's will and rules are just products of the unconscious. Obviously, the existence of this group is something outside of Aizen's control, but he doesn't hate it, but finds it interesting. But if there is a group leader, the meaning is different. It means that he has the possibility of being controlled and dominated. Neither Ran himself nor the Aizen he plays can tolerate such a thing happening. With that in mind, he turned his attention to the group chat interface. Curly-haired boy. Ah, newcomer here? Fairy Chilean, actor? Book artist. Welcome newcomers. If it is convenient, please introduce yourself. Curly. Machu, the so-called actor is actually a profession. Wearing all kinds of strange clothes, playing different roles in movies and TV. Of course, my favorite is the one with no clothes on. Oh, could this newcomer be like this? Book artist. Shut up. Don't teach Sister Machu badly. B****************** D. Curly-haired boy. What nonsense are you talking about, you idiot Yinglili? I'm helping Machu grow up. Actors without clothes? If it wasn't for Ran's current role as Aizen, I'm afraid his whole face would turn livid. However, through the chat conversations of these people, he probably also confirmed the identities of these group members. Curly-haired Sakata Jintoki, Chilean fairy Lee Machu and book artist Ying Lily. In Ran's previous life, these few people were all familiar characters. Withdrawing his thoughts, Aizen typed in the group with his mind according to the group prompts. My name is Ran. After sending the message, he subconsciously glanced at the progress bar of his performance, and his proficiency remained at 34%. In other words, chatting in the group will not affect the role-playing progress. Curly-haired boy. Hey, this newcomer really doesn't have any social concepts. Just saying your name is considered to be introducing yourself. Can you not be sweeter than fried chestnuts and sugar? Advertisement book artist. Shut up, you who talk dirty every day. What qualifications do you have to say that others have no social concept? This is an actor. Sorry, the introduction just now was indeed a bit short. My name is Ran, male, age 27, and my occupation is a psychoanalyst. Curly. Huh? Is this an interview resume? Fairy Chilean, psychoanalyst? Curly-haired boy. Don't ask me, I don't even know about Yin Song. Book artist. Probably a psychologist, right? But your screen name is a bit inconsistent with your occupation. Do you still work part-time as an actor? It's an actor. Well, it is. Role-playing is actually an actor, but you don't get paid. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Hey, when did the newcomers come? Rain Shinobi Village. Angel. Seeing the moment when this nickname appeared, Aizen cast his eyes directly on Conan not far away. However, he saw that the other party was lowering his head slightly, looking at his lower right with concentrated eyes, as if he was in deep thought. Is it really her? Raising his eyebrows, Aizen has come to a conclusion. Although no one looks at the light curtain of his chat group except himself, Aizen understands that the light curtain is located right below the line of sight of the group members, which is where Conan is focusing now. Moreover, he also felt that the control of the five senses that Kiyoka Suigetsu exerted on Conan had also disappeared. Funny, this is so much fun. The corner of Aizen's mouth was slightly curved, and he sent a message in the group. Hello, my name is Ran. It's a newcomer who just joined you. Conan obviously didn't notice the meaning in the other party's words, and replied politely. Yes. Hello, my name is Conan. Welcome to our big family. 004 Our organization also has a newcomer today family? Aizen, who originally just wanted to show off his bad taste, was slightly taken aback. This word made him feel a little strange. Both Ran and Aizen, who he plays, are very clear about the concept of family. Unfortunately, neither of them had any real experience with the concept of family. Aizen grew up in Rukongai, the east of the Soul Society, because of his inherently huge Ryatsu. Those ordinary souls would be wiped out before they approached him. Because of this, he was called the Devil's Child when he was a child. Such a bad childhood caused him to have some ignorance of the existence of family. Later, although he found the answer in the book, but at that time, his three views had been finalized, and he directly characterized family as something unnecessary and useless, so Aizen had no family at all. Similar to Aizen, Ran is also an orphan. Although he is not as extreme as Aizen, Ran's personality is also withdrawn and out of gregarious. This led to no family willing to adopt him when he was a child. Although this withdrawn personality has gradually improved after he started working, and he also wants to try to find someone to start a family. But before the plan was implemented, people crossed over. The physical body travels through the ninja world, and has been cultivated from the roots since childhood. No matter how you think about it, it is impossible for him to have a sense of belonging to the family. Even if Danzo did give Aizen a lot of preferential treatment, it was because he deliberately showed that he was a proud disciple, who perfectly met Danzo's requirements. The relationship between the two is not so much a master-student relationship as a craftsman and a work of art. That is to say, Aizen is just pretending to be the most perfect work of art carved by the craftsman Danzo. But even if it is a proud student, or a perfect work of art, with Danzo's character, when he needs to give up, he will still give up decisively without hesitation. Aizen sees this very clearly. So how real is Conan's extended family here? Is the so-called family relationship an intertwining of interests or a different kind of fetter? Inexplicably, Aizen felt some anticipation. He not only likes to use, but also likes to study and observe the relationship between people. This is Aizen's bad taste, and it's also a hobby. His eyes turned back to the group chat interface again. Book artist. Speaking of which, did Miss Conan think of any good solutions? What to do with Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu? Advertisement angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Alas, not yet. I didn't even decide whether to tell Nagato or not. Curly-haired son. Well, although the strength of these two people is the same, their abilities are super disgusting. If you can't solve it all at once, there will be even bigger troubles. Fairy Chilean. Indeed. Fortunately, the time is still early, but it can be drawn slowly. Are you discussing the plot of Hokage? Aizen was not surprised. There's Jump in the Gintama world, and Hokage Ninja is a manga serialized on Jump. There is Sakata Jintoki, the protagonist of the Gintama world, and it is strange that everyone does not know the plot of Hokage. But they were struggling with how to deal with Obito and Black Zetsu, which made Aizen a little bit amused. Although Black Zetsu has no entity, he is usually attached to White Zetsu, and it can be easily solved by using Yin-Yang Dun or sealing ninjutsu. Obito is even easier. Using Impure World Reincarnation to summon Lin has a high probability of making him submit. If you want to be more secure, you can arrange the anti-space sealing formula first. It stands to reason that familiarity with the plot is equivalent to knowing the weaknesses of these two people. Why do you need to think about something as simple as prescribing the right medicine? Here's an actor. Of course, Obito and Black Zetsu are still useful to Aizen, so he didn't express his thoughts in the group. I just typed a series of ellipses to express my hesitant mood. Book artist. Hey, the newcomers don't seem to understand what we are talking about. You can go to the memory list to look up information about Conan's world. Memory list. Aizen saw this function key from the second column on the right side of the group chat, and after clicking on it, he could view the memory banks arranged in the memory list. In addition to the top, Hokage Ninja, there are scattered memories uploaded by other group members. From the title on it, it can be seen that these scattered memories all record the worlds in which the group members live. In this way, to deepen mutual understanding, suddenly, Aizen casually uploaded part of the memories of his previous life selectively. Book artist. Wow, amazing. Our newcomer, Sang Chao, is amazing. Has he actually won so many degrees and awards? Advertisement. This is an actor. Just a little harder than normal. Curly-haired boy. Hey, isn't your life too boring? Besides work is study, are you an ascetic? This is an actor. No, I usually watch various film and television dramas, animations and novels. Curly-haired boy. Yin Sang, that's not what I mean. I'm talking about the main dish. Do you understand the main dish? Anime and novels are just icing on the cake. Etc. Are you a virgin? Come and see. There is a novel animal here. 27-year-old virgin? In a sense, it is even more precious than giant pandas. Hey. Here's an actor. With Aizen's self-cultivation, naturally he won't get angry because of this little thing. Well, don't be mad. Book artist. Shut up. People are keeping themselves clean. Do you think everyone is like you? An animal that only thinks with its lower body? Curly-haired boy. Huh, every man's lower body is a beast. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Ah, that's right. There is something I forgot to tell everyone. Book artist. Fairy Chilean. What's the matter? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Today, Uchiha Obito brought a new person to our organization. Curly. Newcomer? Uchiha Itachi? No, according to the timeline, there should be 2 more years. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Not Uchiha Itachi, who calls himself Aizen Sōsuke. Is it funny to say that the illusion that I am best at is called Kiyoka Suigetsu, and I ended up with a knife? Curly. Book artist. 005 Go and try to get close to Aizen, girl. Fairy Chilean. Why, everyone seems very excited. Curly. No, not excited. This kind of mood is definitely not exciting. If I had to use a metaphor, it would be like seeing my father in a maid outfit. Book artist. It's horror. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Curly. Cold, calm down. Maybe it's not what we think, maybe it's just a prank. Conan, take a photo. Book artist. Yes, take a photo and send it to see if it's Aizen himself. Inside the Akatsuki organization base, Conan looked at the chat records sent by Sakata Jintoki and Ying Lily, and felt a little inexplicable. What happened to these 2 people? Do they know this Aizen? However, she didn't ask much at this time, quickly turned on the camera function and took a picture of the brown-haired boy not far away. Angels of Rain Shinobi Village. Open black lens bracket image, close black lens bracket, click on the picture, and in the picture is a boy with slightly brown curly hair and black rimmed glasses on his face. At the moment, he is facing the camera with a soft and warm smile on his face. Curly-haired boy. Yes, right. This guy is really the captain of Aizen. Hey, this is really bad, worse than seeing your dad in a maid outfit. Book artist. Although I don't know why he became smaller, but the facial features and shape are indeed that of Aizen. The similarity is at least 80%. Considering that this photo is converted from 2D to 3D, this error is natural. Angels of Rain Shinobi Village. What the hell is going on? Conan felt great curiosity in his heart. Curly. Aizen Sōsuke, this guy is a devil. No, to be exact, it is an existence scarier than devils. This is too bad. King Frieza may not be able to handle it even if he comes. Book illustrator. How about, Miss Conan, take Nagato and run away? Curly. Exactly. The best way now is to find a hidden place to hide first, and then use the traversal function to run away after the group upgrades. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Advertisement. Conan looked puzzled. After getting along for more than half a month, she felt that she knew these group members quite well. They are by no means gutless, even talking about Uchiha Madara is not as flustered as it is now. Is this boy named Aizen more terrifying than Uchiha Madara? It should be impossible. Although the opponent had indeed easily defeated Loquat Tenzang just now, that guy was at the bottom of Akatsuki's organization. Defeating such a crane tail can only prove that this boy is indeed very talented. But talent is talent, not absolute strength. Does Conan think these 2 are making a big deal out of a molehill? In fact, it's not my fault that she didn't believe it. The main reason is that Aizen's age is there. Judging from his appearance, he is only 12 or 13 years old at best. Judging by the common sense of the Hokage world, no matter how talented a person is at this age, it is impossible to become a truly peerless powerhouse. Book artist. Sister Conan, don't ask questions, hurry up and flash people. Curly. Yes. It's too late to get to the bottom of why this man appeared in the ninja world, so let's leave first. Hint. This is an actor who uploaded the memory, Shinigami. This is an actor. The more you say that, the more it will arouse her curiosity. Let her figure it out for herself. Uploading a plot about yourself is something that a normal careerist would never do, but Aizen doesn't care about this kind of thing at all. Even if he doesn't upload, Arari or Sakata Jintoki will eventually upload. And, what if Conan gets to see Aizen's true colors? Will she hinder and affect her plans? Aizen doesn't think so, and on the contrary, he felt that after Conan knew his true face, it would make his plan more smoothly implemented. Book artist. Ah, I forgot to upload the memory. Sister Conan, don't panic after reading the memories. We'll be seen by that guy. I don't want to panic. In fact, Conan, who had already browsed the Shinigami world memory, was already sweating on his forehead. She finally understood why her group members acted so panicked. Advertisement. This man named Aizen is really scary. This kind of terror is not only reflected in the opponent's powerful strength. With a terrific IQ, a ruthless personality, demagogic words and Kyōka Suigetsu who dominates all 5 senses, this villain has almost no weaknesses. More importantly, she felt that she had been tricked now. Angel of Kirigakure. Me. What am I going to do now? Why did that Aizen Sōsuke appear in our ninja world? Now even Obito and Black Zetsu have not been resolved, and a big boss of the Shinigami world has emerged. What about trouble? Curly-haired son. Could it be Doraemon's arbitrary door? Book artist. Where did Doraemon come from in the Shinigami world? I feel that it should be more reliable for Aizen to travel through time and space with the power of Hogyoku. Here's the cast. No, Hogyoku's effects aren't that dramatic. The so-called Hogyoku is actually the realization of the development of people's inner wishes according to their own thoughts. But it has a prerequisite. First of all, the owner of Hogyoku needs to have the strength and ability to realize this wish. Apparently, not even Aizen from the Shinigami world can break the dimensional barrier. In other words, he doesn't have the concept of dimensional barriers in his mind. Thinking of this, and Rand suddenly realized that the Aizen in the Shinigami world also had limitations. His gaze was only in the framework of the Shinigami world, without extending the concept of the multiverse. But I don't have such limitations, it seems that I can try? Book artist. Is that so? And Ransang really deserves to be a doctor, he can remember so many details even after watching anime. This is an actor, I just watch him more seriously. Fairy Chilean. I think now is not the time to discuss this matter. The top priority is how to solve Conan's current problems. It's an actor. We currently don't know Aizen's specific strengths, and Conan may have hid Kyōka Suigetsu. So it is undoubtedly a dangerous choice to confront Aizen head-on. Book artist. Indeed. Angel of Kirigakure, so what? It's an actor. Go try and get close to Aizen. 006 Conan feeds a tiger with his body. Curly. Hey, are you kidding me? Book artist. Approaching Aizen? Go crazy? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I want to know why. Why did you choose to approach Aizen? This is an actor. For your and Nagato's safety, of course. Book artist. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Yes, can you explain it more clearly? This is an actor. Why did Aizen join the Akatsuki organization? Is there someone here that interests him, or does he need to get something? What is the person or thing that can interest him? Curly. Rinnegan? It's an actor. It's a possibility, but we can't ignore it, can we? In fact, the reason Aizen joined Akatsuki was certainly not for Rinnegan. Aizen, who was already familiar with those eyes from the Hokage original, had no interest in them. He would choose to join the Akatsuki organization just to arrange the roles played by these Akatsuki organization members for his future script. But now that there is an unplanned existence like Conan, the original script may not be used, and things have become much more interesting. Book artist. Why don't Miss Conan just discuss with Nagato and hand over Rinnegan to Aizen? In this case, it may also provoke a conflict between Aizen, Black Zetsu and Obito. Angels of Rain Shinobi Village. Impossible. I can't even explain to Nagato how to get him to give up Rinnegan. And, what if Aizen wasn't after Rinnegan? Curly-haired boy. Ah, it's really annoying. Fairy Chilean. Why did Brother Anran say that being close to Aizen can make Conan safe? Here's the actor. Aizen has a complex personality, but he also has some hobbies that he can't hide. For example, he likes interesting things and an excessive intellectual curiosity. If people approach him actively, he will be curious about you, and driven by this curiosity, he will try to judge your plans and ideas. So during this time period, it should be absolutely safe. Fairy Chilean. Brother Anran, I'm afraid this is just your guess, right? This is an actor. Not guesswork, but analysis. Curly. Hey, can you analyze the psychology of anime characters? Advertisement. This is an actor. No matter animation, novel or film and television works, the characters created by the author always have some trajectories to follow. Of course, get rid of those characters who are purely playful. Book artist. Should it be safe? Does that mean it's risky? It's an actor. Yes. After all, the Aizen we know lives in the Shinigami world. However, if this opportunity is missed, Conan's situation may become more dangerous. Book artist. How do you say? This is an actor. You guys take a closer look at that photo of Conan, look carefully. Book artist. What's wrong with the photo? With some doubts, Ying Lily flipped through the photos sent by Conan again, with slightly curly brown hair, a soft but obviously green face, a pair of black-rimmed glasses on the bridge of her nose, and a sunny smile towards the camera. I have to say that although Aizen is a big villain at heart, he still looks good. In particular, that soft yet slightly aggressive gaze seems to be able to penetrate people's hearts. Wait, eyes? Ying Lily suddenly sensed something was wrong. It stands to reason that this photo must have been secretly taken by Sister Conan. Why does the candid photo seem to meet the other person's eyes precisely? At this moment, Ying Lily suddenly felt a chill down her spine, and she was obviously not the only one in the group who felt this way. Curly. Hey. Why do I feel like this person is looking at me? He must be looking at me. This photo must have cast some kind of curse. Fairy Chilean. It seems that this person knows that someone is going to take a picture of him? Book artist. No, it's impossible. Even if it is Aizen, it is impossible to find out where the chat group is. This is an actor. What he discovered may not be chat groups, but Conan's strangeness. Book artist. This is too sharp. This Aizen feels scarier than the Shinigami anime. This is inevitable. Now Aizen is not only a time traveler but also a member of the chat group, coupled with Grandmaster's psychological hints and psychoanalysis. This can't surpass the original book's simple suicide. It's an actor. Don't panic, it's just a photo. But from here we can find that Aizen has become curious and interested in Conan's strangeness. Now there are only two options. Active or passive. Book artist. It's all my fault. If it wasn't for Un Sang and I asking Conan's sister for a photo. Advertisement. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. No, it has nothing to do with you. Since he chose to join the Akatsuki organization, it was impossible to escape. I'll tell Pain that I will be in a group with Aizen in the future. Book artist. Alas. Curly-haired boy. Conan, this should be considered cutting meat to feed the eagle, right? Fairy Chilean. That's called feeding a tiger with one's body. Read more books at ordinary times. Mr. N, is Conan really safe? Here's an actor. This is the best option right now. Sending a message, Aizen looked up at Conan who was having some kind of communication with Pain. Pain froze for a moment, then nodded slightly. Book artist. In the final analysis, our current strength is too small. Not even the possibility of the other party going all out. Curly. Damn it, It would be great if I could travel through the world now, but it's a pity that I have to upgrade to the first level group. A level 1 group needs 50,000 points to be able to upgrade, and currently the points can only be obtained by sending messages. 2 points for each message, and now the total points accumulated by the entire group is less than 10,000. There should be many uses for points, but now they can only be used to buy the abilities uploaded by group members. Aizen opened the ability list and glanced at it. The prices of these abilities are very interesting. It seems that the system is priced according to its strength and practicality. For example, the price of Conan's paper escape blood succession is 200 points, but the price of his own cage level chakra is 500 points. It stands to reason that the blood succession boundary should be more precious than chakra. However, the price of chakra is significantly higher than that of blood successor, even twice as high. The reason should be that the practicability of the blood succession limit is too low. If it is obtained by ordinary people without chakra, it will be useless at all. Just as Aizen thought so, the party organized by Akatsuki ended. Conan forcibly controlled the panic in his heart, and walked in front of Aizen pretending to be indifferent. Let's go. Aizen didn't care about her indifferent attitude, and suggested in a soft voice, since we have formed a team, can we call each other more casually without using codenames? For example, Senior Conan? Whatever you want. After a moment of silence, Conan replied flatly. Is that so? Aizen pondered slightly, looked directly at her and said, then, is it okay for Senior Conan to call me Captain Aizen? 007 Mutual Acting Skills Aizen. Captain. Hearing the other party's request, Conan was taken aback, with a little panic in his eyes. Having seen the memories of the Shinigami world, Conan is well aware of the hidden meaning behind this appellation. The former Aizen was the captain of the 5th division of the Soul Society. In other words, the title, Captain Aizen, should belong exclusively to Soul Society. But why can he bring it up in front of him now? Could it be that he has discovered something? No way. Conan couldn't help feeling a bone-chilling chill on his back. He quickly opened the group chat and started communicating with his group members. Book artist. This is impossible. How could he possibly know that we know the plot of the Shinigami world? It's an actor. In theory, of course, Aizen wouldn't know unless he was in the group. Curly. Hey, this joke is not funny. Book artist. Sister Conan is in crisis. It's such a time, and Ransang is still joking? There are only a few people in this group, and they all uploaded their own memories. Memory doesn't lie, so no one thinks Aizen is really in the group. But they didn't know and couldn't imagine that Aizen is a time traveler who can split memory. And he also carries a cheat that can be used for roleplaying. So, what he said was not a joke. Aizen felt a little bored. He thought that these group members could deduce something from his prompt. It seems that he still thinks highly of them. It doesn't matter. I don't think Conan will be in danger. On the contrary, judging from Aizen's performance, he has indeed become curious about Conan. Everything, as we expected. Fairy Chilean. What is he curious about? This is an actor. I can only guess at 2 possibilities for now. Maybe Aizen thinks that Conan should know why he came to this ninja world. Or maybe he thinks that Conan is from the same world as him and has a certain understanding of him. Curly-haired child. However, neither of these 2 possibilities is true. Advertisement, it's an actor. We know it's not true, but Aizen doesn't. Don't forget, he's not native to the world of Hokage. We are familiar with Conan, but Aizen should not know much about Conan. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. So, what am I going to do now? This is an actor. If he guessed correctly, he should have judged something from your performance. But it's not a big problem. Try to be as natural as possible. Continue to act like you don't know him, and you also don't know the meaning of Captain Aizen. Book artist. Now that you've been exposed, why don't you pretend you don't know him? Fairy Chilean. Wouldn't this break the face of Aizen? This is an actor. No way. Aizen is a person full of curiosity and thirst for knowledge, and a little exposure will make him more interested in Conan. Curly-haired child. I always feel that it is still very dangerous. Book artist. It's like dancing on a knife. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. It's okay, I trust in Ransan. Call. Gently exhaling a foul breath, Conan restrained his emotions. What's the matter? At this time, Aizen also spoke at the right time, and said softly, for Senior Conan, is such a title difficult to say? I'm just curious. Conan looked directly at Aizen and said indifferently, why do you want me to use this name? And as a newcomer to the Akatsuki organization, aren't you a bit too presumptuous? When she said this, she was really sweating, but in order to show that he doesn't know Aizen, that's why he dared to say this kind of admonishment from the senior to the younger generation. Well done. The corners of Aizen's mouth were slightly curved, and he said apologetically, I'm really sorry, Senior Conan. I just think that the current state of the 2 of us brings back memories of my past. Memories from the past? Advertisement. Conan froze for a moment, then suddenly realized. Is this Aizen thinking of her as Ichimaru Jin? It seems possible to think so. I do have other plans for approaching him. But compared to Ichimaru Jin, she doesn't have any hatred towards Aizen, only vigilance and jealousy. Senior Conan seems to be wary of me, Aizen asked suddenly when he walked to a dense forest. Was it seen? Conan was not surprised. After all, she always deliberately kept a certain distance from Aizen. In fact, she also knows that it is useless to do so. If Aizen really wants to harm her, the result will be the same no matter whether he distances himself or not. I don't know why, but I always thought you were dangerous. By now it was useless to cover up, Conan admitted flatly. Oh, is it an early warning from instinct? Aizen's mouth slightly curved, and he said softly, Senior Conan is very similar to my former boss. The former boss, of course, is not Danzo. It's Hiriko Shinji, the former 5th Division captain of Soul Society. He also has an instinctive instinct for Aizen, thinking that this guy is dangerous. He even did not hesitate to include him in his own team and monitor the opponent himself. But in the end, Hiriko Shinji underestimated Aizen after all, and was forced to become a test subject for Shinigami Hollow. Really? Conan asked calmly, but she felt that she was going to collapse. This guy's temptations are intertwined, and he is really good at using language as a weapon to disintegrate the will of others. Ah, yes. Aizen nodded slightly and said with a smile, but compared to that one, Senior Conan is obviously more interesting. Where is the fun? Conan didn't even know what was in him that would be of interest to someone like Aizen, so he opened his mouth and said nothing in the end. In silence, the two had already reached an open field. Aizen stopped abruptly and said softly, Senior Conan, it seems that we have guests. 008 Orochimaru who doubts life guest. Conan was taken aback for a moment, with a slightly surprised expression on his face. Immediately, she saw Aizen cast his gaze towards the woods not far away, and said indifferently, Are you here to catch up with me, Senior Orochimaru? He, your perception is still as sharp as ever, Sōsuke-kun. Orochimaru, dressed in a red cloud robe with a black background, slowly walked out of the dense forest with a faint smile on his face. Really Orochimaru, what is he doing here? Conan was a little curious inside. Immediately, she suddenly found that Orochimaru's eyes were not looking at her at all, as if she was just air standing next to Aizen. This is not right. It stands to reason that no matter what the purpose of Orochimaru's presence here, it is impossible to ignore himself directly. But now he seems to have not discovered himself, that is to say. Is this Kiyoka Suigetsu's ability? Dominating the 5 senses, making Orochimaru feel like he is real air. Thinking of this, Conan was startled. Is this Aizen intentional? He purposely displayed Kiyoka Suigetsu's abilities in front of him to test his reaction. What should I do now, keep silent? Or should I say something? Somewhat at a loss, Conan wanted to open the group chat again for help. She found herself feeling powerless in the face of a character like Aizen. In fact, Conan thought too much, and Aizen really didn't plan to test her because it was unnecessary. It's just that members of the same group cannot hurt each other, and Aizen's Kiyoka Suigetsu has been disabled against Conan, so she can see the truth in front of her eyes. Just when Conan silently sent a message to the group, Aizen said again, It has nothing to do with perception, Senior Orochimaru. It's just that your ability to hide is too clumsy. The tone was very respectful, but the eyes were with a touch of contempt. The smile on Orochimaru's face disappeared instantly, and he said coldly, It seems that you have become arrogant in the past few years under Danzo. Sorry, it seems that my words made Senior Orochimaru feel unhappy. Aizen smiled and said, Then, let me put it another way. The Ryatsu exuded by Senior Orochimaru is really hard to ignore. Ryatsu? Advertisement. Conan froze, feeling an incredible feeling in his heart. What Ryatsu is, of course she knows very well, but just because it is so clear, it feels unbelievable. Ryatsu, that is the unique power of those beings in the Shinigami world. And how could Orochimaru, who is a ninja, exist in Ryatsu? Could it be that? His eyes suddenly turned to Aizen. It must be him, it must be him. Basically, there is no doubt that the Ryatsu that will appear in the world of Hokage is definitely created by Aizen. Conan will never forget that among the many achievements of Aizen are researchers and inventors. In the Shinigami world, his scientific research ability is probably second only to the founder of the Technology Development Bureau, Urahara Kazuki. So the question is, why did Aizen let Orochimaru get Ryatsu? What is he plotting? Conan was full of thoughts, while Orochimaru on the opposite side also had a gloomy face and a hoarse voice. Sōsuke-kun, you really know a lot of things. It seems that I was right to avoid Conan, that stupid woman, and come to you alone. Tell me all you know, otherwise. Silly woman. Conan just watched Orochimaru talking nonsense, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Otherwise what? Aizen's face remained unchanged, still smiling. Like this. The hoarse voice fell, and Orochimaru suddenly lunged at Aizen. Pale palms stretched out, pinching Aizen's neck and lifting him up high. It will make you regret it forever. Oh, that's a terrible threat. A familiar voice suddenly came from behind Orochimaru. What? Orochimaru was taken aback. Before he could make any movement, a ray of knife light suddenly lit up from behind him. Pooh. Orochimaru's body was broken in two and fell to the ground. Aizen naturally saw that this was Orochimaru's stand-and flow ability, but he didn't care at all. With a choking sound, he put the knife back into its sheath. Let's go, Senior Conan. Yeah. Conan also came back to his senses. Suppressing all the thoughts in his heart, he nodded slightly. And the moment they turned around, Orochimaru's upper body suddenly emerged from the soil behind them, his long black hair drooped on his shoulders, and his pale hands quickly formed seals. Advertisement. Earth-style earth gun piercing. Whoosh whoosh. Dozens of dark rock spears suddenly condensed in midair and shot towards Aizen at a speed that was difficult for human eyes to reach. Aizen didn't look back, not even the slightest change in the expression on his face. Just stretched out the index finger of his left hand to point to the ground, and spat out his lips lightly. Earth-style Wanli Tuyubi. Rumble. Smoke and dust filled the air, and a huge city wall tens of meters high suddenly rose from behind Aizen. The indestructible city wall directly stopped all the rock spears, and there was a muffled bang 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 bang. How is it possible? Looking at the huge towering city wall in front of him, Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief. Although the ninjutsu of Wanli Tuyubi is only a level, it requires multiple ninjas to perform it together. Because of the sheer size of the chakra it requires, even an elite Jonin can be drained dry in an instant. But Aizen, who is only 12 or 13 years old, can not only use it easily by himself, but even make a seal with one hand. No, can that index finger really count as a seal? Orochimaru is a little skeptical of life. But at the same time, he was even more sure that Aizen definitely used that thing too. Moreover, I'm afraid it's not the semi-finished product that I researched. Danzo. This is definitely the old thing. Danzo has developed a complete hollow thing. This guy is still hiding his clumsiness when he cooperates with him. It's really irritating. Orochimaru couldn't bear it. Although he can hide his clumsiness from others, others cannot hide his clumsiness from himself. He's looking for a chance to show Danzo the price of being selfish. 009 ending the era of ninjas. Curly. Hollow in the world of Hokage? Hey, are you serious? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Well, by Aizen's own admission. Book artist. But judging from the setting of the Shinigami world, isn't it only the spirit body that can do hollow? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. According to Aizen's explanation, the spiritual energy of chakra can also replace the role of the spirit body to a certain extent. Chakra is attached to the meridians and cells of ninjas, which makes the physical hollow possible. Book artist. Ah, I remembered. Before Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina died, they left part of their chakra in Naruto. These chakra are like souls, capable of transfiguring entities. Curly. Incredible, this guy Aizen. Really amazing. What the hell is he trying to do with hollow in the world of Hokage? The corners of Aizen's mouth curved slightly, sending out a message. Yeah, what does he want to do? Fairy Chilean. Also, why did he disclose such important information to Conan? The Angel of Rain Shinobi Village, because he wanted me to join him in creating a truly peaceful spectacle. Fairy Chilean. Book artist. Peeved. Curly. Creating a real peace scene. This kind of joke is almost like someone telling me that one day I will wear women's clothes. It makes people laugh so hard that their teeth are sore. Here's an actor. Image. Your women's clothing. This is a beautiful photo of Zhang Banshin Yinshi. In the photo, he is wearing heavy makeup, braids with twin ponytails, and wearing a women's kimono, desperately twisting his body. Curly. Book artist. Peeved. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Is it really Yin? Here's an actor. Pulled from my memory. Fairy Chilean. Is it very charming? Advertisement. Curly. Impossible. How is this possible? Don't be kidding, Yin-song. How could I wear such tasteless double ponytails? Also, what does it mean to pull from your memory? Could it be? This is an actor. Is that the one? Sakata Jintoki, the protagonist of Gintama World. Speaking of which, you are quite popular with us. Book artist. This guy can still be the hero? Yang Lily doesn't seem to know the plot of Gintama World. Aizen quickly realized this very strange thing. It stands to reason that Gintama is also a manga serialized in Weekly Shonen Jump, so Ariri shouldn't be unaware of Gintama. Then it is very possible that the jump in the world of Arari or Sakata Jintoki is not the same as the jump manga of Ran's previous life. Something seems to be missing. Curly-haired boy. Humph, ha. I'm the male lead. I actually realized it early on. After all, someone as handsome as Yin-song and I can only be the leading actor. Hint. This is an actor who uploaded memories of Gintama. Here's an actor. I hope you can still laugh. Book artist. Not to mention Sakata Jintoki himself, even Arari, who was a bystander, didn't know what to say after watching the memory of Gintama World. Although the animation of Gintama is based on nonsense and funny, but as the protagonist, Sakata Jintoki's storyline is very heavy. His most important teacher Songyang was beheaded by himself, but it turned out that the teacher was not dead in essence. But he is just the kind personality of someone behind the scenes, who can adapt to this crazy reversal. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Yin, are you okay? Fairy Chilean. Don't bother him, let him be quiet. Book artist. By the way, Miss Conan, have you agreed to Aizen? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I don't know. Book artist. No, I don't know. Yang Lily was a little confused. In fact, she felt that Conan should agree to the other party. After all, facing the existence of Aizen, seeking forgiveness is the safest way to deal with it. Of course, it's okay not to agree, as long as you say that you are from the Akatsuki organization and you don't want to betray pain. I believe Aizen will not force it. Advertisement. But I didn't expect that Conan actually replied that he didn't know. I don't know if this is a big deal. It means that Conan is really considering whether to really switch to Aizen. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Well, I really don't know. A little hesitant. Book artist. Don't hesitate, Miss Conan. Be sober, that guy is bewitching you. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I know what kind of person Aizen is. I also knew that I couldn't and shouldn't trust him, but... Fairy Chilean. But what? This is an actor. What did Aizen tell you that changed your mood? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Without a unified country and a perfect system, the world cannot move toward peace. The existence of ninjas and the ninja village system is the biggest obstacle to the road to peace. And because the tiny group of ninjas monopolized most of the resources, civilians other than ninjas lived in such dire straits. So, Senior Conan, would you like to come and change it with me? Book artist. Damn it, this D Aizen is really good at catching people's weaknesses. But even if he knew that these were deceptive words, he had to say that he really saw it clearly. For the ninja world to be peaceful, the best way is to unify, and to establish a unified country, the system of ninjas and ninja villages really cannot get around the hurdle. Moreover, in order to highlight the ninja as the main body of the whole ninja world, it is true that all the best resources are devoted to the ninja. The powerful group also uses ninjas as a tool to suppress civilians and maintain their rule, which forms a closed and vicious circle. Fairy Chilean. So, the purpose of Aizen is to erase the existence of ninjas? How can this be done? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I don't know very well, but I think it has something to do with Hollow's experiment. Book artist. It's better not to trust him too much, when Ransang thinks. Here's the cast. Aizen is clearly trying to take advantage of Conan, but at the same time, it is not impossible to counter-use the other party. Peace in the ninja world is also what Conan is looking forward to, isn't it? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Well, I thought so too. In fact, I have no hatred or conflict with him. If he can really make the ninja world peaceful, it doesn't matter if he is used by him. He went to find Sarutobi Hiruzen and he might be back soon, so I'll tell you later. Book artist. Looking for Sarutobi Hiruzen? Return. Miss Conan, where are you now? This is an actor. It should be in Konoha. Didn't Conan say that Aizen's identity in this world is Danzo's subordinate? Book artist. So, is Miss Conan living in Aizen's house now? What is this? And the tone just now, why does it feel like she is secretly contacting us behind her husband's back? 010 Danzo's Wrath Fairy Chilean. Ying Lily's metaphor was obviously too subtle, so that Li Machu didn't know what words to use to answer. He twitched his mouth quite speechlessly. Master, what's the matter with you? Hong Lingbo, who was beside her, seemed to be aware of his master's strangeness, and asked suspiciously. No problem. Li Machu took a breath and adjusted her expression. Being a teacher is just a little tired. Tired? Hong Lingbo froze for a moment, his expression dull. Her master obviously rested in the room for most of the day. Why is he still tired? Something is wrong. Really something is wrong. Even Hong Lingbo, who is not very bright, has discovered that his master has been abnormal recently. The original Li Machu had a bad temper and never had a good look towards her. But now, she was able to communicate with herself calmly. Logically speaking, this should be a good thing, but Hong Lingbo felt it was very strange. And the former master only wanted to rush back to the ancient tomb to seize the Jade Heart Sutra of the Patriarch, but now he behaved calmly and stopped all the way. What's even more exaggerated is that the other party will stare at the front with dull eyes, with an inexplicable expression on his face. Well, like now. Master, she must not be bewitched by an evil spirit. Hong Lingbo blurted out involuntarily as he thought of some possibility. Oops. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Hong Lingbo realized something was wrong. Lingbo. Sure enough, Li Machu's cold voice sounded the next moment. As a teacher, it seems that I haven't tested your martial arts for a long time, right? Gulp. Hong Lingbo swallowed, with a frightened and regretful expression on his face. Seeing the pitiful appearance of her apprentice, Li Machu's originally rising anger dissipated in an instant, but she still maintained a cold expression on her face and said, Don't pretend to be pitiful, get out of here. Yes, master. Hong Lingbo got out of the room as if he had been pardoned. This scoundrel. Looking at the back of the other party leaving, Li Machu slightly shook her head, a look of helplessness flashed in her eyes. Advertisement. She naturally knew why her disciple would say that kind of thing. It is nothing more than that her temperament has changed drastically recently, and she is no longer as cold and ruthless as before. This is all thanks to Conan and Ying Lily's counseling during this period, which gradually thawed her once frozen heart. Because of this, she, like Conan, treats the group members as her own family. Although these family members sometimes say some outrageous things that even make her, an ancient person, blush. Curly. No, Dad, I don't admit it. When did my Conan sauce get married? Dad, I never promised. Book artist. Idiot, can't you hear that I'm making a metaphor? And, what the hell is Daddy? Don't think that you can take advantage of others without Sister Conan. Curly. Well, I'm not taking advantage of Conan. Yin-song, I am the father of all of you. Fairy Chilean. Roll. Book artist. I despise you as my son. This is an actor. It seems that Yinshi's self-regulation ability is really strong. Have you seen it? Aizen, as always, ignored these silly words, and asked directly to the core. Curly. How could that kind of thing be possible? It was just an extra layer of luggage that he carried on a daily basis. This is an actor. So Aizen understood what Sakata Jintoki meant. The so-called daily luggage is actually cause and effect and fetters. The original Songyang has died, and this bond and karma should have disappeared. But now, Shu's appearance has once again given a new meaning to the luggage. Sakata Jintoki is obviously ready to end this karma. What will he do? Follow the original book step by step, or find another way to rush into the stronghold of Tiandaozong? If possible, I really want to see it. This kind of alternative master-student duel must be very interesting. Aizen's mind began to wander. Boom. But at this moment, Danzo, who was sitting not far from him, slammed the long table. The old man refuses. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen next to him seemed to have expected the other party's reaction, and said unhurriedly, This is the common opinion of me and the other two advisors. Danzo's eyes flicked to Mitokado Homura and Utatane Kaharu. The latter two just nodded slightly and remained silent. Aizen belongs to this old man, Danzo said in a deep tone with a gloomy face. The roots also belong to the leaves. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a breath and said lightly, I am Hokage of Konoha. Advertisement Danzo was silent, and after a long time, he said coldly, "You will regret it, Hiruzen." After saying that, he slammed the door with his cane and left. "I'm really sorry, Lord Hokage," Aizen said with a sincere voice and guilt on his face, "it's all because of me that you—" "No," Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, interrupting his next words. "That's what I meant. People like you are really not suitable to stay at the root." What Sarutobi Hiruzen said was serious. He still knows Aizen very well. Not only is this boy extremely talented, he is gentle with others, he is not arrogant or rash, and he is loyal to Konoha. He is simply the template of a perfect ninja. He once thought about digging it from the root to his own, but both Danzo and Aizen himself refused. That is, what Danzo did this time was too much, so that the child Aizen fell to his side. But even so, Sarutobi Hiruzen can still see from his guilt and bitter eyes, the other party's respect and reluctance for Danzo. But this doesn't make Sarutobi Hiruzen unhappy, on the contrary it makes him very satisfied. Because this shows that the boy in front of him is a person who values feelings and bonds. This is a good manifestation of the will of fire. However, have you really decided? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression became serious again, looking directly at Aizen and asking, "Going to work at the ninja school?" "Yes, Hokage-sama." Aizen nodded, and said in a serious tone, "I've thought it through very clearly." "Sure enough, still can't let go." Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a long time, sighed and said, "I understand. I will have someone hand over the entry paperwork to you later." "Thank you, Hokage-sama." Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly took out a few pages of reports from the drawer until the back of the other party disappeared completely. After looking at it for a long time, his brows were deeply frowned. The title page of this document is impressively written, about First Hokage Cell Division Experiment, and Sharingan and First Hokage Cell Fusion Concept. The title alone is shocking. "How likely do you think this report is?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked the two advisors. 80%. 90%. The report they just read, the content is very detailed. With experience, they can judge that there is basically no possibility of falsification in such a report. "Oh, Danzo." Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed again, picked up the lighter and lit the document. "I just hope that he won't continue to make mistakes." 011 Arankar, asking for flowers, evaluation tickets. "Stop making mistakes again." In a spacious space somewhere, Aizen sat on the armchair leisurely. Holding his cheek with one hand, he stared playfully at the screen in front of him. On the screen, the video in Hokage's office at the moment is playing. The picture is so clear that even the folds on Sarutobi Hiruzen's imperial robe and even the dust stains on his collar can be seen clearly. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others who are being watched are unaware of this, still talking to each other on their own. "This is really an amazing wish," Aizen muttered in a low voice, turning his gaze to the other screen. What the picture inside shows is the root base. Shimura Danzo, who had already removed the bandages, was injecting his right arm with a needle. As he moved, a painful and distorted expression gradually appeared on his face. And the moment after the injection, his face suddenly began to be covered with a white bone mask, and his mouth unconsciously howled like a beast. Click. After tens of seconds, the mask on his face shattered, his appearance also returned to normal. 5 seconds longer than last time. Danzo took a breath and muttered to himself, "I have a hunch that I am getting closer and closer to complete hollow success. Just wait, Hiruzen. And that B*********** D Aizen. I will definitely make you pay the price. No one can break free from the roots, no one has been affected by false negative emotions. Has the personality started to become extreme? It was indeed a failure." He didn't take Danzo's threat seriously at all, and Aizen was just analyzing his own research conclusions. From time to time, he took a sip of the black tea on the table. And Conan, who was not far away from him, was still in a state of shock at the moment, unable to extricate himself. It's no wonder she is like this. It's really hard for anyone to control themselves in such a space. This is a laboratory full of sci-fi style, with all kinds of utensils, props and materials. And at the forefront of this laboratory, there are rows of equipment for monitoring. Advertisement. The pictures in the surveillance are all the offices of Ninja Village shadows. Not only the offices of these shadows, Conan also saw several places that she was very familiar with. Akatsuki's base, Nagato's residence, and the burial place of Uchiha Madara. Even Conan, who has read the original Hokage, didn't know that Uchiha Madara's bones were buried in the valley at the junction of the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth, but the note was marked on the top of the screen. It's terrible. If he hadn't entered this laboratory, no one would have known that Aizen was monitoring the entire ninja world without making a sound. But other than these surveillance devices, what Conan cares more about is the jar of culture containers placed on the side. The corpses are lifelike, many of whom Conan knew well. For example, Scorch-style Hakura, Ghost Lantern Full Moon, Golden Horn, Silver Horn, and Ringo Rain Yuri. They should have all been dead, and some should have been nothing but bones. But in the culture container, it looks like a living person. It's just that their faces are more or less covered with white bone masks, so they look a little hideous. Seeing these human figures, Conan was startled suddenly. As if thinking of some possibility, his eyes couldn't help but widen. "They are Arankar." Suddenly, a soft voice rang out. Creak. Conan turned his head mechanically, facing Aizen's pair of brown eyes that seemed to be able to penetrate people's hearts. At this moment, Conan was full of panic, because she knew very well that her performance had definitely made Aizen suspicious. Injecting spirit particles into the soul body and merging with hollow substance, these dead people will be more adaptable to the power of hollow than the living. However, the strange thing is that Aizen didn't care about her gaffe, but explained with a smile. Compared with living people, they can carry out full-body hollow more easily. That's why I named them Arankar. Conan's heart was pounding, but on the surface he pretended to be calm and said, according to what you said earlier, Reiki shouldn't exist in the ninja world. If so, how can you inject it into the soul body? It's not that they don't exist in the ninja world, but it's difficult to gather them because they are rejected by the ninja world. Aizen turned his face to the side, and the dim light outlined the outline of his face a little deep. However, if a powerful individual uses Ryotsu to forcibly gather the spirits, they can still easily collect the spirits. But it doesn't need to be so troublesome here. Advertisement, here? Conan seemed to catch an important point. Ah, because this is not the ninja world. Aizen's mouth was slightly curved, and he looked out the window. This is a pure land. It is the soil where the soul lives, and the concentration of spiritual seeds is no less than that of soul society. Pure land? Conan had a look of disbelief on his face, forgetting to even pretend that he knew about the soul society. Her mind was buzzing at the moment, and her expression was dull. I am actually in the kingdom of the dead now, and this guy Aizen can actually put his base in the pure land? How on earth did he do it? Etc. Conan suddenly realized that she seemed to have entered a black tunnel when she was following Aizen. Is it black cavity? Aizen actually used black accents to connect his home with the pure land? What an incredible idea. Conan took a breath, shocked. This villain boss from the world of Shinigami really lives up to its reputation. Even if the world has changed, these unimaginable operations can still be performed. This guy not only puts his base in the pure land, but also monitors the major forces in the Quanon world. Not only that, but they even started to cultivate this super standard Arankar army. Not to mention Aizen's own power that is like an abyss that makes people invisible. At this moment, Conan can't imagine who else and what force can stop this great demon king who is trying to subvert the ninja world. If possible, she kind of persuaded those people in the ninja world to surrender directly. Because of this war, the ninja world had no chance of winning from the very beginning. 012 The Gate of the New World? Curly. Arankar? Even something like Arankar was made by Aizen? Hateful. This is totally cheating. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* return to Blade. Just thinking about it makes people despair. I am really desperate for the ninja world. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I think so too. However, these Arankars are not as invisible as the original, and their weaknesses are also obvious. Fairy Chilean. Weakness, Angel of Rain Shinobi Village, M. According to Aizen, these Arankars must have physical support to go to the ninja world, otherwise the spirit particles in their bodies will dissipate quickly. And Arankar, who has a body, will naturally be injured by ninjutsu and ordinary weapons. Just because of the protection of the steel skin, these injuries will be reduced a lot. Book Artist. Even so, it's not something ordinary ninjas can resist, right? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. That's true, even Hollow at the Jonin level has surpassed ordinary shadows in every way. And Arankar is the perfect Hollow. Curly. According to that guy Aizen's thinking, even Arankar is just a random soldier to him. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Well, these Arankars are just quantitative consumables in his eyes. His original idea was to turn Akatsuki members into Espada, but he gave up for some reason. Book Artist. Hiss. Miss Conan escaped a catastrophe? Fairy Chilean. Miss Conan, I still think it's better not to trust Aizen too much. Curly. Exactly, this guy Aizen is good at acting and deceiving people. The Grammy Awards didn't invite him to be the best actor, it's a shame. Book Illustrator. Grammy. It's the Oscars, right? Grammys are the music awards. You want that guy from Aizen to sing tenor and win an award? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Tenor. Conan subconsciously imagined the scene of Aizen Sōsuke holding the microphone and singing loudly to the audience, and quickly shook his head. Curly. What's wrong with the tenor? How do you know that Aizen never won a tenor award? What do you understand about Captain Aizen? Maybe he won the Crosstalk Award at the Soul Society. It's an actor, no advertisement. Book Artist. Are we talking about the tenor? You obviously emphasize that Aizen is an actor, right? It's okay for you to be ignorant, but you're still stubborn? Curly-haired boy. Who is ignorant? B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** In, do you know? Don't underestimate me? Book artist. Oh, a teacher who teaches others how to lose morals. That's really great. Fairy Chilean. It's quarreling again, you too. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Well, I know I shouldn't trust Aizen completely, but to be honest, he seems to be okay with me. Book artist. Huh. Miss Conan, what does your tone mean? How does it sound a bit like a weak woman who forgave her domestic violence husband? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Curly-haired, domestic violence husband. Hateful. No, Dad, I will never allow it. Fairy Chilean. Then you vote to kill Aizen, curly-haired boy. I will kill him, after I first learn the 100 times Realm King Fist. Absolutely will kill him. Book artist. Then you might as well look forward to becoming a Super Saiyan god. Here's an actor. Aizen, who was teaching the students at the ninja school, opened the chat group. At the beginning, he saw that the group members turned into Super Saiyans and wanted to come and kill him. The reason was that he was the husband who committed domestic violence against Conan. What kind of fantasy plot is this? Even with Aizen's temperament, he didn't know what to say at the moment. It's so subtle. Angels from Rain Shinobi Village. Don't worry, they were just joking. Book artist. Of course it's a joke, everyone knows that our gentle and kind sister Conan can't be with a big devil like Aizen. Curly-haired boy. But, Conan, it's a bit strange that you explained to Enron so seriously. Don't you have any thoughts about our newcomers who just joined the group? Smirk. Advertisement Conan is naturally not the kind of character who would be shy when receiving a few words, and replied generously. It's none of your business to have ideas. Yin, you should think about your life's major events more than me. Curly. Cut. Yin Song, a lonely man like me, how could an ordinary woman be able to control him? This is an actor. Ordinary women can't, but ordinary men can? Book artist. Ha 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 ha, right? Yin's ultimate goal is to find a good man to marry. Curly. Fart. Yin Song is not crooked, how could she like men? Slander, this is a personal attack. This is an actor. No, in our world, there are official CP pictures of you and Toshiro Hijikata. Open black lens bracket picture close black lens bracket. Click on the picture, and there is a picture of Sakata Jintoki and Hijikata Jiro interlocking their fingers. What's more, the two of them still had a rose in their mouths, and their FG breath broke through the sky. Fairy Chilean. Men and men, too. This is the actor. Long Yang is so good, has Miss Mo Cho never heard of it? Book artist. Peefed. Ha 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 ha. Even the official release of this kind of CP picture is really official. Yin Song, why don't you follow suit? Curly. Get it off, get it off. B asterisk 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 D. How is it possible? So did the producers eat too much shit, and actually made this kind of thing that is not suitable for children? No, I'm going to chop that B asterisk 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 D right now. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Hey, is it really offline? Book artist. He won't really want to chop up the earthwork, will he? What is this? Killing my brother to prove the truth? But is this Tanmei? It's more interesting than I imagined. Here's the cast. There seems to be something wrong with Ying Lily, she won't be opened the door of New World by the picture she posted, right? Aizen restrained his smile, and suddenly felt that he was a little out of play. 013 Are you willing to bear this arrogant sin with me? Book artist. It seems that there are some new things that can be tried. This is an actor. People should try new things, but they should also consider and care about the feelings of those around them. Miss Ying Lily, and Yilin probably wouldn't want you to set foot in that circle, would she? Book artist. Me, I have nothing to do with him, don't talk nonsense. Wait, why didn't Ransang know about an Yilin? Ying Lily was taken aback, and suddenly felt flustered. Could it be that an Ransang has a fictional work about his own world? No, no way. There are neither aliens nor ninjas in my world, let alone Shu and Shinigami, so there should be no possibility of becoming a virtual work, right? The next moment, this feeling of panic really came true. Hint. This is an actor who uploaded the work, How to Raise a Passerby Heroine. It's an actor. That's how you know it, book artist. Angel from Rain Shinobi Village. Ariri, how are you? Fairy Chilean. Are you okay? Book artist. Okay, very good. There is nothing wrong with me, there was nothing between me and that guy, we are not even friends. I'm fine, I'm really fine. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. It doesn't look like you're okay when you say that. Fairy Chilean. In front of us, don't pretend to be strong. This is an actor. You can cry when you are sad, which is also a way of catharsis for human emotions. Book artist. No, no crying, Fairy Chilean, not bad. Advertisement Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Being able to speak in such an arrogant tone proves that it's not a big deal. Book artist. Ah, I'm not Tsunere, don't listen to that fellow Yin's nonsense. Here's an actor. I'm really glad you came out so quickly, but believe me, your tone is indeed textbook arrogant. Book artist. And Ransang, why do you? Forget it, the main reason is that I have read the stories of Yin and Sister Conan. Compared with them, this matter to me is not worth mentioning. It's an actor. You don't have to think about it that way. Now Conan's fate has changed, right? Familiarity with the plot is equivalent to having the power of foresight. It shouldn't be difficult to change your own ending, right? Book artist. No, it's different. No matter Yin or Sister Conan, their original destiny was to be pushed forward by others, so they developed will to resist. But I'm not, even if I tried, that guy didn't choose me in the end. Since this is the case, there is no need to force it. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Ariri, I support you. Fairy Chilean. Yes, such an indecisive man is not worthy of being with us Ying Lily. Don't you have to force it? Looking at the message from Ying Lily, the corners of Aizen's mouth curved. These group members were indeed more interesting than he imagined. Originally, he just wanted to divert Ying Lily's attention from exploring Danmei. Of course, it's not that he hates Tanmei. It's just that I don't want to be part of an American comics painting one day. After all, in his previous life, the couple Aizen and Ichimaru Jin had countless fans. It's hard to guarantee that Ying Lily will paint him one day when he is interested, otherwise it will be uncomfortable. But now the development of things has exceeded his expectations. Regardless of the atmosphere in the group or Ying Lily's personal awareness, he had a wonderful sense of experience. Is this the feeling of family? It's not bad. Withdrawing his thoughts, Aizen turned his gaze to the boy beside him. Are you satisfied with the taste of the dumplings in this store, Itachi? The boy looked about 9 or 10 years old, with long black hair tied back in a ponytail. The string of dumplings of various colors in the hand is stuffed in the mouth. Advertisement hearing Aizen's words, Itachi nodded slightly, delicious. Even if it's delicious, you can't eat too much. Aizen smiled slightly, reaching out and stroking his head. Excessive intake of carbohydrates will make people fat. Itachi froze, and stopped what he was doing. Brother Aizen, Shisui has been having a lot of trouble with people in the clan recently. Really? Aizen didn't ask too much, just sighed slightly. After a moment of silence, Itachi said softly, could it be that the village and the family cannot coexist peacefully? Within a limited living space, human beings will instinctively demand more when their desires expand. The seeds of doubt and suspicion germinate, and various contradictions and differences are born from this. Aizen seemed to be answering the other party's question, and also seemed to be sighing. The solution to this problem is either there is a strong enough external force to force them to unite again, or until one side is completely destroyed. I don't want the village or any part of the family to be destroyed. Itachi's voice was a bit bitter. But it's impossible for a strong external force to appear, right? In Itachi's view, a powerful external force would be the 5 great ninja villages fighting again. Although small frictions continue now, the major ninja villages are tacitly maintaining superficial peace, and it is impossible for war to occur in a short period of time. If you don't have one right now, then create it yourself. Aizen's tone was indifferent, and his eyes under the transparent lenses revealed confidence. Itachi, are you willing to bear this arrogant sin with me? Itachi was stunned, as if he understood something, his face full of disbelief. Brother Aizen, you. Uchiha Itachi never thought that his elder brother who was also a teacher and friend would say such a thing. Is it really possible to create a powerful force that can threaten Konoha by itself? And why would he do it? At this moment, Itachi's heart was full of curiosity and confusion. Of course, I won't tell you to trust me. Aizen smiled and said softly. I just want you to place your wishes and expectations on me. If you are ready, then come with me. Watching the back of Aizen gradually going away, Itachi gritted his teeth and followed quickly. 014 Let's have a cup of black tea first curly-haired son. Nani, Nani. In that world of Yinglili, there are corresponding virtual works. Moreover, Yinglili herself is actually a defeated dog abandoned by the hero? Ha 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 ha, shame? Book artist. Shut up, you lecherous silver hair with natural curly hair. Curly. Oh, it's here, howling of a defeated dog. Book artist. B asterisk 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 D. You are going to die. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Ah Yin, please stop saying a few words. Fairy Chilean. Even if you are playing around, you shouldn't poke people's scars. This kind of behavior is very bad. Curly-haired boy. Tisk, I'm educating her. The little girl likes to believe in the pure love myths of her childhood sweethearts, but in reality, her childhood sweethearts are all related to the black fairy tales of the Tauren. Fairy Chilean. Tauren? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Sister Machu, it's better not to delve into these issues. Although Konan didn't know the meaning of Tauren, she instinctively felt that the words that came out of Ayin's mouth were definitely not good words. Book artist. Hey, then what kind of fairy tale are you in Hijikata? Is it a pink fairy tale? Curly. Shut up. Don't mention that name again. B asterisk 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 D. Yin-song, my orientation is very normal. I only like big sisters who are bouncing around, understand? Yes, it's the bouncy you're thinking of. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Even if you say that, I don't know what bouncing is. Curly-haired boy. Of course, it can keep shaking when it jumps up, and the pair of headlights can make people unable to take their eyes off it. This is bang that transcends human ideals and reality. Fairy Chilean. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Book artist. UB asterisk 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 D. Will you die if you don't drive every day? In this group, there are still underage girls. Curly-haired child. But only this underage girl understands what I mean. Whose sorrow is this? Book artist. I am a professional relationship. Curly. Whoa, I forgot to mention that. Please help me draw a copy of the notebook, Mr. Pam Yingli. Book artist. Don't call me by my pseudonym in the group. UB asterisk 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 D. Sitting in the classroom, Ying Lily blushed, like a living steam engine. Curly-haired boy. I see, Teacher Pam Yingli, please be sure to accept my commission. Advertisement book artist. Die. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Yin, enough is enough. Don't make Master Pam Yingli angry anymore. Book artist. Curly-haired boy. Ha 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 ha. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Sorry. I didn't do it on purpose, I just yelled a little fluently. Book artist. Peeved. It's not smooth. This is an actor. Good afternoon, everyone. They are all there. Book artist. Yes, they are bullying me, an underage girl. These guys are so bad. Here's an actor. Bullying, but also a liking. In my opinion, this is everyone expressing their love for you, dear teacher Pam Yingli. Book artist. And Ransang, even you, I ignore you. Curly. Ha ha ha. Yes, that's right. This is what we all love for you. Please accept it, teacher Pam Yingli. Book artist. Take you a ghost. Go to hell. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. And Ransang seems to have changed a bit. The previous you would not joke like this. This observation is quite keen. The corners of Aizen's mouth curved slightly, admiring inwardly. He was indeed a little touched by the conversation he had with everyone in the group before. Let him no longer observe and study the concept of family with a cold-eyed attitude as before, but decide to gradually integrate into it. However, of course, he couldn't admit this kind of thing himself, so he just replied evasively. Everyone in this group is changing all the time, isn't it? Fairy Chilean. Indeed. Lee Machu felt the deepest about this. She felt that she should be the one who changed the most in the group. Book artist. Speaking of changes, I would like to thank Sister Conan and Ransang most. One gave me sister-like care, and the other made me completely awake from the vortex of the so-called love game. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Thanks to Ransang's guidance, I have the possibility to realize the dream of peace now. This is an actor. Don't thank me, it's your own choice after all, and since there is a family here, there is no need to thank the family. Curly. Hey, you guys. Is it a bit too sensational? This isn't an award ceremony, a-hole. Angels of Rain Shinobi Village. Aizen is back. Book artist. Is Miss Conan planning to disconnect again? Advertisement Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Sorry, I was afraid he would see the problem. Fairy Chilean. Be careful when facing such a person. Book artist. I understand the truth, but your behavior is really like a married woman who secretly had a tryst with us behind her husband's back. Curly-haired boy. Speaking of which, don't be too cautious. If Aizen knew, maybe he would be secretly happy. It's also possible, that kind of green slave. This is an actor. I think, Aizen should not be so heavy. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Picture. Well, he really doesn't seem to be interested in observing me now. Click on the picture. It is a photo of Aizen with a boy. At this moment, the boy's expression was exaggerated. His face was full of astonishment, dumbfounded. But his appearance made the group members feel very familiar. Book artist. Uchiha Itachi. Curly-haired boy. Hey, Aizen actually kidnapped him? Can I call and report him for child labor? Fairy Chilean. Why Uchiha Itachi? Shouldn't it be Uchiha Shisui? I heard from Conan earlier that the relationship between Uchiha Shisui and Aizen is better, right? This is an actor. A good relationship does not mean that the ideas can be the same. Compared with Uchiha Shisui, whose various concepts have been fully established, Uchiha Itachi at this age is obviously more suitable for instilling new concepts. Book artist. What does he plan to ask Itachi to do? This is an actor. I guess, Aizen should buy him black tea. Fairy Chilean. Curly-haired boy. You have to talk about the basic law even if you're joking. Book artist. What the hell is drinking black tea? Pure Land. Uchiha Itachi, who reacted from his absence, looked at Aizen and asked softly, what is this place? Brother Aizen, what are you doing? Even though he trusted Aizen very much in his heart, he couldn't help but feel palpitations when he saw these monitors and research equipment. When did he come up with this? Why does he have such ability and energy? What is his purpose? Countless questions linger in Uchiha Itachi's mind. In a daze, he realized that the elder brother he thought he knew very well was actually so strange. Welcome to the Pure Land, Itachi. Pulling out the chair, Aizen sat at the long table in a leisurely manner. There's a lot to say, let's have a cup of black tea first. 015 to the end of the law Curly. Peeved. Why, book artist, are you really inviting Itachi to drink black tea? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Yes, and Ransang is really amazing. Aizen was still chatting with Itachi on the surface, but he glanced at the group chat from the corner of his eyes, and quickly sent a message with his mind. Calm down, mean. Curly-haired boy. What a trifle, it's not a trifle at all. Even Aizen's mind can guess, you are a monster? Or is the group of psychoanalyst monsters? This is an actor. Maybe not a guess. Fairy Chilean. Book artist. How do you say that? This is an actor. Maybe I am Aizen himself. The atmosphere in the group instantly became silent, and a moment later. Book artist. Peeved? Ha 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 ha. Are you Aizen? Curly. If you were Aizen, I would be Kakarot. No, not right. It should be better than Big Devil King. I always think Piccolo is more handsome. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I didn't realize before that Ransang is such a humorous person. Obviously, no one in the group believed that Ran was Aizen. After all, everyone has seen Ran's memories, and no one would think that Aizen would take the initiative to help the group members like Ran. This is an actor. Am I usually acting very rigid? Never mind. Since no one believed it, Aizen no longer intends to expose himself. Just like playing a reasoning game, it seems interesting to let them find clues layer by layer. Benzi artist. It's not very rigid, how should I put it? It's a kind of regular one. For example, it's like those good students in school who don't like the feeling of being part of the group. Curly-haired boy. You are so long-winded, teacher Pam Yingli. To sum it up, it is a vocabulary, that, what is it called? It's an actor. Withdrawn? Curly. Yes, nerdy withdrawn. Advertisement Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Actually, this situation is quite normal. It takes a process from just joining the group to opening your heart, and everyone is more or less like this. Conan was a little afraid that Aoyin's sharp words would make the new couple feel uncomfortable, so he couldn't help but comfort him. Curly-haired son. Humph, I don't need this process only for Yinsong. Yinsong, I just joined the group and I am an expert at paddling. Book artist. Do you have the nerve to say so? Lie to me and Miss Conan, saying that I am the last samurai in the ninja world. Let us give you money. What are you doing? Here's an actor. Even with an Aizen heart, he was a little speechless when he saw this message. Sakata Jintoki is really poisonous. Curly. Shut up. In the end, didn't I still not receive a penny from Yinsong? Even lost a delicious bar that was my lunch. B****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** upload materials in the group to help you? There's nothing to say. Curly. Hey, don't make it sound like I didn't pay points. Just to buy those supplies, Silver sang. I still don't even have enough chakra energy to exchange for Conan. Those of you who don't have to worry about money, can you imagine Yin Sang's pain? It's an actor, sorry, no fairy Chilean, I can't. Book artist. This is really impossible. Curly. Sure enough, you bastards, sure enough, let me die. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Speaking of abilities, there's something I haven't told you yet. Reminder. The Angel of Rain Shinobi Village uploaded his Shinigami power, value, 200 points. Reminder. The Angel of Rain Shinobi Village uploaded the Elementary Kido, value, 100 points. Reminder. The Angel of Rain Shinobi Village uploaded a Junior Shunpo, value, 100 points. Book artist. Wow, the power of Shinigami. Miss Conan, have you become a Shinigami yet? Curly. The power that Aizen guy gave you, Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Yes. He pierced my body with the blade of his own spiritual power, and gave me the power of Shinigami. That's why I said earlier that he was not bad to me. Book artist. Wake up, Miss Conan, Aizen is just to make better use of you. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Don't worry, of course I know. Advertisement Curly. Too mean, Aizen guy. All piercing into your body only gives this level of strength? It's really ruthless, so ruthless. This is an actor. Are you serious about piercing? Book artist. B asterisk 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 D. You will die if you don't drive, right? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Not at this level. Next, I need to spend time slowly absorbing spiritual seeds and practicing. Of course, I'm not speaking for Aizen, just stating the facts. He and I have a relationship of mutual use, and I will never forget it. The message was sent, and Conan turned his gaze to the side. The conversation between Uchiha Itachi and Aizen has come to an end at this moment. Itachi seems to have been fully mobilized, and nodded firmly to Aizen. Don't worry, brother Aizen. I will definitely do what you told me to do well. Don't be too hard on yourself, Itachi. Aizen smiled, and said in a gentle voice. Our business has just started, and there is still a lot of time. Some obstacles now are just embellishments after our success. Yeah, Itachi calmed down a little and nodded slightly. Behind him, a black cavity suddenly opened. Itachi took a deep breath, turned and walked into it. It wasn't until the figure of the other party disappeared completely that Aizen stood up slowly and walked to the window. Even the kingdom of the dead can see such a beautiful scene. Outside the window, dots of green light shone like fireflies flying in the dark night sky. But Conan knew that those things were not fireflies at all, but human souls. That's right. These invisible green rays of light in the Pure Land are all the souls of human beings extradited here after death. These souls are still conscious, but have fallen into an eternal sleep. But you can only sleep in this scene, which is a blasphemy to the dead. Aizen spread his hands lightly, and a green light not far away seemed to be attracted by him and fluttered over, staying in his palm. The rules of the world are like this. Conan, who rarely initiates conversations with Aizen, finally couldn't help but speak. The so-called rules are for those who can't live without following the rules. The corner of Aizen's mouth curved slightly, and a strong wave of spiritual energy erupted in his palm. Under the guidance of this wave of spirit particles, the green light spot suddenly brightened and gradually swelled into a human shape. Wheeze. The strong wind pressure brought up a gust of air, and the corners of Aizen's white clothes swung away, but he didn't care about it. He just stared at the shining red-haired figure, and asked lightly, "I compatriots, are you willing to go to the end of the law with us?" 016 Seeds of Hate Angel of Hidden Village. Hey, you don't know what I just saw. Conan was very excited, like a child eager to share his secret. Book artist. What's the matter, what's the matter? Zhaowanzi. This shocked tone. Could it be that you saw the enoki mushroom of that guy from Aizen? Here's an actor. Fairy Chilean. Book artist. Yin. You should really wash your brain. Also, why Flamuline of Veludipes? Generally speaking, shouldn't Matsutake look like that? Here's an actor. Small paper. Stupid Ying Lily. Have you forgotten Aizen's current age? That guy is just a boy whose hair hasn't grown yet. How could he have the level of Matsutake? Fairy Chilean. What are you talking about? Book artist. Nothing, off track. Compared to this, what did Miss Conan see? Angels of Rain Shinobi Village. Soul resurrection. I have seen Aizen wake up sleeping souls with my own eyes. Zhaowanzi. For Aizen, this kind of thing is not surprising. Book artist. Yes, aren't his Arankar legions all dead? Angels of Rain Shinobi Village. Different. I didn't see him when he created the Legion of Arankar, but now I watch him awaken the soul. That kind of shock is really unimaginable. Here's an actor. Able to understand. Conan said in the group that it was unimaginable, but Aizen knew very well that she was expressionless the whole time. It seems that her acting skills have improved a lot, and she can hide her inner fluctuations well. The corners of Aizen's mouth curved slightly, and his mood became much happier. It was just a curse from not far away that made him frown slightly again. Looking over, what caught my eye was a blond boy with a distressed appearance. He was about 5 or 6 years old, with light blue pupils and a round face that looked immature, and the yellowish skin on his body seemed a little malnourished. Advertisement. It's hard not to feel compassion for a child like this, but what sounded around the boy was swearing and cursing. Fox, it's this fox again. My parents were killed by him. Damn B asterisk 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 D, why don't you die? Facing the scolding, the boy just didn't say a word. He picked up the rice balls that were stained with sand and dust on the ground, and left silently. Call. Aizen felt a wave of malice emanating from somewhere behind him. Of course, this malice was not aimed at him, but at the abusers and those who were in the dark. Those people were Anbu who Sarutobi Hiruzen assigned around the boy. Its purpose is to protect the boy from danger. But the malice of these villagers is obviously not within the category of danger. See, this is the truth you want to confirm. Aizen seemed to be talking to himself, and seemed to be communicating with a special existence. I don't know if you are satisfied with this truth, Miss Kushina? As if in response to him, the malice grew stronger. Don't be impatient. Aizen raised his foot and walked slowly towards the direction where the boy was leaving, like a stroll in a garden. Even if Chang'e is temporarily shrouded, the light of dawn will still appear. Try to follow my footsteps, I will become the new sun. Book artist. Kushina. Aizen awakened Kushina's soul. What is his purpose in doing this, to transform Kushina into Arankar? Chilean fairy. Kushina, is that Uzumaki Naruto's mother? Book artist. Yes, she is also the wife of 4th Hokage. That's why I wondered, this kind of person will also become his subordinate. Aren't you afraid of overturning? Curly-haired son. No, maybe he just wants to simply collect them. Here's an actor. Book artist. What kind of collection is your collection? Curly-haired. The kind everyone knows. Advertisement. Book artist. Hey, where did you come to the conclusion? Curly-haired child. It's very simple. From Shinigami's plot we can conclude that Aizen has no interest in girls. Even Hinamori Momo, who is at your fingertips, can ruthlessly stab a knife. It's a waste of money. So is there a possibility that his orientation is actually a wife? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. No way, Aizen is such a person? Book artist. In the final analysis, these are just your unilateral guesses, and there is no factual basis at all. Curly-haired boy. Under the gentle and elegant appearance, there is a wild and unruly soul hidden. There are many such people. So no one can say for sure about this kind of thing, right? Book artist. Here, what doesn't Ransang think? This is an actor. Leaving aside the issue of Aizen's orientation, I don't think he is purely for the purpose of collecting. Fairy Chilean. What do you say? Book artist. No way. Can he really take Kushina under his command? This, no matter how you think about it, is impossible. This is an actor. In fact, as long as you find the right method and weakness, it is very easy to shake a person. Judging from this point in time in the Hokage world, Uzumaki Naruto should still be at the stage of being discriminated against. Book artist. Ah, I see, Aizen wants to use Uzumaki Naruto as a key point to guide Kushina. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. No wonder Aizen will take Kushina's soul to find the truth. It turns out Naruto is his purpose. This is an actor. The dark side of the ninja world is definitely not as simple as it is shown in the comics. How much discrimination and abuse Naruto has suffered is not only shown by a few images. As a mother who loves her children deeply, it is impossible to remain indifferent after seeing these. Curly-haired boy. Is that so? This Aizen is really not to be underestimated. This is an actor. More than that. Don't forget, the essence of rituality is the product of hatred and distortion in human obsession. Will Kushina, whose child is treated like this by the village and whose negative status has been greatly enhanced, still agree with the idea of the will of fire? Silence. Everyone in the group fell into silence. They seem to have seen a monster created by Aizen himself, full of hatred and anger towards Konoha, which is about to break out of its shell. The most ironic thing is that the monster's name is Uzumaki Kushina, the wife of Konoha 4th Hokage. 017 Group Leader voting this is an actor. Good morning, everyone. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Good morning, and Ran-san. Curly-haired boy. Good morning, fart early. Yin-song. It's still late at night here. Please don't make me stay up late anymore. Yin-sang. I'm about to have a nervous breakdown. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* quickly. Curly-haired child. If it is possible to do that kind of thing, I would like to do it too. However, human beings are always curious about such things. As soon as I closed my eyes, Yin-song, I felt that you were secretly talking bad things behind your back. Fairy Chilean. Don't worry, it's impossible. Book artist. That's right, if we want to say bad things about you, do we need to be behind your back? Are you thinking too highly of yourself? Forget it, I'm leaving school, I'll talk about it later. This is an actor. Is it afternoon at Yinglili? It's really interesting to be in the same group but have a different concept of time. This concept of time is not only reflected in the time period of the day, the time flow rate of the respective worlds of the group members is also different. Aizen has secretly done similar calculations. 2 days in the world of Hokage is approximately equal to 2 hours in the world of Yinglili, half a day in the world of Gintama, and 1 day in the world of Shendao. That is to say, since the completion of guiding Kushina that day to now, the world of Hokage has passed more than half a month. But in Yinglili's view of time, only a dozen hours have passed. The time ratios of the respective worlds are completely different, and it stands to reason that this will definitely cause confusion in the time concept of the members of the group, so that no one can tell the exact concept of time. But this is not the case, because there is an anchor point of group time. In this group, based on the group time, when the group members connect to each other, they will enter the same concept of time. In short, as long as the group members stay online, everyone's view of time will be unified. It's unbelievable, very magical. This is the power of rules that is truly beyond the dimension and the world. Curly-haired boy. Interesting hammer. Yin sang,
I am dying, really dying. Go to sleep, let me go to sleep. As long as you all go offline. Yin-song. I don't have to stay up all night surfing the internet. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** I'm also staying up late. Curly hair. You are a practitioner of inner strength, of course you don't panic. Yin-song. I'm an ordinary human being through and through. I don't know how to use inner strength and mental skills at all, and I don't know how to meditate to replenish my spiritual power. This is an actor. Ah Yin, do you have any misunderstandings about ordinary people? A pure metal mechanical body can be split with only a wooden knife. In human cognition, this kind of machine is not called an ordinary person, but a monster. Book artist. And it's a pervert monster with silver hair and curly hair. But when it comes to inner strength and mental skills, hasn't Sister Mocho got the Dubu 9 swords yet? A few days ago, and Ran took the time to upload The Legend of Condor Heroes into the memory list, so everyone in the group also had a preliminary knowledge and understanding of the world of martial arts. Fairy Chilean. I am rushing to Shangyang, and I guess I will arrive the day after tomorrow. What, are you interested? Book artist. Well, I want to try the feeling of becoming a martial arts master. Compared with all kinds of ninjutsu and Ayin's swordsmanship, Ying Lily still feels that the light and ethereal martial arts are more suitable for a weak little fairy like her. Of course, it was also because she didn't have many points. Otherwise, definitely choose to have them all. Curly-haired boy. What's the use of studying the sociology of the rule of law? Do you want to be a chivalrous man? Be careful of being caught and sliced, teacher Pam Yingli. Book artist. None of your business. Who knows if there are werewolves, terminators, and zombie viruses in my seemingly stable world? Curly-haired boy. Hey, have you watched too many Hollywood movies? Book artist. Even Aizen has appeared in the world of Hokage, I don't think it's impossible. Fairy Chilean. Be prepared for danger in times of peace, Ying Lily is right. Illustrator of the book. And I just saw a piece of news that a huge python with a length of more than 20 meters was found in South America. This is obviously not in line with common sense. Curly-haired child. Are you sure it's not your persecution paranoia attack? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Huh, isn't it normal for a python with a length of more than 20 meters? Advertisement, it's an actor, normal by the standards of the Hokage world. But Ying Lily is a world without extraordinary abilities. The largest python species in South America is the anaconda, and the verifiable world record is 12 meters. 20 meters must be the highest in the world. And based on the oxygen content of the earth and the environment, it is unlikely that such a behemoth will appear. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Is that so? Book artist, and Ransang, you are so professional. This is an actor. Can Ying Lily confirm the authenticity of this news? Book artist. I don't know, it was sent by mobile phone. This is an actor. Let's wait and see for now, and record it if similar news appears again. 80% of the news pushed by mobile phones is used by the shock department to grab people's attention. However, Aizen still kept an eye out and asked Ying Lily to wait and see. It's always good to be cautious. Book artist. Good. Out of trust and ran, Ying Lily didn't ask any further questions. Anyway, just do it. Curly. Don't make such a fuss. After all, human beings are only in their infancy when exploring the world, and anything is possible. I'm more curious than that, is that guy Aizen up to something lately? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. No, he's like a normal ninja teacher now. In addition to reading books every day to teach students, I only occasionally take Naruto for a walk to improve meals. Curly-haired child. Do you cultivate feelings? Aizen, is he planning to attack his mother from his son? Sure enough, you can't underestimate it, there's a set. Here's an actor. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. It has been detected that this group has been established for 30 days, and the voting for the group leader will start in 60 seconds. Close black lens bracket. 018 Group Leader, led us to Party Aizen, Group Leader voting, is this method used to determine the group leader? Aizen raised his eyebrows slightly, but there was no surprise on his face. In fact, from the day he joined the group, he noticed that there was a gray group owner function option in the upper right corner of the group, which meant that sooner or later there would be a group owner in the group. At that time, he also guessed the birth conditions of the group leader and the possibility of becoming the group leader himself, but now it doesn't matter anymore. Without any hesitation, Aizen cast his vote directly for Konan. It's easy to understand. After all, Konan is not only the initial group member, but also impeccable in mediating conflicts within the group, comforting and even resolving the group members. Her contribution to this group is far beyond anyone in the group, and I believe other group members have the same idea as Aizen. In this case, it is simply the beauty of being an adult. After completing the voting, Aizen closed the group chat, and began to give lectures without distraction. Playing Aizen doesn't have to be done by messing around. Behavior, personality, and mentality in line with Aizen in daily life can also increase proficiency in acting. Although this growth rate is a bit slow, it is better than a long stream of water. And all Aizen has to do right now is wait. Waiting for the awakening of the full-body Arankar. Waiting for the buried seeds to germinate. When it breaks ground, it will be the time when the ninja world trembles. It was as if he had seen the picture of the future. The corners of Aizen's mouth curved slightly, in a happy mood. Reminder. Congratulations on being elected as the leader of the Dimensional Exchange Group, close black lens bracket. At this moment, the group chat light curtain suddenly popped up in front of him, and a bold bright red reminder appeared in Aizen's eyes. What? Even Aizen couldn't help being slightly surprised at the moment. He was actually elected as the group leader. Why?
Opening the group chat, Aizen directly sent a question mark in the group. Curly-haired son. Hey, the group leader has finally appeared. Hurry up, little ones, hurry up and salute our group leader. Make it clear to me, you must use the standard way to get off the taxi, otherwise, give me all to cut seppuku. Book artist. Damn it, we are not warriors. Fairy Chilean. Mr. and still looks very confused, do you know what happened? Advertisement. This is an actor, yeah, slightly confused, Conan is more suitable than me. Curly-haired boy. Hey, I can't pretend I didn't hear what you said, it should be Yinsong, I am more suitable, Yinsong, I am a natural group leader material. Book artist. So, that's why you voted for yourself. Curly hair. Of course, no one knows how to be a group leader better than Yinsong. Fairy Chilean. I'm curious, why do you want to be the group leader with your character of being afraid of trouble? Curly-haired boy. HMPH, what's the point of talking about that kind of thing? Of course it is to be able to unscrupulous unspoken rules, this is the ultimate dream of a man. Why do you think those middle-aged uncles broke their heads and wanted to be the president? Isn't that the reason? Book artist. Treat this pervert desire as a dream, you are really hopeless. Fairy Chilean. This is scum, right? A living scum. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. It is because All Yin is so unreliable that it is impossible for someone to choose you. Curly-haired son. Yes, who cares? Book artist. You who just said your ultimate dream, don't pretend to be dismissive, okay? Forget it, let's answer Ransang's question first. In fact, Sister Mocho and I plan to vote for Sister Conan like you did, but Sister Conan voted for you first and convinced us. Fairy Chilean. Conan said that you are more suitable to be the group leader than her, because everyone in our group has been favored by you, and your contribution is greater than hers. It's an actor. I don't think so. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. No need to argue, it's true in my opinion. This is an actor. Well, forget it. Now that he has been elected as the group leader, it is meaningless to argue again. Don't worry, I will fulfill my obligations and responsibilities as a group leader. This is a promise, but also a guarantee. It was not Aizen's will to make this guarantee, but Enran's. That's a big difference. Although Enran plays Aizen, he is not Aizen after all. Aizen may play with and hurt the group members by all means for their own purposes, and then lightly say, longing is the emotion farthest from understanding. But Enran would not, he would only feel sorry for the big brother, no, his own group members. Curly-haired boy. Hey, are you taking the oath of office as the Commander-in-Chief of the United States? Yes, we can. Advertisement. Book artist. The Obama era is long gone, idiot. Curly. Shut up, what do you know about Obama? Obama, he is the best commander in my mind. If he hadn't unified Europe and created the age of steam, we wouldn't even have to watch TV. Book artist. I don't want to complain about you anymore, this is the difference between you and Ransang. And Ransang's words are gentle and reliable, unlike you B******************** D who runs the train with his mouth full. Curly. Huh? Gentle and reliable. Don't be fooled by this appearance, Ali Zhang. There is a beast hidden in every man's heart, be careful not to spit out the bones even if it is eaten into the stomach. Book artist. Bah, you just got eaten, stinky rascal. Sitting in the classroom, Ying Lily's face was flushed like a boiling kettle. Obviously, he understood the true meaning of Sakata Jintoki's words. Fairy Chilean. Elijang, Ying Lily, does this have a new nickname? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Sounds lovely. Book artist. You're not cute, please call me by my name. This is an actor. Okay, Ali Zhang. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Got it, Ari-chan. Book artist. Damn it, you really started again. They will persecute me, right? Forget it, whatever you want. Ying Lily lay flat directly, because she knew very well that it was useless to resist these people, and the name Ali Zhang seems to be really cute. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Ah, when the time comes, I will leave the meeting first. Fairy Chilean. It's Zhang again, is Aizen back? Curly-haired child. Is it the husband? The message you just wanted to send is the husband, right? Fairy Chilean. I'm sorry, but when I see Conan sending such a message, I always unconsciously think of the picture that Ying Lily mentioned. Book artist. Stop talking, me too. This is very uncomfortable, is there no way to solve it? Curly-haired child. This kind of thing can only be solved from the root, so, my lord, it's time to fulfill our responsibilities and lead us to FK that be *********** D Aizen. It's an actor, next time for sure. 019 newcomers join, red envelopes from heaven. Of course, Aizen does not exist. It is impossible for people to FK themselves, but considering that Conan was really tense when facing her, and Ran still decided to relieve her stress. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Unbelievable, Aizen went to sleep. Fairy Chilean. The current Aizen is also a human body, so sleeping is no big deal. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. It's normal for him to sleep, but the time is wrong. Aizen does a lot of things every day, preparing lessons, reading, practicing calligraphy, monitoring the ninja world, researching Arankar. Usually it is impossible for him to rest until 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. Not only that, he would get up on time before 6 o'clock every morning and continue to study the unfinished project yesterday. Book artist. Peeved. Aizen is really a terrible self-discipline, but only a self-disciplined person like him can succeed so easily. Fairy Chilean. Indeed, what a capable person cannot do,
At least, I'm not as persistent as he is. Curly-haired boy. Hey, what's the matter with you guys? Is Kiyoka Suigetsu included? Aizen is our enemy after all, how could he praise his enemy so much? Book artist. According to Conan's idea, whether Aizen is an enemy or not is still a question mark. And even if you are facing the enemy, you should see truth from facts. Wait, Yin, you are not jealous, are you? Jealous that Aizen is better than you? Curly. Ha. What the hell are you talking about, Yin-song? How could I be jealous of others? Yin-song, I am the best one, okay. Yin-song, I know how to make strawberry cakes, delicious and sweet strawberry cakes. Book artist. That's only because you are delicious. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. It sounds weird, but Aizen can cook. And the skills are quite skilled, and the taste is also very good. Fairy Chilean. Book artist. True or false? Curly. Just kidding. Is this Aizen really Aizen? I have never heard of such a thing as being able to cook by myself. This is an actor. As I said earlier, don't use the cognition of the second dimension to bring it into the third dimension. This Aizen is a living existence, not as one-sided as shown in the anime. Apparently, Aizen wasn't really sleeping. Instead, he nestled in his bedroom and quietly swarmed with water. Book artist. Ahem, are we a bit off track? According to what Sister Conan said just now, does Aizen go to bed so early mean that he is planning something again? Fairy Chilean. Very likely. Advertisement curly-haired boy. Aizen is probably pretending that he is not there and secretly watching. Book artist. Spy on what? Curly-haired child. Needless to say, of course it's girls taking a bath. If you think about it, with Kyoka Suigetsu's ability, it's easy to be on the scene without you seeing him at all. This is the cause of the Invisible Man. Aizen is really good at playing. I think he should have seen a lot of works like Transparent World. Here's an actor. To be honest, he really didn't think of this kind of gameplay. This Sakata Jintoki will really give him some new tricks. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. No. Although Conan felt that this kind of thing was probably impossible, but seeing the message sent by Yin, he still felt a little nervous. I always feel that there are a pair of invisible eyes staring at her all around, it's scary. Forget it, let's not take a shower today. Book artist. At Wanfa Z, you guy, don't think everyone is as dirty as you, a-hole. Curly-haired boy. Who is dirty? Yin sang, I just deduced what every normal man would do. But you have always been indistinguishable from each other. To be honest, do you have plans for Aizen? Book artist. Fart, this is not normal. This is pervert behavior, pervert. Speaking of which, only a pervert like you can think of using Kyoka Suigetsu to play Invisible Man cuz. It's an actor, indeed. Aizen sighed sincerely, anyway, he couldn't do such a thing. Curly-haired boy. Tisk, what purpose do you think Aizen can serve besides this? Book artist. There must be a purpose, but it is definitely not what you said. Maybe he just wants to contact other people behind Conan's back? Chilean fairy. Black Zetsu or Obito. According to Conan, Aizen seems to have known the two of them earlier. Book artist. Maybe even the dead Uchiha Madara, after all, there is a pure land. Who knows if Uchiha Madara was secretly transformed into Arankar by Aizen? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. With Uchiha Madara's pride, he shouldn't be Aizen's subordinate, right? Advertisement book artist. Well, I can't tell. Think of Arankar Baragan, number 2 in the Shinigami world. That guy is still the king of Hueco Mundo, and very proud of it. But in the end did not give in. Chilean fairy. If Uchiha Madara really becomes Arankar, should he be number 1? Here's an actor. Aizen just sat quietly on the edge of the bed in his room, watching the group of people guessing wildly. I have to say, it was also an interesting experience. He did meet Uchiha Madara, not only met, but also invited by him to participate in Project Tasuki no Mi, and appointed by Madara as Obito's monitor. Of course, this is all scripted by Aizen. Uchiha Madara sees Aizen as a talented but easily exploitable imp. And just to be on the safe side, he was planning to cast a spell in Aizen's heart. It's a pity that the other party really overestimated himself and underestimated Aizen too much. Not only did the spell fail, but he himself became Kyoka Suigetsu's captive. In Aizen's plan, there is no intention to transform Uchiha Madara into Arankar. The reason is simple, because this guy actually wants to try to control himself, which is not tolerated by Aizen. And he had already arranged the ending for the other party, and he didn't plan to change his mind temporarily. Hint. Upskirt Maniac joins this group. The moment the prompt appeared, the group members who were discussing the relationship between Aizen and Uchiha Madara suddenly fell silent. Immediately, the information on the screen began to scroll crazily. Book artist. Newcomer again. Fairy Chilean. It seems that the group time has only passed 5 days, so the frequency is a bit fast. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village, the nickname of the newcomer. Reminder. The detection of this group has exceeded 6 people, and the red envelope event will start in 10 minutes. 020 if he is a beautiful girl, Un Sang will broadcast live today and eat poop. Curly-haired child. Red envelope? Is there such a function in the group? I have never heard of it. Book artist. I haven't heard of it either. This is an actor. It should be a hidden function, which will only be generated after a certain mechanism is triggered. It seems that this group is more interesting than I imagined. Curly hair. What can you get out of a red envelope? Can Yin Song make me rich overnight? Fairy Chilean. I don't know, I didn't find an explanation. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village.
We will talk about the red envelopes later, welcome newcomers first. Compared with red envelopes, Big Sister Conan really cares more about newcomers, although the newcomer's nickname seems a bit odd. Book artist. Upskirt madman. Just looking at the nickname, there is no doubt that he is a pervert. Really, the number of members of the wretched uncle group will increase again. Curly. Where? Does our group have such a group, and when was it established? Fairy Chilean. Ah yin, are you asking knowingly? Book artist. There is a limit to pretending to be stupid. Curly. What do you mean? Wait, you guys have already designated Yin Songo as one of the members of this wretched uncle group, right? Slander, this is definitely slander. Book artist. Don't worry. Of course you are not a member, you are the president of the group. Well, although you are the only one in the whole group. Curly. Who wants to be the president of such a wonderful group? B asterisk 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 D. After all, Yin Song. I am also the hero of Yushu Linfang, so why should I be considered a wretched uncle? Are you all blind? Hey. Book artist. Newcomer, come out and introduce yourself. Don't be shy, even if you are really a wretched uncle, you can find an organization here, and you can report to your president in advance. Curly-haired boy. Are you ignoring me? Are you ignoring my handsome and charming Unsang? Fairy Chilean. I seem to have hallucinations, handsome and charming. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Alas. Ah yin, even if you exaggerate, you must pay attention to the basic law. Curly. Book artist. Ha 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 ha. Upskirt maniac. Well, hello everyone. Advertisement book artist. Hey, it appeared. A newcomer has appeared. Angels of Rain Shinobi Village. Welcome newcomers to our big family. Upskirt maniac. Thank you, please take care of me. Also, I would like to ask, is this the latest technology of Academy City? Fairy Chilean. Book artist, what is Academy City? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I don't understand it at all. Upskirt maniac. Huh? Is not it? This is an actor. Newcomers should go to the group introduction first, so that they can understand the group better. Upskirt maniac. Okay, curly-haired boy. Hey, what the hell is your tone? Obviously a wretched uncle, but pretending to be a beautiful girl. Yin Song. I used this kind of routine 50 years ago. Book artist. 50 years ago, you were not even born. This is an actor. Don't jump to conclusions, maybe she is really a beautiful girl. Curly. Bah. Will the beautiful girl be given such a nickname by the system? If he is a beautiful girl, Yin Song will broadcast live today and eat poop. Sakata Jintoki has this confidence because he knows very well that group nicknames are closely related to his profession, personality, or things he has done, and he will not randomly choose them. In other words, since this newcomer's nickname is called Upskirt Maniac, he must have done such pervert things. Which beautiful girl will lift people's skirts everywhere? This is obviously something only a wretched uncle would do. This is an actor. So then please introduce yourself first, Ms. Sagittarius. Book artist. Miss Leezy? Fairy Chilean. Someone that Mr. knows? Upskirt Maniac. Well, you know my name. Dessert shop in District 7. Satin Ruiko looked at the light curtain in front of her with a face full of disbelief. She has finished reading the group introduction at this moment, and her head is still a little dizzy. At first, she thought it was the latest technology project of Academy City. After all, this kind of virtual screen projection was full of sci-fi style. But now she understands that the emergence of this group cannot be achieved by so-called technological means. Advertisement, the ability to cross world barriers and connect different dimensions, is simply a miracle. And obviously in a different world, the group leader was able to know his own name directly. Is he a god? It's an actor. Yeah, I know. So, please start your self-introduction. Upskirt Maniac. Well, I see, my name is Satin Ruiko and I am 13 years old. Female gender, occupation is student, currently studying at Sagawa Middle School in Academy City. Is that okay? This is an actor. Thank you for your cooperation, Ms. Sagittarius. Upskirt Maniac. No, it's okay. Satin Ruiko always felt that she was talking to a god, and she was under a lot of pressure. Fairy Chilean. 13 years old, Angel from Rain Shinobi Village. Looks like we have a little sister. Book artist. It's so small, even younger than me. This should be just in the first grade of junior high school. Upskirt Maniac. Ah, yes. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Psycho-chan seems nervous. Don't worry, there are no bad people in our big family. If you want to know our information, you can go to the memory list to view. Book artist. By the way, I still need to remind you. The upper layer of the memory list is the basic information of the world we live in, and the lower layer is the complementary information of our respective group members about the world. For example, what activities we did in our respective worlds and the degree of plot development have been supplemented. Upskirt Maniac. Understood. Seeing that the attitudes of these group members seem to be very friendly, Satin Leezy also gradually relaxed her mind, followed the prompts to open the memory list and started to make up. Book artist. The welcome of newcomers is over, should we start the next session? Curly hair. Yes, the red envelope link. It's really exciting, ah ha ha. Book artist. It's useless to change the subject, Yin Song. Come on, let's start the live broadcast. Let everyone see how you eat poop raw, at GFAZ. Curly. Sorry, the number you called is disconnected. Please leave a message after reading the DND resurrection mantra. Reminder. The red envelope event will start in 10 seconds. 021 The Melancholy of Sakata Jintoki. Ask for a flower, evaluation ticket. Book artist. How could this kind of group chat be disconnected, idiot? Moreover, which telephone operating company needs to read the D&D resurrection mantra to leave a message? Even someone with a foolish mind would not do this. Curly-haired child. Great complaint. It seems that you have grown into a qualified Tukao master, Ali Zhang. Book artist. Shut up, I don't want to be a joker. Reminder. The red envelope event has officially started. Please click the open button on the screen to open the red envelope. Book artist. Open the red envelope to get 200 points. Upskirt maniac. Open the red envelope to get 1000 points. Book artist. Ariri, who originally awarded 200 points, was still a little complacent, but when she saw the amount of points awarded by Satin Ruiko, she felt a little out of balance. But at this moment, Sakata Jintoki taunted her furiously. Ha 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 ha, what a contrast. Hey, Ali Zhang. You guy, don't you have African descent? Your father is European, why do you have African blood? Book artist. I have your sister. You are of African descent, and your whole family is of African descent. Upskirt maniac. You too, don't quarrel. If you want points, Ali Zhang, I can give it to you. Curly-haired boy. Peeved, ha 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 ha. She was given alms, Ari-chan was given alms by a junior high school student named Psycho. Hey, if I were you, I would have gone home and buried my head in the quilt and cried. Book artist. BB less, pervert with silver hair and natural curls. Chilean fairy. Open the red envelope to get the excellent item, Desert Eagle, unlimited bullets. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. What is that? Conan originally thought that what Lee Machu had drawn was an eagle that lived in the desert, but when he saw the suffix of infinite bullets, he realized that he was wrong. Book artist. Desert Eagle? Is that the Desert Eagle I thought it was? Send it out, Kong Kong. Fairy Chilean. Picture, I remember this weapon should be called a pistol? Click on the picture, and what caught everyone's eyes was a huge silver pistol. Holding Lee Machu's white palm in his palm, it glowed with a unique metallic luster under the sunlight. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Beautiful. Fairy Chilean. Yes, I think so too. Lee Machu played with the Desert Eagle in her hand, feeling a little bit fond of it. His eyes suddenly turned to a wooden stake not far away, and he pulled the trigger. Boom. Flame spewed from the muzzle of the gun, and there was a muffled thunder-like sound. A hollow the size of a baby's fist appeared in the very center of the stake. Call. Advertisement. Lee Machu lightly blew on the muzzle of the gun, and put it into her bag under the dumbfounded gaze of Hong Lingbo beside her. Curly-haired boy. Hey, you two, enough is enough. This is a pistol, a murderous weapon. What the hell is it beautiful? That kind of thing shouldn't have appeared in ancient times. Upskirt maniac. That's right, I remember that Sister Machu's side is the world of ancient martial arts, right? Using a pistol in the martial arts world, this contrast is really strange. Fairy Chilean. It's okay, I should get used to it soon. Curly hair. What about other martial artists? Have you considered their feelings? Your behavior is obviously cheating. You can give it to me, and I'll keep it for you. Book artist. Having said that, it turns out that I am just greedy for other people's treasures. This is an actor. Interesting, can you even extract such unreasonable things? What Aizen is talking about here is contrary to common sense, which is the words, unlimited bullets, displayed in the suffix of this Desert Eagle. How can a pistol achieve unlimited bullets? Obviously, this touched some kind of advanced rules. Book artist. Wait. Why does Sister Machu's Desert Eagle display the item level, but the points for me and Lei Zhejiang don't I deserve to have a rank because of my points? Curly-haired boy. Ha 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 ha, maybe the points are a consolation prize? Stop struggling, Ali Zhang. Your African identity is already confirmed. Tisk, it's clear that Ali Yang's father is British. Why is that so? Book artist. You will die if you don't laugh at me, right? I advise you to keep a line in your life, and don't end up being yourself as a clown. Curly-haired boy. Ha, how is that possible? Yin Song, I am the Emperor of Europe alive. Angels of Rain Shinobi Village. Open red packets to get epic items. Open black lens bracket Zanpakuto. Hirenmaru close black lens bracket. Book artist. Hey, Miss Conan is the Emperor of Europe. He actually drew Hirenmaru. Upskirt maniac. Wow, congratulations to Sister Conan. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Thank you. Conan looked at the cold blade appearing in front of him, the corners of his mouth curled up. Even with her calm personality, she couldn't help but feel excited in her heart at this moment. After gaining the power of Shinigami from Aizen, she also has Zanpakuto. But that Zanpakuto simply uses its own Ryatsu as a medium to forcibly condense into the shape of a blade, just like Kurosaki Ichigo who gained the power of Shinigami in the early stage, and has no real Zanpakuto ability at all. This is not surprising. After all the Zanpakuto in the Soul Society were forged by the second team of the Zero Team, Wang Yu. Even Aizen did not have the technology to truly forge Zanpakuto. Although Arankar also has Zanpakuto, its function is only to seal the power that Arankar already possesses, which is the nucleus. Returning to the blade is just a process of liberating the sealed nucleus. This form is completely of two natures from Shinigami's Zanpakuto liberation. With the help of this lottery, Conan truly has the full power of a Shinigami. Here's the cast. This knife can replace the original one. Advertisement. Aizen is also quite happy for her, and Conan with Hirenmaru is sure to be perfectly fine. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Well, I'll try to keep Aizen from finding out.
This is an actor. I have found it. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Ha 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 ha, doesn't Ran Sang want to call himself Aizen again? Curly-haired boy. I can't take it anymore, I'm going to start. Great European gods, bestow upon me infinite European energy. From this day, my name is Napoleon IV. Upskirt maniac. Well, did Napoleon have a fourth generation? Book artist. Of course not, this guy is obviously talking nonsense. Fairy Chilean. Hug Buddha's feet temporarily. Curly-haired boy. Don't you believe it? Napoleon IV will appear today. Curly hair. Open the red envelope to get the legendary item, unwearable bear pants, female. Here's a cast. Women, angels of Rain Shinobi Village, ladies. Upskirt maniac. This. Book artist. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. What did I just say? The clown was himself. Ying Lily looked up to the sky and laughed, tears flew out. Curly-haired child. Something is wrong, it must be the wrong way for me to open it, don't panic, I'll do it again. Sakata Jintoki's eyes became hollow, his left hand was holding delicate white bear pants, and the fingers of his right hand were frantically poking at the light curtain in front of him, but it is clear that this behavior is futile. His fingers would pass through the center of the light curtain every time. I do not know how long it has been. Sakata Jintoki seemed to have finally resigned to his fate. He slowly sat up and put the little bear's underwear on his head, wrapping his hands around his knees. At this moment, he exudes a world-weary atmosphere all over his body. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village, Yin, please be careful. Fairy Chilean. There are no difficulties in life. Book artist. Yes, even women's bear pants are legendary, aren't they? This Napoleon IV, you deserve it, ha 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 ha. 022 This is a man who cannot be judged by common sense. Comfortable. The current Ying Lily is really very comfortable. Even walking on the way to school, she grinned and showed no ladylike demeanor. Pedestrians all around looked sideways, not knowing whether the girl picked up the money or had a bad day. In fact, ordinary Yingli pairs will not be like this. She still attaches great importance to her image outside, and she will release her nature only when she returns home. But today is different. As long as she thinks of the prize drawn out by Sakata Jintoki, she really can't restrain herself. This kind of exhilarating feeling of revenge is simply addictive. When she was approaching the school gate, Ying Lily finally stopped laughing. Because she saw an acquaintance. It was a boy with short hair wearing black-rimmed glasses and carrying a black satchel. At this moment, the young man was looking at him with burning eyes, as if he had met a savior. This is her childhood sweetheart, and Yilin. What's the matter? Ying Lily just watched the other party walking towards her, frowning slightly. Well, I'm looking for you for some private matters. And Yilin also pushed his glasses and said, why didn't you come to the multimedia classroom last night? Strange, why'd I have to listen to you? Ying Lily curled her lips and crossed her arms. And I really don't have any interest in the game proposal you mentioned. You should find someone else. No interest? And Yilin also had a surprised expression, and asked in disbelief. Why? Because it's boring. After a moment of silence, Ying Lily replied bluntly, also, I've decided to try something new. New attempt? Is Ying Lily going to quit the circle? And Yilin was also stunned for a moment, with a dull expression. He really never thought that his childhood sweetheart would say such a thing. Is this still the Ying Lily I know? Why don't you think about it again? After regaining his senses, and Yilin also planned to try to persuade the other party, but he didn't know that now Ying Lily had made up his mind not to have any emotional entanglements with him, so naturally he would not join the other party's game club. But because they are old acquaintances, Ying Lily didn't coldly reject others. Each of us has our own path to go. Since we can't reach the end on the same road, let's bless each other. Don't force it. After the words fell, Ying Lily didn't look at him again, and walked straight past him. You seem to have become a little different. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind Ying Lily. Advertisement, is it? Ying Lily paused, then turned around, and what caught her eyes was a straight black girl with a white headband. How did you come to this conclusion, Kasumi Hill? You in the past wouldn't reject him. Shajichu Shiyu said with certainty, crossing her arms over her chest. Could it be that you already have a new love? The corners of Ying Lily's mouth curled up, and a bright smile appeared on her face. Without the old love, where did the new love come from? What you said was a false proposition, Shajiju. Is that so? Shajichu Shiyu raised her eyebrows, and suddenly felt that the Ying Lily in front of her was far from what she knew. In the past, she was not as eloquent as she is now, and she was not as mature as she is now. What happened to cause such a huge change in her? Just when Shajichu Shiyu bowed her head in deep thought, Ying Lily suddenly said, I would like to advise you, it is best not to waste time for the destined ending. What? Before Shajichu Shiyu could react, he saw that the other party had already stepped into the corridor. Sitting in her seat, Ying Lily opened the chat group again. Curly. Enough. My life, my future, has nothing to look forward to. Farewell, you bastards. Open black lens bracket picture close black lens bracket. The picture in the picture is a window. Sunlight shines in through the glass, like a tunnel leading to another world. Fairy Chilean. Yin, don't get overwhelmed. Upskirt maniac. That's right, Yin Song needs to calm down. If you jump from the second floor like this, you won't be able to fall to death. Puff. Seeing this message, Ying Lily almost spit out a mouthful of salt soda, and sent a message with her mind. Ha 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 ha, Leizajong, you are really a godsend, well done. Curly-haired boy. You really have no sympathy at all, you bastards. Your lovely Yinsong is about to disappear in this world. Are you still talking sarcastically here? Shouldn't I comfort Yinsang's young heart at this time? This is an actor. That's because everyone knows that with your integrity, it is impossible for you to be taken away easily because of such a trivial matter. Fairy Chilean. Dog leash. This is an actor. Ah, it means to die. Advertisement curly-haired boy. Trifles. How can this be a trivial matter? B asterisk 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 D. Yinsong Mi is in a crisis of social death. Book artist. So, what's going on? Ying Lily thought it was the pot of the lottery, which made Sakata Yinshi feel unbalanced. How could social death be involved? The angel of Rain Shinobi Village. In short, Yin was about to try on his raffle prize when Kagura and Shinpachi saw it. Book artist. Try on? Ying Lily gasped involuntarily, and the corners of her mouth twitched. Upskirt maniac. Yes, just try it on. When Yinsong asked in the group before, I said that I would definitely not be able to wear it, but he still didn't believe it. Curly. Who knew it would be so small? B asterisk 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 D. While sending the message, Sakata Yinshi was still grabbing the sides of the bear's trousers and pulling them frantically. Veins burst out on the back of his hands. However, no surprise, Little Bear's trousers remained motionless. Apparently, this never wears without the slightest moisture. Book artist. Pervert, you are really a pervert. Although I knew you were a pervert, I didn't expect you to be perverted to this extent. Do you wear women's trousers? Even if you wear it, it was discovered by someone. You idiot, you are simply embarrassing our group. Curly. What are you talking about? B asterisk 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 D. This is my silver mulberry prize. Shouldn't I use it to the best of my ability? It was just an accident to be discovered. The gods make the best use of everything. Ying Lily doesn't even know how to complain. Is this really something humans can do? It's an actor. You don't have to wear it if you really want to use it. Since it has the property of never wearing out, why not try it as an enchantment? Curly. Enchantment? Like, put it on your head while fighting? You really have it, and Ransang, are you a genius? Here's an actor. Aizen actually thought of tying it to the blade, so that the blade could not be broken. Never expected that Sakata Jintoki was so gifted and found a different way. Sure enough, this is a man who cannot be judged by common sense. 23 people in Mist Shinobi, ready to recover 6 tails. Book artist. Put it on your head, are you serious? Ying Lily was shocked, obviously unable to understand the brain circuit of Sakata Jintoki. She felt that the method given by Ransang was definitely not for him to fall for it. Curly-haired boy. I just tried it, and my head can even punch through walls now. What a great way to use it. And Ransang, you are indeed a genius. Here's an actor. Just be happy. What else can Aizen say besides this? Fairy Chilean. Can you really use it to fight while wearing that kind of thing? Lee Machu subconsciously thought about that scene, and her whole body trembled slightly. Too spicy for the eyes. Book artist. Will make the enemy die laughing. Definitely will die laughing. Ah Yin, why are you such a ghost? Curly-haired child. Remember it, Ali Zhang. The so-called fighting means that as long as you can win, you don't care about any method. Those who hesitate can only lose in the end. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. No matter how beautiful the words are, it can't change this as a pervert behavior. Ah Yin. Just as Conan sent this message, the light curtain of the entire chat group suddenly turned dark gold. The window shook violently, and a message in red font popped up on the light curtains of all group members. This is an actor. Open the red envelope to get a mythical talent, the god of the sword. Book artist. Curly. Angels of Rain Shinobi Village, mythical class. Upskirt maniac. Awesome, although I don't know what myth level means, but I think it's amazing. After all, the special effects of the group prompts are too gorgeous. Fairy Chilean. In addition to items, talents can also be extracted? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. As expected of an Ransang, she must have a strong talent at the mythical level. This is an actor. It seems that my luck is not bad. A detailed introduction of this mythical talent popped up in front of Aizen. The god of the sword. Innate swordbone, supreme in the way of the sword. Advertisement effect. The speed of learning swordsmanship and swordsmanship is increased by 500%. The power of all swordsmanship and swordsmanship is increased by 500%. Greatly enhance the probability of seeing through the enemy's sword moves. Very strong ability, worthy of the name of mythical level. But even so, there is still no big fluctuation in Aizen's state of mind. Copy this introduction casually and send it to the group. Book artist. Not bad. Is this good? Just nice? Curly-haired son. Not bad, your sister. This is an ability that can be called a bug. You guy, have you figured out the situation? If he's going to have that kind of talent, he doesn't need to bide his time. He directly carried the guy into the headquarters of the Heavenly Taoists. Fairy Chilean. Judging from the introduction, this means that both the speed of learning swordsmanship and the power of swordsmanship have been increased by 5 times. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village, and can see through the enemy's sword moves. Here's an actor. That's why I said it wasn't bad. What Aizen lacks most is talent. Throughout the hundreds of 10,000 years of Soul Society's history, no one is as amazing and brilliant as him in terms of practice. Even if he came to the ninja world, it only took him a few years to reach the strength beyond cage level. That's right. Even if you put aside the playing of role cards and the power that belongs to Shinigami,
Aizen has the ability to truly surpass cage level. He hasn't practiced seriously yet, it's just the result of his research on chakra energy in the past few years. Such talent, how terrifying, so the evaluation of, not bad, is just the truth to him, but to tell the truth like this, in the eyes of other group members, it seems a bit pretend. Book artist. Damn it, it was installed, completely installed by Ran Sang, it's so dazzling. Curly-haired boy. It was on purpose. It was definitely on purpose. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** smiling inside. Just admit it, Yin-song, I have seen through you. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village, haha, and Ran-sang also has such a side, interesting. It's an actor, tisk. Forget it, let them be. This kind of thing is tiring and boring to explain. Curly-haired boy. What the hell is tisk? What's your attitude? Do you look down on Yin-song me? B asterisk 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 D. Book artist. If you don't mind, can you tell me, what is there about you that can be seen by others? Is it your talent for women's clothing? Or the teddy bear pants on your head? Advertisement upskirt maniac. Peeved, sorry, but, ha 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 ha. In the dormitory assigned by the school, Satin couldn't help laughing. Student Zuoshin. Chuchin, who was wearing an apron and carrying a spatula, ran out of the kitchen with a thud. Has Satin-san encountered any happy things? Ah, it's nothing. Satin Renko shook her head, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. Just chatting with my friends, it was so much fun. Chat with friends? Chuchin Julie was stunned, and looked around. Not only was there no one in sight, but the other party's mobile phone was still charging on the desk. Where did this friend come from? Could it be? Chuchin Shili was taken aback, his eyes suddenly became frightened. Satin-san, please don't make such a nasty joke. Satin also froze for a moment, and suddenly realized. Chuchin couldn't see the chat group in front of her. Thinking of this, he changed the subject wittily and said, haha, Chuchin-chan was really scared, I'm so sorry. Hey, student Zuo-tien is really playing this scary game again. Chuchunju complained sharply, and changed the topic. By the way, I have already agreed to Shirai's invitation. Satin-san can't scare people around then. Shirai's invitation? Oh, it's about that LV5. Satin curled her lips and said, I don't really want to go. Because Satin Ruiko is an incompetent person, she has a little low self-esteem, so she instinctively resisted the harmonious and friendly LV5. Shirai Heitsi said. She didn't think that it was impossible for such a high-ranking big shot to get down to get acquainted with them. And compared to getting to know the kind of person, friends in the group are obviously more interesting. However, Hatsuharu Shuri was obviously looking forward to such a thing, looking at Satin Renko with burning eyes. Satin-san. Okay, I'll just listen to you. Satin Renko waved her hands helplessly, and turned her gaze back to the chat group. Curly. You bastards, I'm ignoring you. Conan, they bullied me. Kyudun-san needs comfort. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village, not available. Open black lens bracket picture close black lens bracket. Click on the picture, it is a cloudy environment. Several low-rise buildings were shrouded in vague mist. Fairy Chilean. Here, where's this? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Man in Mist Shinobi, ready to recover 6 tails. 024 Confident Conan book artist. 6 tails is, oh, that big slug? Upskirt maniac. The name seems to be Seiken, right? The ability is lava style, which can spray corrosive liquid. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Yes, Psycho-chan has a good memory. Upskirt maniac. Hey, it's okay. Fairy Chilean. Asking you to recycle 6 tails means Aizen? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Well, Aizen wants tailed beast too. Book artist. I'm a bit confused. What does he want the tail beast for? Do you want to hollow the tailed beast? Can that kind of thing really be hollowed out? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. According to Aizen, tailed beasts can indeed hollow too. But he doesn't seem to have this plan, because the tailed beast itself has a lot of twisted emotions, and once hollow becomes an uncontrollable existence. The kind of monster that only knows how to kill has no use value. Upskirt maniac. So, does he also want to become 10 tails Jinchuriki? Book artist. This possibility is not ruled out. Curly-haired boy. Tisk, his current strength is already strong enough. If he became an existence like 10 tails Jinchuriki again, would he still have to live as a ninja? This is an actor. Aizen will not choose the path of 10 tails Jinchuriki. Fairy Chilean. Upskirt maniac. Why? Here's an actor. Aizen only believes in herself and no one else. The others naturally include 10 tails. Book artist. But didn't he also integrate Hobyoku in the end? That Hobyoku, made by Urahara Kazuki, right? Here's an actor. 10 tails is not the same as Hobyoku. Hobyoku are sentient objects, while 10 tails are living creatures. Aizen will not bother to do such a thing as fusing the power of other creatures with himself. In Aizen's words, this kind of behavior is putting one's destiny in the hands of others. How sad. Upskirt maniac. That's amazing, and Ransang's analysis is really amazing. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Ah, upskirt maniac. What happened to Miss Conan? Curly-haired boy. This cry, maybe that slug did something strange, right? Book artist. Your mind is so dirty that it is hopeless. That's a slug, not a tentacle monster. Curly-haired boy.
I will return this sentence to you intact. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I'm fine. It's just that what Ran Sang said just now is almost the same as what Aizen told me earlier. Fairy Chilean. So, Mr. N has really figured out Aizen's heart. Advertisement book artist. I am a little panicked now. I can guess the thoughts of people like Aizen clearly. I don't even know which one is scarier, Ran Sang or Aizen. This is an actor. No need to be afraid, I am Aizen. Upskirt maniac. Ran Sang is Aizen? The great demon king is by my side? Curly. There it is again. This kind of Enron-style cold joke, but the truth is not funny. Book artist. Yes, yes. Aizen-sama, please forgive me. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. If Ran Sang is really Aizen, then I'm really relieved. This is an actor. Rest assured, Aizen didn't expect Conan to give such an answer. Logically speaking, shouldn't it be fear, complaint or anger? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Yeah, don't worry, because I believe in Ran Sang. The gentle and reliable Ran Sang is impossible to hurt us all. Conan at the moment doesn't know. Someone she called gentle and reliable was standing in midair, looking down at her calmly, but she didn't notice it at all. What an idiot. However, he is also an idiot that is pleasing to the eye. He murmured softly. A slight smile appeared on the corner of the brown-haired boy's mouth. It's not Aizen. This is Enran's unique smile. Book artist. Yes, when talking about Ran Sang, everyone would think of gentleness and reliability. But when it comes to Yin, it is. Upskirt maniac. Bare pants. Curly. Book artist. Peeved. Ha 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 ha. Lazajong, you really are a genius for making up swords. Fairy Chilean. Lazy's words are true. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Found the target, I'm going to do it. After the message was sent, Conan was already standing in front of a forest hut, looking calmly at the short-haired young man not far in front of him. The young man is dressed in a blue kimono and holds a flute in his hand. At this moment, he was looking at Conan warily, and asked indifferently, who are you? If possible, can you hand over 6 taels? Conan didn't care about the other party's indifference, and persuaded in a gentle voice. Don't worry, I won't hurt your life. Compared with the chakra extraction of the magic dragon 9 seals, Aizen has developed a safer and faster way to seal the tailed beast. But the premise is that you need the cooperation of Jinchuriki or make Jinchuriki lose consciousness in advance. So that's it, the purpose is the tailed beast? Bubble understood Conan's intentions, and Chakra's condensed tails began to emerge around him. Although I don't know how you found this place, I can only say that you made a wrong calculation. He felt a huge threat from the opponent, so he turned on the tailed beast when he came up. Advertisement. If possible, I don't want to use force. Conan breathed a sigh of relief, and lightly pressed the handle of the knife at his waist with his right hand. But since the negotiation failed, there is no other way. Choke. The silver blade slowly unsheathed. Conan held the knife in his right hand, with the blade held flat. Lips with purple lipstick parted slightly, and whispered, Sit on Tianchuang, Hiranmaru. Boom. The originally cloudless skies suddenly began to gather large swaths of dark clouds. Thunder and lightning flashed throughout the world. Unexpectedly, it can trigger celestial phenomena? Bubble, who has not yet completed the tailed beast transformation, stares blankly at the sky, his face full of disbelief. What kind of power is this? Is it really possible for a ninja to do it? Conan didn't intend to answer his doubts. He directly raised the blade in his hand and slashed at the foam. The terrifying cold air spread wildly towards the surroundings, and even the grass under his feet was instantly covered with frost. This is. Foam's eyes were wide open, and a huge ice dragon with its mouth wide open was reflected in the pupils. Book artist. I'm so worried, is Miss Conan okay? Upskirt maniac. Yes, no problem, right? Angels of Rain Shinobi Village. Back. Hiranmaru Shikai is still too barely for me, and Ryotsu barely keeps up with consumption. Fairy Chilean. So, the collection of tailed beasts failed? Upskirt maniac. It doesn't matter if you fail, as long as Miss Conan is fine. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. No, it worked. In front of Conan, Bubble's entire body was wrapped in impenetrable ice, and a black cube was floating in midair and spinning wildly. On the surface of the cube, there is a capital 6. The tailed beast chakra in the foam was continuously pulled out, and drilled into the cube continuously. Curly. Wait, Shikai. Are you not afraid of being discovered by Aizen with the power of Hiranmaru? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Don't worry, I've confirmed that this is not where Aizen is watching. And it has been sensed through the spirit network in advance, and there are no other creatures nearby. This is an actor. So Aizen, who sent the message, looked down at Conan quietly, with a slight smile on his lips. The breeze stirred his brown hair, and his white clothes fluttered slightly. At this moment, Conan didn't even notice that beside him was a young man with a shark face. 025 Purpose of Aizen. Is this also Mr. Aizen's subordinate? The shark-faced youth wears a mist shinobi forehead protector on his head, a huge bandage blade on his back, and a long knife hanging from his waist. The corners of his mouth were grinning, revealing a full mouth of fangs. What a terrifying power. Aizen didn't answer, and Shendu didn't even turn to him. You should know what to do, Kisame. Of course. Hoshigaki Kisame smiled, pulling back the collar that covered his chin. What is horrifying is that his chin and neck are covered by white bone. Pooh. Hoshigaki Kisame drew out the long knife at his waist without hesitation, and slashed hard at his left shoulder. The bright red blood flowed out, and the smile on his face became even more ferocious.
The Mist Shinobi Assassination Unit 6th Division was attacked by Konohagakure's Aizen Sōsuke. All 14 people including the deputy captain were killed, and the Six Tails Jinchuriki was taken away. It was Konan who captured Six Tails, but it was Hoshigaki Kisame himself who killed Mist Shinobi's assassination force. However, at the moment Hoshigaki Kisame put all these things on Aizen. But Aizen seemed to be very satisfied with this rhetoric, and said softly, "Ah, thank you for your hard work." Obviously, everything is his own plan. As a Konoha shinobi, he not only killed many members of the Mist Shinobi Assassination Unit, but even captured the Six Tails, which were Kirigakure's strategic weapons. So next, how will the top management of Mist Shinobi deal with Konoha? The answer seems obvious. "You're welcome, Mr. Aizen." Hoshigaki Kisame grinned, looking into the distance. "I also want to see the future you describe." "You will see, just follow me." Looking up at the sunlight, Aizen revealed incomparable confidence and arrogance in his eyes. After the words fell, the group chat light curtain in front of him suddenly trembled. Book artist. This is an actor, and Ransang, are you here? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Eri, this is not good. If Ransang had something important to do at this time, wouldn't it bother him? Book artist. Probably not. I feel that Ransang is also very leisurely every day. And besides Ransang, no one in this group can answer that question, right? Curly-haired son. HMPH, as a group leader, even if you are disturbed, you should. This is the responsibility of the group owner. Responsibility. If Yin Song and I were the group leader, I would be willing to be disturbed. Fairy Chilean. With this tone, it seems that Ah Yin is really jealous of Mr. In. Book artist. Normal. Excellent people will always be envied by others, especially by those who are inferior to them in all aspects. Advertisement Curly. Bah. What are you talking about, little boy? What does it mean to be inferior in all aspects? Yin Song. Yin Song. I can at least open my crotch in front of everyone without changing my face. Can that guy in Ran do it? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Upskirt Maniac. Pull, open the crotch. Satin Lazy's eyes were wide open, her face was on fire. Benzi artist. Well, I admit that no one can compare to you in the field of shamelessness. Here's an actor. Be assertive and take the odds out. Upskirt Maniac. And Ransang has appeared. Book artist. Oh, it seems that my great summoning technique is quite effective. This is an actor. I was assigning tasks to my subordinates just now. Curly-haired boy. If you didn't tell me, I would have forgotten. You are also at the level of the person in charge of the research institute. Tisk tisk, you have used unspoken rules on many subordinates, right? It really sucks. Book artist. Hey, everyone says don't treat everyone as a pervert like you. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. With such a powerful boss as in Ransang, it must be very easy to be a subordinate. This is an actor. Sometimes I am very harsh. Sending the message, Aizen glanced at Hoshigaki Kisame who was beside him dripping with blood. Fairy Chilean. Strictness is also a kind of tempering, but let's get back to the topic at this time. Book artist. Right. We were just discussing the purpose of Aizen. And Ransang thinks why Aizen collects tailed beasts. Sister Conan said that Aizen did not disclose this reason to her. Here's an actor. 10 tails. Upskirt Maniac. Huh? Book artist. Shouldn't it be? And Ransang clearly said earlier that Aizen doesn't like the power of 10 tails. Here's an actor. I'm just saying that Aizen won't be 10 tails Jinchuriki, not that he doesn't like the power of 10 tails. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village, and Ransang means. This is an actor. Just because he doesn't become 10 tails Jinchuriki doesn't mean he can't make 10 tails. If Aizen wants to subvert the world of ninjas, he must start from the source. And the source of ninjas' power is chakra, so how did chakra come about? Advertisement Angels of Rain Shinobi Village, 10 tails, God Tree. Book artist. Aizen, are you planning to destroy the sacred tree directly? Can this really be done? Curly-haired boy. If it's that guy from Aizen, I'm afraid he can. He is not a man who can be treated with common sense. Upskirt Maniac. Yin Song, I think you are such a man too. Here's an actor. I think it can be done too, but I guess it's not destruction, he won't do such boring things. Fairy Chilean. How can we subvert the ninja world without destroying the sacred tree? Here's an actor. Think differently. If the sacred tree, the source of chakra, is infected with spiritual power, then is it chakra or lingzi extracted by the ninjas in the ninja world? Book artist. Hiss, Ying Lily gasped, her face full of shock. Curly-haired boy. Oh my god, that guy Aizen is really sinister. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village, so it is. Conan looked at the black cube in his hand, a flash of comprehension flashed in his eyes. Upskirt Maniac. Then, what should we do then? Want to stop him? Book artist. How to stop is a problem. That guy Aizen is really hopeless. Even if he knows his plan, he can only watch. Curly-haired boy. If Aizen is distracted and makes a sneak attack, how likely is it to win? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. No, there is no need to stop. Book artist. Upskirt Maniac. Huh? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. My goal is ultimately peace in the ninja world, as long as peace can be achieved. It doesn't matter whether there are ninjas or not in this world. Right, and Ransang. It's an actor. Ah, yes. 026 declare the existence of God. Book artist. By the way, is a world without ninjas still called Ninja World? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Doesn't matter. Then it's better to change the name to Spirit World, or Soul Society will do. Fairy Chilean. Conan, you are really open-minded. Soul Society. Curls. Shinigami copyright warning. Upskirt maniac. Speaking of which, and Ransang is really amazing. It seems that the purpose of Aizen is easily guessed. Curly-haired boy. Tisk, in the final analysis, it's just this guy's personal analysis and guesswork. Who knows if it's true? Fairy Chilean. Although it's just analysis and guesswork, they all make sense, don't they? Why do you always feel that Yin's speech seems to be aimed at Mr. In? Book artist. Don't pay attention to him, Sister Mocho, this person is purely jealous. He has the ability to let us analyze and guess? Curly-haired boy. HMPH, Yin sang, I'm not a pervert who is good at playing with people's hearts. Book artist. You, a man with panties on your head, really have the guts to say the word, pervert. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village, and Ran Sang is not just playing tricks on people's hearts, but Ran Sang is the real Master Aizen, right? It's an actor. Oh, have you noticed, Conan Senpai? I thought you'd find out sooner. Upskirt maniac. Sadin Ruiko's expression was confused. What's the situation? Isn't Ran Sang really Aizen? Curly-haired boy. Hey, are you performing a stage play? If you have the ability, conjure a rabbit out of the hat for me. Book artist. What you're talking about is magic, idiot. However, the performances of Conan and Ransang are quite similar. Angel from Rain Shinobi Village. Sorry for scaring Psycho-chan, but Ransang's speed of getting into the drama is really fast. No matter how she addresses her or speaks, she seems to be the real Aizen. This is an actor. It is true. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Yes, I believe it. Conan, who sent the message, smiled slightly, and stretched out his hand to lightly touch the void in front of him. A black hole suddenly opened in front of her, like a huge mouth that devours people. After adjusting his mind, Conan stepped into the void. Advertisement, welcome back, Senior Conan. As soon as he walked out of the black cavity, Conan saw Aizen, who was sitting on the armchair on the right, was already waiting there. There is a cup of black tea on the long table in front of him, and the eyes under the glass lens are very gentle. It seems that your journey is going well. Conan remained silent, pulled out the black cube that sealed 6 tails from his cuff, and placed it on the long table in front of him. I have completed what you explained, and now I need to go back to the Shao organization base. Ah, even if you don't tell me, I will let you go back. Aizen nodded slightly and said softly. What do you want to do? Conan was startled, and asked, pretending to be calm. The corners of Aizen's mouth were slightly curved, and he said with a calm smile. Please tell Chief Pain that he will come to Konoha to collect the 9 tails in 2 months. Recycle 9 tails? Conan's pupils shrank and his whole body tensed up. She naturally knew that it was impossible for Aizen to let the Akatsuki organization take 9 tails away under her nose. So why did he let himself tell Pain? Could it be that his real purpose is to cause conflict between Konoha and Akatsuki? Conan felt that he had already guessed the truth of the matter, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. With Konoha's current defense capabilities, even if all members of the Akatsuki organization participate in the battle, they will not be able to break into it head-on. This is true. Regardless of the overall strength of the Akatsuki organization or Nagato's development of Rinnegan, they are far from the stage of Hokage Shippuden. If at this time, Gangmuya is hard, it is purely courting death. Ah, that's right. The corners of Aizen's mouth are slightly curved, and the reflective lenses cover the brown pupils. Whether it's the blood successor families or the many Jonin of Konoha, if they all gather together, they can indeed display terrifying combat power. Even the powerful Akatsuki organization can only temporarily avoid the edge. Then why? Before Conan finished speaking, he was interrupted by Aizen. However, what if Konoha was already caught in the flames of war at that time? With the strength of the leader of Pain, it should be easy to defeat the exhausted Konoha, right? Konoha will fall into the flames of war. Conan froze for a moment, with an expression of disbelief on his face. But at this time, she didn't ask any more questions. After a moment of silence, he stepped into the dark cavity again with a heavy heart. As soon as she left the Pure Land, she quickly opened the group chat for help. Book artist. Let Akatsuki come to Konoha to recycle 9 tails. What is Aizen going to do again? Fairy Chilean. I remember Conan said that he often contacts Naruto, right? If you just want 9 tails, Aizen can easily do it himself. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Yeah, that's why I think it's weird. Advertisement curly-haired boy. Aizen is not trying to trick Nagato over to attack him, is he? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. No, if there is anything Conan cares about in the entire Hokage world, Nagato, a friend, is definitely at the forefront. Upskirt maniac. I think the possibility should not be great. What was the motive behind attacking Nagato-san? Rinnegan? Since Aizen doesn't even like 10 tails Jinchuriki, he shouldn't be greedy for Rinnegan. Curly. Rinnegan? His purpose is really round eyes? Too young, Seko-chan. Sure enough, it is still too early for you to understand the truth of this. Upskirt maniac. Book artist, what is too early? Curly. That Aizen guy didn't target Nagato because of Rinnegan. His real purpose is Conan. If Nagato, the damn rival, is killed, wouldn't he be able to occupy Conan all by himself? Upskirt maniac. Peeved. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Here's an actor. Aizen's eyebrows twitched slightly. Well, he can't afford to argue with sand sculptures. When dealing with people like Sakata Yinshi, if you are serious, you will lose. Book artist. Another set. You really need to wash your mind, Ah Yin.
Curly-haired child. An underage yellow-haired girl knows nothing. I'm really starting from the instinct of a man. The instinct of a man. Every man has a strong possessive desire in his heart. Book artist. No, I think it's just pervert's instinct. Curly. Huh? If you have any other answers, tell me. Book artist. And Ransang. Give him the answer quickly and teach him to be a man. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. After thinking about it, I still feel that the root of the target is Konoha. Since Aizen said that Konoha would fall into the flames of war, it means that he may have been secretly promoting this matter all along. Coupled with the intervention of the Akatsuki organization, what will Konoha become? Upskirt maniac. Ah, this. Will the whole village become the shape Aizen wants? Book artist. Peeved. Turn Konoha into the shape you want? Actually, it's not. Looking at the messages sent by the group members, Aizen shook his head slightly. He wants to do it, just to announce it. Use the whole Konoha as a stage to announce the existence of God to the world. 027 No evidence needed, because I am Aizen Fairy Chilean. So, what is Conan going to do next? Do you want to carry out Aizen's plan? Curly hair. This kind of thing, even if you don't want to do it, there's nothing you can do about it. The consequences of rebelling against Aizen may be worse, maybe it will be one way or another. Book artist. Bah, they all say don't make others want to be as dirty as you. Upskirt maniac. But what Yin-song said is true, Aizen has almost monitored the entire ninja world and can't escape it. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I have passed the word to Nagato and he agreed. Fairy Chilean. Well, it feels like being led by the nose. Book artist. Yes, we have to admit that Aizen's control is indeed very strong. After the script is drawn up in advance, everyone has to jump into it, whether you are willing or not. He can always find a way to make people submit. Curly-haired child. Tisk, this feeling of powerlessness. Book illustrator. By the way, how about Ms. Conan just recruiting Nagato into the team? I think Aizen should not refuse the leader of Akatsuki to join him. Upskirt maniac. Join if you can't beat it. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. This. To be honest, Conan was a bit tempted by the proposal. If Nagato is also brought under Aizen's command, it should ensure that Aizen will not clean Nagato as an eyesore. But there is also a big problem here, and that is Nagato's wishes. How could Nagato, who claims to be a god, be willing to be someone else's subordinate? Here's an actor. It's not the time to get Nagato in. Book artist. How do you say, it's an actor? Aizen would bring Conan close to him because he was curious and interested in Conan. But Nagato is different. Aizen has been monitoring Nagato for a long time and has a deep understanding of it. Under such circumstances, taking the initiative to deliver it to your door will definitely arouse Aizen's suspicion. And Nagato certainly wouldn't want to be the subordinate of a brat, would he? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. So, when does Anran Sang think it's the right time? Conan has obviously regarded Anran as her backbone, and she feels that Anran is like the strategic strategist described in comics and novels. This is an actor. The time should be right after what Aizen has done with Konoha this time. Aizen at that time would probably surprise the entire ninja world. Book artist. And Ransang means that Aizen will move from behind the scenes to the stage after this incident? Real or fake? Here's the actor. Aizen is one of those guys who won't stay behind the scenes all the time. As long as there is an opportunity and enough confidence, he will turn from behind the scenes to the front of the stage. Just like he did at Soul Society. Angels of Rain Shinobi Village. Stage. The events that will happen in Konoha this time may just be a stage deliberately set up by Aizen? Advertisement. This is an actor. Not possible, but definitely. Curly. Ha, isn't your tone a bit too confident? After all, these are just inferences. What about the evidence? Where is the evidence? It's an actor. No proof needed, because I'm Aizen. Upskirt maniac. And Ransang is joking again. Book artist. Good one doesn't need evidence, and Ransan hockey. But even if it is reasoning, it is well founded enough to be convincing. Unlike some shit stirrer who can do nothing but make trouble. Curly-haired boy. Who are you calling a shit stirrer? B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* knowledge. I didn't call names, so why are you in a hurry? Do we Yin-song still have such a thing as self-knowledge? Curly-haired child. Very good, you smelly sister, Yin-song, I remember you, don't let me catch the chance. Book artist. I'm so scared. Fairy Chilean. You two were enemies in the previous life, right? Do you feel uncomfortable without bickering every day? Upskirt maniac. By the way, am I the only one who thinks that Ransang is too involved in the drama? Will this cause problems? I heard that if you often fantasize about yourself as another person, you may have symptoms of schizophrenia. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Is it so serious? It seems that Ransang should pay more attention. It's an actor. Thanks for the reminder. Sure enough, everyone didn't believe it. However, Aizen had already expected this kind of thing, and looked at the sunset in the sky with a calm face. The afterglow fell down, as if covering the whole village with a layer of golden gauze. Aizen couldn't help sighing softly, what a sight. It's just a pity that he probably won't see such a beautiful scene again for a long time. The one who destroys it is himself. Sōsuke-kun, Sōsuke-kun. A voice from behind interrupted Aizen's thoughts. Turning around, two beautiful girls with very different styles came into view. One is gentle and graceful, and looks quite peaceful, the other is unrestrained and carefree. It's Miss Mitarashi and Miss Yuhi, Aizen said with a magnetic voice, You two, are you out shopping? He saw the shopping bags in their hands. How many times have I said, don't use honorifics to me? Mitarashi Anko, with a single ponytail and a windbreaker, seemed quite dissatisfied with his address, rolled his eyes and said, and forget about me, but you are so polite to Hong. Are you a piece of wood? Anko, you're so rude. Yui Hong next to her blushed and tugged her quickly. Sorry, Sōsuke-kun. You know Anko's character too, but you really don't have to be so polite. Advertisement. It seems to be my mistake. Aizen admitted his mistake sincerely, and offered to invite. To express my apology, let me invite you two to eat dumplings. I also want. Anko and Yui Hong were about to agree, but they heard a hearty voice suddenly from the side. Aizen, I want to eat dumplings too. As he spoke, a black-haired boy with a katana on his back walked towards this side quickly. Uchiha Shisui. This is Sōsuke inviting us. Why are you here to join in the fun? Anko was very dissatisfied with the black-haired boy who came to disturb the situation. It's so hard to have such a good opportunity to match my best friend and Aizen. Isn't this big light bulb worth it? Aizen is my best friend. Why can't I come? Shisui asked confidently, and put his hand on Aizen's shoulder in a demonstrative way. You be asterisk 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 D. Anko burst into anger instantly, clenched his fists and gestured at Shisui. Do you want to fight? Hey, come on. Shisui also retorted. Okay, Shisui. Sighing, Aizen said helplessly, I. Clang clang clang. Before Aizen could finish speaking, a shrill alarm sounded all over Konoha. Uchiha Shisui's face changed instantly, and he said in disbelief. Is this an emergency summoning order at the Jonin level? Could it be that something serious happened again? Shi Hong was also nervous. The last time I heard a summons was 5 years ago for the Sand Shinobi invasion. Could it be that another ninja village called again this time? I'm sorry, Hong. Aizen breathed a sigh of relief and said apologetically, it seems that the matter of inviting you to eat dumplings will be postponed. It's okay, Sōsuke-kun. Yui Hong was obviously very pleased with Aizen's title change, and said softly, there will always be opportunities in the future. That's right. Anko winked at the side and said, there will be a long time to come. Ah, the future is long. No one could hear it. When Aizen said these 4 words, his tone was a bit inexplicable. Until he turned around, his back gradually disappeared. Shi Hong suddenly frowned, feeling an ominous premonition in her heart. 028 Is there something in this world that I, Yin-song, dare not do? What? Kirigakure actually stormed the outpost on the border of Fire Nation, and fought against Konoha without declaring it. At this moment, there was an uproar in the Konoha conference hall, and all the Jonins showed expressions of astonishment, dullness and disbelief on their faces. If Master Hokage hadn't conveyed this information himself, few people would have believed it. Not to mention the truce agreement signed by the major ninja villages just a few years ago, just the geographical location of Kirigakure. Why did they attack Konoha? What are you drawing? Doubt, puzzlement. But after all, Jonin, who has experienced many battles, was present, and he quickly stabilized his mood. According to Hokage-sama's instructions, those Jonins whose names were called went home to pack their bags and prepare to go to the front line. Both Aizen and Shisui are named Jonin. After all, Konoha Shuangshing became famous on the Mist Shinobi battlefield, and has enough ability and experience to deal with Mist Shinobi ninjas. But Aizen at this moment is obviously not as calm as when he went to the front line last time. His brows were furrowed, his expression a little anxious. Uchiha Shisui, with his keen senses, even heard him muttering to himself, are you really going to go this far? What's the meaning? Shisui was taken aback, with a surprised expression on his face, but he didn't ask rashly in the hall, he just followed Aizen's footsteps out of the conference hall after the meeting was over. The two of them were preoccupied and walked to Konohanaga Street, and then Shisui pulled Aizen into the side alleyway. Aizen, do you know something? Could this Mist Shinobi invasion be premeditated? Sure enough, you still noticed it. Aizen was startled at first, and his eyes under the glass lens were slightly complicated. Please forgive me, Shisui. I don't want to involve you in it. What nonsense are you talking about? Shisui put his hands on his shoulders in dissatisfaction, his eyes widening. Aren't we close friends? Since we are close friends, we should share the burden together. Ah, it's because I'm a close friend. Aizen took half a step back and said softly, that's why I don't want you to interfere in this matter. I can bear this heavy darkness alone. Shisui stared at the other person's eyes, as if he realized that there was an unspeakable sadness hidden in the expression of his best friend. Aizen, you. Swish. He didn't finish his sentence. 2 Anbu-wearing animal masks appeared out of the blue and came close to Aizen and Shisui. Are you root ninjas? Shisui saw the specific identities of the two in an instant, and asked with an angry expression and a very bad tone. What are you doing here? Advertisement. One of the diminutive-looking root ninjas glanced at him, then turned to Aizen. Aizen Sōsuke, my lord conveys the recall order to you. Recall? Uchiha Shisui seemed to think of something, and his complexion changed drastically. Aizen seemed to have expected it, and nodded naturally. Well, I see. The moment he turned around, his lips moved slightly towards Shisui. The latter's pupils shrank instantly, and the movement that he wanted to stop stopped instantly. The 2 root ninjas didn't seem to see their code words, and walked away with Aizen. Watching their leaving back, Shisui's expression changed, finally gritted his teeth, turned and walked in the opposite direction. Pure land. The black cavity appeared out of thin air, and the figures of Aizen and the 2 root ninjas stepped out of the void. Welcome back, thank you for your hard work.
Aizen sat straight on the armchair with a soft voice. The two Anbu also took off their masks at this time. It was Konan and Uchiha Itachi impressively. At this moment, they looked at the fourth monitor on the left in unison, and the image displayed there was Uchiha Shisui who had returned home with a muffled sound. Aizen rested his cheek with one hand. Also projecting his gaze on the monitor, the corners of his mouth are slightly curved. The right to choose has been given to you. How should you choose? Shisui-kun. This scene was also sent back to the group by Konan in the way of complimenting his memory. Curly-haired boy. I seem to have seen the tragedy. It's so cruel. Yin-song, I'm going to eat a strawberry sundae. Book illustrator. Use Uchiha Shisui's trust and bond to dig pits for both Shisui and Danzo at the same time. Improper person, this Aizen is really improper. Chilean fairy. Not just trust and bond, but also Shisui's curiosity and keen perception. These are all calculated by Aizen. Upskirt maniac. So scary. I felt the danger and terror of Aizen up close. It can make people inadvertently follow the development of the situation he has constructed, and it is impossible for people to break free. Book artist. Don't be afraid, hug Leijijong. Upskirt maniac. Hug. Curly-haired boy. Yin-song. My chest is also very broad, so I will let you hug me if I can't do it. Don't be too complacent, stinky girls. Advertisement book artist. Uncle pervert, get out. Upskirt madman. Shoo. You wear panties on your head, and they are still patterned with bears. Fairy Chilean. Peeved. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Yin, don't harass the children. Curly-haired boy. What the hell am I? Goodness, what he was thinking just now was a comforting hug. Why did it become like this? Is he really so pervert in the group? Sakata Jintoki, who was wearing bare pants on his head, was lost in thought. This is an actor. Am I the only one who thinks that his acting skills are also terrible? Aizen is not boasting, but reminding everyone. Didn't you find out that there is also an actor in the group? Book artist. Compared with acting skills, I am more curious about what Aizen means by the right to choose. Also, what is the code word between him and Shisui? Ying Lily's message directly turned the topic, and Aizen's hint seemed to be winking to the blind. If it wasn't for Aizen's calmness, he would probably be scolding. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I don't know the right to choose. The code word should be some kind of clue. Curly. Cut. That guy Aizen always says something that makes people feel inexplicable. People don't know what he means. Makes people angry. Book artist. Then go and beat him up, dare you? Curly. Huh? What nonsense are you talking about, you stinking girl? Is there something in this world that I, Yin-song, dare not do? Book artist. Eat poop. Fairy Chilean. Be an eunuch. Here's an actor. Sun prickly pear. Curly. Are you all devils? 029 shock of the fourth Raikage. It's an actor, not a devil. Aizen, Shinigami O. Curly. Start again. This kind of subtle cold joke is not funny at all. Hey. You guys are worse than Aizen in some respects, right? At least Aizen won't have the kind of thinking that makes people sun prickly pear. Here's an actor. Maybe. Curly. Hey, don't you guys think you're really Aizen? B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************
It should be a little moral, right? Book artist. Who are you asking? What do you say and then you have questions? Are you sick? Curly-haired boy. I don't know, Yin-san. I no longer know what kind of person Aizen is. Pervert wife accusation or shaking as sadism. Damn it, has cognitive impairment started to appear in your brain? Upskirt maniac. After all, aren't both of them pervert tendencies? Fairy Chilean. Indeed. Li Machu's receptive ability is quite strong, and now she can understand the meaning of Yinshi's words without any annotations. Book artist. It's cognitive impairment, it's better to say that you don't have healthy thoughts in your mind. Silver hair with natural curly pervert. Curly. What did you say? Yin-san, I have been awarded as an outstanding young man in Kabuki Street for 5 consecutive years. Don't look down on me. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************Where you lived, it should be like a brothel, right? What does it mean to be rated as an outstanding good youth in that kind of location? Book artist. It means that his mind may be even more unhealthy than what we have seen, and it may have been rotten. Fairy Chilean. Yes, it's rotten. Upskirt maniac. Well, let's bury it right here. Curly. You stinking women. Sakata Jintoki gritted his teeth angrily, but he didn't know how to refute, it was so uncomfortable. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I still have to go out to play, you two talk first. Fairy Chilean. Where are you going? Book artist. Aizen is going to move again. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Well, this time the target is Cloud Shinobi Village. Advertisement at this moment, inside Cloud Shinobi Village. Fourth Raikage Eye was leaning against his desk, carefully reading the letter in his hand by the firelight, and the expression on his face gradually became disdainful. HMPH, I don't know what to say. Boom. Ai's right hand holding the letter paper hit the table directly. The whole table was overwhelmed, and there was a dull and loud noise. After reading this letter, he was not in a very beautiful mood, and he was annoyed by being fooled. No wonder. After all, according to this letter, Konoha Shinobi Master Aizen Sōsuke will sneak into Cloud Shinobi Village tonight and steal her way and aid Tails? This is just a joke. Aizen Sōsuke is a person that I knows. Half a year ago, he had met this boy at the exchange meeting between Cloud Shinobi Village and Konoha. He has brown hair, wears glasses, and has a sunny smile. The other party demonstrated his illusion skills at that exchange meeting, and his talent is indeed very good. But that's just talent. To transform talent into real strength requires long-term training, practice and actual combat. That young man is only in his early 13s, how capable is he? With such a brat, dare to rob Cloud Shinobi Village's tailed beast? Those high-level people in Konoha would only make such a decision unless they were crazy. So, is this letter just a simple prank? Or is it intentional to sow discord? Moreover, the letter was placed on his desk abruptly, which was obviously intentional. Those who can do this are definitely not ordinary people. Thoughts were flying in his mind, and I couldn't help but focus on the signature of the letter again. Akatsuki organization. What kind of power is this? What purpose do they want to achieve by provoking the relationship between Cloud Shinobi and Konoha? One question after another lingered in Ai's heart, making the fourth Raikage a little upset. He instinctively had a premonition that something big was about to happen. Rumble. The sky shaking and thorough blasting sound suddenly resounded. Ai was taken aback, and quickly cast his gaze out of the window, but seeing a dazzling white flame suddenly soared into the sky in the southwest of their village. That's B. Ai was able to confirm that the location was obviously the residence of his brother Killer B. Flap. There was a crisp sound. Advertisement at this moment. Fourth Raikage didn't have time to think about it, and smashed the glass window in front of him with a punch. The whole person turned into a blue lightning and disappeared. Swish. In less than a moment, Ai's figure appeared near Killer B's residence. Because his younger brother is related to Eight Tails Jinchuriki, he rarely interacts with people in the village. And even the residence is in the woods away from the crowd. But now, the originally lush forest has turned into a barren land. The hut where Killer B lived turned into black crumbs of Madara, and the burnt smell entered Ai's nostrils. What the hell is going on here? Ai looked around sharply. Where did that guy go? Was he fighting someone just now? Suddenly, Ai's eyes froze, as if he saw something incredible. A boy with brown hair and black-rimmed glasses appeared in his field of vision. Standing beside the boy was a woman with short purple hair, looking at him with a cold expression. It's Mr. Ai. The young man smiled and said, his voice was as gentle as when I first met. I haven't seen you for more than half a year. I'm glad to see that you are still so energetic. Aizen Sōsuke. Ai was stunned, his face full of disbelief. Why, this Konoha ninja appeared near Bai's residence. Could it be that, as the Akatsuki organization said, he came to rob the Cloud Shinobi Village tailed beast? No, it's impossible. Ai subconsciously didn't want to believe it. After all, his younger brother, Killer B, is the perfect Eight Tails Jinchuriki, able to enter the form of a tailed beast proficiently and without side effects. How could this hairy brat defeat his younger brother? The most important thing is that not only did the two of them have no scars on their bodies, even their clothes didn't have any wrinkles. It looked like they were walking in the garden, without any trace of fighting. So what happened to the fire and explosion just now, and where is it? Thinking of this, Ai's pupils suddenly constricted. He finally found his younger brother, who was lying quietly behind the heels of Aizen and the woman. His breath was weak, and his body was dripping with blood. 030 Don't panic, find a time machine first laugh. A blue electric light passed through the middle of Aizen and Conan, and Ai stretched out his hand to gently hug his younger brother. Compare. Obviously, Killer B, who was breathing weakly, didn't respond at all, and he had completely lost consciousness. I'm so sorry, Mr. I found out. The corner of Aizen's mouth was slightly curved, and he said the words that made fourth Raikage extremely angry in a calm tone. If I had known earlier, I should have chopped him into meat paste. Aizen Sōsuke. Putting his brother down gently, Ai slowly got up. At this moment, his dark face was covered with ferocity, and he said coldly, Lousy will kill you. Anger, unconcealable anger had filled his chest. With his sanity gradually being stripped away, he had no time to think about how the kid on the other side seriously injured his brother. There is only one thought in his mind now, and that is to tear the boy in front of him to shreds. Sizzle. This fourth Raikage directly entered lightning-style chakra mode, and azure blue arcs wrapped around his body. It made him look like the god of thunder coming down to earth, and he was extremely dazzling in the dark environment. However, Aizen didn't care about his power at all, and said with a slightly frivolous smile, Oh, I advise you not to be so bluffing, otherwise you will only appear to be weak. Go to hell. Fourth Raikage's eyes widened, furious. Raise your right hand and make a knife with your hand. The whole person turned into a blue arc, stabbing towards Aizen. Lightning straight. Pooh. Fourth Raikage's arc-wrapped palm pierced Aizen's heart without hindrance, and Aizen didn't seem to have a chance to react. However, what surprised Ai was that Aizen smiled at him in this state. Immediately, the brown-haired boy floated before his eyes like smoke. What? Ai seemed to have noticed something was wrong, but he hadn't waited for his body to react. Suddenly, a knife light appeared behind him. Pooh. Bright red blood spurted out, and Ai fell to the ground slowly. His dark cheeks still showed a stunned and unbelievable expression. Choke. Aizen, who appeared behind him at some point, had already sheathed his knife, and walked past Raikage, who was lying on the ground with a calm expression. Let's go, Senior Conan. There is no need for Konoha to recycle that empty shell. Conan nodded slightly, took the opportunity to take a picture of fourth Raikage, who didn't know whether he was alive or dead, and followed Aizen to turn and leave. Until their figures completely disappeared, Ai's fingers moved suddenly. Back at the residence, Conan opened the group chat to complete the memory.
The whole group started a heated discussion again. Upskirt maniac. Fourth Raikage isn't dead, is he? Advertisement angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Of course not, Aizen deliberately didn't kill him. Fairy Chilean. Good calculation. This Aizen is really calculating. Not only captured the tail beast but also blamed Konoha. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Even Lee Machu, who is cruel and ruthless, has to lament that Aizen's routines are really deep. Upskirt maniac. It's so insidious. The angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Not only these, but even the Akatsuki organization was dragged into the water. The letter in Raikage's hand was sent to him by Aizen in the name of the Akatsuki organization. And there is a second letter, which is now in my hand. Aizen asked me to give it to Raikage tomorrow morning. This is an actor. The content of the letter should be that Aizen invited Raikage in the name of Akatsuki to raid Konoha together. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Book artist. Hiss. Now it's all connected, and the Akatsuki organization will indeed be dispatched. All forces gathered in Konoha, and Konoha will really have a big crisis by then. Fairy Chilean. One ring is inside another ring, and the rings are intertwined. Aizen Sōsuke, what a formidable man. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Yeah. As the person closest to Aizen in this group, Conan really sighs from the bottom of his heart. The longer I spend with Aizen, the more I understand this man's abilities and ambitions, and the more you understand each other, the more terrifying you feel. Book artist. But according to the current situation, the more powerful Aizen, the better, right? Hasn't Miss Conan already decided to side with Aizen? Fairy Chilean. That's true, curly-haired boy. Even though I said that, I can't completely trust Aizen. Think about what happened to Arankar back then. This is an actor. Yes, it is really important to learn to protect yourself. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Thank you Enran Sang for your concern, I understand. Curly. Why? Why are you only thanking that Enron guy? Yin Song, have I been ignored, or do you only have Enran in your eyes? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. You get it. Curly-haired. Yeah, I see. What the hell? Yin Song, I don't understand anything, please explain it clearly to me. Book artist. Do you need an explanation for this kind of thing? It must be both. Sister Conan ignores you and only sees Enran Sang, isn't this a conflict? Curly. Damn, I don't believe it, upskirt maniac, but that's the truth. Curly-haired son. Yin Sang, I will never admit this sad fact. Book artist. Who cares about you? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Stop making trouble, go to bed early. Tomorrow I have to get up early to deliver the letter to Cloud Shinobi Village. Advertisement. This is an actor. Good night, Senior Conan. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Ha 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 ha, that's the title. Good night, Aizen-sama. Curly-haired boy. You two give me enough time, don't play this kind of cosplay in the group. Book artist. It's really hard to have a boss like Aizen who loves to order people to wake up early. Waking up early is the thing I hate the most in my life. Fairy Chilean. Reverse thinking. It would be terrible if he stopped using Conan someday. Upskirt maniac. Speaking of which, it's already night at Miss Conan's side. Book artist. Well, the time difference caused by different timelines. And Ransang had analyzed this matter before, so she just got used to it. Upskirt maniac. It's amazing, I just woke up not long ago. By the way, I made an appointment with my friend today to visit a big man. I have to pack it up quickly. Curly. Huh? What important person do you want to meet as a junior high school student? Upskirt maniac. A LV5 capable user, one of the 7 people at the top of Academy City. This is an actor. Masaka Makoto? Upskirt maniac. Well, I don't know her name yet. This is an actor. Shirai Kuroko introduced it. Upskirt maniac. Yes. Hey, how did Ransang know by Jing? This is an actor. So that's it, does the super gun start? Curly. Book artist. And Ransang, what are you talking about? Hint. This is an actor who uploaded the memory, Magic Forbidden Book Catalog, Super Electromagnetic Gun. After this memory was uploaded, the whole group was silent for a long time before the message started to scroll again. Book artist. Come on, just kidding, Lazajong, so the world you live in is actually so dangerous? Fairy Chilean. Superpowers, magicians, angels, demon gods, and those researchers with ulterior motives. Upskirt maniac. Me, I don't know either. Satin Ruiko, who read the memories, is also a little skeptical about life at the moment. She is just an ordinary middle school student with no ability. Why does she live in this kind of world where even the earth may be destroyed? Curly-haired boy. Anyway, don't panic. Find a time machine first. 031 Satin Ruiko's heart of justice book artist. Obviously you are the one who panics the most, but the person named Leijijong is not as panicked as you are. Curly-haired son. But, the world of the Magic Forbidden Book Catalog is too scary. Why would the angels in the Bible destroy the world because of that little thing? Shouldn't the so-called angels be cute creatures that show their soft chests and let humans act like a spoiled child? Book artist. What kind of erotic angel are you? This is an actor, an angel in the forbidden world, more like an artificial intelligence program than a living thing. They don't have any emotion, they just operate according to some said rules. Fairy Chilean. What Mr. N said, it seems that those angels are very sad. This is an actor. Ah. Sora has powerful power but no rationality and thinking ability. At best, he is nothing more than a weapon or prop of God. Curly-haired boy. Hey, isn't your detached perspective a bit arrogant? This is an actor. Just explaining the facts on the basis of the deployment of intelligent life, non-human does not mean non-self. Abandoning the existence of self can only be reduced to a controlled prop for people to use. Curly-haired boy. Have you started being possessed by Aizen's soul again? UB*****************. D. It's an actor. Don't get it? In order to take care of your comprehension ability, I deliberately spoke to a level that a 10-year-old child could understand. Didn't I think I still think highly of you? Curly. Shut up, UB****************. D. Yin-song. How could I not understand? Yin-song, I was just complaining about the way you speak is too stinky. Yes, exactly. It's an actor. Oh, is it? Curly. Nonsense, of course it is. Yin-song. How could I be worse than a 10-year-old child? There must at least be a limit to looking down on people. B************. D. Book artist. Then can you translate what Ransang said just now? Curly-haired child. But speaking of it, even if Psycho-chan's world is full of dangers, but judging from the plot, there seems to be no major crisis in Lei Jizhang's life trajectory, which is reassuring. Book artist. Change the subject. Curly-haired boy. Long-winded. Shut up, soy mujer. Upskirt maniac. That's right, I didn't have a big crisis in my body, which is something I'm thankful for. But, if I can, I want to save the tragedy in front of me. When sending this message, Sadan Ruiko was looking at Misaka Makoto, who was fighting with Shirai Kuroko with complicated eyes. This innocent tea-haired girl didn't know at the moment that her replicants were being slaughtered like livestock. Once she knows the truth, what kind of abyss will her heart fall into? Advertisement. Sadan subconsciously shivered. Putting herself in her shoes, she might have a nervous breakdown in an instant. Well, is there something on my face? As if sensing Satenko's eyes, Misaka Makoto scratched his face in doubt. No, I just think Misaka-san is very innocent. Sadan Ruiko shook her head slightly with a sigh of relief. It's not the same as the LV5 I expected. Although Sadan Ruiko is young, her thinking is extremely mature. She knew very well what kind of consequences she would cause if she revealed the spoiler at this time, and pretending to be calm was the best way to deal with it. Curly. Huh? To save the tragedy in front of me? It's just a mere junior high school student. What big talk are you talking about? Wait until you're a high school student. High school student? In the island country, only high school students can save the world. Fairy Chilean. Ah Yin, please be more tactful. Upskirt maniac. I know, I'm a little overwhelmed. However, I still can't let myself just watch the tragedy happen. Book artist. Leizajong, it is a good thing to have a sense of justice, however, don't be too impulsive. This is an actor. The so-called tragedy in front of me refers to the matter of Sister Misaka? Upskirt maniac. Yes, this is an actor. Then you should know, who is the real enemy you are going to face. Upskirt maniac. Yari's Tower, that's right. The real enemy Sadan Ruiko has to face if she wants to save the Misaka sisters is Ari's Tower. The general director who founded this academy city, the leader of the science camp. Also the greatest magician of the 20th century. For his own purposes, he does not hesitate to divide the world into science and magic and pit humans against each other. This is an actor. Yes, it seems that you know very well. So in the face of such an enemy, what chance do you think you have of winning? Fairy Chilean. The gap is too big, it makes people desperate. Book artist. Where does the odds come from? There is no chance of winning at all. Upskirt maniac. Can it be that I really can't do anything? This is an actor. It depends on how far you want to go. If you just want to save Misaka's sister from being slaughtered, it's still very simple. Upskirt maniac. Please teach me how to do it, and Ran sang. This is an actor. First find out the experimental site of the Absolute Abilities Project, and then guide Kamijo Tuma into the experimental site. Book artist. Ah, there is another method. This is equivalent to letting the original plot appear in advance. Advertisement. Curly-haired boy. Huh, and Ran. Although you are not as smart as Yinsong, I am at least somewhat useful. Although not as good as Yinsong me. Book artist. You guys really know how to put gold on your face. Upskirt maniac. But isn't it the same as taking the initiative to plot against Kamijo Senpai? Isn't it a little bad? Fairy Chilean. There is nothing wrong with it, anyway, he is also a chess piece in the eyes of Ri's Tower. Curly. Yes, nothing wrong. That kind of promiscuous protagonist should recycle a lot of waste. Damn, why can such a hedgehog head open a harem? Book artist. So, are you just jealous that someone can open a harem? Watching the lively discussion among the group members around Kamijo Tuma again, Aizen didn't continue to interrupt. In fact, there are big loopholes in the advice he gave Sadan Renko just now. For example, how to find out the experimental site of the Absolute Abilities Project. The secrecy of a top-secret experiment like this is absolutely beyond imagination. At least not an ordinary junior high school student like Sadan Ruiko would be able to find clues. Unless she is lucky enough to meet her clone directly on the street like Misaka Makoto in the original book. But that chance is basically zero. In the original book, Misaka Makoto can meet the Misaka sisters because the Tower of Asia Reese needs to use Misaka Makoto to draw Kamijo Tuma, so that the latter can prevent the plan of the absolute capable person from continuing, so that the Tower of Asia Reese can justifiably send the Misaka sisters to every corner of the world. Sadan Ruiko, apparently not in Reese Tower's plans. But that's the only way to meet Aizen's wishes. He gave such a plan without expecting Sadan Ruiko to succeed. Before the traversal function was activated, he did not want his group members to fall into such an uncontrollable danger. So Aizen decided to use this tactful method to let Satin Ruiko's righteous heart be vented. It's dawn. Slowly raising his eyes, Aizen glanced at the monitor on his right. What? A heart-piercing scream suddenly resounded from the surveillance. The corners of Aizen's mouth curved slightly, and a pleasant smile appeared on his face. The fun stuff is about to start. 032 Death of Aizen. In the early morning, Konoha's fourth training ground. The warm sun shines on Mitarashi Anko, but this lavender-haired girl couldn't feel any warmth at this moment, only a bone-chilling coldness in her heart. Why? Anko stared fixedly at the stone wall not far in front of him. On that low platform, there was a pale corpse. Pupils gradually constricted, Anko murmured, Sōsuke, Jun? Familiar short brown hair, familiar black-rimmed glasses, familiar soft face. This young man who always had a gentle face in his memory has turned into a cold body at this moment. Poof. Kneeling limply on the ground, Mitarashi Anko finally couldn't bear it anymore, and let out a heart-piercing howl. What? Whoosh whoosh. The Konoha shinobi followers who heard the movement quickly gathered towards this side one by one. Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy, Sarutobi Asuma, Azuki Shien, Moonlight Hayate, Yuhihong, and Uchiha Shisui who arrived later showed their figures. Cheat, lie, right? Aizen, he actually. Damn, who did this? Sōsuke-kun? No, it's impossible. We've clearly made an agreement. Why is this happening? Seemingly unable to bear the impact of the picture in front of him, Yuhihong's body was crumbling. Fortunately, Mao Yuexian beside her had quick eyes and hands, and hugged her. Hong, are you okay? Hong, nothing serious, just passed out. Anyway, let's send her to Muya Hospital first. Everyone around seemed to be in a hurry because of this sudden incident. Only Uchiha Shisui was still standing there. He stared at Aizen's body like a fool, without moving. No, it shouldn't be like this. With dilated pupils, Shisui muttered to himself, originally, it shouldn't be like this. It's me, it's all my fault. He should have known that Aizen probably wouldn't end well with Danzo taking him, but out of trust in Konoha's senior management, he didn't do anything. If he had acted sooner, Aizen wouldn't be a cold corpse by now. Advertisement anger, pain, self-blame and regret, many emotions constantly linger in Shisui's heart. Tread. At this moment, a burst of rhythmic footsteps suddenly resounded. The ninjas gathered here avoided the approaching person one after another. HMPH, it seems that something interesting has happened here. A gloomy voice sounded, with playfulness in his tone. Upon hearing this voice, Uchiha Shisui suddenly looked up, a distorted hatred burst out in his eyes. Danzo. At this moment, the black jade in his pupils spun wildly, and finally condensed into the shape of 4 blades. Mangekyo. Uchiha Shisui finally awakens his Mangekyo Sharingan after his best friend's death and anger towards Danzo. Choke. The short sword on the back was unsheathed, and Shisui rushed towards the opponent like a madman. UB*********************************************** D, damn it. It seems that this has been expected for a long time. Danzo does not dodge or avoid, until Shisui was about to get close to his body. The 2 root ninjas beside him shot suddenly, blocking Shisui's attack from left to right as if teleporting. What? Uchiha Shisui's face was full of emotion, and the opponent's movements were difficult to capture even with his Mangekyo Sharingan. The feeling just now is like real space movement. These 2 guys are by no means ordinary ninjas. Just when Shisui's thoughts were racing, Danzo said coldly, not only did you kill Aizen, but you also intend to attack the old man as a consultant? Let the old man put this Konoha traitor to the root torture room. Shisui turned out to be the murderer of Aizen? All the ninjas onlookers showed astonishment on their faces, and they were all in disbelief in their hearts. Almost everyone here knows that Aizen and Shisui are best friends. Saying that he killed Aizen, how could such a thing be possible? And just when the 2 root ninjas were about to take orders, a deep voice suddenly sounded. Wait. Sarutobi Hiruzen wearing a Hokage hat appeared in front of everyone. Sarutobi Hiruzen first glanced at Aizen who was in a miserable state of death, and there was a flash of regret in his expression. Then he turned to Danzo and said, you said Shisui killed Sōsuke? Do you have evidence? HMPH. With a cold snort, Danzo took out a letter from his sleeve. See for yourself, Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the letter. After a few careful glances, his expression changed drastically. Immediately, he turned his gaze to Shisui and asked in a cold voice, Uchiha Shisui, do you plead guilty? Advertisement, Master Hokage. Uchiha Shisui opened his eyes wide and said loudly, it's Danzo, Danzo killed Aizen. See for yourself, is this Sōsuke's handwriting? Sarutobi Hiruzen brought the letter to Shisui with a gloomy expression. This letter is not long. The general meaning is that Aizen already knew about Uchiha Shisui's awakening of Mangekyo Sharingan, but he realized that this power was too evil. For Konoha, but also for the sake of his best friend. So Aizen decided to persuade Shisui to seal this evil Mangekyo power at the 4th training ground tonight. In case of accident, he left this letter. The logic seems to be very smooth, and the handwriting is indeed Aizen's handwriting. But Uchiha Shisui is very clear that this is definitely Danzo's design. He'd been at home last night thinking about what Aizen had revealed to him in the last moments, never meeting anyone. And he clearly saw Aizen being taken away by the roots yesterday afternoon. This is an unchangeable fact. But Shisui, who opened his mouth, found that he couldn't explain it clearly. Mangekyo Sharingan was seen in full view, and Aizen was the only witness when he was taken away.
no matter what you say, it will only look pale and weak. Danzo, is this your plan? Shisui clenched his teeth, the indignation on his face was palpable. Want to frame it? Danzo sneered and said, I don't even know what you're talking about. He really didn't know, because the one who took Aizen was not the rude person at all. But in this case, even if he denies Shisui, it is impossible to believe him. Alright. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, looked at Danzo and Shisui with some headaches and said, until this matter is investigated, Shisui will be temporarily imprisoned in the prison under Hokage's office. In fact, he is biased towards Shisui in his heart, because all signs of Danzo show that he is more likely to be the murderer. But as Hokage, he cannot show any favoritism, so he can only adopt such a strategy for the time being. Are you still deliberately taking sides at this point? Danzo obviously saw through his thoughts, and sneered, this indecisive character will kill you one day, Sarutobi. I have my own opinion. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at him, his face frosty. 033 I suggest Baidu here. Oh, it looks like I'm in trouble, Shisui-kun. In the Pure Land space, Aizen and Konan sat not far apart in front of the monitor, taking a panoramic view of the scene in front of them. Sure enough, as I thought, you still chose this path. After all, you didn't cause this trouble? The corner of Konan's mouth twitched vaguely, complaining inwardly. As a bystander, she knew very well that Aizen was using his own suspended animation to trigger the conflict between Uchiha Shisui and Danzo. No, not just Shisui and Danzo, but Sarutobi Hiruzen too. With third Hokage's insight, he must have discovered the irrationality hidden in it. Coupled with the seeds of suspicion that Aizen had planted earlier, his suspicions about Danzo, an old comrade in arms, intensified. As a result, Konoha, which was already not very united, became even more divided. What a terrible differentiation strategy, this Aizen is really insidious. Konan cursed inwardly, and turned his gaze to the corpse in the monitor. Even from her perspective, the corpse is realistic and almost flawless. Is this what Kiyoka Suigetsu's ability has created? That can be regarded as a real human corpse. As if guessing what Konan was thinking, Aizen said indifferently. Of course, the more accurate name should be Yiku. Yike. Konan was taken aback, with a slightly dazed expression on his face. Having watched the Shinigami plot, she certainly knows what a Yikuke is, and it is indeed no different from a human body. Even Kiyoka Suigetsu can hypnosis all the Konoha residents in a short time. Aizen's voice was unhurried, tender and gentle like a spring breeze. So in order to prevent accidents in the plan, I made this skeleton in advance. Konan was silent for a moment, and couldn't help asking, so, you have prepared this plan for a long time? It's not very early, it's from the very beginning. Aizen's mouth curled up, and he chuckled. Actually, from the moment I entered Konoha, I had already conceived the script that Aizen Sōsuke would die. The moment you entered Konoha? Konan froze, stunned. She remembered that Aizen told her that she was only 4 years old when she entered the Konoha orphanage. In other words, he had already started preparing for this day when he was 4 years old. It's really scary, this man. Konan's eyes quivered, but in order not to let Aizen see through, he turned his attention to the monitor again. The footage happened to show Uchiha Shisui sitting in prison in shackles. His eyes were full of anger, regret and pain, and his expression looked distorted. Advertisement. The young man who was still blaming himself for the death of his best friend didn't know at all that his fate and life were being manipulated like a marionette. Poor child. Looking at this painful Uchiha boy, Konan felt emotional. But soon, her eyes suddenly changed, showing shock and surprise. Vomit. On the monitor in front of her, Uchiha Shisui suddenly retched and sprayed a white foamy object from her mouth. The bubbles seemed to have life, covering Shisui's entire face with great speed. This is, Konan's eyes widened, and the word, hollow, popped into his head. However, Aizen seemed to have expected it, and gently pushed his glasses. Oh, it looks like the gift box I prepared for Shisui-kun has been opened. At this moment, in the Konoha prison under Hokage's office, Uchiha Shisui felt his consciousness being sunk into an endless abyss, surrounded by voids, surrounded by darkness. Yo, Shisui. A frivolous voice sounded, and a pure black figure appeared in front of Uchiha Shisui. You finally found it here. This voice, is it you again? Uchiha Shisui seemed to be no stranger to this voice, but in his tone, this guy was very conflicted. Anyone who faces an unknown creature who can pry into his own heart will feel conflicted. HMPH. Your performance is still as unpleasant as usual, the pure black figure sneered, and said, it's obviously just a waste, it's so stupid that it makes people headache. What did you say? Say you're trash. Think about it carefully, who is the person who believed too much in Konoha's senior management and caused his best friend to be killed? Who was the one who was stopped by those 2 defective products when the enemy was right in front of him? Silence. The words of the pure black figure pierced into Shisui's heart like a knife, but soon, he realized another problem. What do you mean by defective product? He thought of the 2 root ninjas under Danzo who blocked him. The speed could not be matched even by his instant body. And this pure black figure seems to know it very well? Literally. The black figure seemed to curl his lips and said, even Ryotsu, a low-level defective product, can't resist. Uchiha Shisui, you are such a waste. If that's the case, then put your body, leave it to me. The figure flickered, and suddenly rushed towards Shisui. Boom. Advertisement. In the endless abyss, there was an extremely heavy muffled sound. Hollow is a work in progress. From Konan's perspective, it can be clearly seen that Uchiha Shisui at this moment has been completely covered by the white hollow object, and the entire body has lost its human form. Fortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen has enough trust in Shisui and did not arrange special guards. Otherwise, the sight of this scene might scare the guards to death. Without hesitation, Conan took a photo and posted it in the group. Guess who this is? Book artist. I can't even see the human form here, how can I guess? Sister Conan, I think you are making things difficult for me, Jayan. Curly. This is hollow, right? Totally hollow, right? That Aizen guy, who the hell is this guy doing the hollow experiment again? Hope is Sarutobi Hiruzen. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. No, it's Uchiha Shisui. Book artist. Ah, this. As expected of Aizen, it only picks acquaintances to start with. Upskirt maniac. It looks so pitiful. Curly. Tisk, Uchiha Shisui. This guy's fate in the original book is very hard. It seems to be more difficult to meet Aizen now. Wait, maybe Hollow will get the high-speed regeneration ability later. Even if the eyes are cut off, they may grow back again, so he seems to have made a profit. Fairy Chilean. I hope you are all right. Here's an actor. Don't worry, you'll make it through. In any case, he is also my chosen friend, and he will not be easily defeated by this difficulty. Book illustrator. Those words are worthy of Mr. Aizen. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Aizen-sama, hockey, upskirt maniac. Master Aizen saves the child. How do I find the experimental site for the absolutely powerful project? This is an actor. Well, I suggest Baidu here. Hint. The guy with the shark face joins the group, 034, so it's you. Book artist. Huh, is this a newcomer? Fairy Chilean. Strange, judging from the group time, it's only been 2 days since the last time Lazy Girl joined the group. This is an actor. It is a completely random rule to pull people into the group chat, and it has nothing to do with the group time. In other words, there may not be a newcomer for several years in a row, or there may be several newcomers within a day. As the group owner, Aizen has the right to know some group rules, but it is only limited to proficiency, and the group rules cannot be modified. Curly-haired child. Hey, compare these things. Don't you think this newcomer is more worthy of our attention? Look at this nickname, who do you think of? Angel at Rain Shinobi Village. Shark face? Could it be? At this moment, the border of the Land of Fire. Hoshigaki Kisame stared at the sudden light curtain in front of him with 2 round eyes, his face full of incredulity. A dimensional chat group that can connect thousands of worlds? Master Kisame, what are you talking about? The Mist Shinobi ninja beside him asked, turning his face sideways. Hoshigaki Kisame noticed that the other party didn't seem to see the light curtain in front of him, and his eyes remained on his face. In other words, this light curtain cannot be spotted by anyone except me? Thinking of this, Kisame shook his head calmly and said, it's nothing, you can continue. Yes. The Mist Shinobi nodded respectfully and said, according to the information from the front, our advanced troops have entered the central area of the Land of Fire, about 27 kilometers away from Konoha, the journey. Hoshigaki Kisame didn't pay attention to the Mist Shinobi's next battle report, and all his attention was on the light curtain in front of him at the moment. Book artist. Hoshigaki Kisame. Is the newcomer Hoshigaki Kisame? At Sharkface Guy. Sharkface Guy. He actually said my name directly. It seems that I have joined an incredible organization. Upskirt maniac. Really, curly-haired boy? Tisk, can you go offline before the time-traveling function is turned on? This is really enviable. Fairy Chilean. Mionji. Advertisement book artist. It means that friends on the internet meet in real life. Here's an actor. Welcome to join us, Kisame. Sharkface Guy. You are the group leader. What should I say at this time? However, I see that everyone in the group seems to be familiar with my appearance. This is an actor. I know you have a lot of doubts. Take your time and introduce yourself first. Book artist. Yes. Even if we do know you quite well, we still have to introduce ourselves. This is the practice of this group. Curly-haired child. Name, gender, age, occupation, orientation, love times, XP, all of these must be honestly explained. Upskirt maniac. Is there something strange mixed in? Are the last 3 a bit? Fairy Chilean. Has Yin started to get sick again? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Ignore that guy just now, Kisame. Just introduce the first 4. Of course, if you don't mind, you can also say the latter. Let us help you refer to it. Upskirt maniac. Book artist. How do you refer to it? Sister Conan, don't imitate Yin's inexplicable words. The corners of Hoshigaki Kisame's mouth twitched, feeling that this group's style of painting was a bit wrong. What about the mysterious organization that was agreed upon? Forget it, those weird things should be ignored. Thinking of this, he began to type in the chat box with his mind. Name Hoshigaki Kisame, gender male, age 23, occupation is Mist Shinobi ninja. Book artist. Hey, Kisame-san hasn't defected to Mist Shinobi yet? Sharkface Guy. No, there are still some tasks that have not been completed. Kisame already understood that these group members seemed to know him quite well, so he didn't ask why these people knew that he had the tendency to defect to Mist Shinobi. Angels of Rain Shinobi Village. Quest. Is it the task assigned by Uchiha Obito? Sharkface Guy. Who's that? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Oh, right. He proclaims himself Uchiha Madara. Advertisement Sharkface Guy. The Uchiha Madara who controls 4th Mizukage. No, my superior is not that kind of guy. Book artist. Curly-haired child. Not that kind of stuff. Judging from the plot of the original book, didn't you agree with Uchiha Madara's philosophy and agreed to join Akatsuki? Sharkface Guy. Agree with Uchiha Madara's philosophy? Ha 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 ha, it seems that you don't know everything. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. What does it mean? Curly. I feel like I'm being mocked. Book artist. Is there a deviation in the plot? Shark face guy. I don't know how much you guys know about me, but there's one thing you're really getting wrong. My superior is a more terrifying existence than that guy Uchiha Madara. That person is like an abyss. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Got it, Aizen Sōsuke? Seeing the name from Conan, Hoshigaki Kisami's pupils constricted suddenly. After a long silence, I typed the reply again. It seems that I still underestimated you. Fairy Chilean. No, to be precise, we underestimated Aizen. Unexpectedly, even you became his subordinate. Book artist. I understand why Aizen was able to provoke Kirigakure to attack Konoha. It must be related to Kisame-san. Sharkface guy. You guys seem to know Mr. Aizen well too. This is an actor, more than just understanding, Kisame. The corners of Aizen's mouth curled up, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. It is really not just a simple understanding. After reading the memories of Shinigami and Hokage worlds in the memory list, you can understand everything. Following Conan's prompt, Hoshigaki Kisame opened the memory list and received the memories of the two worlds of Hokage and Shinigami. The whole person was stunned instantly, with a dull expression. So it was you? 035 Kisame. Curly. What do you mean? Have you met Conan? The current Hoshigaki Kisame is not a member of the Akatsuki organization, and his scope of activities should be in Mist Shinobi. It stands to reason that it is impossible to meet Conan in this way. Sharkface guy. Yes, I've seen it. That's when she beats the foam and recycles 6 tails. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Conan's eyes widened in disbelief. She had repeatedly confirmed the surroundings through her spiritual perception that day, and there was no other life form besides her and Bubble. But how did Kisame know about this? Hint. The Sharkface guy fills in Hokage world-related memories. Sharkface guy. See for yourself. Upskirt maniac. Hey, that Aizen guy was there. Fairy Chilean. Speaking of it this way, I'm afraid some kind of shielding method was used. Book illustrator. That is to say, he already knew that Sister Conan owned Hiranmaru that day? Curly. Oops, this is really bad. All the hole cards have been exposed. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Conan in danger? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Probably not. Even if he found out that I have Hiranmaru, he didn't show any strange behavior. These days are no different from usual. Wiping the cold sweat off his brow, Conan tried to calm down. Fairy Chilean. Even so, you can't take it lightly, that guy must be plotting something in the dark. Book artist. I found a very strange thing. From Kisame-san's memories, we can see that Aizen seems to know that Obito will find Kisame one day? That's not right, we didn't know this until we watched the Hokage episode. Could Aizen be able to predict the future? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. It's really weird, even Aizen can't do this, right? Conan also only used interrogative sentences here, which shows that she is not completely sure. That's Aizen after all, and an Aizen living in the world of Hokage. Thinking of his endless research results and methods, who knows if he will really obtain the predictive ability like Great Toad Sage. Upskirt Maniac. Maybe it's not that complicated, just what Obito himself told him. Advertisement Shark Face Guy. That's a possibility. Hoshigaki Kisame has seen Conan's complimentary memory, and it is clear that Mr. Aizen was recommended by Obito when he joined the Akatsuki organization. Maybe they have a great relationship. Curly-haired boy. Ah, damn it. There are so many things that are unclear. Why is there such a complicated guy as Aizen in the pure Hokage world? It's an actor. Maybe fate. In fact, Aizen himself doesn't know why he appeared in the world of Hokage, and even he can't figure out the reason for such things as passing through in a sleep. Book artist. The world of Hokage is not simple, right? Intrigues, betrayals, lies and killings abound. Upskirt Maniac. But in summary, the whole Hokage is pure black Zetsu saving his mother. Curly-haired boy. What a joke. It's just to make complaints that point directly to the soul. Leizajong. One day, you will become a real Tukao master. The much anticipated tomorrow is waiting for you. Upskirt Maniac. Huh? Me, can I? Curly. Believe in yourself? Book artist. Leizajong, don't be influenced by this pervert to make complaints about such a sad existence, just let him do it himself. Shark Face Guy. Simple black Zetsu saves mother, if it's true. The fate of all of us is nothing more than a subsidiary product of others, and I understand a little bit why Mr. Aizen wants to completely subvert the ninja world. Curly. Conan, this guy really is your colleague, it coincides with your idea. Book artist. Kisame-san, it's better not to trust Aizen too much. You can see that Uchiha Shisui is a good example. He has to count the money for him after being sold. Fairy Chilean. Speaking of which, how is Shisui doing now? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Well, seems to have fully mastered Hollow's power. Conan looked at Shisui who had regained his human form in the monitor, and his eyes became extremely firm. At this moment, the other party was having some kind of conversation with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sharkface Guy. What about Hollow's power? A gift that can be given by Mr. Aizen himself must not be simple, right? This is an actor. Aizen should have planned to train Shisui as Kurosaki Ichigo. Book artist. Curly. Kurosaki Ichigo. Advertisement. This is an actor. Yeah, we can tell from the relationship between Shisui and Aizen earlier. They are not only best friends, but also old enemies. This relationship is probably not Shisui's subjective assumption, but Aizen deliberately created it. He has been consciously cultivating Shisui. Upskirt maniac. It seems so. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. What did Ransang just say? It's an actor. Well, but Aizen seems to sense that Uchiha Shisui doesn't have the potential to be Kurosaki Ichigo. This is also inevitable. After all, Kurosaki Ichigo's growth is a bug. That state simply cannot be replicated. Book artist. That's right. Kurosaki Ichigo in Kanbaru's book is simply open all the way, and no one else can compare to him for more than 10 days after hundreds of years of practice. Shark-faced guy. The group leader is really amazing. He actually analyzed Mr. Aizen's thoughts so easily. Curly. This is not analysis. Let Yin-song let me tell you a secret, our group leader is actually Aizen. Shark-face guy. Hoshigaki Kisame stiffened, with a stunned expression on his face. This is true and false, it is impossible. Curly-haired boy. Ha 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 ha, you must be scared. Sure enough, I was scared. Illustrator of the book. Bullying newcomers. Ah Yin, you are really wicked. Shark-face guy. So, is it fake? Fairy Chilean. Of course it is fake. How could Aizen be in our group? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. It seems that Kisame has also cast a shadow on Aizen. But don't be too scared, we currently have no conflict of interest with Aizen, so he shouldn't embarrass us too much. Seize this time and accumulate your strength. Book artist. Yes. When the time is right, hit him again. Shark-face guy. Can this kind of thing really be done? No kidding. I fell into a dark abyss when I was around Mr. Aizen. Although that man is smiling at you on the surface, it seems that he will eat you up in the next second. This is what Hoshigaki Kisame said from his heart, the most authentic feeling in his heart. He never confided in anyone in reality, but in the group he vented himself without hesitation. As you can imagine, he was really tired of pretending. He even had hallucinations, as if the boy named Aizen Sōsuke was standing opposite him at this moment. Wait, it's not like a hallucination. Hoshigaki Kisame froze. But in the next second, Aizen's soft voice sounded. So I seem to be such a cold and heartless person, Kisame. 036 Mr. Aizen, you really know how to play sluggish. Hoshigaki Kisame's entire brain fell into a sluggish state at the moment, staring blankly at Aizen opposite him. What does he mean by that? Is this guy really in the group? No, no way. This kind of thing is impossible. Thinking of this, Hoshigaki Kisame suppressed his palpitations, pretending to be calm and said, Mr. Aizen, you seem to be saying something again that I can't understand. Do you really not understand? The corners of Aizen's mouth were slightly curved, and he said in a calm manner, it's like falling into a dark abyss by my side. You smile on the surface, but it seems to swallow you up in the next second. It seems that you have a deep prejudice against me, Kisame. Boom. Hoshigaki Kisame felt as if struck by lightning, his small round eyes opened wide. Blue, Mr. Aizen, you. At times like this, I still like the title of group leader. The breeze fluctuated, blowing the boy's brown hair. The eyes under the transparent lenses looked warm and soft, but Hoshigaki Kisame only felt the bone-chilling cold now. Lord, Hoshigaki Kisame was trembling all over, his head was buzzing. It's actually true, the group leader is really Aizen, and those group members didn't seem to notice it at all, and they still took this as a joke? Is this him? It's outrageous. Open the door for outrageous, outrageous is home. What AF asterisk 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 G-dog? Hoshigaki Kisame is feeling like AF asterisk 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 G-dog at the moment. His mouth was wide open, but no sound could come out. It was not until a long time later that he slowly regained his senses. Mr. Aizen, you really know how to play. As a big devil, but sneaked into the leader of the army that resisted you, it must be very fulfilling, right? Is there a sense of accomplishment? Actually, I don't have any. Aizen turned his face to the side, looking at the mountains in the distance. If they can deduce my true identity through the hints I give, that would be a sense of accomplishment. It's a pity that their cognition of me seems to have been deeply ingrained. Then he is for sure. The memory you uploaded has nothing to do with the identity of Aizen. Who would have thought that memories could be deceiving? Hoshigaki Kisame complained wildly in his heart. At this time, he didn't know the identity of the Aizen Traverser, and only thought that the memory of the earth was deliberately forged by Aizen. So Mr. Aizen just told me about this because I'm no longer useful? The guy with the shark face had already thought about it and chose to lie flat. He knew very well that no matter how much he resisted or quibbled at such a time, it would be useless, so he might as well be more calm. Advertisement? No, I just thought it would be more interesting to reveal the truth. Aizen shook his head lightly, and said lightly, whether it is to expose or continue to conceal, you can make your own choice at will. After the words fell, he turned and left very freely. Now, those mist shinobi ninjas around are busy with the things at hand. It seems that the existence of such a living person as Aizen has never been discovered from the beginning to the end. Really, is it necessary to choose such a thing? Hoshigaki Kisame's mouth cracked as he watched the other party's back. His eyes turned to the light curtain in front of him again. Book artist. Kisame-san. What about the Kisame-san people? Upskirt maniac. Maybe it was the words just now that made the fear in his heart explode. Curly-haired boy. No, I think he is doing sashimi. Or is it a platter, a shark platter? Think it might have a very good taste? Oops, I suddenly got hungry. Shark face guy. While I do look like a shark, I feel like I'm still human at heart. Curly-haired boy. Yes, you answered in such a black humorous way. Do you want to become a comedian even though you have a shark face? Are you guys thinking too much? And, you're Arankar all right? Arankar? Arankar is not human. Here's an actor. Don't underestimate Kisame, he's still very talented. What Aizen is talking about here is Kisami's acting talent. It's pretty good to be able to pretend to be calm when facing yourself. Shark face guy. I can't compare to you, group master. In Kisami's view, if he is a comedian, Aizen is the real actor. The gap between the two is like a world of difference. Fairy Chilean. Kisami's tone seems to be much happier than before. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. It seems that something happened to make you feel happy? Shark face guy. What a happy thing, does meeting Aizen count? Fairy Chilean. Upskirt maniac. Curly. Hey, is it true? What is that Aizen guy doing with you at this hour? Could it be that he also took a fancy to the shark platter? Book artist. Enough is enough for me, this stock is hard to pass, right? Shark face guy. Nope. Because what I said in the group just now was seen by him, and he was taught a bad lesson. By the way, our group leader is actually Aizen. Advertisement this is an actor, sure enough, Kisame, you still chose to expose it. Shark face guy. Isn't that what you want, Mr. Aizen? Usually bear very hard, right? It's an actor, you guessed it, it was a fun experience for me. Shark face guy. Yeah, you are such a wicked person. Upskirt maniac. Curly-haired boy. Are you two guys performing crosstalk in the group? I advise you to stop here, it is not funny to use this self-confessed humorous way. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. It's okay. Seeing that Kisame is a lot more cheerful, that's good. Shark face guy. Hey, thank you for your concern. Smiling on the surface, Kisame sighed in his heart. There is no hope for this group of people. He tried his best to expose it, but it was still regarded as a crosstalk. In other words, what exactly is crosstalk? Reminder. Fairy Chilean uploaded her own swordsmanship. Dugu 9 swords, price, 200 points. Upskirt maniac. Wow, Sister Mocho has learned Dugu 9 swords? Fairy Chilean. Yes, it's hard, I just learned it. The reason why Lee Machu only uploaded after learning it was because of the group chat mechanism. When uploading one's own ability in the group, the own ability will not disappear, and the ability will be infinitely copied by the special rules in the group, and everyone can buy it. But if uploading cheats, weapons and other items, the items you hold will directly enter the uploaded product area. After being purchased, the item will be owned by the buyer, and it cannot be copied, only a single orphan item. In this way, it must be more cost-effective to upload after learning. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Sorry, Aizen is back. Curly-haired child. I understand, I'm going offline, right? Book artist. I really can't bear it, I have to be so sneaky every time. Let's just elope, Miss Conan. Such a rough husband, what qualifications do you have to commit yourself to him? Shark face guy. 037 Orochimaru's revenge book artist. Cough, don't get me wrong, I am just kidding. Fairy Chilean. Because every time Conan chats with us, it seems like he is secretly having a tryst with us behind the back of the domestic violence father-in-law? Shark face guy. That's right. I thought that Ms. Conan and Mr. Aizen really had that kind of relationship, but it seems I was overthinking it. Book artist. Of course it's impossible, how could Miss Conan have a good impression of Aizen's old woman? I think Miss Conan likes Ran Sang. Shark face guy. Hoshigaki Kisame doesn't know how to complain anymore, they are alone. Upskirt maniac. Huh? Is this true? Fairy Chilean. After our analysis, there is an 80% possibility. Lazy didn't notice it. Every time Mr. N appears, Conan will be very happy. Book artist. Moreover, Miss Conan's attitude towards Ran Sang is completely different from other men, although there was only Ah Yin in our group besides Ran Sang. Upskirt maniac. That's true. If there was a choice, all fools would choose Ran Sang. Curly. Looking at the various 8 trigrams conjectures of several group members, Aizen did not comment. Just glanced at Conan out of the corner of his eye, then turned his gaze back to the monitor in front of him. The picture displayed on the screen is Hokage's office. Is this what Sōsuke wanted to entrust to you before? Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the wooden box and asked with a frown. For sure. Shisui also stared at the wooden box, and said in a complicated tone. The pattern on this is the wheel seal developed by me and Aizen, and only the two of us know how to engrave this seal. Moreover, it is still under the steel in the southern suburbs, found. The southern suburb steel is the clue that Aizen left for Shisui before Conan and Itachi took him away. Shisui didn't think much of it at the time. He was going to ask Aizen in detail after he came back from the roots, but he didn't expect it to be the last farewell. In that case, let's open it. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded lightly. Untie. Shisui stretched out his index finger and middle finger according to the printing method he remembered, and the black wooden box opened slowly with a click. Inside was a letter full of handwriting and several sheets of blank paper with strange symbols drawn on it. Advertisement. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the letter and glanced at it briefly, then got up suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. Danzo, you. On the outskirts of the country of grass, in a secluded valley. Is this right here? Shimura Danzo's old cheeks emerged from the shadowy silhouette. Yes, my lord. The root ninja wearing a fox face mask beside him respectfully said. We detected that strange movement here. Shimura Danzo nodded slightly and closed his eyes. Soon, more than a dozen clusters of flame like special energy appeared in his perception line of sight. The corner of his mouth was cracked, and he said with a little excitement, "Yes, that is indeed the source. The so-called source is the source of hollow things." In Danzo's eyes, it is a very strange and special life. Their faces are covered with bony masks that look like beasts, and their strength is amazing. Back then, it took him 6 elite ninjas to kill one of them, and brought its body back to the root base for research. A special substance can be stripped from these sources. Injecting it into the human body can give it unimaginable abilities and strengths. Danzo named this substance, hollow matter. The appearance of the hollow creature greatly expanded Danzo's ambition. He felt that as long as he had enough hollow objects, he could create an unprecedented hollow army. Even ruling the ninja world would be easy. But there are too few sources of this kind of hollow stuff, and they are elusive. Even if Danzo sends a large number of root ninjas to the entire ninja world as an investigation, there is almost no information feedback about the source. But today, it is in this remote valley near the country of grass. How could he not be excited that he had discovered such a large number of sources? Catch them as soon as possible, don't let anyone go. Danzo waved his hand and said coldly. Now he has many hollow ninjas under him, and the fighting power of these hollow ninjas is much stronger than ordinary ninjas. It used to be necessary to use the method of siege to capture the source, but now it is completely unnecessary. Yes. The root ninjas took the order and were planning to take action. Whoosh whoosh. But at this moment, several kunais suddenly shot out from the side bushes. Plop, plop. The 2 root ninjas were hit instantly and fell to the ground. Who? Danzo snorted coldly and unwrapped the bandage, making seals with both hands. Wind-style wind cut. Swish swish swish. Advertisement. The transparent wind knife condensed into shape and slashed towards the bushes. Rumble. The towering trees were cut down in the middle, and the lush jungle was shaved instantly. The shadow of the human figure that was originally hidden there also revealed its own figure. It's you? Through the moonlight, Danzo saw the identity of the person coming. Orochimaru. He, you're really well. Danzo. With a cold smile on his face, Orochimaru, dressed in a red cloud robe with a black background, rushed towards Danzo. I'm here to collect your bill. Protect Lord Danzo. The remaining root ninjas took up their postures and raised their weapons one after another. Orochimaru, however, was eerily fast. One of the root ninjas didn't even have time to make a parrying action, and the chest was pierced by the grass pheasant sword. What happened? Where is he? Damn, why can't I keep up with his speed? Puff puff. The ninjas at the root fell one by one. When facing Orochimaru, they let him be slaughtered like lambs to the slaughter. Unreasonable. Danzo realized something was wrong. These subordinates of him are all ninja legions who have passed through Hollow. Even if the individual strength is indeed inferior to Orochimaru, it will never be impossible to resist like now. What exactly is going on? Laugh. Until Danzo was left with only the trembling root ninja with a fox mask on his face. Orochimaru finally stopped his killing. He seems to have discovered something very interesting. Staring fixedly at Danzo, he said in a hoarse voice, "You don't know anything about this expression? 038 Betrayal and Loyalty. What do you want to say?" Danzo narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice. On the surface, he seemed to be asking Orochimaru, but when he spoke, his body took 2 steps back slightly. But Orochimaru didn't answer him, but his eyes were playful. Through research on hollow creatures, he had discovered it long ago. Human beings who are hollowed will have a special oppressive force field, and all creatures close to them will be affected by this force field. The stronger the hollow individual is, the more terrifying the oppressive force field will be, and this kind of oppressive force will be especially prominent and obvious when facing the existence of the same hollow creature. That's why those root ninjas are so hard to resist when faced with his kills. Originally, Orochimaru thought he was the first to discover this oppressive force field. It wasn't until he met Aizen that day and learned of the existence of Ryatsu from the other party that Orochimaru realized that he seemed to be sitting on the sidelines. In his opinion, Aizen is Danzo's confidant, and since he knows the existence of Ryatsu, I am afraid that Danzo's research and development of hollow creatures is more than his own. But looking at Danzo in front of him now, he felt like he was thinking too much. This guy, I'm afraid he doesn't even understand farts. But that being the case, how did Aizen know the existence of Ryatsu? Could it be? As if thinking of some possibility, Orochimaru smiled even more, licked his lips and said, "Interesting, this is really interesting." Both he and Danzo must have underestimated that brat Aizen. Although I don't know what Orochimaru is doing in front of him, but for Danzo, this is obviously an excellent opportunity for a sneak attack. Hands quietly stretched out, secretly rubbing ready to seal. However, just when he started to form seals, a long knife suddenly pierced his lower back, penetrating his abdominal cavity. Pooh! Danzo obviously didn't expect someone to sneak up on him from behind, spurted blood from his mouth, staggered and almost fell to the ground. After trying his best to stabilize his figure, he covered his waist and abdomen with his hands, and turned around with a look of astonishment on his face. "It's you." Advertisement. The one who came into view was actually his subordinate wearing a fox mask. "I'm so sorry, Master Danzo." The root ninja who took off his mask revealed a delicate and immature face. "Damn it, you bloody traitor." Danzo's lips trembled, and he raised his right hand tremblingly. Obviously, he seems to want to launch some kind of India. "Don't waste your efforts, Danzo." Orochimaru saw through his thoughts in an instant, and said with a sinister smile, "I have already solved the curse and bondage you engraved on him."
B asterisk 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 D. B asterisk 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 D. Danzo's face was livid with anger. He finally understood that this was a premeditated trap. Why? The old man should have no grievances with you. Not only is there no grievance or enmity, but they are also a mutual interest relationship. Danzo really couldn't understand why Orochimaru would suddenly kill himself. Sarah, why? Speaking of this, Orochimaru's expression was a little subtle. You should ask your precious disciple about this kind of thing. You mean, Aizen? Danzo was stunned, his face full of disbelief. Ah, that's right. I also heard the rumors. Your precious disciple seems to be dead? Orochimaru smiled and said. Then, I can only invite you to ask him in the world over there. Let's do it. Orochimaru knew very well that his previous guess had gone wrong. Danzo didn't have what he wanted. But things have developed to this stage, and Orochimaru naturally can't just let the other party go. He knows very well the truth of cutting weeds and rooting them out. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. At this moment, Yakushi Kabuto, who had come to Orochimaru, nodded slightly. The long knife in his hand reflected the cold light under the moonlight. Puff. Bright red blood spurted out, and Orochimaru knelt down in shock and anger. Here, what's the situation? Danzo, who saw this scene not far away, was stunned and looked a little confused. What the hell does this Yakushi Kabuto mean? Pocket. Orochimaru gritted his teeth, wishing he could swallow the boy alive in front of him. You be asterisk 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 D. Did you even betray me? Dude did not betray. Can you please not be too harsh on him? A gentle voice sounded abruptly. Senior Orochimaru. With the voice down, the outlines of the two figures gradually approached, revealing their figures from the darkness. Advertisement instantly. Both Danzo and Orochimaru's eyes widened in horror, their faces full of disbelief. Aizen, how is it possible? Master Aizen. Yakushi Kabuto also walked to Aizen at this time, bowing his head very respectfully. Duke is very loyal, but the object of this loyalty is me. Aizen said softly with the corners of his mouth curled up. There was a moment of silence. Orochimaru finally realized something and said with an ugly face. I see, is this all your plan? Senior Orochimaru's reflexes are very sharp. Aizen smiled and praised softly. I know your dedication to Hollow's research. As long as you reveal a little information about Ryotsu, you will definitely have a strong interest. Then, as I expected, you still talk about everything. The source of everything is blamed on Danzo-sama. God is so responsive. If you were really sharp, how could you be tricked by a brat like you? Orochimaru felt that the other party's compliment was a mockery of himself, and his face turned red with anger. Aizen. Although the reaction was half a beat slow, Danzo also understood at this moment that he was being bullied. The other party escaped his sight by feigning death, and then used Yakushi Kabuto to induce himself and Orochimaru to come here to fight with Snipe and Clam. I have to say, this is really a perfect conspiracy. But there was another problem that Danzo couldn't figure out. When did you hear about Hollow? For all of Hollow's studies and experiments, he did not involve Aizen. Even if the opponent is his perfect work, he still subconsciously keeps his hands on Aizen. But even so, Aizen was able to give accurate information about Hollow. Even, it is much more detailed than what I have researched. At least, Danzo himself has no idea where Ryotsu is. When did you know? The corners of Aizen's mouth curled up, a slightly mocking smile appeared on his face. Why don't we change the question, Lord Danzo? For example, the 7th Root Squad you led, the task at that time was to carry out the assassination operation designated by the Minister of Finance of the Nation of Fire. Why did you suddenly encounter the source of Hollow? Danzo's pupils constricted suddenly, with an unbelievable expression on his face. Don't you? 039 You guys are great experimental materials. I did let you meet it on purpose. Aizen stepped forward slowly, and said with a soft smile, as an ambitious man who longs for power, encountering this kind of unknown special creature will inevitably generate the intention of research. And the fact is just as I expected, you led the crowd to kill yourself after killing the supposed source of Hollow. Its body was moved to the 4th research room of the root base for sampling research. Boom. Hearing this, Danzo was struck by lightning. What's the situation? How does this Aizen know everything? It was as if everything he did was done right under his nose. How did he do it? Moreover, this Aizen knows everything, yet he acts like he doesn't know anything in front of him. In the years of getting along with each other, they have not revealed the slightest flaw. This performance is simply perfect to impeccable. What a terrible scheming. Orochimaru sneered sinisterly, and looked at Danzo with a mocking face. It seems that Advisor Danzo really chose an incredible brat as his disciple. You're wrong, Senior Orochimaru. The silvery moonlight fell, and the transparent lens on Aizen's face reflected the cold light. Actually, from the time I entered the Konoha orphanage, I was ready to become Danzo-sama's subordinate. What do you mean? Danzo asked with a look of astonishment on his face. You chose me to enter the root because you saw my well-organized management of the Konoha orphanage, coupled with my talent for ninjutsu. That's why you love talents, right? So what? Haven't you ever wondered why Teacher Nanayu asked me, a 4-year-old child, to manage the orphanage? Don't you? Danzo got it all. It turned out that no Naoyu had already betrayed him at that time, and deliberately pushed Aizen to the front stage to attract his attention with his talent. So, the corners of Aizen's mouth were slightly curved, and his voice was soft. It's not that Danzo-sama chose me, but I chose Danzo-sama. Hateful. Shimura Danzo's face was livid, and he gritted his teeth.
Aizen Sōsuke, you bloody brat. Anger. An unprecedented anger filled Danzo's chest. It made him tremble all over, and the veins on his forehead popped out. Who would have thought that the disciple whom he cultivated as a perfect handicraft turned out to be a devil who played with people's hearts in essence? Danzo, who has always been manipulative, finally feels the taste of being manipulated at will. But this feeling is really bad, very bad. Twisted and hated, Danzo's sanity faded away. Pooh. Advertisement. Suddenly, a mouthful of foam came out of Danzo's mouth. The white flowing substance that seemed to exist in life began to gradually cover his cheeks and whole body. It seems that it has already started. Aizen seemed to have expected it, and said unhurriedly, too excited will really speed up the process of hollow. He, that's really ironic. Orochimaru looked at Danzo as well, like a clown in a circus. Danzo, who is good at manipulating people, ends up becoming a puppet in the hands of others. Interesting evaluation. Aizen turned his gaze to Orochimaru, and said softly, so, Senior Orochimaru, don't you think you are not a puppet? Want to provoke me with words, brat? Grinning, Orochimaru sneered, I admit that you are a genius for playing tricks, but not everyone will be dominated by your little tricks. Call out. The moment his voice fell, Orochimaru's whole body suddenly jumped up, raised the grass pheasant sword in his hand and stabbed at Aizen. But at this moment, a strong sense of oppression suddenly broke out. This heavy oppression seemed to hit the soul directly, making Orochimaru's bones seem to be creaking. Clang. The grass pheasant sword in his hand fell to the ground. Orochimaru gasped and dropped to one knee. He raised his head stiffly, but saw that the source of the oppressive feeling was a purple-haired woman with a long knife hanging on her waist. Conan? Orochimaru said with an ugly face, it's really surprising that even one of the founders of the Akatsuki organization has become your personal subordinate. Silence. Conan still had the same indifferent face as before, and didn't seem to care about Orochimaru's words. It's not a subordinate. Senior Conan is my compatriot, Aizen said in a gentle voice. However, it may be difficult for a cold-blooded creature like Senior Orochimaru to understand this. Sorry, Master Aizen. Yakushi Kabuto lowered his head and said in a guilty tone, I didn't notice that Orochimaru still has the ability to move. It's not that you didn't notice, Do. Aizen said lightly, it's just that Senior Orochimaru has mastered the power of high-speed regeneration. Do you even know about high-speed regeneration? Orochimaru's complexion became even more ugly. He originally wanted to use this ability as a trump card. Your research has actually reached this point. Research? Aizen smiled and looked at him calmly. It seems that you still don't understand, Orochimaru-senpai. I knew all the abilities and powers of Hollow from the very beginning. From the beginning? Orochimaru's eyes widened in shock. You, don't you? Ow. Advertisement. Before he could finish his sentence, there was a roar like a beast. Huge monsters with bone masks covering their faces gathered around everyone. However, it is strange that these monsters did not care about Aizen and others at all. Just keep your eyes on Orochimaru and Danzo. Here, there are so many sources. Orochimaru was stunned and muttered to himself. Aizen explained. In fact, they should not be called the source. Their real name is the void. The product of the distortion of the soul of human resentment and hatred. So that's it. Is this what you meant from the beginning? Orochimaru finally realized. This creature named Shu was originally created by Aizen. Gap. At this moment, Orochimaru felt the gap between himself and the boy in front of him. It was like a cloud and mud. It seems that you have finally figured it out, Senior Orochimaru. Aizen smiled and said softly. Then, let me tell you two more things. Haven't you wondered why the 8th experimental subject you studied will there be a mutation? Do you really think that the high-speed regeneration ability was evolved by yourself? Orochimaru's eyes twitched, his face full of shock. It's you? That's right. Aizen smiled warmly, as if he was chatting with his old friend. That's why I ask you, do you really think you are not a puppet? Damn it, Aizen Sōsuke, Orochimaru roared with a sullen face. Pooh. At this time, his own hollow mutation also began. Orochimaru, who was still laughing at Danzo as a clown, finally realized that the clown was himself. Goodbye, Danzo-sama, Orochimaru-senpai. Turning around, Aizen's gentle voice floated. You are really great experimental materials. You stinky brat. Orochimaru, whose face was half covered by a bone mask, gritted his teeth, as if he was fighting fiercely with an existence in his heart. It's a pity that this confrontation is futile after all, and the ghosts around are gradually moving towards Danzo and Orochimaru. But at this moment, a golden light beam suddenly descended from the sky. Bang bang bang. All voids irradiated by this light beam were instantly reduced to ashes. A strange figure in a silver-white robe appeared abruptly in front of Orochimaru and Danzo. Who are you? Orochimaru, who was still unconscious, asked. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions towards you. The figure stepped forward, reached out and tapped Orochimaru's forehead lightly. The latter's body stiffened suddenly, and he fell into a deep sleep without warning. After all, we have a common enemy. 040 What should I do if I am entangled by Miss Pao in Academy City? Looking up at the shining golden sky, the corners of Aizen's mouth curled up slightly. As I expected, it really came. Who is that? Conan couldn't help asking curiously. Ah, an old friend, Aizen said casually without stopping. Old friend? Conan raised an eyebrow, eyes puzzled. It must be difficult for Aizen to call him an old friend. Who on earth is it? Ah, I really want to discuss this issue with Ransang, but now is not the time. Damn Aizen, Why is he so insidious when he is obviously a kid? I didn't even dare to open the group chat casually. Conan was slandering madly in her heart, but she didn't know that a certain little ghost she thought was insidious was watching the group chat like no one else. Upskirt maniac. So Yinsong still didn't catch the trousers thief in the end? Curly. Yeah, that guy is as slippery as a monkey. Damn, why would a guy with that kind of skill do such a pervert thing? Book artist. Before you say this, can you tear off the little bear pants that cover your head? It's weird for you to talk like that. Shark face guy. Put your panties on your head. Hoshigaki Kisame was startled. The newcomer had no idea what a choking operation was. This is an actor. It is an item that Ah Yin got in a lottery. You can understand it as armor. Shark face guy. So that's the case, but I can understand a little bit. Curly-haired boy. Shut up, brat. Yinsong. I have not done this for a long time. Yinsong. I just tie the bare pants to my chest now. Fairy Chilean. That thing is tied to the chest, isn't it, pervert? Book artist. Undoubtedly, it must be. Curly-haired boy. Tisk. You guys are just jealous after talking so much, right? Must be jealous, after all, it is a legendary item. Legendary. You African chiefs. Book artist. You are an African chief, your whole family is an African chief. Shark face guy. Oh, there's a fight. The group owner doesn't care. It's an actor, it's their everyday, a symbol of camaraderie. Advertisement shark face guy. Oh, so that's it. Curly-haired boy. Long-winded. Who loves and helps this stinky girl, you mere blonde-haired loser. Book artist. Hey, the natural curly silver hair full of uncle smell is too embarrassing to ridicule people. A lot of age still eat sweets every day, why not go home and drink mother's milk? Upskirt maniac. I always feel that the situation is a bit of a breakthrough, and both of them started to attack personally. Are you really alright? Fairy Chilean. Don't worry about them. It's you, lazy. How are things going with you over there? Upskirt maniac. No clues at all. Satin is currently wandering around a warehouse where the goods are placed in the 7th school district. Compared with the hustle and bustle of people during the day, the night here seems a bit quiet. That's why she came to this region. The experiments planned by the people with absolute abilities must all be carried out in sparsely populated places. So Satin Ruiko decided to start her search from the 7th school district closest to her residence. Fairy Chilean. Take your time, there is no rush for this kind of thing. Upskirt maniac. Well, I know. Hey, little girl. Right after Satin Renko sent this message, a frivolous voice sounded from the back of her head. It's so late, what are you doing in a place like this? Satin Renko frowned, and turned around slowly. What caught her eyes was a few teenagers dressed in sleek clothes, wearing earrings and nose rings. These guys can also be regarded as the characteristics of Academy City, an alternative existence that can only be seen at night bad boys. Oh, she's still a little beauty, although she looks young, she has a well-developed figure. It's my type. The moment Lizzie turned around, all the unscrupulous boys' eyes lit up. Satin took a breath and said softly, leave, if possible, I don't want to hurt you. This is not her bluffing, after all, she won 1,000 points in the first lottery draw. At the beginning, she wanted to save it, and later choose the ability she likes to exchange. But now, in order to make her search for Miss Misaka go smoothly, she had to grit her teeth and spend all the 1,000 points. Advertisement: the power of Shinigami, Shunpo, Kido, Taijutsu, Dubu 9 swords, ancient tomb swordsmanship. Now Satin Ruiko is no longer the ordinary junior high school student. Now, even if she encounters LV5, she still has the power to fight. If she has accumulated enough combat experience, even LV5 might not be able to defeat her. But these villains in front of them obviously don't know the details of Satin Lizzie, they just think that the chick's words are quite funny. Then, they laughed wantonly. Ha 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 ha, it's really interesting, don't want to hurt us, but Big Brother really wants to hurt you. The delinquents got closer and closer, and some of them who couldn't bear it had already stretched out their magic palms to Lizzie. Then there is no way. Renzi sighed helplessly. With a swish, the figure suddenly disappeared in place. Bang bang bang. There were bursts of muffled noises in the entire area, and calm was restored in an instant. Silver moonlight swayed. The delinquents who were still arrogant and domineering fell to the ground in disorder. A little rolling his eyes, and some twitching all over. Satin Reniko glanced at them, and then turned her eyes into the distance. It seems that there are none in this area, so I can only go to other places to try my luck. Tear? Just as she was about to leave, a voice suddenly stopped her from behind. This voice is very familiar, very familiar. Satin Ruiko instinctively sensed that something was wrong, and turned around stiffly. Sure enough, it was a girl with short brown hair who caught her eyes. Misaka, miss. I didn't expect you to have such strength, Satin. Misaka Makoto's eyes lit up, as if he had found some kind of rare treasure. Sarah, come and fight with me. Busy with studies, goodbye. Satin Ruiko left without any hesitation with Shunpo. What a joke, her strength is not for fighting. What's more, the opponent is still LV5, which makes Lizzie feel a little guilty. And Misaka Makoto behind her jumped anxiously and shouted loudly. Wait for me. Until the opponent is completely thrown away. Satin Reniko breathed a sigh of relief, and opened the group chat for help. Upskirt maniac. Isn't Ransang there? Save the child, I seem to be being targeted by Misaka-san. 041 Are there any good people in this group? Book artist. Huh? Shark-faced guy. Misaka-san, is that the railgun? Fairy Chilean. Didn't Saturn go to find Sister Misaka? Why was Misaka Makoto staring at her? Hint. The Upskirt Maniac has completed part of the memory of Magic Forbidden Super Canon. Upskirt Maniac. This is the situation. To be honest, I am also very confused. Book illustrator. Makoto Misaka discovered a lesson to a bad boy, and then she challenged you to a duel? Why does this development feel weird? This is an actor, Saturn, who took Kamijo Tuma's script. Curly-haired boy. Hey, that sounds like it is true. Leiza-John directly stole the actor's role? Well done. Next, take down Misaka Makoto in one go. Upskirt Maniac. Take it, take it. Saturn Reniko was stunned, the whole person was dumbfounded. Book artist. You took this one, which kind did you take it? Shouldn't it be what I thought it would be? Fairy Chilean. Which one do you think? Sharkface guy. I'd love to know too. Curly-haired boy. HMPH, I think it's feasible to win either way. Leiza-John, I like you. Upskirt Maniac. No, stop kidding. I am seriously asking for help here. Saturn's face flushed red. She never knew what the so-called takedown meant, and she didn't understand the meaning of it. She is just a pure middle school student who doesn't know anything. This is an actor. The safest way is to pretend to lose to Makoto Misaka and make her lose interest in you. Upskirt Maniac. For me, there is another method. Thank you and Ransang. Curly. Wait. This method is not acceptable. As a fighter, you can accept your failure, but you must not cheat. Sarenko, this will make your inner warrior soul weep. Upskirt Maniac. Warrior or something, I'm just a middle school student. Book artist. There is a warrior inside everyone, regardless of age. The battle can be lost, but are you really willing to pretend to be defeated like this? Saturn, keep your pride. Fairy Chilean. Come on. Upskirt Maniac. I. The corner of Saturn Riniko's mouth twitched. She didn't know how to complain anymore. She just wanted to get rid of Misaka Makoto's entanglement, and a warrior's soul popped up out of something, so it was very difficult for herself. Advertisement. This is not playing an RPG game. This is an actor. I see. Even Sanko has this kind of awareness. I am very relieved. Upskirt Maniac. What the hell is enlightenment? I didn't say anything at all. It's an actor. Defeat Makoto Misaka to create an unshakable psychological shadow inside her. Let her understand the strength gap between you and her, like the sky and the soil. In this case, I can guarantee that she will never dare to pester you again. Fairy Chilean. This method is wonderful. Book artist, support. Curly-haired boy. Well, that's exactly what it should be. Upskirt Maniac. Well, is there something wrong with my understanding? Do you think that I can easily defeat Misaka-san, who is a LV5 electric shock user? There is great doubt in Saturn Riniko's small eyes. Is she really that strong now? Curly hair. Of course, you have to believe in yourself, Psycho-chan. Book artist. Yes, you are the best. This is an actor. Don't worry, it's just Makoto Misaka. I believe you will not let us down. Upskirt Maniac. I will try my best. Saturn Ruiko also seemed to be infected by everyone's encouragement. Close the chat group and take a breath. Book artist. Lazy is offline. Curly-haired child. Yes, it's offline. Fairy Chilean. Nothing will happen, right? This is an actor. It doesn't matter. Misaka Makoto is still a bit measured in his actions. At least she wouldn't do Sarenko any serious harm. Sharkface guy. Huh? What do you mean? You know that Satino can't beat Misaka Makoto with her current strength, yet you still let her fight? Kisame thinks that these people are really too much, and gang up to harm a little girl? Does conscience really not hurt? Book artist. Ahem, I'm just following everyone's wishes. Ying Lily threw the blame decisively, so she would not admit that she deliberately agreed because she found it interesting. Fairy Chilean. For Lizzie, this will be a good training. Advertisement Curly. Exactly. Only relying on the heart of justice without matching consciousness and character. The blade you hold tightly in your hand will only hurt yourself in the end. Of course, in the final analysis, the ultimate responsibility for this matter still has to be borne by the group owner. After all, it is the group leader, book artist. Bah, having said so much, you are simply shirking responsibility, right? Curly-haired boy. Long-winded, what I said is the truth. It's an actor. I'm not lying. If Saturn can really formulate a good strategy, use the abilities of Shunpo and Kido reasonably, she does have a chance of defeating Misaka Makoto. Of course, judging from Saturn's current combat experience, this possibility can be ignored. Sharkface guy. That's right. However, everyone was able to follow the topic of the group leader very tacitly. Is this the same mind? It's an actor. No, it's just that everyone thinks it's going to be fun to develop that way. Sharkface guy. Peeved. Having said so many beautiful words, the essence is still to unite to deceive people. These bastards are really bad-hearted. Just be careful yourself. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I'm back. Hint. The Angels of Rain Shinobi Village complete part of the memories of Hokage Ninja. This is an actor. Hard work and welcome back. Aizen glanced at Conan, who was sitting upright beside him, and secretly praised his acting skills. Unexpectedly, she can almost keep her eyes straight. This girl has grown up very fast. Book artist. Hey, Aizen is really scary. Danzo and Orochimaru are completely fooled by him. Curly-haired child. Started layout from the age of 4? Is this guy born a monster? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. No, I feel that Aizen should have retained all the memories and abilities from the Soul Society. Otherwise, many things cannot be explained. Book artist. Sister Conan means that Aizen may be a reincarnated person who retains the memory of the Soul Society. If that's the case, it's indeed much more reasonable. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Yes, what's even scarier is that he has Hogyoku. I saw him take it out with my own eyes today, and it was because of Hogyoku's role that Danzo and Orochimaru's hollow intensified. Even when sending this message, Conan still kept his eyes fixed, his face full of indifference. Curls. Hogyoku? Even Hogyoku was reincarnated with him? Mom? Book artist. Horrible. How to play this? If he has Hogyoku, even if we can travel through and sneak attack, we can't kill Aizen at all. Cough cough. Hoshigaki Kisame, who was staring at the light curtain, was choked by the message from Eriri, and quickly tried to change the subject. I'm curious, are Orochimaru and Danzo dead? 042 interlocking plans, are Danzo and Orochimaru dead or not? The question raised by Kisame made Conan's face become a little subtle. It should be, not dead yet. Book artist. Should? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Well, I saw a golden light before leaving. According to Aizen, it was the one who emitted the golden light that saved them. That person is very strong, probably much stronger than me now. Fairy Chilean. Stronger than you are now? It's a bit of a shock. After all, the current Conan has been strengthened by the power of Shinigami, and also carries Hiranmaru who can Shikai. Even 6 paths pain may not be your opponent. Curly-haired boy. Hey, is there such a person in the ninja world? Could it be Uchiha Madara? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I don't know, Aizen didn't tell me. Shark face guy. He was able to save someone from Mr. Aizen. It seems that he is really scary. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. No, I think the really scary one is Aizen. He seemed to have expected that this person would come to rescue Danzo and Orochimaru, but he still let him go. Curly. So, the appearance of this mysterious figure is also in Aizen's plan? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Sure, it is. Book artist. Who is it? I'm super curious. Chilean fairy. A mysterious figure stronger than Conan, and the other party seems to know the true face of Aizen. Come to think of it, maybe there is only Uchiha Madara? Book artist. No, isn't that guy already dead? Curly. Did you forget that Aizen can turn the dead into Arankar? Book artist. This. Angels of Rain Shinobi Village. What about intentions? Aizen rarely does things that are not sure, since he turned Uchiha Madara into Arankar, then Uchiha Madara must be under Aizen's control. That being the case, why did he ask Uchiha Madara to save Danzo and Orochimaru? There is no need for this at all. Curly-haired child. No, with Aizen's insidious character, it's not impossible to do such a thing. Maybe he thinks Danzo and Orochimaru can still use waste. Uchiha Madara. What an outrageous guess. Advertisement. Aizen sighed slightly, and did not join the discussion of these people. The guesswork of these group members will be completely different from the truth every time, and the brain supplements do not teach the basic law. Never mind. Aizen turned his gaze back to the monitor screen in front of him, and the image displayed on it was the root base. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shisui were standing in the hall of root base at this moment, looking around with ugly faces. Corpse. There are a variety of corpses in the hall. Most of these corpses were dressed in root ninja uniforms, and the dried blood was black and red. Did Danzo do it? Shisui took a breath and said, he did such a thing. The faces of the dead were very calm and indifferent, and their expressions did not reveal any unwillingness or ferocity. It seemed that they had anticipated their own death. Obviously, the only person who can make them die peacefully is the leader of the root, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't speak, but his face was gloomy and terrifying. He really didn't want to believe that his old friend would do such a thing. But the facts are right in front of us. After all, the expressions of these people before they died cannot be faked. Master Hokage, we found 2 more corpses in the underground laboratory. Several Hokage subordinates Anbu quickly stepped forward carrying 2 stretchers, and said with a slightly trembling voice. After confirmation and comparison, they should be 2 consultants, Midokado Homura and Utatane Kaharu. What? Hearing such words, even Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but stiffen all over. When he decided to conduct a root investigation earlier, he sent someone to the homes of Midokado Homura and Utatane Kaharu to inform the 2 consultants. But the reply I got was that the 2 consultants were invited by Danzo's people this morning and have not returned yet. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt something was wrong. But he didn't expect that Danzo would be so insane. They are all close comrades in arms and partners who have gone through life and death together. How can I do it? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt extreme sadness and pain in his heart, and turned his eyes to the 2 remains on the stretcher. He wanted to look at his friend for the last time, but the picture printed in his eyes subverted his cognition a bit. How could it be like this? On the stretcher, the 2 remains looked like old acquaintances he was familiar with. Advertisement, but their foreheads, chins, and parts of their cheeks have been covered by white bone. Not only that, their bodies are also swollen and distorted like deformities, and long tails even extend from behind. Monster. Anyone who sees such things will think they are monsters. Hearing Hokage's inquiry, one of Anbu took a breath and said, according to the manuscript we found in the laboratory, this should be a mutation caused by hollow. Hollow? Shisui seemed to think of something, his pupils constricted suddenly. Experiment. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't notice the abnormality of the boy beside him. His eyes were bloodshot at this moment. He didn't know what hollow was, but he did know what Danzo did. To actually use one's old friends as the material of the experiment is already breaking the bottom line that Sarutobi Hiruzen can bear. Danzo, you really deserve to die. Killing intent. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, an uncontrollable killing intent surge. He feels that the current Danzo is simply not worthy of being called a person. Master Hokage, please calm down. Shisui came back to his senses at the right time and comforted him. The most urgent thing is to think about how to deal with the joint attack of Cloud Shinobi Village and Sanagakure. Damn it. Danzo the B***************** D. Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his forehead and the back of his hands popped. According to the information left by Aizen, Kiragakure's raid on Konoha was a bureau set up by Danzo, and it can also be said to be an introduction. The next ultimate move is the joint attack of Cloud Shinobi Village and Sanagakure. When Konoha is tired of coping, Danzo will wait for an opportunity to unseal Nine Tails and deal a fatal blow to Konoha. Such a plan is simply interlocking and seamless. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't quite believe in this matter, thinking that although some of Danzo's behaviors were off track, he still had his heart for Konoha. But looking at all this at the moment, the cold and heavy reality gave him a slap in the face. It hurts. Heartbreaking pain. 043 lazy. Play me. Fairy Chilean. Black. I think this kind of skirt looks good in black. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Purple seems to be good too. Book artist. That's it, then I'll buy one in black and one in purple. Curly-haired boy. I think colorless is more tasteful. Colorless. Fairy Chilean. Angels of Rain Shinobi Village. What is colorless? Curly-haired child. Of course you don't wear anything, it's colorless. Yin-song. I have always felt that only the most primitive is the most perfect. Shark face guy. I've been educated. Book artist. Go to hell, pervert. At curly-haired child. Aizen glanced at the group chat and found that these people are really good at chatting. From Uchiha moderate to the color of the skirt, how did this topic pick up? Fairy Chilean. By the way, we've been chatting here for almost 2 hours, time flies. Book artist. Yes. I just noticed that Miss Conan has been chatting with us, are you afraid of being discovered by Aizen? Conan raised his eyes slightly, glanced at Aizen quickly, and sent a message quietly. He was watching the movements of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Shisui through the monitor, and he probably didn't notice me. Moreover, I have roughly figured out how to get along with him without being noticed. Book artist. Wow, you are indeed Ms. Conan, shark-face guy. Well, that's really amazing. Kisame wiped the cold sweat from his brow, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. This girl must not know it yet, she was already under Mr. Aizen's observation when you said this. Curly. In what way, could it be to use your white body to distract Aizen? I didn't expect you, Conan, to come to this point. Is this the price of growth? Book artist. Shut up, forget it, don't close it, just sew it on. Fairy Chilean. I knew that Yinshi couldn't say anything good. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Ah Yin, Aizen is still just a child anyway. How can you come up with such dangerous thoughts? It seems that your usual education is not enough. Book artist. That's right, Aizen is just a child now. Wait, Miss Conan, you are wrong. Even if you are not a child, you cannot produce this kind of thought. Advertisement Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Don't care, it's just a joke. I have no intention of cheating on myself, don't worry. Book artist. Sister Conan, you have become more and more skinny recently. Leizajong doesn't even have your skin. Curly. Oh, yes. Lazy sauce. After chatting for so long, I almost forgot about this little girl. Is it because she usually acts too non-existent? Book artist. Indeed, when it comes to presents, no one can match a pervert like you. Fairy Chilean. I don't know what's going on with her. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. What happened to Psycho-chan? This is an actor. Nothing, just being taught by us to fight Misaka Makoto. The specific reason can be seen in the supplementary memory she uploaded. Curly-haired boy. Ha 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 ha, it's funny to say that silly girl, she went offline to find Misaka Makoto before she had time to sort out the situation, so, it's still too young. Upskirt maniac. Yeah, I'm still too young. Book artist. Fairy Chilean. Curly. Tears, Leizajong. Upskirt maniac. I was too young to believe the nonsense of you guys so easily. Satin Reiko's hair and clothes were messed up, and her ashen cheeks looked a bit embarrassed. Those big watery eyes were filled with grievances and resentment. This is an actor. Notice it, what a keen sense. Fairy Chilean. Indeed. That's great, lazy. Book artist. No, obviously we exposed ourselves. Curly. So, how about the outcome? Upskirt maniac. Heh. You obviously just wanted to ask for help on how to get rid of Misaka-san's invitation to fight, but in the end, you fooled me into a fight with her. Now you want to turn the chapter so easily? Satin Ruiko, will never accept such a thing. Curly-haired boy. Ahem, we are doing it for you, lazy sauce. How can we see a more beautiful rainbow in a life that does not experience wind and rain? Life is incomplete without a fight. Book artist. Well, after all, this is also a tempering for you. Advertisement. This is an actor. It is indeed so, although it is with the idea of watching a play. Shark face guy. Group master, you have spoken the truth again. Upskirt maniac. Don't believe me, I don't believe you now. You people have greatly traumatized and damaged my immature and careful spirit. Book artist.
How about I treat you to a small cake when the time travel function is activated? Curly. Huh? How could Lei Zhejiang be bought by that shabby little cake? Ah, pear sauce, don't you think things are too perfect? A small cake can't make up for her traumatized heart, at least 2 pieces are needed, and mine. Book artist. You can really sew your mouth shut, Ah Yin. It's just pure greed, why do you put yourself on the victim's side? Upskirt maniac. Chocolate milk, angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Upskirt maniac. You need chocolate milk, small cakes with chocolate milk can heal my inner wounds. Book artist. I understand. Fairy Chilean. Does that kind of food actually have the same effect as Yunnan Baiyao? Li Machu frowned, thinking that one day she should try the water? Angel from Rain Shinobi Village. It seems Sarenko-chan has calmed down. Here's an actor. Calm. Don't underestimate lazy. Maybe she didn't notice it at first, but she definitely figured out our intention later on. So, the girl wasn't angry at all. Upskirt maniac. Hey, I got a small cake and chocolate milk. Curly-haired boy. Anti-fraud. HMPH. Luckily I have seen Yin Song clearly. Book artist. Don't pretend, you can see clearly. Really, am I the only one bleeding? What a loss. Although the message she sent seemed to be complaining, there was a smile on the corner of Ying Lili's mouth. Obviously, she is in a good mood at the moment. After all, she made an appointment with a familiar companion, and the little skirt she bought today is also useful. But when she turned her head to the entrance of the alleyway not far away, she suddenly stopped laughing. 044 World changes Angel of Rain Shinobi Village, so Sarenko-chan didn't end up with Misaka Makoto in the end? Upskirt maniac. Yes, although we didn't fight for a long time, we didn't use all our strength. But I think if I continue to fight, I should lose. She was much faster than Misaka Makoto, but she couldn't get close. Misaka Makoto's electromagnetic barrier is a bit restrained by her physical skills, and it's too much when using weapons. Curly-haired son. Did you give up halfway? You can't do this, Seko-chan. The soul of the warrior will cry. Upskirt maniac. So, I don't have that kind of thing at all. Here's an actor. Why lose? Misaka Makoto is essentially a junior high school student like you. In the final analysis, it's just pecking at each other. How did you come to the conclusion that you will lose? The upskirt maniac. The wild chickens peck at each other? Curly. Peeved. There it is, a subtle metaphor from Enron. Fairy Chilean. Although it is true that Saturn and Misaka Makoto have no experience in killing, is the title of rookie biased? This is an actor. Just stating the facts. For Aizen, it's true. Curly-haired boy. You guy, don't you really put yourself in Aizen? After all, you're just an ordinary person. And the power of that super electromagnetic gun is really unstoppable with the current Psycho-chan. It's an actor. So, why give her the chance to fire a railgun? Shunpo is a display? Bakudo's control combined with Shunpo, obviously can easily defeat the opponent. Curly-haired boy. Are you talking on paper? You B******************. D. It's almost like defeating Misaka Makoto as long as you have hands. It's an actor, isn't it? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. And Ransang, are you? A little exaggerated? Although I don't dislike Ransang's self-confidence and calmness, Misaka Makoto still has some skills. At least Conan felt that he should not be able to handle Misaka Makoto's railgun. I can't take it right now. Curly-haired boy. Even Conan said that. Are you still stubborn? Conan is the strongest in Yinsang's group that I recognize, even if it's temporary. Shark-faced guy. Yay, yeah, Mr. Group Leader is underestimated. The strongest in this group? Conan? Advertisement? Kisame almost laughed out loud, but he didn't expose it. After all, he was still very excited to see the almost omnipotent Mr. Aizen deflated. It's like discovering a new world. Aizen was not angry, and with his self-cultivation and character, it was impossible for him to get angry because of this kind of thing. Just continued the topic and asked. Temporarily? In other words, is Yin confident that he will become stronger than Conan? Curly-haired child. This is not a question of self-confidence, it is a fact. As long as there is another lottery draw, Yin Song, I will definitely become the world. No, the strongest multiverse. This is an actor. I see, the multiverse is the strongest. I really want to believe you, but when it comes to the lottery. Fairy Chilean. Reminds me of Little Bear Trousers? Upskirt maniac. Ha. The feeling of the picture is overwhelming. The strongest in the universe with bear pants on his head, Mr. Sakata Jintoki. Shark face guy. Well, the lottery alone can really make Mr. Jintoki the strongest in the multiverse, in a sense. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village, the strongest pervert in the multiverse? Curly-haired boy. Shut up, you bastards, how dare you laugh at me? You are finished, this uncle declares that you are completely finished. Book artist. It's over. Curly-haired boy. That's right, I have to finish everything. I have decided that after Yin Sang and I become the king of the multiverse, each of you will sew panties at home every day, and they will be worn by others. Upskirt maniac. Sew panties. Book artist. What the hell are you talking about? I mean it's over here. Open black lens bracket picture close black lens bracket. Fairy Chilean. Is this a mouse? Click on the picture, and what is displayed on the screen is a strange gray-black creature. From the appearance point of view, it is indeed no different from ordinary mice, but its size is dozens of times larger than that of an ordinary mouse, and the front of its head is covered with a layer of thick black scales.
Book artist. I don't know, I also suddenly found it in the alley. And it runs so fast that it disappears in the blink of an eye. Upskirt maniac. This one looks scary. What kind of food can make mice grow so big? This is an actor. Fukushima nuclear wastewater. Advertisement. Curly. Fairy Chilean. Nuclear wastewater. Book artist. Peeved. Why didn't Ransang think of that? This is an actor. Because on my side of the earth, island countries are discharging nuclear wastewater into the sea. If the same is true on your side, it is not surprising that such aberrant species will appear. Curly. Hey, is it serious to discharge nuclear wastewater into the sea? How crazy is it to do such a thing? Are the high-level officials in your island country all beasts? No, even animals know how to love the environment. At this moment, Sakata Jintoki only felt his scalp go numb, and looked tremblingly at Kagura who was not far away. Jin-san, what's the matter? Sensing the other party's gaze, Kagura who was eating sour kelp turned his face away. No, it's nothing. Sakata Jintoki breathed a sigh of relief, and said, Kagura sauce. That kind of thing. It's better to eat less in the future. He was really afraid that this girl who loves to eat sour seaweed would turn out to be crazy. The appearance of 1 head and 8 arms is unimaginable. Book artist. There shouldn't be any on our side, right? Moreover, such creatures have not been reported in the news. Even so, Ying Lily is not very sure. Curly-haired child. Maybe it's not that there was no report, but that it was suppressed. Be sober, those so-called big shots are unwilling to see such negative information that is not conducive to their own rule. Book artist. Then, what should we do then? These things will not cause harm to humans, right? Here's an actor. Since they're not out on the street gnawing on humans openly, it proves that things aren't too serious. But you have to learn to protect yourself. Upskirt madman. What doesn't Ransang mean that these big rats may really attack humans one day? Here's the cast. It's not just about the rats. Ying Lily, do you still remember the news you saw earlier? The record-breaking anaconda. Book artist. You mean? It's an actor. The same gigantic, the same beyond the norm. Is it possible that they're caused by the same factor? If yes, it is equivalent to a signal. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. What signal? Here's an actor. The world is changing. 2.045 Aizen woven web interesting. At this moment, Aizen has turned his attention away from the group chat, and started to think about what happened in Yinglily's world. It is interesting research material that the ordinary, everyday world should produce such incomprehensible mutations, and what would be the cause of this change? Virus leak? Spirit recovery? Or an alien invasion? Various unknown possibilities ignited Aizen's curiosity. He really had the urge to go to Yinglily's world and do some research. However, not now. Let's finish dealing with these things in the ninja world first. Thinking of this, Aizen turned his gaze to the surveillance screen in front of him again. The sky was gloomy, and light rain fell down. In front of Konoha's comfort monument, there are people's heads surging at this moment. They each hold a flower in their hands. Everyone's face was solemn and a little sad. These people who came here today have more or less crossed paths with Aizen, and everyone feels regretful and sad about the passing of this wooden Yitian. And Sarutobi Hiruzen finally announced what Danzo did. The crime of causing the death of a talented Jonin and 2 Hokage advisors in his own selfishness is enough for him to be nailed to Konoha's rack of shame. Not to mention his secret plots. Colluding with Mist Shinobi, Sand Shinobi, and Cloud Shinobi in an attempt to destroy the entire Konoha. This guy is simply the biggest traitor since Konoha was founded, and his crimes even far exceed that of Uchiha Madara. These things cannot be dealt with, and the people of Konoha also need an explanation. Sarutobi Hiruzen really couldn't figure out how Danzo, who is pure in nature, could get to where he is today. Sighing deeply, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the tombstone not far away. At this moment, Yuhi Hong in plain clothes is standing in front of Aizen's tombstone, letting the raindrops fall slowly along her hair. Don't worry, Sōsuke-kun. I will definitely will avenge you. Me too. Beside her, Mitarashi Anko also clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. That damn Danzo, I'm going to tear him to pieces. The girl feels a little regretful now. Originally, he only wanted to match up his best friend and Aizen, thus hiding his true feelings. Thinking about it now is really too bad. It would be great if I could be frank at that time. Advertisement. The two women had their own concerns, and Shisui, who was not far away from them, also stared at Aizen's tombstone with a face full of shame, and whispered softly. I'm sorry, my dear friend. Hey, are you alright? A palm patted his shoulder, softly reassuring. Shisui raised his head suspiciously, and what caught his eyes was the slightly familiar silver hair. Kakashi-kun. If Aizen is still alive, I'm afraid he doesn't want to see you like this. Kakashi looked at Shisui with his own dead fish eyes, and then turned his eyes to the distant sky. We living people have to bear the ideals of the dead, don't we? I'm different from you, Kakashi-kun. Shisui was stunned for a moment, then sighed. Aizen's death was originally my fault. It was all caused by my innocence. This is the deepest pain Shisui hides in his heart, and every time he thinks of it, his heart will be pierced like a knife. Then we must inherit his behest and live well, Shisui. Might Guy walked over and gestured his thumbs, the corner of his mouth grinning. Since you have made a mistake, you must correct it. This is the youth that a man should have. What are you all doing? Just as he finished speaking, a childish voice suddenly sounded throughout the venue. Brother Aizen, he is not dead at all. Okay. Everyone was stunned for a while, and all their eyes turned to the source of the sound. What caught their eyes was a young boy with yellow hair. He is. That demon fox. Damn, why did he come to such a place? The people buried here are all Konoha heroes, and he deserves to come? All the Konoha shinobi participants showed expressions of disgust and disdain. Only Kakashi, who knew the inside story, sighed insignificantly. Naruto, don't mess around here. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a stern face with a gloomy expression. Normally he would tolerate Naruto, but this occasion is really not the time to mess around. What, Aizen is not dead? Are you mocking everyone's IQ? Aizen's body had been identified by Konoha's medical ninja, and the fatal injuries on his body could not be faked. Grandpa third generation, what I said is true. Uzumaki Naruto didn't care that his body was already soaked in rain, and said loudly, Brother Aizen is really not dead, he said, he will take me to see my mother. Take him away. Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered directly, not wanting to listen to his nonsense anymore. Yes. The two Anbu beside him nodded, and dragged Naruto roughly away from the comfort monument. It hurts so much, let me go. Why? Why don't you believe me? Sure enough, my mother is right. You are all bad people. You are all bad people, Brother Aizen. Advertisement until Naruto's figure completely disappeared, his voice still came from afar. A trace of guilt flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, feeling that there seemed to be something wrong with the child's mental state. But soon, the guilt was fleeting. Okay. Everyone is called here today. In addition to comforting the souls of Aizen Sōsuke, Mitokado Homura, and Udatane Kaharu who died heroically, there are the following arrangements. Sarutobi Hiruzen announced loudly, and at this moment, the top executives of Sand Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi are also gathering their forces. Unlike Cloud Shinobi, Sand Shinobi decided to send troops to Konoha because they actually received an invitation from Akatsuki. And the person who sent this invitation letter was the grandson of Sand Shinobi consultant Chiyo, the Red Sand Scorpion. It seems that all your preparations are ready, Konan said in a flat voice. No, it's still a bit short. Aizen shook his head lightly, looking at another monitor. The image that emerges, there's the Tsuchikage office built into the rock face. Now, Onoki had already listened to the report of a female ninja next, with a rather disdainful expression on his face. Mist Shinobi, Sand Shinobi, and Cloud Shinobi plan to jointly raid Konoha. Huh, I don't think they can succeed, and it's too risky to do this kind of thing. The female ninja didn't speak, but she breathed a sigh of relief. Onogi had a panoramic view of this scene, the corners of his mouth slightly curved. Okay, you go down. Yes. The female ninja bowed and stepped back. Not long after she left, Onogi suddenly said to Anbu behind him. Immediately send an order that all ninjas above the Chunin level gather at the South Gate Square. Understood. Anbu's figure flickered and disappeared into the office. Through the glass window, Onoki looked at the street in the distance. Just now that female ninja is Konoha's spy, he already knew about it, but he didn't choose to get rid of the other party in the first place, but deliberately left her behind so that the female spy could convey wrong information to Konoha. It's not insidious, it's wisdom. Onogi was complacent, with a satisfied smile on his face. At this moment, there seemed to be a completely destroyed Konoha in front of his eyes. The humiliation he suffered when he was young can finally come to an end now. However, he didn't know. He who was calculating others in his heart had already fallen into a certain carefully woven net. If that's the case, you're ready. Aizen chuckled, the flickering light of the screen reflected on his face. The outline of his face was somewhat gloomy. 046 Kakashi's God Operation. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village, good morning, everyone. Upskirt Maniac. Good morning, Miss Conan. Curly-haired boy. It's early morning on my side, a-hole. Book artist. Since it is early morning, go to sleep quickly. Fairy Chilean. Yes, go to bed quickly, staying up late is bad for your body. Curly. You did it on purpose, knowing that today is the day of Konoha's decisive battle, that's why you want to send me away on purpose. What a deep thought, you two bad women. Book artist. You actually found out. Fairy Chilean. Yin has also become smarter now. Curly. Hey, what do you mean by that? Could it be that Yin sang and I usually behave stupidly? Book artist. It's not stupid, it's very stupid. In layman's terms, IQ probably hovers between 0 to 5. Curly-haired boy. Fart, Yin sang, my IQ is at least 66. Book artist. Miss Conan, have those people reached Konoha now? Curly-haired boy. You guys, are you changing the subject again? Upskirt Maniac. It's not a question of changing the subject, Yin-song, you said that your IQ is 66. In fact, you can be regarded as imbecile. The average human IQ is 90, and the error value is probably within 15. Curly hair. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Not yet, the large forces of Sand Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi were blocked by the ninjas lying in ambush by Konoha on the road. However, Kazekage and Reikage have already led their elite men to break through the encirclement. These people seem to plan to attack Konoha's headquarters directly. As far as Rock Shinobi is concerned, he is still standing still. Fairy Chilean. Onoki seems to want to reap the benefits of the fisherman. Curly-haired boy. Tisk, this old Yinbi, sure enough, the older people are, the more cunning they are. Book artist. Zane is just Aizen's doll, this guy is playing and applauding the whole ninja world by himself. Upskirt Maniac. Yes, everyone is under his control. Shark face guy. Well, it's Mr. Aizen after all, but it will take some time to see the flames of war burn to Konoha headquarters. This is an actor, Don't worry, we just have to wait. Upskirt maniac. I'm so nervous, I'm still in class, but I didn't listen to what the teacher said at all. Advertisement book artist. Me too, Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Just take the class well, it's not the same if I upload the memory later. Anyway, it is still important to study. Book artist. You are a ninja alone, why do you say that studies are the most important thing? What a show, hey, moreover, how could it be the same? Curly-haired child. Yes, how can it be the same? Compared to watching memory replays afterwards, it's more exciting to broadcast live. Upskirt madman. Sister Conan, when the time comes, you must use words and pictures to explain. In this way, it will give people a more immersive experience. Book artist. Yes, sorry for your trouble, Conan streamer. Curly. Damn, it would be better if there is a real live broadcast function. Damn group, you have to upgrade to unlock more functions, simply sick. This is an actor. There is still 13,021 points left, please work harder. Book artist. I have worked super hard, except for sleeping, I basically stay in the water. Fairy Chilean. To be honest, I even dreamed that I was chatting in the group recently. Upskirt maniac. Really hard work, both of you. The main reason is that I am often pestered by Misaka-san during this time, otherwise I would definitely have more free time. Shark face guy. Even if you want to stay in the water, there are restrictions on speaking. You can't swipe the screen continuously, otherwise the points for upgrading should already be enough. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. The key is that our group is too small. Curly-haired child. Then what can be done? After all, the mechanism of pulling people in the group is all random. No one knows when someone will come in. Book artist. Yes, this is very annoying. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Take your time, there's no point in rushing this kind of thing. Having said that, how is the situation in the world over there? Book artist. I don't know the details, but it is certain that it will become more and more dangerous. The number of sightings of those gigantic creatures is increasing, and I feel like the lid is closing. Upskirt maniac. Be safe. Book artist. Don't worry, I'm considered a master of martial arts now. Although the points are not many, they are enough for her to redeem all the martial arts uploaded by Lee Machu. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Even so, don't be careless, we don't know the specific information about those gigantic creatures. This is an actor. Elijah, try to use the breathing method of internal strength. See if there is any strange feeling. Fairy Chilean. Hey, what does this mean? Advertisement. This is an actor. Since animals can become gigantic and produce mutations, can humans also do it? Book artist. It seems, is it really strange? How many times did I vomit and feel that my stomach is bloated? Curly-haired boy. You won't be full, right? Try to get rid of the waste in your stomach first. Book artist. Get out, I have to control my diet every day, okay? I won't be overwhelmed. Fairy Chilean. Where is the stomach? That should be the dantian. The dantian is filled just by breathing a few times. You try to guide and spread the genki to each meridian. Book artist. Understood. Fairy Chilean. How was the result? Book artist. It seems, a little breakthrough? This is an actor. It seems to be similar to what I thought, and Yang Lily's side should be similar to the revival of spiritual energy. Interesting. Upskirt maniac. Resurrection. This is an actor. Reiki can be said to be some kind of extraordinary energy, and the meaning of Reiki recovery refers to the return of this energy that was once lost. So, is this revival of Reiki natural or man-made? If it is the latter, who is the other party? What is his purpose? Aizen propped his cheek with his right hand, lost in thought. And the monitoring screen in front of him showed the screen near the comfort monument. Kakashi was standing in front of his tombstone right now, lighting a fire. Shisui next to him frowned and said, Kakashi-kun, is this inappropriate? I don't think Aizen is such a person. You can't just look at people on the surface, Shisui. Kakashi rolled his dead fish eyes and said in a tone of experience, although that guy looks gentle with glasses, it is hard to guarantee that he is not a gentle scum. Besides, during our time I have already burned a lot of things for him, only adding this can make it perfect. Yes, is that so? Shisui looked hesitant. That Aizen guy won't be angry? Don't worry, I'm very accurate in seeing people. As he spoke, Kakashi took out a book from his butt pocket, on which were written the 4 characters of making love to heaven. God operates. Conan before the surveillance was stunned when he saw this scene, and gave Aizen, the behind-the-scenes boss, a heaven of intimacy. Oh, you guys really know how to play. No, this has to be posted in the group, 047 Leaf Defense Battle. Book artist. Peefed. Burning love heaven for Aizen? Ha 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 ha, this Kakashi is a real talent. Upskirt maniac. The key point is that Aizen saw it through the monitor. His face must be ugly now, right? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Not really, he looks calm. Sending the message, Conan glanced at Aizen beside him. The other party's expression was indeed Gujing Wubo, as if he didn't care about the things that happened in front of him at all. Book artist. It looks calm, but it doesn't mean it's really calm. Don't forget, this guy is the movie king. How could it be possible to reveal your true thoughts? Curly. That's right, I feel like Aizen is just pretending nothing happened. I'm afraid I have already written Kakashi in the small black notebook. Kakashi, danger. Sharkface guy. Well, I think what All Yin said makes sense. What do you guys think? Kisame stayed in the group for a long time, and also learned the death-killing talents of other group members.
The main reason is that Aizen really doesn't seem to mind the jokes of the group members and is very open-minded. This is an actor. Group members cannot hurt each other, but the group leader has the privilege of kicking people. So that is to say, after kicking people, the restriction of not being able to hurt each other will naturally be lifted. Fairy Chilean. Book artist. Wow, there is such a setting in the group? Group members can't hurt each other? Upskirt Madman. Sister Ally, haven't you read the group rules? It's clearly written inside. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I also know for the first time. Curly. Cut. Did you say that suddenly? Do you want to show that you are a hateful privileged class? Even so, Yin sang, I am not afraid of power. However, based on the principle of mutual help and friendship in the group, I admit that I was really jealous of you before. Please forgive me. Upskirt Maniac. Peeved. Fairy Chilean. You're actually convinced. Ah Yin. Book artist. What about the promise of not being afraid of power? Curly-haired boy. Long-winded, I am not bowing to power, I just admit my mistake. This is an actor. Don't be so nervous, I just suddenly realized this problem. Shark-face guy. I'm sorry, my lord, I am too presumptuous. Hoshigaki Kisame resolutely confessed, and cold sweat broke out. Others don't know, but he knows it very well. Aizen's words were basically beating himself, teaching him not to be too arrogant. This is an actor. What's the matter, what did you want to ask just now? Shark-face guy. No, nothing. The corners of Hoshigaki Kisame's mouth twitched fiercely, and he cursed inwardly. This guy is really black-bellied. Advertisement. This is an actor. If you have any opinions or suggestions, you can share them in the group, and don't curse people behind your back. Rest assured, I am still very democratic. You are AF G Democrat. Hoshigaki Kisame doesn't even know how to make complaints about it. Such a blatant threat still has the face to say that he is a democracy. How dare you? Book artist. Indeed, and Ransang is very good at listening to opinions. Upskirt Maniac. He is a good group leader, shark-face guy. Hoshigaki Kisame didn't want to talk anymore, Nima was very tired. Angels of Rain Shinobi Village. The war to invade Konoha has begun. Everyone in the group was stunned by this message from Konan, and they stopped what they were doing at the same time. Konoha, near the memorial monument. Shisui and Kakashi are still standing in front of Aizen's tombstone, watching the entire make-out paradise crumble to ashes. The billowing smoke and dust drifted away, as if entrusting the mourning of the living to fly into the distance. Boom. At this moment, a violent explosion resounded from the fence on the west side of Konoha. Clang, clang. The shrill alarm bells echoed over the entire Konoha village. They're coming. Shisui's face was solemn, and he turned his gaze to the source of the explosion just now. A dark red flame rose into the sky. Yes. Kakashi nodded lightly, and a gleam of light shot out of the originally cloudy dead fish eyes. Everything is as guessed in the information left by Aizen. He is really an amazing man. Let's visit him again after this war is over. Ah, it's settled. Shisui nodded slightly, and his figure disappeared in place. Then, it's time for me to complete my task. Kakashi sighed, turned and walked in the opposite direction to Shisui. Konoha, the fence on the west side. Fourth Raikage smashed the barrier covering the entire Konoha with his fist, kicked over the wooden guardrail, and stepped into Konoha village with his guards. Where? Aizen Sōsuke, that damn guy, where? Swish swish swish. Several figures flashed out, blocking their way. Advertisement. The leader is none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is well-dressed and well-dressed. Fourth Raikage. Please leave now, so that our relationship with Cloud Shinobi Village can be eased. Huh, ease? Fourth Raikage sneered, rushing towards Sarutobi Hiruzen like a blue lightning. He raised his fist that was shining with lightning. Lousy didn't come here today to make friends with you, Konoha. Lateral bolt of pain. Boom. Raikage's fist collided with an iron rod, and the powerful airflow formed a gust of wind that spread towards the surroundings, and the azure blue thunder light scattered wantonly. Does that mean that there is no possibility of negotiation? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, his eyes gradually becoming stern. It's really regrettable. The veins on the back of his hand bulged, and he stabbed straight at Raikage with the wish stick in his hand. Bang bang bang. A series of muffled sounds came out, and the figures of the two shadows kept interlacing. And their confrontation seems to have ignited the prelude to the whole war. Anbu, the direct subordinate of Hokage brought by Sarutobi Hiruzen, also fought with the guards of Fourth Raikage. And at this moment, Konoha's main entrance, magnet-style gold dust. A huge explosion sounded suddenly, and the terrifying golden gravel submerged several Konoha shinobi guards like a tide. Pat, clack. Several figures walked out of the smoke and dust. They all wore sand shinobi forehead protectors on their foreheads, and taupe vests on their bodies. Among them, the leader is Luo Sha with red hair. The strength of Konoha's gatekeeper is only so small? Luo Sha stared straight ahead, but saw that the bustling Konoha street was empty at the moment. Obviously, the ordinary residents who originally lived in the village have been moved to a safe place. It seems that just like what we thought before, Konoha seems to be on guard against our invasion. Standing beside him is the wrinkled Chiyo, the elder advisor of Sunagakure, with a low voice. I'm still curious, why did that fellow Scorpion send us such an invitation? That kind of thing doesn't matter. Luo Sha waved his hand indifferently, and said, whether your grandson invites you or not, I will never miss such an opportunity. Konoha's main force has been restrained by us in Cloud Shinobi Village. We and Raikage destroyed the Konoha headquarters with absolute strength, and we will win this war.
His tone was very confident, as if Konoha was already a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered in his eyes. Leaf Hurricane. And just as Luo Sha finished speaking, a green figure suddenly rushed in. He kicked him in the head. 048 Mighty Shisui Book Artist. Wow, the fight was so intense. Looking at the photos sent by Conan, Ying Lily sighed sincerely. Fairy Chilean. Yes. Neither Konoha, Sand Shinobi, nor Cloud Shinobi seemed to hold back. Lee Machu could clearly see through the photo that the whole Konoha was already full of war smoke. Curly-haired boy. Isn't that of course? To Konoha, both Sand Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi are invaders. If they are not removed from their homes, their loved ones will be harmed. And for Sand Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi, this is an excellent opportunity to destroy Konoha. Upskirt Maniac. Isn't Cloud Shinobi here for revenge? By the way, and recapture the tail beast? Shark Face Guy. Yep, that's exactly what Cloud Shinobi is for. But this does not conflict with the destruction of Konoha. If one of the 5 major ninja countries perishes, the benefits that the remaining 4 countries can share are unimaginable. Curly. Well, no one in power can resist such a temptation. This is the greed in human nature. Upskirt Maniac. Human nature is really scary. Fairy Chilean. What is scary is not human nature, but Aizen. Haven't you noticed yet, he even took this human greed into account and used it. Curly. This guy is indeed a monster, and I don't know if Konoha can handle it this time. Book Artist. It should be possible, right? Fairy Chilean. I'm not very optimistic. Don't forget that these people are not the only ones who really plan to attack Konoha. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Well, Rock Shinobi and Akatsuki didn't do anything. But even so, Konoha's current situation is not very optimistic. It is not optimistic. The West Station is better. Sarutobi Hiruzen versus 4th Raikage. The difference in combat effectiveness between the two is not very big. Even now Sarutobi Hiruzen is old and exhausted. But its rich combat experience is enough to make up for this shortcoming. But Might Guy and others on the other side are in a difficult situation facing the combination of 4th Kazekage and Chiyo. If we use the situation of esports games as an analogy, even if Might Guy with 6th Gate turned on can attract the hatred of 4th Kazekage and Chiyo alone, others such as Kurenai Yuhi, Midarashi Anko, Aoba Yamashiro and others still can't deal damage by themselves. This is also inevitable. Even if they, the younger generation of Konoha, have experienced the baptism of the 3 wars in the ninja world. But apart from Might Guy, the gap between the others and the cage-level powerhouses is too huge. Not to mention that the current Might Guy can't even open 8 Gate. On the other hand, Sand Shinobi, no matter Chiyo's Jinmatsu 10 people or 4th Kazecage's magnet-style ninjutsu, are extremely suitable for group attack tactics. There's no pressure at all with one enemy, not to mention that they are still 2 people teaming up. Boom. Advertisement. There was a heavy muffled sound. Shanshiro Aoba's body was directly thrown out by a puppet, spurting a mouthful of blood in midair, and the whole body hit the wall behind him. Mountain City. Might Guy turned pale with fright, and was about to turn around to rescue. Hey. Luo Sha's mouth was cold, and he let out a sneer. At a time like this, do you still have the heart to worry about others? Magnet-style gold burial? Crash. Under his control, the golden gravel on the ground suddenly condensed into a huge golden palm, pinching Might Guy's right leg. Oops. Might Guy's pupils constricted, and he instinctively wanted to break free. But those golden gravels were like tarsal maggots, spreading from his right leg towards the top of his body. Guy. Hateful. Yuhi Hong and Midarashi Anko, 2 girls with tight teeth, threw kunai towards Luosha forcefully. However, before the 2 kunai were close to Luosha's body, they were covered by the golden gravel under his feet. It's over. At this moment, no matter Kurenai Yuhi, Midarashi Anko or the rest of the Konoha shinobi, all showed desperate expressions. Facing Luosha's magnet-style ninjutsu, they are useless for long-distance attacks, and they are useless for close-up. He could only stand there and stare blankly. At this moment, a cold light suddenly came into everyone's sight. The sharp knife light came from the southwest side, instantly scattered the palms condensed by the golden gravel, and slashed towards Luo Sha himself unabated. What? Luo Sha was stunned, and quickly stretched out his hands to pat the ground. Magnet-style gold dust shield. Crash. The golden sand under his feet changed shape instantly, and condensed into a huge golden shield in front of him. Boom. The knife gang slashed on the shield, cutting the whole shield in 2 from the left side like a knife cutting tofu. The golden shield turned into gravel again, scattered in all directions. Hateful. Advertisement. Luo Sha, who reappeared in figure, took a breath, with a gloomy expression on his face. At this moment, there is an obvious knife mark just below his left collarbone. Not deep, but enough to see blood. Although his gold dust shield was shattered just now, it still effectively intercepted most of the opponent's attack damage. Otherwise, he might be decapitated by now. Looking at the red-eyed boy who entered her line of sight, Luo Sha said coldly, Uchiha Shisui, you seem to be much more dangerous than the intelligence says. Without answering, Shisui just glanced at Might Guy. Are you okay? Don't worry, I'm fine. With his right hand showing a thumbs up, Might Guy showed a bright smile on his face. But thanks anyway, Shisui. That's good. Shisui breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes turned to Chiyo, who was about to move. The one over there is handed over to you, is it okay? Oh, of course. Might Guy exhaled foully and clenched his fists. The real eruption of a man is about to begin. The whole person rushed towards Chiyo like a vigorous cheetah. Little ghost.
Who are you looking down on? Luo Sha was completely enraged by the conversation between the two people, and slapped the ground with both hands. Give them all to die. Magnet style. Golden sand waves. Boom. Countless golden gravel burst out, rushing towards Shisui and Might Guy like a sea tide. Not dodging or dodging, Shisui's pupils glowed scarlet like ghosts. The right arm holding the ninja sword was slowly raised, and it was slashed towards the sea of golden sand. Pooh. The knife gang condensed into a dark red flame light knife in midair, cutting off the golden sand sea like a knife cutting butter. What? This is impossible. Luo Sha was startled, with an unbelievable expression on his face. The golden sand shield just now was condensed by him in a hurry, and it is understandable that it will be chopped into pieces. But the sea of golden sand in front of him was condensed by infusing about a quarter of his chakra, its hardness even surpassed that of steel. But even so, it was still cut off abruptly by the young man's blade. This really overturned his cognition. Swish. At this moment, Shisui didn't talk nonsense with him, and used the body flicker technique to flash directly to the right. Facing Luo Sha's direction, he slashed horizontally again, and the flaming knife light burst out. Boom. The huge explosion sound shook the sky, and the smoke and dust filled the air. 049 Sarutobi Hiruzen. Is everything your plan, Onoki? Call. The breeze blows, and the smoke and dust gradually clear away. Luo Sha's miserable and embarrassing appearance caught everyone's eyes. His cheeks and hair were smeared with soot, and a bony deep scar stretched from his chest to his abdomen. Around the scar, there are densely scorched Madara spots, which are traces of being burned by high temperature. It's over, Master Fourth Cage. Shisui looked at him blankly, and said flatly, you have no chance of winning this war. Luosha, Chio, who was not far away, also saw the tragedy of his own cage, and his mind was slightly lost. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Taking advantage of this moment, a flying kick from Might Guy directly kicked the puppet he was protecting into the air. Parts were flying in all directions. Conan quickly took pictures of this scene and posted them in the group with an explanation. Book artist. Reversed, actually reversed directly? Fairy Chilean. Is Uchiha Shisui already that strong? Curly. He has mastered the power of Hollow, it would be strange if it is not so strong. Sharkface Guy. Yeah. Mastering the power of Hollow is equivalent to evolving from a ninja, a creature that still belongs to humans, to a new stage. And, Mr. Shisui, this is still just the beginning stage. At this moment, the fringe battlefield of the Kingdom of Fire. In front of Hoshigaki Kisame appeared a huge ravine with no bottom. Beside this ravine, lay a dozen or so ninjas wearing Konoha forehead protectors. Most of them have lost consciousness, only a few sporadically remain awake. Click. Hoshigaki Kisame put the Samahata in his hand on his back again, turned around and was about to leave, but before leaving, he glanced at somewhere slightly. He found me. Uchiha Fugaku, who was lying on the ground, took a breath, feeling a chill down his spine. Why? Why? It's just a mere mist shinobi, why is there such an unreasonable existence in front of me? With just one blow, more than a dozen elite ninja groups including him were wiped out. Advertisement. The most important thing is that the other party also released water. Uchiha Fugaku is well aware of this. If the opponent had murderous intentions in that blow just now, there might not be any living people here. Such an attack, even if you activate Susanoo yourself, you can't parry it. And obviously with such a powerful force, why not forcefully break through their Konoha blockade? This is what Fugaku couldn't figure out the most. Abnormal. This thing is simply too abnormal. It didn't feel like a war at all, more like this mist shinobi was deliberately playing a game with them, trying to force them, the Konoha shinobi, into the field. Hateful. What exactly is going on? Uchiha Fugaku was powerless and felt that a huge shadow was covering his head. Angels of Rain Shinobi Village, Rock Shinobi has begun its march. Upskirt Maniac. Wow, these people really take their time. Why did you choose this time? This is an actor, a spy. Fairy Chilean. Ah, it's very possible, since Iwagakure knows that Konoha has spies in their village, then their spies must have activities in Konoha. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village, and Ran Sang is really amazing, you guessed it like that. Conan was full of admiration. You must know that she didn't give any hints this time, but the other party was able to guess the spy out of nothing. It's almost like someone else is there. Sharkface Guy. Hoshigaki Kisame said he had nothing to say. Silly girl, he really didn't guess, he was already there, and he is still your boss. Boom. There was another bang from Konoha's west door, and the disgraced Sarutobi Hiruzen and the wounded fourth Raikage staggered and looked at each other. It's amazing, third Hokage, I grinned and said with a grin. It's really worthy of being called a ninja man, who can withstand such a high-intensity battle at a very old age. Even with the passage of time, the will of fire in this old man will never fade away. Sarutobi Hiruzen panted heavily, and said seriously with wrinkled cheeks. For Konoha, this old man will stop you no matter what. Ha, the will of fire. I snorted coldly, and sneered, break into other people's villages and snatch other people's tail beasts. Is this the embodiment of your will of fire? Don't make people laugh. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression remained unchanged, and he said indifferently, since you all made the act of colluding with Danzo to invade Konoha, why don't you find a more plausible reason? Fart. Lousy has never seen any Danzo in his life. I shouted angrily, raised his fist and stabbed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lateral bolt of pain Chio. Sarutobi Hiruzen was startled, and suddenly realized that something was wrong. Wait, fourth Raikage, what did you just say? However, his voice has not yet fallen. Anbu, who was fighting Cloud Shinobi not far away, suddenly gave up his opponent, raised his hand and swung the Chunin knife abruptly towards the back of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Pooh! Bright red blood spurted out. Sarutobi Hiruzen dodged the fourth Raikage's surprise attack, but the Anbu member's backstab exceeded his expectations. The blade left a long trail on his back, and bright red blood flowed out. Ho ho ho, can you avoid your own vitals at this moment? An old voice suddenly came from high above the sky. As expected of you, Sarutobi. This voice. Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Aiju raised their heads suddenly, and a small old figure floating in the air appeared in their sight. Iwagakure Tsuchikage, Onoki, Tsuchikage-sama. The Konoha Anbu member also took off his mask at this moment, and respectfully knelt down on one knee to Onoki. You did a good job, Iwakawa. Onoki nodded slightly, stretched out his right arm and waved lightly. Next, it's time for us to play. Follow the plan and start acting. Kill them. Whether Sand Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi or Konoha's ninjas, as long as you see them, kill them all. No one left. The final victory belongs to us Rock Shinobi. There were bursts of shouts piercing the sky. Wearing Rock Shinobi forehead protectors and wearing bright red uniforms, Rock Shinobi swarmed into Konoha village like a bright red torrent. So that's how it is, so it's how it is. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared angrily with a livid complexion. Is it all your schemes? Onoki, 050 stop arguing, let's just fight. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that he understood everything. I am afraid that it is not Danzo who is instigating the major ninja villages to attack Konoha behind the scenes, but Onoki. This damned old B************* D is really insidious. Onoki also did not make a sound to refute, although he felt that this brainless Sarutobi Hiruzen might have misunderstood something, but in this case he would not speak out to explain. On the contrary, the angrier the other party is, the happier he is. The happiness of the elderly is so simple and unpretentious. Book artist. Peeved, Onoki's scheme. Curly-haired boy. Ha 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 ha, Aizen laughed inwardly. Upskirt maniac. This third Hokage, why did you come up with such an idea? How strange. This is an actor, because he just had a conversation with he already knew that Chu Yin village did not invade Konoha in collusion with Danzo. In other words, there must be another black hand behind it stirring up the situation. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. At this moment, Onogi appeared. Sarutobi Hiruzen discovered that Onoki not only secretly placed spies in Konoha, but also used the spies placed by Konoha in Iwagakure to deliver false news. Book artist. So, Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally regarded Onogi as the culprit? Curly-haired boy. Huh, this is the real self-righteousness. This smelly old man really deserves it. Fairy Chilean. You can't say that, Yin. After all, we watched the whole process from an insider's perspective, so it was clear that all layouts were done by Aizen. But if we are limited by our vision like third Hokage, I'm afraid we won't be able to discover the truth. Book artist. That's for sure. If I were also from the Hokage world, I would definitely not place my doubts on the dead man Aizen. Moreover, I don't think you, Aizen, have the wisdom to suspect Aizen. Curly-haired boy. So what, this does not prevent me from despising the old stuff. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I see, Yin just hates Sarutobi Hiruzen? Upskirt maniac. Why? Curly-haired boy. Well, I'm too lazy to say. Just pretend I'm just whining casually. It's an actor. Because he's hypocritical and indecisive, right? Book artist. Hypocrisy. This is an actor. He is clearly aware of the dirty things Danzo has done, but he still chooses to be silent and tolerant. Such behavior also fuels Danzo's growing ambitions. This also caused most of the tragedies that happened to Konoha to be based on this. Upskirt maniac. So third Hokage is not actually a good person. However, his performance in the original plot seems to be pretty good. He even sacrificed himself for the sake of the village. Here's an actor. Sometimes the line between good and bad isn't so clear-cut. A good person who promotes evil is more annoying than annihilating a good bad person. Upskirt maniac. That's right. Advertisement. Satin seemed to understand something, frowned and began to think. Curly-haired boy. Hello, group leader. Are you still maintaining the state of Cuz Aizen? This tone of speaking is very similar to his charm. This is an actor. Is it just similar? It seems that what I did is not good enough. Fairy Chilean. Master Aizen is too modest. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Yes, Aizen-sama is already great. Conan, who sent the message, glanced at Aizen, and then turned his gaze back to the chat group. She suddenly felt that Ran Sang seemed to be very similar to Aizen. No, not just similar. They seem to overlap to some extent. Is it really just because Ran Sang plays Aizen very similarly? Conan narrowed his eyes, the seeds of doubt starting to take root inside him. Hoshigaki Kisame took the opportunity to put forward his own appeal. If it can be a little less black-bellied, it will be more similar. It's an actor. Oh. Do I really have that personality, Kisame? Don't you have any sense? Hoshigaki Kisame wanted to complain right now. But for the sake of his own life, he was still aggrieved and typed in his mind to reply, no, hee. I just wanted to make a joke. It's an actor. Is it? If you find that I really have this kind of personality, you have to remember to remind me. I don't want the relationship between our group members to be damaged, understand?
Shark face guy. Yes, I see. Kisame twitched, her face full of helplessness. If I really want to finish reminding, I'm afraid I won't be able to see the sun tomorrow morning, right? He is obviously a cruel and ruthless guy, but he still pretends to be kind on the surface. This guy is really good at acting. Watching the interaction between the two, Conan raised his eyebrows imperceptibly. Kisame looks in awe of and Ransang. Curly. You're still too young, Conan-chan. This is not awe at all, this guy is simply suffering. I'm sorry for your face, Kisame. Book artist. Yes, with the image of Kisame-san, no matter how you look at it, it should be an attack. Shark face guy. Kisame was confused, what are these two talking about? Advertisement. Off topic. Conan didn't delve into it any further, and took advantage of the situation. Don't judge people by their appearance. The appearance is attacking, while the inside is receiving. There are people like this. Book artist. This seems to be the same. Upskirt maniac. PFF'd. The speed of your crooked buildings is too fast, why do you suddenly jump to this kind of topic of attacking and receiving? And is it really good to talk about this kind of topic at such a serious moment? Ying Lily did not hesitate, and decisively dumped the blame. It was all Yin's fault, and he started the topic first. This kind of person is simply too disgusting. Curly. Fart. Yin sang, I just made fun of it, but I didn't let you continue. So the one who is really at fault should be you, a brat, right? Fairy Chilean. It has started again, the daily life of Yin and Ying Lily. This is an actor. Such arguing is fruitless. Upskirt maniac. That's right, and it's meaningless. You two, stop arguing. Here's an actor. So, let's just fight. Fairy Chilean. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Upskirt maniac. Ignoring the question marks from the group members, Aizen turned his attention to the monitor in front of him again. Obviously, Konoha's situation is quite bad now. In fact, it's not just Konoha, even those Sand Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi who are stranded in Konoha are not much better. After all, Onoki came prepared this time. The Jonin unit he led was unscathed, as he had bypassed the front lines through the intelligence he had obtained in advance. No matter Konoha, Sand Shinobi or Cloud Shinobi have experienced a fierce battle at the moment, it is inevitable that they are not in a good state. One ebbs and another, Onogi feels that he has an absolute advantage. Even his tone became arrogant. You have no chance of winning, Sarutobi, I. Surrender, bow your head to us and admit your defeat. Woo, woo, what answered him was a black iron rod that kept extending forward and a fist that shone with azure blue lightning. Swish. Onogi dodged sideways and easily dodged the attacks of Sarutobi Hiruzen and I. But his face became gloomy, and he snorted coldly. Stubborn, it seems that you two have already made up your mind to die. After the words fell, all the rock shinobi under his command rushed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Go. 051 The Akatsuki organization appears. Shit. At this moment, it is located in an abandoned warehouse behind Konoha. Through the gap in the window, Kakashi had a panoramic view of the situation Konoha is facing now. It's okay for Shisui and Guy to say, Master Third Generation is completely in a hard fight. Hateful, friends, companions, and even the village chief are fighting on the front lines, but he can only hide in this dark warehouse, hurry. This made Kakashi feel aggrieved, but helpless. Judging from the information left by Aizen, the enemy's ultimate goal is to unblock Nine Tails. So in order to avoid this worst situation from happening, Sarutobi Hiruzen deliberately chose this remote warehouse as Naruto's resettlement point, and solemnly handed over this glorious caretaker task to Kakashi. In that case, what else could he do? Even if he doesn't want to be a nanny, Kakashi can only pinch his nose and admit it. Besides, this is his teacher's child after all. He also didn't want to see the other party in a dangerous situation. Thinking of this, Kakashi glanced back at where Naruto was, and was stunned. The yellow-haired boy who was supposed to be sitting there was nowhere to be seen, only a comic book in a blue cover seemed to be mocking Kakashi. How is it possible? Why is it missing? Kakashi stood up quickly and looked around. Eventually, he found the boy's trail in the alley at the back door of the warehouse. At this time, Naruto had already stepped out of the entrance of the alley with one leg, and his eyes were fixed on the distance. Master Aizen, I will keep the promise. Naruto, come back. Hearing Kakashi's call, Naruto turned to glance at him but ignored him. Push your legs upwards vigorously, and your whole body jumps to the side eaves. Damn, where is he going? Kakashi frowned, and quickly raised his feet to chase after him. Unexpectedly, at his speed, he could barely keep up with the opponent's footsteps, which subverted Kakashi's cognition. You know, he is Jonin. A Jonin was left behind by a kid who hadn't attended a ninja school. Could it be that Naruto was possessed by his father's yellow flash? Advertisement. Kakashi was very puzzled about Nima. During the chase and escape, the two crossed the low buildings in the south of Konoha. Kakashi gradually felt that the chase game was getting more and more difficult, and beads of sweat began to drip from his forehead. Fortunately, Naruto in front also stopped, staring quietly at the Hokage rock not far away. Naruto, you. Just as Kakashi opened his mouth, he was interrupted by the yellow-haired boy. I won't go back, and I don't want to listen to you anymore. I'm going to wait here for Brother Aizen, we agreed. Has the child still not come out? Kakashi sighed, not knowing how to comfort him for a while. Besides, he himself is not very good at coaxing children. But there was one thing he knew. If you stay here for a long time, it will be extremely dangerous. There's a good chance that Danzo, who is hiding in the shadows, will come out like a lion majesty to deal them a fatal blow. So no matter for the safety of Konoha or the boy himself, Kakashi couldn't let him stay here. Sorry. Kakashi sighed softly, resolutely, and with a knife in his hand, he struck Naruto's back neck at a very fast speed. Poof. The boy didn't seem to have expected the sudden attack from behind, his body stiffened and he fell to the ground. Rumble. At this moment, accompanied by a huge roar, a dark green titan whose whole body was constructed by chakra energy also came into Kakashi's eyes. That is. Kakashi was taken aback, and Kakashi showed a shocked expression in his eyes. Susanoo. At this moment, Shisui finally opened his own Susanoo when facing the swarming rock shinobi like a tide. A dark green titan with a height of tens of meters stands on the long street of Konoha. Huge, ferocious, and invincible. The appearance of Susanoo shocked everyone who saw her face. Advertisement. It's Susanoo. Onoki, who was still leading his genin men to consume Hokage and Raikage leisurely, changed his face wildly, and said loudly, "Go and tell Wong to let them evacuate there quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, Susanoo's light blade was cut off. Rumble. Susanoo's incomparable power made the ground tremble, and the entire sky was filled with large swaths of smoke and dust. Damn it. The expression on Onoki's face became a little scary. Although I don't know the specific situation there, judging from the strength Susanoo has shown, his son and those rock shinobi subordinates may be in a bad situation. Taking a few deep breaths, Onoki gritted his teeth and said, "I didn't expect you to have such a secret weapon hidden. I really underestimated you, Sarutobi Hiruzen. You should know, Onoki." Sarutobi Hiruzen raised the iron rod in his hand and said flatly, "You have no chance of winning this war." This is what Onoki said to Sarutobi Hiruzen before, but now it is returned to him by the other party. This made Onoki feel extremely ironic and humiliated. But in fact, at this moment, he really has the intention to retreat. Not only underestimated the strength and tenacity of Raikage and Hokage in front of him, but also did not expect Konoha to have Uchiha, who can use Susanoo, stay in the headquarters. If he gave himself some more time, he would definitely be able to solve these two people. But in the current situation, it is impossible for him to have such time. Not only that, if you continue to fight, if Uchiha who can open Susanoo comes here, it will pose a huge threat to them, the remaining rock shinobi. So, are you going to retreat? Just when Onoki was in trouble, a sinister voice suddenly sounded. There are so many shadows gathered here, it seems that I am really lucky today. Well, if you exchange your corpses for money, that must be an incredible astronomical figure. As the voice fell, several figures appeared in the sight of Onoki, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and others. Although these people have different appearances, the clothes they wear are extremely uniform, and the red cloud robes with a black background are all in one color. At this moment, the Akatsuki organization finally boarded the battlefield. 05 The world will be ruled by gods. Upskirt maniac. Wow, the Akatsuki organization is here. Curly-haired boy. Ho 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 ho, is Pain-sang going to feel the pain? Book artist. It's over, Konoha's wave must be cool. Even the current Shisui can't beat Pain, right? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I'm afraid only Aizen knows this question. Fairy Chilean. Regardless of whether they can fight or not, as long as the two of them fight, Konoha Village will definitely be ruined. Curly hair. That's right, with the destructive power of the two of them starting a battle in Konoha. Tisk tisk. I seem to have seen the old guy Sarutobi crying in his arms. The thick green snot in his nostrils must drag on for a long time. Here's an actor. Book artist. Something is wrong with you. Why focus on snot? Are you disgusting? Curly. Che, Yinsang, I am showing you a picture for free, a picture. You should be grateful to date at this time, you bastards. Upskirt maniac. Thank you so much. Sadin Ruko let out a series of exclamation points to vent the resentment and anger in her heart. The description just now by Sakata Jintoki can be said to have truly formed a clear picture in her mind. Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face covered with grooves, a painful expression covering his head, and a long turquoise snot hanging from his nose. This girl who is very good at whimsical ideas has finally tasted the consequences of overthinking. Book artist. I really want to stab you to death right now, does this count as gratitude? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. It's strange that Aizen sent 4 Arankars at this time. Curly. Huh, is he planning to let Arankar join the fight? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. No, those Arankars have gone out of Konoha through the black cavity. Upskirt maniac. He probably wants to take advantage of the fact that these shadows are all concentrated in Konoha, and then go to attack other villages, right? Book artist. Hey, destroy the entire ninja world in one wave. This Aizen is a real dog. It's an actor. No, I think he's more or less human. Just as everyone in the group was thinking about the intentions of the 4 Arankars, a strange creature like a pitcher plant emerged from the ground beside Pain. Have you found the location, Ju? Pain asked indifferently with a face full of indifference. Advertisement. Ah, it's near Hokage Rock in Konoha. White Zetsu spoke slowly, his voice seemed cheerful. The only ninja who guards is Hitaki Kakashi. I see. Pain nodded slowly, and took a step forward. His actions made Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others startled, with guarded faces. But unexpectedly, Pain did not choose to do anything to them. Instead, he turned his head and said, Kakuzu, Scorpion, Tenzang. Your task is to stop them here. Can you kill someone? Loquat Shazang grinned grinningly. Whatever. After the indifferent voice fell, Pain rose into the air. Wait, Sarutobi Hiruzen already had a premonition that something was wrong and was ready to intercept. However, just as his body took a step forward, he saw a large knife slashing towards his neck. Boom. The iron rod in his hand blocked the blade's attack. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and looked at the person coming. Mist Shinobi's Rebellion, Loquat Tenzang. That's right, your opponent is me, Konoha's third Hokage. Loquat Juzang grinned, revealing his fangs. Rumble. The entire eastern area of Konoha trembled slightly, and the huge dark green titan held a spiral blade and waved its arms. Every time the blade falls, it will open a long gully, and the originally wide and flat Konoha street has become completely unrecognizable at this moment. Damn it, our attack has absolutely no effect on it. What kind of monster is this? The remaining rock shinobi here are exhausted physically and mentally, with fear still on their faces. Retreat, retreat. The embarrassed-looking Wangtu gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, this is beyond what we can solve. The rock shinobi who received the order finally breathed a sigh of relief and started running away. Susanoo, controlled by Shisui, did not chase after these people, but stopped what she was doing. Win, won. They finally retreated. Phew, there won't be any unexpected enemies appearing this time, right? Standing behind Susanoo, Yuhihong, Mitarashi Anko and others who were well protected looked happy. Swish. Advertisement. Suddenly, a streamer-like figure suddenly passed over their heads. What is that? Looks like a person. Yuhihong, Anko and others looked up, only to see that flying figure was so fast that they left them behind in an instant. That position, Uchiha Shisui seemed to realize something. Hastily released her own Susanoo, and chased after the figure with body flicker technique. Hoo-hoo. Holding Naruto in both hands, Kakashi walked quickly through the alleys, his eyes showed anxiety and concern. We must leave this area as soon as possible and find a safe place. That special pure white creature that suddenly appeared just now gave him a very bad feeling. Kakashi is absolutely sure that it should be Danzo's handwriting, he has found out where Naruto is. Call out. The sound of breaking the air sounded. A figure descended from the sky, blocking Kakashi's way. Orange hair, steel nails stuck in the nose and lower lip. Dressed in a red cloud robe with a black background, his expression was indifferent and arrogant. What surprised Kakashi the most was his eyes. The lavender-rippled pupils look extremely mysterious and oppressive. Who are you? Kakashi asked, frowning. I am God, Pain said lightly, slowly raising his right hand. Shenluo Tianzhong. Boom. The moment the other party's voice fell, Kakashi felt that he was hit hard by an invisible force, and his body flew straight backwards. Universal pull. Pain's raised right hand did not fall, but directly grabbed Kakashi again. Kakashi, whose body was suspended in the air, was held in his hand like a chicken. Ninjas of Konoha, you have no future. As he spoke, Pain's right hand gradually exerted force, and Kakashi's face became more and more livid. This world will be ruled by God. Just at this critical moment, a wisp of sword glow suddenly lit up. 053 Welcome back, Kakashi-kun. P.S. This book should be on the shelves in the early morning, thank you for your support. Close black lens bracket. Choke. There was a crisp sound when the silver blade collided with the black stick. Uchiha Shisui. Pain couldn't help taking a few steps back, his lavender pupils looked at the young man holding a ninja knife in front of him, and said indifferently, are you trying to stop God? Although he said so on the lips, he was quite dignified in his heart. The power of the opponent's slash just now exceeded his expectations. If you follow the guy head on to fight, I'm afraid it will be very troublesome. Scoff. Shisui didn't answer, and the blade in his hand slashed across Pain's right arm. At the same time, looking at Kakashi who was out of trouble, he said, take Naruto and get out of here. Ding. Pain held the black stick in his left hand and turned back to block, spread his right palm to face Kakashi who was about to run, and whispered with his lips, Vientian. Before the move was released, it was interrupted again by the blade stabbed by Shisui. Uchiha. Pain was a little annoyed, and looked at Shisui in front of him coldly. Since you want to accept God's punishment so much, then do as you wish. Clang. The black stick in his hand loosened and fell to the ground. Pain's actions seemed to abandon his weapon. Shisui naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity, and quickly approached him. However, at this moment, the opponent suddenly raised his palms towards him. God Luo Tianzhong. Boom. Shisui's pupils shrank, and he felt himself being ejected by a strong repulsive force, and his whole body slammed into the wall behind him. The severe pain made him clench his teeth tightly, and blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Woo, woo. Before he could slow down, two black sticks suddenly shot towards him. Pooh. Dodging in no hurry, Shisui's face twitched when his right arm and left leg were hit. To make matters worse, he felt that the flow of chakra in his injured area had stagnated. The so-called Uchiha's genius is only at this level. Pain looked down at Shisui with a cold expression. In fact, it was obvious that he just took a chance. Because Shisui didn't know the information about him, he suffered a lot. Hateful. Shisui tried desperately to break free, but his body was firmly fixed by the black rod, and he couldn't move at all. I had to watch Pain turn around and gradually approach Kakashi who was holding Naruto in his arms. Advertisement. Conan took pictures of this scene and sent them to the group. Book artist. Is it over? Upskirt maniac. It's too fast. Originally thought that even if the current Shisui couldn't beat Tiandao Pain, he could at least resist for a while, but the current situation was obviously unexpected. After several defeats, Shisui was simply crushed. Curly-haired boy. TCH, what about the agreed-upon hollow ability? Strongly request Aizen refund. Shark face guy. I think it's normal. After all, Shisui didn't know what Pain was capable of, and he didn't develop hollow enough. He can only superficially use Reiatsu to strengthen his body, and he doesn't know how to integrate spiritual power with chakra. Book artist. So that's the case, maybe it's because of this. Aizen gave up on Shisui's training. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Actually, I don't really understand. It turns spiritual energy into spirits and gradually builds it into the form of Reiatsu. I was confused, but my Reiatsu is still growing continuously, I don't know why. It's an actor. Yeah, it's weird. Even Aizen feels weird, can't he? Hoshigaki Kisame showed doubts on his face at first, and then suddenly realized something as if he had thought of something. As a person who often follows Aizen, Aizen really doesn't know why Konan's Reiatsu keeps growing. This is obviously nonsense. So, the answer is that Aizen is making a fool of himself. He even pretended not to know, but he was really good at acting. Fairy Chilean. By the way, is it also in Aizen's plan that Pain took away Naruto? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Absent. So, Naruto will not be taken away. Konan, who sent this message, was in a mixed mood. Her friend was calculated as a tool, but as an insider, she didn't dare to remind him at all. Because Konan knows very well that if she does this, she will only put herself and her friends in a more deadly crisis. Book artist. Naruto won't be taken away. So who is going to stop Pain now? Shouldn't it be you? Curly-haired boy. Hey, is this kind of scene where friends fall in love and kill each other suddenly going to be staged? The painting style is finally going to become Hokage again. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Wrong guess, not me. At this time, Konan suddenly felt that the scene of falling in love and killing each other between friends seems to be quite interesting. Why? Upskirt maniac. If it's not Miss Konan, then I'm afraid it's not Aizen either. Curly-haired boy. HMPH, so what? If the Aizen guy had done it himself, Konan probably wouldn't have been so laid back. Are you acting relaxed? Konan looked at the light curtain and blinked, didn't he seem to be there? But they were right. It was indeed not Aizen who made the move, but... Ferret. Advertisement. Kakashi looked at the boy who suddenly appeared in front of him with a slightly astonished expression. But soon, he reacted. Why are you here? The enemy is not something you can contend with, so run away. Another Uchiha. Pain frowned looking at Uchiha Itachi in front of him. Your clan is really unpleasant. He raised his right arm, and the black stick in his palm pierced towards the opposite side like an electric shot. Swish. However, his killing blow missed nothing. What? Pain froze for a moment, then turned around suddenly. Only then did he realize that the figure of the other party had teleported to his side like a ghost. Incredible. For Pen, this is unbelievable. With his Rinnegan's pupil power, he couldn't catch the opponent's movement track. What surprised Pain even more was that the other party slowly stretched out an index finger towards him. The fourth of Bakudo this rope. Call out. A golden rope shot out from Itachi's fingertips, wrapping around Pain's body like a long snake. What is this? Pain tried hard, but found that with his own strength, he couldn't break free from the shackles of this rope in a short time. And he sensed that this restraint was not Chakra's ability. After a successful blow, Itachi didn't stop his movements. The lips spat lightly, and chanted quickly. The thundering carriage, the gap of the spinning wheel, this thing has light clusters and is divided into 6. Bakudo's 61 6-stick light prison. Bang bang bang. The 6 paths light sheet is like a blooming flower, locking Pain's body. Only then did Itachi turn and walk towards Kakashi. Ignoring the other party's probing eyes, he took out a long bandage from his sleeve robe. Kakashi, who was holding Naruto in his arms, had a dull expression, a little confused about what the other party was doing. Until the long bandage covered their bodies, Kakashi suddenly felt himself spinning in front of him. Familiar environment, familiar scene. Kakashi realized at this moment that he had returned to Hokage Rock. Welcome back, Mr. Kakashi. Just as he was stunned, a voice that was extremely familiar to him and felt extremely absurd suddenly sounded in his ears. Put Naruto down now, you can go. Raising his head slightly stiffly, Kakashi felt as if he had been struck by lightning. 054 behind the scenes, Aizen Sōsuke. Dilapidated houses, potholed streets. On the battlefield shrouded in smoke and dust, the figures of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakuzu, and the red sand scorpion kept interlacing, and the muffled sound of bang 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 continued continuously. As for Loquat Shazang, who was the first to provoke this battle, he had already turned into a corpse that could not speak. How arrogant he was before, how miserable he looks now. Actually, this is not surprising. After all, Loquat Juzo's true strength is still far from the cage level. Facing Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is determined to kill, he has been able to persevere until now and he has performed extraordinary. Certainly, he wasn't completely useless either. At least at the cost of his own life, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was already a little physically exhausted, looked even more depressed. This aging third Hokage is really reaching his limit. And Kakuzu opposite him seemed to see Sarutobi Hiruzen's fatigue, and his attacks became more intensive and crazy. It seems that 577 has made up his mind to turn this prestigious Hokage into his own bounty. Boom. At this moment, a huge shadow suddenly fell from the sky, stirring up a large cloud of smoke and dust. It's over, let's stop this meaningless fight. A loud voice sounded, and everyone paused. The smoke and dust dissipated, and what caught their eyes was a huge toad. As that, Jiraiya, and Tsunade Haim, seeing the two people standing on top of Toad's head, everyone had different expressions. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen was obviously relieved, it seems that this time he doesn't have to work hard. A cloud of smoke burst out, and Jiraiya, who disarmed summoning technique, fell to the ground and said with a serious face, "Please believe me. This war is a complete hoax. All of you here are victims." Advertisement. I frowned, and asked loudly, "What do you mean by that?" As I said, this war is just someone's ulterior motives. Don't you find it strange why so many forces have gathered in Konoha by chance? Jiraiya glanced at the devastated environment around him, took a deep breath and said, "To that person, everyone in Konoha today is just pawns in his hand." Silence. As Jiraiya's voice fell, the whole area fell into an eerie silence. PFF'd. Ha 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 ha. After a long while, a maniacal laugh suddenly came from the sky. That was Onoki, who was always looking for opportunities, trying to catch all these people in front of him. Are you kidding? Counting on all of us? At least Onoki felt that he came to Konoha by virtue of his own will and after careful consideration. The person you are talking about is Danzo. Speaking of his friend, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a burst of embarrassment and pain in his heart. Huh, Danzo. Tsunade, who hadn't spoken before, suddenly sneered, he deserves it too. The former Konoha princess showed extreme disdain for Danzo. But at the same time, her words also made Sarutobi Hiruzen deeply surprised and curious. The black hand hiding behind the scenes is not Danzo, but Wei. The old man should be no stranger to this person. With a sigh of relief, Jiraiya said softly, "His name is Aizen Sōsuke." Aizen Sōsuke. Under Hokage Rock, Kakashi stared blankly at the brown-haired boy standing in front of him, feeling dazed in his heart. The person who was supposed to die appeared here intact. This made Kakashi feel as if he had seen a ghost. He shook his head violently and looked again, only to find that Aizen in front of him had not disappeared. Not only did he not disappear, but his figure was getting closer and closer to him. What's the matter? What I said should be clear. Put down Naruto, you can go. 27. Advertisement. Let go of Naruto. Kakashi suddenly seemed to understand something, and asked with a frown, "Your goal is Naruto. So you are Danzo's real backer. Your death is just a joint play with Danzo, right?" A play with Danzo. It's an interesting guess. Aizen smiled slightly and said softly, "But it's a pity that the Danzo you're talking about can no longer appear." Quote. What? Kakashi's eyes widened suddenly, pupils constricted. It is impossible to appear again, that is, Danzo is already dead. And judging by the determined tone and expression of the other party, he should have killed him himself. No wonder Anbu has been searching for so long, but he has not found any clues about Danzo. Originally, Konoha thought that Danzo was hiding deep enough. But now it seems that the real reason is that the other party has already died in Aizen's hands. However, if Danzo had died long ago, then why did these enemies come to attack Konoha? Wait, my thinking seems to have gone into a misunderstanding. Now the question should be, is Danzo really conspiring with the enemy? Think about it. Kakashi raised his head, staring at Aizen blankly. This young man who looks very gentle and sunny on the outside is like a devil who devours people in his eyes at this moment. Panic. Unspeakable fear invaded Kakashi's heart. At this moment, he only felt a chill running down his spine, and his hands holding Naruto trembled slightly. It seems that you are unwilling to let go. Aizen held the handle of the knife with his right hand, and slowly drew the knife out of its sheath. That's right, it must be difficult for you who have experienced that kind of experience to let go. It's okay, just hug Naruto to your heart's content. Then, leave your right hand and leave. Call out. The figure flickered, and Aizen disappeared in place in an instant. Appeared again, already behind Kakashi. A straight line of blood stretched from Kakashi's right shoulder to his elbow. Pooh. Bright red blood splattered everywhere. .055 Shisui's decision. Did you escape a little at the last minute? Aizen gently shook off the blood on the blade in his hand, and said in a calm manner. It seems that Kakashi-kun's ability to respond to crises has strengthened again, and I am very pleased. 1. So fast. Kakashi looked down at the scar on his arm, his pupils dilated slightly. His Sharingan didn't catch the opponent's movement track at all. Obviously, this Aizen is probably much stronger than usual. And based on his understanding of himself, ordinary tactics may not be effective. So, are you going to be surprised? Watching Aizen warily, Kakashi's mind raced at high speed. Are you thinking about tactics while taking advantage of the gap? Aizen seemed to see through his thoughts in an instant, and smiled. Very good fighting habits. But I advise you not to push yourself too hard, after all. The voice has not yet fallen, and the figure disappears again. Pooh. Bright red blood spurted out from Kakashi's back. Aizen's voice also rang in his ears at the right time. To run over the ants without trampling them to death, this kind of strength is very difficult to master. Damn. Kakashi's face became contorted, but he didn't let go of Naruto's hands. Oh, don't you want to let go even if you die? Aizen understood what he meant, and said lightly, it's okay, I will understand you. You can fulfill your last wish as much as you want. Raising his right hand, the blade reflected the cold light in the sunlight. Clang. The blade fell without hesitation, but was held tightly by another long knife. The owner of the knife is Shisui, who was full of astonishment. Aizen, what the hell is going on here? It's Shisui. Aizen's face remained unchanged, and the smile on his face was still calm and calm. Being able to come here, it seems that you have gradually mastered the way of using spiritual power. Quote. You're here, what are you talking about? Uchiha Shisui looked confused. How to use spiritual power? What is spiritual power? Advertisement. Shisui, be careful, Kakashi said suddenly, and shouted loudly. Fake the illusion of his own death, colluded with outsiders to attack Konoha. Aizen Sōsuke is the real mastermind behind it. What? Shisui's eyes widened, looking at Aizen in disbelief. Is this true? Mr. Kakashi, the term collusion is a bit inaccurate for you. Aizen smiled slightly and corrected. That should be called exploiting. Whether it is Mist Shinobi, Sand Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, or Akatsuki organization, they are all for me. It's just a tool that can be used. Sluggish. At this moment, Shisui fell into a sluggish state, staring at Aizen blankly. When the other party said these words, it was obvious that he was indeed the mastermind behind the scenes. Aizen. The sun poured down, reflecting on the body of the brown-haired boy. But his face lost the softness that Shisui was familiar with in the past, the outline outlined by the black shadows, and looked extraordinarily hideous. You are no longer the Aizen I knew. Isn't that the Aizen you knew? Smiling slightly, Aizen said softly, I'm so sorry, the Aizen you knew. In fact, it didn't exist from the beginning. From the beginning, Aizen's words made Shisui's expression change slightly, and his brows were frowned. Yeah, Aizen nodded slightly, and asked leisurely, do you really think I don't know the purpose of your approaching me 5 years ago, Shisui? What? Hearing Aizen's words, Shisui's expression changed instantly. Because of Uchiha Fugaku's order, I was close to Danzo's attention. I tried to make Danzo change the bad impression of his opponent through me. Am I right? Aizen, don't worry, I didn't mean to blame you. Aizen interrupted what Shisui wanted to explain, and said softly, on the contrary, I thank you very much, Shisui. If it weren't for your deliberate approach, my plan might not have been implemented so perfectly. Quote. Plan. What plan? Of course it's a plan to break away from the root. If I want to transfer from the root of Konoha no Yakura to other departments, it will be very miserable without Hokage's care. In order not to conflict with Danzo on the bright side, I have to get Hokage's approval. That's fine. And your appearance just made me complete this point. Advertisement. Ask for flowers. Speaking of this, Aizen paused, and smiled slightly. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's view, the bond between people is the perfect embodiment of the will of fire. And you, who are trying to get close to me at this time, are the best person to establish the bond. After a long silence, Shisui's complexion became ugly again. So, has it been your disguise all this time? After doing so many cruel things, you can still laugh. Cruel. Aizen's mouth curled up, and he said lightly, I just want a homeless boy to return to his mother. But Konoha is the one who makes him bullied. In comparison, who is more cruel? 0. Taking a deep breath, Shisui gripped the blade tightly with both hands. Speaking of the capture of 9 tails so grandly, you really are not the Aizen I know. If this is the case, the knife in my hand will no longer hesitate. Swish. The figure flickered, approaching Aizen as if teleporting. That speed. The expression on Kakashi's face was suddenly stunned, and he found that his Sharingan had failed again. Regardless of Aizen or Shisui, their speed is out of the scope of what Sharingan can capture. Powerful. At this moment, Shisui really felt that he was stronger than ever before. The previously unknown force surged up, which not only freed him from the restraint of the black stick, but also seemed to lead his body to a higher dimension. It must be because of that guy. Shisui inexplicably remembered the black figure that always appeared in his consciousness, and the word hollow hovered in his mind. But now is obviously not the time to think about this, all he has to do now is to defeat Aizen in front of him, and get Konoha back on track. As if feeling the determination of his master, the small sword in the middle of Tingshui burst out a dark red-hot flame. Boom. The blade wrapped in flames slashed from the top of Aizen's head without hesitation, and dazzling flames shot out. 056 Tolerance Hado Red Lotus Astronomical Phenomena. Click. There was a soft sound. To the surprise of everyone present, a finger as white as jade stretched out, easily blocking Shisui's blade. Shocked. Amazed. Shisui's eyes were wide open, his face full of disbelief. How is this possible? He swears that the knife he just didn't pull back at all. He just wanted to kill Aizen, but the result was beyond his expectation. I tried my best to cut through the blade of 4th Case Cage's golden sand shield, easily. But I was stopped so easily by a finger, just a human finger. At a loss. This strong sense of contrast made Shisui feel at a loss. Even after such a long time, Shisui-kun still hasn't made any progress in his slashing. Aizen's mouth was slightly curved, and his right hand holding the blade lightly waved. 23. Pooh. Bright red blood spurted from Shisui's waist. How come? Kakashi not far away was stunned for a moment, his face full of incredulity. Even though they are both Konoha twin stars, is there such a big gap? Swish. At this moment, Aizen's figure suddenly disappeared from Kakashi's eyes. Oops. As soon as this thought came up, Kakashi felt a pain in his left shoulder, and his whole consciousness was plunged into darkness. Plop. Plop. The sound of Shisui and Kakashi falling to the ground sounded one after another, and the ground was stained with bright red blood. Advertisement. It's ready, Itachi. Aizen flicked the blade and sheath in his hand. Just here to finish. Quote. Yes, I see. Uchiha Itachi nodded slightly. He took out a black cube from his cuff, with a capital 9 on it. Aizen. Shisui, who fell on the ground, raised his head with great difficulty, and said in a deep voice, "What is the purpose of your deliberate attempt to capture 9 tails?" I said it before, it's just to let the tail beast return to its original appearance. Aizen turned his face away, as if he didn't wonder why Shisui could still retain consciousness. The original appearance. Shisui frowned, his expression confused. The 9-tailed beasts were originally one. Their own appearance is the existence of 10 tails. Aizen looked at Shisui, and said without any haste, "The sage of 6 paths divided the 10 tails into 9,000s of years ago, and thus 9-tailed beasts were born. My purpose is to reintegrate the 9-tailed beasts and create out." Aizen Sōsuke. Before Aizen finished speaking, he was interrupted by a rough roar. The 4th Raikage, wearing the azure blue lightning armor, caught everyone's eyes. "Give away an 8 tails to Lousy and return them." The electric arc flickered, and the entire body of 4th Raikage was like a thunderbolt, stabbing directly at Aizen. However, he was only halfway through the thrust when he suddenly discovered that the target appeared on his right side. How is it possible? He is still standing opposite Uchiha Shisui. I stared at Aizen, who was slowly disappearing like smoke and dust in front of him, his eyes widened. Shin Hado 4. Red Lotus Sky Phenomena. Slowly raising his right arm, Aizen tapped his index finger against 4th Raikage. The dark red streamer instantly enveloped Aizen's entire body. Immediately, a huge pillar of flame shot straight into the sky. A small mushroom cloud rose above Konoha. Wheeze. The tyrannical wind blew, and Konan couldn't help but asked, "Shin Hado." "Ah, the combination of ninjutsu chakra and Hado, that's why I named it ninjutsu Hado." Aizen responded, and said slowly, "But now it seems that this ability is not yet mature. The power is only as I expected, about 1/10 of that. Not too mature. A 10th. Konan looked at the deep crater in front of him, which looked like it had been hit by a meteorite, and the scorched 4th Raikage in the deep crater. What the hell, only 1/10. Isn't your Versailles a little too much? Thinking so in his heart, Konan took a picture of the tragedy of 4th Raikage and sent it to the group with a blank face. Sorry, I was interrupted just now. Ignoring her small gestures, Aizen turned to Shisui with a dull expression, and said in a slightly apologetic tone, yes. In order to fuse the 9-tailed beasts, I created 10 tails. I first aimed at Mist Shinobi's 6 tails, then Cloud Shinobi's Erway and 8 tails. Advertisement. In this way, I can not only obtain the tailed beast, but also use my status as a Konoha Shinobi owner to let Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi transfer the target of revenge to Konoha. Then I invited Sand Shinobi, Rock Shinobi in the name of the Akatsuki organization invading Konoha together. HMPH, you brat who doesn't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth. Suddenly, an old voice suddenly resounded in the sky. Do you want to say that you control everything? Looking up, Onagi's short figure came into Aizen's eyes. I don't know about others, but I came to Konoha with my own will and thought. With your own will. Aizen chuckled lightly and said mockingly, Master Tsuchikage, haven't you thought that Iwakawa, the spy you sent to Konoha, is just an ordinary chunin? Why can you join Konoha Anbu? And the information he gave, how can you make the troops you bring properly avoid all frontline battles? As if thinking of something, Onoki was silent for a moment, his face suddenly became ugly. So it was all your arrangement. It seems that you have understood. Aizen lowered his brows and said lightly, besides, I'm not used to talking to people with my head up. Could you please come down from above? Go down. Are you kidding? Why does Lousy listen to you? Of course Onoki couldn't do what the other party said. Facing an enemy like the young man in front of him who knows nothing about reality, the first thing of course is to make himself invincible. Rushing up to be tough with the opponent, that's what a reckless person would do. He didn't want to be like the 4th Raikage who didn't know his life or death not far away. Thinking of this, Onoki opened his mouth and was about to mock Aizen, but felt a sudden oppression descending on him. This oppression 3.0 does not seem to be physical, but comes from the heart and soul. Irresistible, irresistible. In an instant, Onoki fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string. Even if he landed on the ground, his body could only maintain a bowed posture, unable to stand upright. Thank you for your understanding, Master Tsuchikage. Obviously the other party used a thank you tone, but Onoki's expression changed several times. Humiliation, sarcasm, anger and deep powerlessness. Looking at the boy in front of him, he couldn't help but think of the moment when he faced Uchiha Madara back then. No, even compared to Uchiha Madara back then, the boy in front of me is even more frightening. Because Uchiha Madara is the strong that can be seen, and Aizen is like the bottomless Abo 057 I will stand in the sky. What ability is that? Looking at Onoki, whose face was twisted but could not move at all, Uchiha Shisui's heart was filled with shock. The scene in front of him was obviously beyond his cognition. It seems that this is the end. Aizen glanced around and said softly, Senior Konan, please come and deal with them. What to say to solve it? You obviously don't intend to kill people at all. Do you like acting so much? Konan slandered inwardly, but nodded indifferently on the surface. Choke. Hold the handle of the knife with your right hand, and draw the knife out of its sheath. Swish. Suddenly, a figure with short orange hair stopped in front of her. Pain. Conan stopped moving, his eyes were a little complicated. I already know everything. Pain stared at Conan with lavender pupils, and said lightly, is it true that you chose to join Aizen? Conan didn't answer, but it seemed like tacit consent in Pain's eyes. Understood, I will kill him. His eyes suddenly turned to Aizen, and there was an undisguised killing intent in his eyes. Pain felt that his friend was bewitched. As long as the source of Aizen is solved, Conan will return to himself again at 18. Click. However, he hadn't waited for him to start. A gust of freezing air suddenly spread from the soles of his feet, and in an instant, icy frost completely covered his entire lower body. Pain's eyes were wide open, and he turned his gaze to Conan in a daze. The Zanpakuto in his hand has already entered the Shikai state, Conan said with a cold expression. Sorry, Pain. I won't let you shoot him. She did this, naturally, to protect her friend. If you really want to fight against Aizen, I'm afraid you will have to peel off your skin if you don't die. That being the case, it's better to let yourself subdue him. But Pain obviously misinterpreted her meaning, and his whole face began to become distorted. Cracks appeared in the ice that froze him. But under the continuous blessing of Conan's spiritual power, these cracks were quickly healed again. At this moment, the two fell into a stalemate and seesaw. Oh, it seems that Senior Conan can't be counted on for the time being. Aizen glanced at where Conan and Pain were, and said indifferently, if that's the case, let me finish everyone myself. Then, his right hand slowly grasped the handle of the knife at his waist. Boom. Just as the voice fell, a pair of palms suddenly emerged from the ground and grabbed his legs. At the same time, the other two figures also took action in an instant, quickly controlling Aizen's left and right arms. It's over, Aizen. You have no chance of winning. Advertisement. Swish swish swish. Several figures flashed over again. Might Guy, Kurenai Yuhi, Mitarashi Anko, 4th Cage, Chio, and everyone from Akatsuki appeared in this area one after another. Sōsuke-kun, really alive. Why, did he really do all of this? It's such a familiar face. The body relaxed, and Aizen didn't seem surprised. He looked to his left and right sides. As I expected, you really came. Jiraiya-sama, Tsunade-sensei. Quote. Teacher. Conan looked at Aizen and Tsunade in surprise, these two people still have this kind of relationship. Tsunade frowned, and said coldly, you really have the guts to keep calling me teacher, Aizen. Ah, I always remember. Aizen smiled, and said slowly, if it weren't for the guidance of teacher Tsunade 4 years ago, I might not have grasped the changes in the nature of Yongdun chakra so quickly. I have always been very fond of you. Grateful. Because I am grateful for the teacher's teaching, did you destroy the village she cherished? Jiraiya snorted coldly, with a face full of sarcasm. You are really an amazing student. It seems that Master Jiraiya has a deep misunderstanding of me. Aizen didn't care about the attitude of the other party, and his tone remained flat. Since I want to destroy Konoha, why did I leave that letter for Master Hokage? Aizen's words stunned all the Konoha shinobi present, and they couldn't help but look at each other. It makes sense. If Aizen really wanted to destroy Konoha, he could not leave that letter. In this case, Konoha would not be able to face the joint raid from Cloud Shinobi and Sand Shinobi at all. So we have to thank you. Tsunade sneered. That's not necessary, Aizen said with a slightly curved mouth. If it weren't for Konoha's people, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to complete my plan so easily. Plan. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, and looked at Naruto who had been stripped of the tailed beast not far away. Does it mean that when we were fighting each other, you succeeded in capturing 9 tails? Aizen made an unexpected rhetorical question. Master Hokage, don't you only have 9 tails in your eyes? Only 9 tails. As soon as this remark came out, all the ninjas present, no matter Konoha, Sand Shinobi or Rock Shinobi, all had a very bad feeling. The embarrassed Chio even asked bluntly, what do you mean? Aizen asked nonchalantly. If you just want to create chaos in Konoha and take the opportunity to seize 9 tails, there is no need to involve all of you ninja villages, right? Advertisement. You. Could it be? Onoki seemed to think of something, startled. Ah, it's time. Aizen smiled lightly. At this moment, the sky suddenly cracked a huge black gap. Several streaks of golden light penetrated through the gap and hit the ground directly. The moment they saw the golden light, Jiraiya and Tsunade instinctively had a premonition that something was wrong, and quickly backed away. Immediately, those golden lights shrouded Aizen, Conan, Itachi and Naruto directly. Crackling. The ground under their feet cracked, carrying Aizen and others slowly. Are they flying? Wait, what's in there? Monsters. They're all monsters. As this hollow, Jiraiya looked a little uncomfortable, and frowned. Sure enough, it's just like what that person said, a creature that shouldn't appear in the ninja world. From the gaps, one can clearly see strange creatures with bone masks on their faces bearing their teeth and claws. And in front of these monsters are 4 humans who also have bone masks covering their foreheads and cheeks. They wore uniform white long clothes, with long knives hanging from their waists, and they exuded a cold and ominous aura. 233 those, containers for collecting tailed beasts. Sarutobi Hiruzen focused on the hands of the 4 people, each holding a black cube in their hands, exactly the same as the one in Itachi's hands at this time. So this is the true purpose of Aizen. Hateful. Chio also discovered that the big character written on one of the black cubes is 1. That is to say, when the other party took advantage of her Hefeng shadow to leave the village, he had secretly dispatched his subordinates to sneak into Sand Shinobi and seize 1 tail. The humiliation and resentment of being teased made Chio's face livid. Manipulating the puppet was about to make a move, but someone was one step ahead of her. Aizen Sōsuke, you stinky brat. Onogi roared, making mudras with both hands. Dust escape primary realm stripping technique. The cone-shaped transparent cube shot out and slammed into the golden barrier. However, what surprised Onoki was that his own dust escape, which can turn everything into atoms, was unable to cause the slightest damage to this golden light. Tsunade also knew that he had nothing to do with the other party, so he asked in a complicated tone, tell me, Aizen. What exactly did you create 10 tails for? For a higher realm, Aizen said in a condescending tone. Is that why you are so unscrupulous? Uchiha Shisui struggled to get up, and said coldly, you really have fallen, Aizen. You're too arrogant, Shisui. Aizen took off his glasses and crushed them. From the very beginning, no one is standing in the sky. Whether it is you, me or God, but the empty window period of the throne of the sky is over. Next, I will stand in the sky. 058 Isn't this script great? Goodbye, Konoha, Sand Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, and Iwagakure. And members of the Akatsuki organization, you have accomplished the task I arranged very well. After leaving the last sentence, the black gap in the sky slowly closed. And the ninjas on the ground have different complexions. Shocked, angry, terrified, sluggish. There are all kinds of expressions. But every ninja knows very well at this moment that the world of ninja is about to change. That B************ D is still mocking us. Kakuzu felt very angry. Shie said bluntly. So what, you can't beat him. Saying that, he turned his gaze to his own leader. But he saw that the other party was silent, just staring at Conan with straight eyes. Tisk, what a miserable defeat. Tsunade glanced around, seeing all the scars. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head and clenched his fists. It's all my fault. What a horrible brat. After a long silence, Luo Sha spoke slowly. Only relying on his own strength, he played with the 5 major ninja villages and successfully captured the 7-tailed beasts including 8 tails and 9 tails. I am afraid that no one in this world can stop his footsteps. Very strange. The 4th Cage's tone didn't contain much hatred, but a little admiration instead. No, there is still hope. Jiraiya suddenly said, with a firm tone, for the future of this ninja world, we can't just give up hope like this, now is just the beginning. 1. Just the beginning? Onogi suddenly asked. Jiraiya, what do you know? Who told you about Aizen? He was wondering about this question before. It stands to reason that Aizen has been hiding in Konoha for so many years, and even close people like 3rd Hokage and Uchiha Shisui are confused by his disguise. How can Jiraiya know so much information about him? Is it the prophecy of the Great Toad Sage? Sarutobi Hiruzen was also curious. It's about the ultimate weapon against Aizen, so I'm sorry I can't reveal it now. Shaking his head, Jiraiya said, but please believe me, the things Aizen's store is going to do will be even crazier. The ninja world may also be destroyed because of this. Pure Land. Sitting high on the throne, Aizen looked down at the Arankars in front of him, and said in a calm tone, Masters, we have completed the first phase of the task. Next, it is time to proceed to the next step. Master Aizen, do we still need to plan to deal with those ninjas? Golden Horn, whose white mask covered the left half of his face, grinned and said arrogantly, just destroy them like this, and leave Cloud Shinobi Village to me. Advertisement. Then, I'll go to Kurigakure. Ghost Lantern Moon continued. Are you going to disobey Lord Aizen's order? Yi Kang narrowed his eyes and looked at them coldly. Boom. The tyrannical Reiatsu burst out and swept towards the Golden Horn and the full moon of the Ghost Lamp. The latter two were not to be outdone, and used Reiatsu to counter at the same time. Buzz buzz. There was a humming in the whole hall, and the tables and chairs were trembling under the impact of these waves of Reiatsu. It's okay, Yi Kang. Aizen waved his hand and said, Golden Horn and Full Moon are just eager to fulfill the expectations of all of us, I can understand. As soon as the words fell, no matter Jin Zhao, Guidong Manu or Yi Kang all restrained themselves by coincidence. However, it is not advisable to act too aggressively. Aizen smiled and cast his eyes on the Golden Horn and the Ghost Lamp Full Moon. What do you two think? Although there is a smile on the corner of his mouth, in the eyes of Jin Zhao and Ghost Lantern Moon, Aizen at this time is as scary as a demon. Chi-Chi couldn't help kneeling on one knee and said loudly. Sorry, Master Aizen, I got carried away, Aizen God. While talking, cold sweat subconsciously invaded the backs of the two of them. Compared with those ninjas, as Arankar, they understood the horror of Aizen more clearly, just a trace of momentum escaping, already made their bones creak. HMPH, these two idiots. Lin Yuyu, who had a panoramic view of this scene, twitched his lips, and turned his gaze to Yinzhao on the side. With such a big brother, I really sympathize with you. He is more seriously infected by Hollow. Silverhorn said dryly, but his attention was always focused on the little man on the side of the throne. The Bone Mask and Zanpakuto, both reveal that the other party is also Arankar. But unlike the other Arankars present, this little man's entire head was covered by white vanity substance, making it impossible to see its appearance or even its gender. According to their Arankar's hierarchy, this form should only be regarded as a semi-finished product. How can a mere semi-finished product squat next to Lord Aizen's throne? Moreover, Lord Aizen seems to be quite tolerant of it. Advertisement. Confuse. At this moment, Silverhorn was really quite confused, and he didn't even fully listen to what Aizen said. Actually, it's not just him who is fishing in this venue, but also Conan. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Alright, I have uploaded all the complete memories of the Konoha battle. Let's take a look at it in comparison with what I explained earlier. Fairy Chilean. Thank you for your hard work. Book artist. It's really hard work, it would be much better if there is a live broadcast function. Thinking about it, even if you can type with your mind, it is still a very difficult process to complete such a long text with pictures. And Conan is not only a narrator, but also a participant on the scene. Upskirt Maniac. The live broadcast function should be available soon, right? This is an actor. 4,856 points short. Book artist. Excited, looking forward to it. Curly haired. But thanks to Conan, we have a Jouda intuitive experience of how dangerous this Aizen guy is. Tisk tisk, did you see that expression of Sarutobi Hiruzen? Ha 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 ha. Shark face guy. His face is green with anger, and that big wild tree. He is the first ninja in the ninja world to be defeated by Mr. Aizen with pure Reiatsu. It's an actor. Exactly. Aizen answered in the affirmative. When he usually confronts the enemy, he will never use Reiatsu's rough power to oppress others, it will look very monotonous. Upskirt Madman. Nagato-san was also so angry and cold by Sister Conan. Fairy Chilean. I'm afraid I have to explain it carefully. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. No, I think it's quite interesting. Curly hair. Book artist. PFF'd. Where is the fun? Sister Conan, there is something wrong with you. The Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Two people who were supposed to be close friends parted ways and fought for their respective ideas. Isn't this script great? 059 Isn't Aizen-sama ashamed? Upskirt Maniac. Drama, script. Book artist. Sister Conan, your state is really wrong. You have to leave that guy Aizen quickly, I feel that you are almost being led by him. You used to never have such weird thoughts. Shark face guy. Inspired by Mr. Aizen, so awakened. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. It's an awakening, but I find it interesting anyway. Curly haired boy. Stop joking, but what kind of fun is this kind of plot? Book artist. Yes, Miss Xing, wake up. Curly hair. The audience won't buy into this kind of old-fashioned hot-blooded comic routine. If you want blockbuster effects, you need a better script. Book artist. Upskirt Maniac. Fairy Chilean. Ah yin, so you are adding fuel to the fire. Angels of Rain Shinobi Village. A better script. Curly-haired child. Yes, that's right. How many times have you watched the plot of falling in love and killing each other between best friends? Simple routines are used back and forth, and no matter how gorgeous special effects are, they can't save it. It's an actor. So, curly-haired son. So the most important thing is to have plot tension. For example, Conan had to break up with a poor boyfriend like Nagato because she was pregnant with the child of Aizen, the president of 783. But because of the constant entanglement of poor boyfriends, Conan suffered a miscarriage due to depression. In the end, Conan, determined to take revenge, embarked on a path of hating all men. The woman known as the Black Widow of the ninja world was born from then on. This is an actor. Huh. Hint. The curly-haired boy was banned for 30 minutes by the group leader. Book illustrator. Good ban. Upskirt Maniac. Support. Shark face guy. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. The name Black Widow in the ninja world is ugly and I don't like it. Book artist. Sister Conan, this is not just about titles, is it? This guy is basically rubbing our IQ on the ground repeatedly. Fairy Chilean. Besides, how can a woman's reputation be such a trifling matter? Upskirt Maniac. The logic is very inconsistent, and the drama is very similar to those third-rate bitter dramas. It's just a big bad review. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. So, let's use the one I made earlier. Advertisement. Book artist. No, Miss Conan is really planning to play like this. If Nagato knew, he would cry, he would definitely cry. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. It's okay, everything is under control. Upskirt Maniac. Surprised, are we going to call you Sister Shaolin now? Book artist. Sister Shaolin. Does it mean the combination of Conan and Aizen? Leizajong, you are really talented. Upskirt Maniac. Hey. Fairy Chilean. Now that Conan has decided, we just need to support her. Shark face guy. That's what you say, but if Ms. Conan doesn't drag Nagato into Mr. Aizen's group, isn't she afraid that Mr. Aizen will be against him? Book artist. That's right, there's also the inevitable hurdle of Aizen. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I believe Aizen will not make a move on Nagato. Right, and Ran sang. At this time, the battle meeting of the Arankar group has ended, and Aizen is still sitting on the high throne. And Conan was standing on his left, staring at him without blinking. It's an actor. Have you noticed? Book artist. Upskirt Maniac. Fairy Chilean. Are you playing pretend games again, you two? However, this time Conan did not stop as usual, he still stared straight at Aizen, and Ransang, the corner of your mouth twitched when you saw Aizen's message just now. This is an actor. Is this what defines my identity? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Of course it's not just this. In fact, not long after Kisame-sang entered the group, I had doubts. Until the Konoha decisive battle later, you accidentally mentioned the future ending of Jiraiya teacher, right? People who haven't seen Hokage can't know this kind of thing, right? Biak, this is an actor. Finally found my tip, well done. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. You really did it on purpose, why? Book artist. Ha, you two are addicted to acting and can't extricate yourself. Why don't you just get married and act slowly behind closed doors? Upskirt maniac. If I hadn't experienced so many, I would have believed it. Fairy Chilean. Wait a minute, this situation is not like acting. This is an actor. Why? Do you need to ask such a thing? If I don't give a hint, it will be too difficult for you to expose me. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Thank you so much. Advertisement. Even though he was the one who was exposed, he still put Versailles on hold. Is it reasonable? Here's an actor. No thanks, that's what I expected after all. It's just that the time is much later than I expected. Angels at Rain Shinobi Village. The corner of Conan's mouth twitched violently. Is this guy implying that he is stupid? Because he is too stupid, so the other party's identity was exposed so late. It's fine if you don't feel guilty about doing something wrong, but you still mock yourself. Staring fiercely at Aizen, Conan pursed his lips. B******************. D. It's an actor. Have you heard it? Aizen didn't speak, but asked back through the group chat. If you open your mouth, 80% of your proficiency will be destroyed. Not worth it. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Humph. Book artist. What the hell is your communication method? And Ran Sang is really Aizen. Shark face guy. I told you a long time ago that you wouldn't believe me. Upskirt maniac. How could anyone believe such a thing? To be honest, I don't even dare to believe it now. I'm afraid you will turn around and say it is a joke. Fairy Chilean. That being the case, what about the memory Mr. and uploaded earlier? This is an actor. I am Aizen, but Aizen is not me. Specifically, I have the ability to play a role. The uploaded memory is also real and belongs to me. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. So, your screen name is actor. Cosplay actor. This is an actor. Got smart, Senior Conan. Book artist. Are you happy? Look at those of us who are troubled by Aizen, you must be very happy at the time. Aizen Sōsuke people. It's an actor. Okay. Book artist. You are really thick-skinned, don't Master Aizen feel ashamed. Upskirt maniac. Exactly. After fooling us for so long, the truth is only revealed today. As a result, there is no sign. It's an actor. So, what do you want? Upskirt maniac. Reiatsu. Book artist. Kiyoka Suigetsu. Shark face guy. Hogyoku. Hint. The guy with the shark face was banned for 10 minutes. 060 copper smelting breaks the law. Here's an actor. I've tried it before, and my powers won't upload. Book artist. Can't upload. Why? This is an actor. I am afraid that my role-playing degree of Aizen has not reached 100%, so it is judged by the group chat rules that it does not really belong to me. He has uploaded all his experiences from crossing the Hokage world to the present, including the system he owns to himself, group members. Book artist. Damn it. Is there such a restriction? Ming Ming can reach the sky in one step. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. You should practice honestly, didn't you promise to shatter the void? Book artist. Ah, I give up. I really can't stand that kind of boring life, and it's okay to practice occasionally. Upskirt maniac. Decided yesterday, give up today. Fairy Chilean. As expected of the lazy Yinglili. Book artist. Who is lazy? At the beginning, I said that Shattered Void was to deal with Aizen. What can I do now that I have no motivation? To be honest, I am also very desperate. This is an actor. It's really hard for you to make such a big determination to deal with me. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Sure enough, I was right that I didn't have high expectations for her. This is an actor. Expecting this word to be placed on Ying Lily is a huge mistake in itself. Illustrator of the book. You two, give me enough. What is this? Let me play the couple's oboe with me. You two are in the same world, and it's great if you can watch each other. Upskirt maniac. Ali Zhang, envious. Book artist. Bah, I'm not envious. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I see, is Ariri envious? Book artist. They said no. And Ransang can't upload her abilities now, have you thought about how to compensate us? It's not okay to renege on debts, our fragile little hearts have been deeply hurt by you. Especially Miss Conan. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I don't really care. When she knew that Aizen was in Ransang, she was relieved. It feels like the big rocks in my heart have been lifted away. Advertisement. Book artist. PFF'd, Miss Conan. Even if you think so in your heart, don't say it. At this time, shouldn't you take the opportunity to knock him off? Upskirt maniac. Ali Zhang, you have already told the truth. Book artist. It doesn't matter. Anyway, this plan is also in vain. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Anyway, it's wrong to take advantage of the opportunity to blackmail. Book artist. Damn, I've been fooled and limped, and I'm still protecting him. Sister Conan, you're so biased. No, to be more precise, it's an act of selflessness. Fairy Chilean. Isn't this idiom used to describe men? Book artist. Times have changed, Sister Mo Cho. It's not okay to continue this kind of rigid thinking, because changing color is color. Upskirt madman. Ha ha ha, but now in Ransang is just a child, right? She doesn't seem to be as old as me, is Miss Conan a little boy? Angel from Rain Shinobi Village. No, I'm a lolicon. So in Ransang, please dress up as a woman. This is an actor. Book artist. Yes, let's wear women's clothes, and Rand sang. As long as you wear women's clothes, you can win Sister Conan's heart. Chilean Fairy. Aizen in women's clothing. Upskirt Maniac. Ha 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 ha, it's out. It's out. The imagery is out. These sand sculptures. The corners of Aizen's eyebrows twitched, but he still maintained the calm expression on his face. After all, it is impossible to wear women's clothes. If you really want me to compensate you, then change your mind. He also knew that his disguise had indeed brought a lot of shadows to the hearts of these group members. So as long as the requirements are not excessive, it can still be satisfied. Book artist. Wow, you said it yourself, we didn't take the opportunity to blackmail you. Sister Conan, you saw it too. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. And Ransang's apology, I have already received it. In this case, there is nothing to compensate. Upskirt Maniac. Miss Conan is really gentle. However, I think Ransang also has a reason for the incident. After all, it is related to the setting of the role-playing speed. Advertisement. Fairy Chilean. Indeed. Ask for flowers. Book artist. Since everyone has said that. Damn it, I still feel a little bit unwilling. If newcomers see this memory in the future, won't they have to laugh at us as fools? Upskirt Maniac. This, I'm afraid it's true. Fairy Chilean. Don't be afraid, you will definitely be laughed at. In Lee Maku's mind, such a picture has even been outlined. Book artist. No, this is not possible. How can our seniors be ridiculed by newcomers? Absolutely not. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. What do you want to do? Book artist. And Rand sang, can you delete the additional memory behind the Hokage world? About you being Aizen, as long as we know about it. 0. This is an actor. Deletion can be deleted, but this kind of thing cannot be kept secret forever. It's not realistic. Upskirt Maniac. If there is a newcomer, we will try not to mention this problem. How long can you pretend that you don't know Ransang's identity? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Isn't this the equivalent of a partnership who cheats newcomers? After all, we are a big family, isn't that good? Book artist. Sister Conan, I don't think anyone is lying. At best, it can only be regarded as a good-natured joke. Yes, a joke. Moreover, the addition of newcomers is completely random, and it is hard to say whether they can meet the standards of our family members. If Aizen is not played by Ransang this time, but an evil person by nature. Just think about the consequences. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. That's just a possibility, Aizen is Ransang after all. Fairy Chilean. Has Conan ever thought about this, the fact that Mr. N has a system really shouldn't be exposed too much. If the newcomers are quite ambitious, they are afraid of disaster. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. That's true, I get it. Upskirt Maniac. So fast. Sister Conan changed so fast. Book artist. PFF'd. Hearing that Ransang might be in danger, he immediately changed his face. Sister Conan, you are too real to protect your husband and madman. How about a little disguise? And don't forget, Ransang is just a child now. Copper smelting is breaking the law. 061 reminder. The curly-haired boy was banned by the group owner for 1 hour, supplementary post. Suddenly found that there was a chapter missing, so I added it. Angels of Rain Shinobi Village. Breaking the law. There are no such laws in our side of the world. Upskirt Maniac. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Is it strange? There is no so-called legal age for marriage in the world of Hokage. There are many people who have children in their teens. Upskirt Maniac. No, that's not what I'm curious about. Sister Conan, don't you refute at all. Husband guarding monsters or something. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Ah, indeed. Do I look like a raging devil, Ariri? Book artist. Sister Conan, you got the point wrong. The key is to protect the husband, not the madman. Do you want to be so natural? Fairy Chilean. Hee, is it really just natural stupidity? Have you ever considered the possibility that Conan is pretending to be stupid? Upskirt Maniac. Ah, this. Sadin understood very well. Playing stupid means that Miss Conan may know the meaning of husband and mad demon, but she doesn't intend to refute it. Is it the default? Does Miss Conan really like Ransang? If so, what does Ransang think? Curious, Sadin Ruko's big eyes were full of 8 trigrams desire. But it's not easy to ask directly about this kind of thing, it's very uncomfortable. Shark face guy. Mr. Aizen. Miss Shinobi's war with Konoha is over, what should I do next? Here's a cast. Go back to Miss Shinobi and wait for the Ninja Alliance over there. Chilean Fairy. Ninja Alliance. Shark face guy. Well, it must be. After all, Mr. Aizen has no way to resist the strength and danger that Mr. Aizen showed in Konoha without forming an allied force. Upskirt Maniac. This, even if we form a ninja alliance, we can't resist it. This is an actor. Don't say it so absolutely, you have to give them a chance to struggle. After sending out the message, Aizen stared at the monitor in front of him. Among them, the shadows of Sand Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, and Cloud Shinobi have all returned to their respective ninja villages. However, they didn't delay at all, they simply explained a few words in the village and then set off on the journey again without stopping. The same goes for Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped down and Tsunade took over Hokage. Advertisement. Events of this magnitude were only channeled through the village through the Jonin meeting. When the bottom ninjas finally realized that their Hokage had changed, Tsunade, the new Hokage, had quietly left the village with Jiraiya and Shisui. 4 shadows, 4 different directions. But their destination is the same, and their final meeting point is at Rain Shinobi Village. Illustrator of the book. This is the plot of the 5 shadows meeting. But why Rain Shinobi? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Easy, because Nagato is there. From the perspective of the major ninja villages, the Akatsuki organization is now also an important force against the Aizen group. Upskirt Maniac. There are only 4 shadows in the 5 shadow talks, and 1 is missing. Here's an actor. Never mind, it'll come together. Everything is developing on the road I have drawn up. Book artist. This kind of arrogance and insidious tone is really worthy of Master Aizen. This is an actor. I prefer the adjective confident to arrogance. Curly-haired boy. Bah. Stop putting gold on your face. B*******************. D. This is an actor. Oh. Yuntoki seems very dissatisfied with me. Curly-haired boy. That's for sure. You guys not only played with Yin Sang's innocent and young heart, but also banned me for so long. This matter can't be so simple. 100,000 yen. You must give me 100,000 yen as compensation for the trauma. Book artist. Is it only worth 100,000 yen? Your heart is really cheap. Curly-haired boy. Long-winded. On my side, Yinsang is waiting for 100,000 yen to pay off the debt. Angels of Rain Shinobi Village. Pay off debt. Book illustrator. What's your situation, making the girl's belly bigger? Curly. No, it's a gorilla. Fairy Chilean. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Upskirt Maniac. PFF'd. Book artist. I still underestimate you, Yinsang. Even a gorilla can do it, it subverts my cognition. Curly. Wait, it's not what you think. I'm talking about Isao Kondo. Isao Kondo. Do you have any impression of the director of the Shinsengumi? Advertisement. Upskirt Maniac. Hiss, isn't that even more terrifying? Curly-haired boy. Terrible, it's not what you think. It's just that there was an accident during the duel. Do you know about the accident? Open black lens bracket. Picture close black lens bracket. Click on the picture, and the picture shown is indeed Kondo Isao. It's just that this once high-spirited chief of the Shinsengumi is now lying on a stretcher with bandages all over his body like a dead dog. Book artist. Yinsang, even if the other party is a man, you shouldn't be so rude, right? Curly-haired boy. I said it was a duel, so listen to what people say. It's just that I accidentally used the power of Shinigami during the duel, that's what happened. Book artist. That's it, then it's all right. Upskirt Maniac. Was it this kind of confrontation? Curly-haired boy. It's okay, I'm going to go to jail without the compensation of tens of millions of yen in gold and silver. Do you really have the heart? Book artist. And Ransang, have those additional memories been deleted? Fairy Chilean. I just looked at it, and it's gone. Book artist. That's good. When newcomers come, everyone pay attention to the same caliber. Curly. Hey, don't ignore me, you bastards. Fairy Chilean. I'm still a little curious why Enrante brought Naruto into the Pure Land. Is Zhang Zhejiang trying to reunite him with Ju Shinshin? Or is there another purpose for Qianji? Curly-haired boy. There is a fart purpose, this guy is a wife control. Greedy man's body. Bah. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I believe in Ransang is not such a person, right? At an angle that Aizen couldn't see, Conan's eyes became sharper. This is the actor. Those of you who have watched the Shinigami drama should know Inoue Orihime. I think Naruto has the potential to be her. Book artist. Upskirt Maniac. But Naruto is a man. Curly-haired boy. Don't you guys want Naruto to become Naruto? Let me tell you, it's a forbidden road. If you walk up it, you can't turn back. Wait, don't you want your mother and daughter in the end? Hey, it's really you. Hint. The curly-haired boy was banned by the group owner for 1 hour. This is an actor. It seems that 30 minutes of silence time is too short for you. .062 Obito, Yukushi Kabuto will be our weapon against Aizen. Hint. The curly-haired child was unbanned by the group owner. Book artist. Hey, why is the ban lifted again? Curly-haired boy. HMPH. Of course it was Un-san who convinced Aizen-sama with my charisma. Shark face guy. Excuse me, can you speak human language? Charm is a ghost, even Kisame can't see how Sakata Jintoki can be worthy of charisma. This is an actor. He sent me a private message to promise me that he would be my loyal dog in the future. Upskirt Maniac. Dog, dog leg. Fairy Chilean. Ah Yin can indeed say these words. Book artist. Yinsang, don't you really have no morals? Even the slightest. Curly-haired boy. What can that kind of thing be used for? Tell me about it. Bibimbop. Do you use morality to bibimbop? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I understand. 310. And Ran-san wants to use Naruto to replace the role of Inoue Orihime in Shinigami, to attract those ninjas who are trying to rescue Naruto into the Pure Land, so as to divide the power of the ninja world. Here's an actor. Not bad. You have really grown up, Senior Conan. Aizen's immature face showed an old father's gratified smile. He was really relieved this time. He had the feeling of seeing his silly girl who always scored 0 in the exam finally broke through the passing line. And Conan, who was praised by him, couldn't help but feel a little complacent, the corners of his mouth slightly curved. Call me sister. What is getting carried away? This is called getting carried away. But Aizen is very magnanimous, of course, because of such a small matter, it embarrasses her. Instead, reply with encouraging words. Wait until you can reach 100 points. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. What 100 points? This is an actor. If you take the questions you answered this time as a primary school student's exam, the current score is 60 points. Book artist. PFF. Advertisement. Upskirt maniac. Miss Conan only scored 60 points, so didn't we both fail? Curly-haired child. No, it must be a negative score. Book artist. You are the one who loses points. Don't think that we are as bad as you. How can we say that we also have 20 or 30 points? Well, there should be some, right? Upskirt maniac. Ali Zhang, who are you asking? Chilean fairy. I can understand the strategy of splitting the power of the ninja world, but how do you let those ninjas who rescued Naruto enter the Pure Land? They won't use black chambers, right? Benzi artist. Right, are you still going to teach them how to use the black cavity? Here's an actor. I certainly didn't intend to teach them, but that doesn't mean no one steals. Book illustrator. Steal learning. Upskirt maniac. Is there anyone in the ninja world who can steal something from you? Here's an actor. Don't underestimate any world, or anyone. Especially those top powerhouses, it is no accident that they can stand in this position. Even under the oppression of a desperate situation, a talent that I hadn't noticed burst out. Sending out the message, Aizen turned his gaze to the monitor in front of him again. The picture on the screen shows a luxurious mansion in Rain Shinobi Village. Pain, who was dressed in a red cloud robe with a black background, stood in the center of the hall, and Hanzo of the Salamander, who was once known as the half-god, had fallen at his feet like a puddle of mud at this moment. The air twisted, and a masked man in a black cloak appeared behind Pain like a ghost. Are you here? Shen said indifferently. I thought you were afraid to appear in front of me. What happened to Aizen Sōsuke was just an accident. The masked man stared directly at Pain with scarlet pupils, and replied in a deep voice. I didn't know in advance that he had another purpose. This is obviously nonsense. Obito has been very aware of the danger of Aizen from the beginning. But the temptation of the other party's theory of resurrection of the dead was too strong, and he finally brought it into the Shao organization. But even Obito didn't expect that Aizen would play so big and so ruthlessly. Not only did they set up a trick to play the 5 great ninja villages and the Shao organization as monkeys, but they also successfully captured the 7-tailed beasts. Based on the strategy and methods shown by Aizen, the old man Uchiha Madara still foolishly said that he can control Aizen. How dare you believe his evil? Advertisement. As that's so, then tell me that I need information about Aizen's location. After a moment of silence, Pain said lightly, White Zetsu can't find him. The corners of Obito's mouth stiffened slightly under the mask. Why do you think you can find White Zetsu if you can't find it? Really think he is Uchiha Madara? No, even if Uchiha Madara is alive, I'm afraid he can't confirm the exact location of Aizen. That guy and his followers seem to have completely disappeared in the ninja world. Calming his mind slightly, Obito said slowly, I only know that Black Zetsu is by his side now. Has Black Zetsu betrayed us too? Pen thought, maybe. Speaking of this, Obito was also a little confused. Black Zetsu, obviously Uchiha Madara's will. Why would you choose Aizen? This is outrageous. Could it be Uchiha Madara's own will that Aizen is better suited to fulfill his wishes than himself? Are you really Uchiha Madara? At this moment, Pain had great doubts about Obito's identity. The legendary ninja should not be so incompetent. The subordinates brought over betrayed one after another, and they were forced to go crazy. Are you questioning me? Obito pretended to be calm and snorted coldly, and said, I haven't asked you what's going on with Conan, aren't you close friends and companions who advance and retreat together? Pain fell silent, seemingly stabbed in the heart by Obito's words. After a long time, he breathed a sigh of relief. I will bring her back. Even if it's to join hands with those big ninja villages, is it worth it? Obito sneered, and said slightly mockingly, it's really ironic. Shut up. Pain shouted coldly, raising his right hand. Boom. A group of invisible repulsive force directly hit the position where Obito was standing, and the wooden floor turned into pieces of debris 3.5 and scattered in all directions. Shenluo Tianzheng, Obito, who appeared from the side of Pain, said lightly. I think you should know that your attack has no effect on me. God, no provocation will be tolerated. Pain said coldly. You are AF ******* G God. Obito scoffed at him inwardly, but on the surface he still dissuaded him calmly. Stop this meaningless fight, I'm here to help you. I've already persuaded Mizukage of Kurigakure, and he agreed to join this crusade against Aizen meeting. Also, I got in touch with someone who knew some information about Aizen. Who? Pen's lavender eyes fixed on Obito. Obito didn't hide anything, and said directly, Yukushi Kabuto, he will be our weapon against Aizen. 063 The Discovery of Yingli Pair. Book artist. PFF, Yukushi Kabuto will be a sharp weapon against Aizen. I remember, that guy is originally from Aizen, right? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Well, but Obito doesn't know about it yet. Upskirt maniac. That is to say, Do is an Ransang's spy who planted beside Obito. Curly. Naive Obito, it's sweeter than chocolate parfait. I was fooled by Master Aizen before, are you going to be fooled by Do now? This is an actor. This is his own will, and he is indeed faithful. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Not as good as me. This is an actor. Aizen was a little speechless by Conan's sudden speech, so what about competing for favor? As a member of his own family, he should compete with a tool man for favor, isn't it? Fairy Chilean. By the way, I remember that Orochimaru and Danzo seem to be alive. If so, there is a risk of being exposed, right? It's an actor. So I've already prepared a whitewash for him. Shark face guy. As expected of Mr. Aizen, every plan is linked together. You arranged me in the team of the Ninja Alliance, are you also planning to let me cooperate with the operation? It's an actor. Ah, not 18. I just feel that you are an eyesore and I don't want you to come to the Pure Land. As for whether to cooperate with Do's actions, it's up to you. Shark face guy. Book artist. PFF'd. Ha 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 ha. It's stocked. It's completely stocked. As long as you don't come to the Pure Land, you can play whatever you want. Can Ransang's words be explained in this way? Upskirt maniac. It feels like Kisame-sang's heart has been hit by 1,000 points of crit. Curly. Is it an eyesore? That's right. If you see a shark's face like that while eating sashimi, you'll be fine, right? It was as if sashimi had suddenly come to life. Shark face guy. Not only will he come back to life, but he will also bite you. Yinsang, do you want to try it? Book artist. Ghost shark sang. You bite, is it serious? Fairy Chilean. What's wrong with biting? Lee Mocho was full of curiosity. Advertisement. Upskirt maniac. Ahem, Sister Mocho better not get into the details. This is too early for you. Fairy Chilean. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I feel that Mocho is very confused now. Even a 13-year-old girl like Lizzie can say such things in front of a 29-year-old nun like her. Upskirt maniac. Sorry, Sister Mocho. I just don't think this kind of topic is for you. Fairy Chilean. It's okay, I understand. Curly-haired child. HMPH. Mocho-chan will grow up sooner or later, shouldn't it be time to instill more knowledge in this area to her? Book artist. But yours is not knowledge at all, it is poison. Where did Ah Yin get the face to say the words, instilling knowledge? Just based on his performance in the group, is it really not a bit of a clue? Ying Lily, who was sitting in the classroom, shook her head and sighed helplessly. And at this moment, out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. As that, the hill of Kasumi. She has long black hair with a shawl, a white headband on her head, and black stockings wrapping her slightly sensual legs. Although her face can't be seen from the perspective of Ariri, this figure and dress should be Kasumigao Kashiwa. But there is something obviously wrong with her current state, and she walks lightly. Was it fake alcohol? Ying Lily guessed maliciously in her heart. Immediately stood up decisively, and chased after the opponent's back. It's not that I'm worried that the other party will have any accidents, I just want to follow to see the ugly appearance of this black-bellied woman. Right. Thinking of this, Ying Lily quietly followed Shazichi Ushiu through the corridor and came to a building with a red roof. I remember that this is the abandoned utility room of the school. What is Kasumigaoka doing in this kind of place? Seeing Kasumigaoka Shiwa push the door and walk into the building, Ying Lily was very curious. But this abandoned utility room is a single room, if I go in so hastily, I will definitely be discovered by Shazichi Ushiu. At that time, this tracking behavior may not be easy to explain. Correct. Looking at the window of the utility room, Ying Lily thought of a good way. With the lightness kung fu, the toes point to the ground, and the whole body shoots straight up. Slap. Advertisement. It easily landed on the platform in front of the window, and Ying Lily looked in through the glass window. Immediately, the whole group resigned. Flame. Crimson flames were reflected in her pupils. Shajircho Shiu's entire body was bathed in such flames, with a slightly intoxicated expression on his face. Seeing this scene, Ying Lily was stunned, and quickly opened the group chat interface. Book artist. Everyone, what's going on? Picture. Curly hair. Is Shazichi Ushiu on fire? I didn't say that, Ari Zhang. Even if the other party is your rival in love, it would be too harsh to punish in this way. Book artist. Fart, this is not my fire at all. Moreover, which one can still enjoy it like this when it is burned? No matter how you shake you must teach the basics. Upskirt madman. And although she was covered in flames, she didn't look burned at all. In this situation, it is a bit like the people with the ability to ignite on our side. This is an actor. If you guessed correctly, this should be the awakening of abilities. Since this is the world where Reiki 590 is revived, it is not surprising that this kind of existence is derived from the new rules. The Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Derivation of the rules. In other words, isn't Kasumigao Kashiwa's case an exception? This is an actor. Ah, so Ying Lily is going to get ready. Book artist. What are you preparing for? Ying Lily suddenly panicked, and instinctively felt something was wrong. This is an actor. People who were originally incapable suddenly gain power, and it is difficult to guarantee that they will not breed ambition. Moreover, once these abilities appear universally, they may impact the old order. Those in power today will certainly not sit idly by and let their power weaken. What will happen then? Curly-haired child. Conflict between old and new, resulting in confusion. Is that what you call a disaster? Upskirt madman. It seems that it is not just a man-made disaster, there are also various upgraded animals in Yinglili. They shouldn't be that friendly to humans. Book artist. Stop talking, if you keep talking like this, I feel that human society is about to come to an end. Damn it, my side is just an everyday world, why did it turn out like this? Fairy Chilean. So, what is Yinglili going to do? Book artist. I'm a little desperate, let's eat a small pudding first to calm my shock. 064 Brother Cheng is here, Brother Cheng is dead. Curly-haired boy. Pudding. What time is it? You guys can still eat pudding. This is extremely irresponsible, Ali Zhang. You must be punished for such behavior, upload your pudding quickly. Book artist. Picture. Curly-haired boy. B********************* D. Are you looking down on me? I asked you to upload a pudding, not a photo. Most importantly, you actually posted a half-eaten photo of this pudding. Shark face guy. Are you hungry? Curly-haired boy. Hey, how is it possible? They say it's punishment, don't you understand punishment? Shark face guy. Punishment is stealing other people's pudding. Curly-haired boy. Shut up, you damn shark face. It's enough for a mere shark to stab me honestly, don't add drama to yourself, understand? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Grabbing pudding. Ah Yin is really getting more and more useless, even if you were unreliable in the past, you will not be like this. Curly-haired child. That's because I didn't go to jail before. Open black lens bracket picture close black lens bracket. Click on the picture. Sakata Jintoki in the photo is indeed wearing a prison uniform, handcuffs and shackles. Upskirt maniac. Fairy Chilean. Book artist. Because of the duel between you and Isao Kondo. Did you really put yourself in jail? Curly 820. Otherwise. Damn it, Yinsang and I were imprisoned for 2 months because of such a trivial matter. These tax thieves are definitely avenging themselves. Complain. I will absolutely sue them. Shark face guy. I don't think so, you beat the director like that. Letting you sit in prison for only 2 months is considered lenient and preferential treatment. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Indeed, if anyone makes the safe house like this. I'm afraid I'll be saintly. Upskirt maniac. Sister Conan, your premise is not valid. In the entire ninja world, who else could hurt and Ransang? Fairy Chilean. Nagato might be injured. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Nagato is an adult now, he can take care of himself. Book artist. PFF'd. Discriminatory treatment, such obvious differential treatment. If Nagato knew, he would cry. He would definitely cry. Curly-haired boy. Pudding, give me the cloth worker. Without cloth, I can't live without rainbow now. Book artist. Finished eating. Open black lens bracket picture close black lens bracket. Curly-haired boy. You really did it on purpose, stinky girl. Damn it, even if there is no pudding, just give me a little dirty book. Fairy Chilean. Hey, a man BIFH who can only think with his lower body. However, it is much better than some hypocrites. Upskirt maniac. Sister Mocho seems to have a lot of emotion in her words. Advertisement. Here's an actor. Met a lot of hypocrites. Fairy Chilean. Yes, like this one. Open black lens bracket picture close black lens bracket. Book artist. Judging from the photos, this person seems quite handsome. He looks handsome and is dressed in white. He does look like a handsome gentleman. Fairy Chilean. I was very impressed when I met him in Lanshan County. You can't tell from the outside, this man is a human trafficker. It specializes in abducting and selling girls from good families, and forcing them to submit by starving and beating. Then they changed hands and sold them into brothels. Upskirt maniac. Too much, this is really too much. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. This kind of person should be damned. Fairy Chilean. Well, so I killed him. And conveniently eradicated his sect. Now, Li Mocho was standing in a certain courtyard, holding a bloody long sword in her hand. And around her, there were corpses lying in disorder. The bright red blood gathered into a stream, and Ji Yuancho's expression still remained on the faces of these corpses. Because the picture was too bloody, Li Mocho didn't post it in the group. Upskirt maniac. Wow, is Sister Mocho planning to become an envoy of justice? So cool. Fairy Chilean. It's just a coincidence. It really makes me sick to encounter such a thing. Li Mocho doesn't think she is a messenger of justice. Although her heart has changed, she feels that it is impossible to wash away the sin of her hands being stained with the blood of innocent people. Book artist. I understand, just hearing you say that makes me sick. But living in that era, there is no way to stop such dirty things, right? Upskirt madman. Yes, and those so-called quacks are not supervised by the imperial court. Just do whatever you want. Here's an actor. Not impossible to put an end to. Book artist. Fairy Chilean. How to do it. This is an actor. The whole of feudal society is the rule of man, as long as you are the one who makes the rules. Fairy Chilean. The person who makes the rules. The leader of the martial arts. This is an actor. Either the leader of the martial arts or the emperor, it's up to you. Curly-haired boy. Emperor, emperor. Hey, this is a bit too big. Besides, can this kind of thing really be done? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Maku's strength alone may not be enough, but we are a whole. As long as the traversal function is enabled after the group is upgraded, we will be invincible in front of us. Advertisement. Book artist. And Ransang, this person stole your lines. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Humph. I'm all his, so what's the point of grabbing a line? Upskirt maniac. Good guy, what you said really makes sense. It's hard to refute. Curly-haired boy. Presumptuous, simply too presumptuous. I can't stand it anymore. Master Aizen, can you bear this? Don't you give this woman some color. It's a caste. Which color are you talking about? Curly. Cough, you know. Hint. The curly-haired boy was banned by the group owner for 1 minute. Book artist. HMPH, you really deserve it. How dare you instigate and Ransang to play tricks, what a younger brother. This is an actor. Indeed, at least I have to wait until I am 18 to talk about this kind of thing. Shark face guy, upskirt maniac, book artist. And Ransang, something is wrong with you. God, after the age of 18, the essence of the problem is not here at all. Hint. Brother Cheng laughed at you for joining this group less often. Close black lens bracket. Fairy Chilean. Newcomer. This name. Book artist. It's so weird, I always feel that this person is mocking us. This is an actor. That kicked. Just looking at the screen name, Aizen already knew the identity of the other party, so he said such a thing. This new guy is not qualified to be a member of his family, he will be disgusted to death. Upskirt maniac. Kicked. Isn't that a little bad? The angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Is he a well-known figure of an Ransang? He is bad. Here's an actor. Ah, worse than you think. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Understood, I trust in Rangwo's judgment. Brother Cheng laughed at you for being so young, is there anyone? Please, save me, please save me, they are coming, they will kill me. Book artist. Huh, this is an actor. Tell me where you are. Brother Cheng laughed at you for being so young. Sakakino Academy, I'm in the storage room. Wow. Hint. Brother Cheng, a member of the group, has confirmed his death. Close black lens bracket .065 then you give a show to eat with your butt. Silence. Looking at the blood-red prompt that popped up from the light curtain, everyone in the group fell silent. After a long time, the information bar on the group chat interface started to scroll again. Upskirt maniac. Dead, dead. That newcomer just died, are you kidding? This is an actor. I don't think the group rules will play such a bad joke with us. After the message was sent, Aizen looked at the member list in the group chat interface. From here, it can be clearly seen that there is a big black skull logo behind the nickname, sincerely laughing at how young you are. This group chat is quite detailed. Book artist. Poor, we don't even know his name yet. Fairy Chilean. Yes, shark face guy. Didn't Mr. Aizen say that this rookie sucks? If that's the case, then there's no need to sigh here. Upskirt maniac. No matter how bad it is, people are dead. Book artist. Yes, a little empathy is good. Hint. This is an actor who uploaded the memory, day on campus. Fairy Chilean. Curly-haired boy. Hey, the dead rookie is the idiot actor, right? It's okay to cheat people's feelings and bodies by stepping on 2 boats. Still jumping repeatedly between 2 girls. Not only that, but also flirting with the 4th and 5th in the process. After eating everything and wiping it off, let me say, actually, I like Yan Yi. Oh my god, what kind of peerless scum is this? At this moment, even the well-informed Sakata Jintoki couldn't help but feel a burst of anger. Upskirt maniac. Makoto Ito, brother Makoto, it should be that he is right. Advertisement. Book artist. Damn, this scum who cheated girls' feelings. Die well, no wonder and Ransang wants to kick him out, this kind of beast really can't let him become one of us. Shark face guy. Miss Ying Lily, where is your empathy? Book artist. That kind of emotion is for humans, not animals. Damn, I am really disgusted by this guy. It's so scumbag, this beast is so scumbag. Ying Lily was trembling with anger, and her right hand holding the pencil was a little unsteady. She felt that compared to this disgusting Ito Makoto, those harem men who made people enviable and jealous all looked pretty. This is because the memory uploaded by Aizen is a TV version for all ages. If he were to pass on the game version, the girl would explode in anger. The angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Ying Lily, don't be angry, everyone is dead. This is an actor. Yes, there is really no need to be angry with the dead. It's just a pity that he died too soon. Otherwise, it should be able to get more love from Makoto Ito's world. Shark face guy. I see, Mr. Aizen's last inquiry was just to get information. This is an actor. Ah, at that time, although I was more than 80% sure that he was Makoto Ito. But after all, it still didn't reach 100%. Fortunately, he finally handed in an answer sheet that satisfied me. Sakakino Academy. When the other party said these 4 words, Aizen was completely sure of his identity. The plot of the day on campus happened in Sakakino Academy. Upskirt maniac. Obtaining information. I thought at the time that you asked for the address because you really wanted to save him. Fairy Chilean. If you don't activate the travel function, you can't save it at all. Not to mention, Mr. N didn't want to save him either. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. What I'm more curious about is what kind of information Ran Sang wants to get. Didn't you already know the plot of day in the campus? This is an actor. Knowing that the plot is not everything, a small change will completely collapse the entire plot line. And Makoto Ito's world, I'm afraid it's not just a small change. Book artist. How do you say that? This is an actor. Do you remember what Makoto Ito said when he asked for help? They will kill me. What are they? The group chat uses ideas as projections to send out characters. So as long as it is not intentional, there is no possibility of typos. Advertisement. Ask for flowers. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. So the thing that killed him must not be human. Upskirt maniac. What would it be if it wasn't a human being? Makoto Ito was still in school at the time, so it shouldn't be possible to be a creature like a beast. Book artist. Is it a ghost? Curly-haired boy. Stupid, stupid. Ghosts are something absolutely impossible. That doesn't exist, it's something made by human beings. Book artist. Are you an idiot? Our chat group exists, why can't there be ghosts? Wait, I understand. You are afraid, right? Curly-haired child. Long-winded, I'm not still afraid. I'm just analyzing rationally analyzing. Maybe the person who killed that idiot protagonist was actually an apocalypse from the MU continent. Illustrator of the book. You rational fart, goddamn MU mainland. This is much more outrageous than ghosts. Also, why does an existence like the apocalypse cross the world to kill an ordinary scumbag? High-ranking Shendu doesn't have this, give it a treat. Upskirt maniac. So sharp. Although I don't understand, I always feel that Ali Yang's complaints are so sharp. Book artist. Damn, am I really going to be forced to be a spitting slave? I obviously didn't have such attributes before. Curly hair. Op hair sauce, people change. Book artist. Who do you think caused it? Why do you have the face to make sarcastic remarks? Curly-haired boy. Hee hee, young girl. I'm afraid you don't know yet, a real man is a creature like me who doesn't need a face and can live as long as he has a butt. It's an actor. Oh. Then you eat your asterisk for the show. Upskirt maniac. PFF'd. Book artist. Ha 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 ha. Yes, come and perform for us. Shark face guy. I'm also curious how Un Sang can live with a butt. Curly-haired boy. Cough, then what? The warden is here to make rounds. Farewell 8:0665 cages meeting held. Book artist. Warden's ward rounds have nothing to do with your show. If you run away, just run away, and don't make up a good reason. Fairy Chilean. Alas, I hope Yin can get rid of this habit of opening his mouth. Book artist. Impossible, this problem has been completely integrated into his bones. Unless he is allowed to go back to the furnace to rebuild, or lose all existing memories. Upskirt maniac. Ah, lost memory. I remember that Yin in the plot seems to have experienced this kind of thing. Book artist. It is true. But it's a pity that he got his memory back in the end. Curly-haired boy. Give me enough time, B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* know you. Isn't this a very tragic thing? Book artist. No. Shark face guy. Nope. Fairy Chilean of 530 number. Upskirt maniac. No. Curly haired boy. No, you girls. You are repeating machines, right? The essence of human beings, right? I curse you, diarrhea. All of you will give me handstand diarrhea. Book artist. Only you can do such difficult things. Curly haired boy. Shut up. Your world is going to be in dire straits, and you still have the mood to be in this water. Don't you have the slightest bit of shame? Book artist. Why should I be ashamed? I am neither a ruler nor a chosen brave man. Even if the world really becomes in dire straits, I cannot stop it. My ability is very limited, I can only protect the people I want to protect. Fairy Chilean. Well, that's enough. Curly-haired son. Damn it, you didn't fall for it. Boys and girls in your age group shouldn't all have dreams and save the common people, right? Book artist. The age of the second grade in junior high school has passed, thank you. Besides, water groups may not be unable to save the world. As long as I try my best to fill up the points needed for group upgrades, and then I'm ready to hug in Ransang's thigh. Upskirt maniac. I thought so too. It's really hard to find the experimental site for the project of the absolutely capable person, and Ransang, come and save the child. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. And Ransang seems to be still thinking about that Makoto Ito. At Jie Shi Ge Yan Yuan. Conan looked at Aizen, who was sitting in front of the monitor, and she was keenly aware that the other party's eyes were not on the screen in front of her at all. Advertisement. Aizen, who received Ite's prompt, glanced sideways at Conan, and sent a reply message. Am I acting obvious? Angel from Rain Shinobi Village. I don't think there's anything else that would make you put on that pensive look other than this one. Curly-haired boy. Hey, you two are clearly facing each other, right? Why do you still use group chat to communicate? Put this show on hold. Book artist. I don't understand, it's called emotional appeal. But that scumbag is dead, so the clues are completely broken. Is there anything else to consider? This is an actor. Just a little association. Both Aizen and Ran himself are curious about the unknown. Makoto Ito's death obviously aroused his curiosity. As a result, associations such as alien invasion, spiritual recovery, and zombie virus have emerged. After all, in the online novels of his previous life, such cataclysmic routines are very common. Certainly, on the other side of the campus, it may not be a catastrophe, but an exception. Or it is not impossible for a traveler who hates Makoto Ito to kill him in some weird way. The key is that the information obtained is too little, and there is no way to be sure. Never mind. Withdrawing his thoughts, Aizen refocused his eyes on the screen in front of him. Oh, has it started yet? Village, a mansion in the eastern area. This was originally Hanzo's residence, but now it is used by Pain as a new gathering point for the Akatsuki organization. The convening of the Five Cages conference is also held here. Now, at the huge round table in the center, Pain, Tsunade, Onoki, I, Rosa, and Kutaki Yagura sat in turn, while their guard ninjas were separated on both sides. I remember this was originally Hanzo's residence, right? Onogi looked around and asked first, where's that old guy? He was dead, just this morning. Pain replied indifferently. Hanzo, are you dead? Advertisement. Tsunade froze for a moment, his eyes a little dazed. She still remembers the feeling of powerlessness she felt when she was under the other party's hands, but she never thought that the guy who gave her the feeling of powerlessness had actually died. It's embarrassing to think about it. As for how Danzo died, with the wisdom of everyone present, how could he not know? This man with the legendary Rinnegan is really extraordinary. After a moment of silence, Jiraiya asked with a complicated expression, are you still feeling uneasy about what happened back then, Nagato? Obviously, he already knew Pain's real identity through certain channels. It's even clear why he and Conan became what they are now. Nagato did not answer his question, but said in a cold tone, I am Pain now. Nagato, you, boom. Before Jiraiya could finish speaking, she was interrupted by a loud muffled sound. The remaining left hand of Fourth Raikage patted the table in front of him fiercely, grinning and said, Lousy is not here to play this kind of house-playing game with you, no matter what your identity is, it has nothing to do with Lousy. Come here, just to deal with Aizen Sōsuke. He was nearly burnt by Aizen's ninja Hado, but was saved by Tsunade's healing ninjutsu. But he also lost his entire right arm. Speaking of Aizen Sōsuke, he seems to be a half-disciple of 5th Hokage, right? Onoki turned his eyes to Tsunade, and said with a hint, don't Konoha plan to give us an explanation? 1.8 inches okay. Tsunade stood up suddenly, looked around everyone and said, but you have to make up for the loss you caused to Konoha first. Although you were misled by Aizen, it was your own decision to invade Konoha, right? After the voice fell, the atmosphere in the entire hall suddenly became tense. Are you planning to fight amongst yourself? At this moment, a young man in a red cloak standing behind Pain suddenly asked. It's okay, I think Mr. Aizen will be happy to see this scene. Moment. Including Tsunade, everyone present turned their gazes to the boy in unison. Who are you? Ah, I'm sorry. The red-cloaked boy smiled and pushed the round glasses on his face. Then let me introduce myself first, my name is Yakushi Kabuto, I'm barely an insider. 067 Yakushi Kabuto's acting career. An insider? Fourth Raikage asked with a frown, looking at the bag. What does that mean? Of course it means literally. The corners of Do's mouth curved slightly, and a very gentle smile appeared on his face. Little ghost, are you planning to play such a trick in front of us? Onogi snorted coldly, his tone dissatisfied. This kind of dissatisfaction is not only aimed at Do, but also at Pain. Because the silver-haired boy in front of him is obviously Pain's man. Wait, Yakushi Kabuto. Tsunade seemed to think of something, narrowing his eyes. You are the Yakushi Kabuto who came out of the Konoha orphanage, Aizen's childhood classmate. I remember, you should join the Konoha route with him later, right? Master Tsunade knows a lot of things, did Aizen tell you? Yakushi Kabuto turned to her and asked with a serious tone. Tsunade nodded slightly, with a complicated look on his face. Aizen once told me that you are a rare genius in the ninja world. Genius. Yakushi Kabuto shook his head lightly, sighing. In front of Aizen, I'm afraid there is no one who can be called these two words. Silence. Even as an enemy of Aizen, no one present denied this statement. At only 13 years old, relying on his own strength and tricks to turn the entire ninja world around, this kind of talent is absolutely unprecedented. However, he didn't tell the truth to you, Master Tsunade. After a pause, Yakushi Kabuto continued. It's not that I joined the route with him, but was forced by him to enter the route as his spy. Purpose to deal with Danzo and Orochimaru-sama. So that's the case. Jiraiya seemed to think of something, and nodded suddenly. Of course, it might be a little imprecise to use the word, dealing. Pushing his glasses, Yakushi Kabuto said lightly. After all, Aizen at that time already possessed the power beyond the ninja world. So for him, whether it's me, Danzo, or Orochimaru-sama, they're all just pawns for fun. Beyond the ninja world, Uchiha Shisui, who hadn't said anything before, frowned, as if thinking of something. You are Shisui-kun, right? You have known him for a long time. Yakushi Kabuto also noticed him, and said with a faint smile, as a close friend of Aizen, you should know Kiyoka Suigetsu, right? Actually, it is not an illusion, but the one in Aizen's hand, the power of the knife. The ability of the knife. Shisui froze for a moment, and suddenly remembered the strangeness when he fought Aizen earlier. And he remembered a detail, every time the other party used the illusion, they did have the movement of drawing a knife. It seems that you have reacted. Restraining his smile, Yakushi Kabuto's eyes became serious. The true power of that sword is called complete hypnosis, and it can truly control the five senses. Once you see the liberation of that sword, you will become its captive completely. Not even Mangekyo Sharingan, not even Rinnegan can release it. Advertisement. What? Everyone at the scene was in an uproar, with astonishment and dull expressions on their faces. Complete hypnosis, control the five senses. How can this be played? See, the liberation of the sword. Shisui frowned, looking thoughtful. That's right. As long as you call out the liberation word, it means that the hypnosis ritual has been completed. Yakushi Kabuto nodded and said, crack it, Kiyoka Suigetsu. Are these words familiar to everyone? It's the language of liberation. Are you kidding? Luo Sha's eyes widened even more, and he said in disbelief. It's just an ordinary knife, how can it have such power? Indeed, if it's just an ordinary knife, it won't have that kind of force. The corners of Yakushi Kabuto's mouth curled up into a slight smile. But that knife is not ordinary. Except for Aizen, no one in the entire ninja world has mastered its forging method. With that knife alone, he is already enough to surpass the entire ninja world. Silence. The information revealed by Yakushi Kabuto instantly made the whole hall extremely silent. If the silver-haired boy in front of him is telling the truth, then among them, there are probably only a few people who have not seen the release of Aizen's knife. To fight Aizen in this state, it is estimated that they can only be reduced to cannon fodder. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud noise like thunder. Everyone turned their eyes to the source of the sound. Sure enough, it was that grumpy fourth Raikage knocking on the table again. Little ghost, do you want us to listen to you praise the enemy here? Fourth Raikage raised his fist, his eyes wide open. If you want to break Laozi's will based on this alone, then Laozi can only say that you are still too young. No matter how powerful the enemy is, Laozi will never give in. As expected of Master Raikage, this belief is indeed an example for us to learn from. Yakushi Kabuto praised first, and then said in a hurry, but, it is also important to correctly recognize the strength and advantages of the enemy. If I really want to break your will, I will not stand here, let alone I will join the Akatsuki organization. So, you're here to find a way out of Aizen's grip? Tsunade asked, frowning. It's not just this factor. Master Tsunade should have heard the name Yakushi Nanoyu, right? Yakushi Kabuto shook his head, his voice gradually softening. She was the first teacher for me and Aizen when we were in the orphanage, and she is also the person I cherish the most. But now she is imprisoned by Aizen, and I want to rescue her. Advertisement. The determined eyes seem to have infected everyone present. Through the monitor, Aizen and Konan have a panoramic view of the picture. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Anran-san, this Yakushi Kabuto seems to be imitating you. This is an actor. Ah, indeed. Yakushi Kabuto in the original book likes to imitate Orochimaru, and now the object has become Aizen. Obviously, this young man has a kind of extreme lack of confidence in himself, so he deliberately imitates the person he admires. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. But he is far worse than you, no matter how you look at it. Sure enough, Anran is the most perfect. Book artist. Sister Konan, you are enough, even if you want to praise Anran-san, don't be so blunt. I don't want to eat dog food in the group. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. You can come with me, I don't mind. Book artist. Fairy Chilean. Upskirt maniac. No, mean. Curly-haired boy. Hey, what is your combination? Is it the one I think? This is an actor. Senior Konan, you should already know those Arankars, right? Are you dissatisfied with any of them? Book artist. What do you mean by this question? This is an actor. Since the 5 cages talks have already been held, I should also express something. If these people do not realize the seriousness of the problem, they will not really unite. Shark face guy. So, is Mr. Aizen planning to send an Arankar to make trouble? And this Arankar, it is very likely that there will be no return. Upskirt maniac. And Ransang, your way of thinking is okay. Others are afraid that the enemy is too strong, but you are afraid that the enemy is too weak. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. That's it, let's go to Hakura. I don't like the way that woman looks at you. Book artist. Poof. Sister Konan is planning to take this opportunity to eradicate hidden opponents. Fairy Chilean. Do you mind what I said just now? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I don't mind you, but not other women. Here's the cast. For a change, the Espada level is still somewhat useful at the moment. Besides, with Yi Kang's current strength, these shadows might not even be able to resist. 068 Arankar strikes. Rain Shinobi Village, the meeting place of 5 cages. Based on the information provided by Yakushi Kabuto, the moviegoers have roughly known some of Aizen's abilities and means. However, the atmosphere in the entire venue was much more dignified than before getting this information. It's no wonder, after all, the ignorant are fearless. And it is precisely because of knowing that they truly realize the horror of Aizen. That guy is already so strong, is he still building his own regiment? Onoki's expression tightened, his brows furrowed. This is really bad news. Luo Sha also frowned and asked, is that kind of hollow thing really that strong? About this, we can confirm. Tsunade nodded, and said, the ninja who succeeded in hollow can indeed improve his strength to another level. I will not hide from you here, Jungshui has already mastered the history of hollow. After saying that, Tsunade turned his gaze to Shisui. The latter nodded slightly, covering his cheek with his right hand and gently pulling it down. The milky white bone mask suddenly appeared. A tyrannical air wave burst out from Shisui's body. A solid sense of oppression suddenly descended on the entire conference hall. Although this oppression subsided quickly, it made the shadows present feel a chill down their spines. Is this the power of hollow? Just showing the momentum is enough to make it difficult to resist. If Shisui suddenly attacked them, they might not even have a chance to react. What an incredible Reiatsu! Yakushi Kabuto exclaimed. He is not flattering, but a sincere compliment. The Reiatsu that Uchiha Shisui burst out just now has indeed reached the Espada standard defined by Aizen. And, I'm afraid it's still the front Espada. From this point of view, Master Aizen really takes good care of his best friend. Thinking so in his heart, Yakushi Kabuto still had a gentle smile on his face. However, even Shisui-kun who possesses such power is not actually a perfect hollow. What, isn't this considered perfect? Luo Sha turned pale with shock. Yes. Yakushi Kabuto nodded affirmatively, and said, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Shisui's current state should have a time limit, right? It can last for 5 minutes at present. As he spoke, Shisui waved his hand to remove the mask covering his face. And after each hollow, it takes about 10 minutes to refill that special energy, which should be called spiritual power. Advertisement. It's spiritual power. That's right, Suikun understood it very quickly. Yakushi Kabuto nodded in satisfaction. Tsunade asked. You mean, just because Shisui's current hollow time can't last too long, so it's considered incomplete? It's not a question of the length of time. The true full-body hollow is irreversible. The masks on their faces will be finalized. Shaking his head, Yakushi Kabuto grinned and said, seriously speaking, they should not be considered human beings, but another biological group. Its name is Arankar. Before Yakushi Kabuto's voice fell, the space in the conference hall suddenly produced an unnatural distortion. The black hole, like the mouth of a ferocious giant beast, suddenly opened above the round table in the conference hall. Tread, tread. A white figure paced out of the void, slowly entering everyone's eyes. This is a slightly stout male, wearing a snow-white standard combat uniform. The most striking thing is the white mask on his head and face, which covers his entire celestial cap and extends to the back of his head. Makes him look like he's wearing a cream helmet. Who? Enemy attack. Seeing the appearance of this masked man, both Pain and the shadows all put on fighting stances. Are you Iwakawa? Only Onogi stared at him with his eyes wide open. Although his form has undergone many changes, Onoki still recognized the face of his front subordinate after all. This guy is the spy he personally selected to send to Konoha, but he did not know when he joined Aizen. Let yourself suffer a big loss during the Battle of Konoha. Oh, it's Onoki. Iwakawa glanced at him, and said in a contemptuous tone, you are really as old as ever, don't you plan to become 10 at such an age? Onoki did not have the ridicule of this old subordinate, and tried to get the report, as this attitude of yours Arankar. Oh, you already know my identity before I introduce myself. Iwakawa turned his eyes to Yakushi Kabuto, grinned and said, it seems that you have a big mouth here. Yakushi Kabuto pushed his glasses and said calmly, it seems that Mr. Arankar's target seems to be me. That's right, miscellaneous fish. Iwakawa sneered and said, you have already made up your mind to abandon the honor given to you by Master Aizen. Scoff. Advertisement. Before he could finish his words, a blue thunderbolt suddenly pierced. Boom. The fists and palms intersected, and there was a strong explosion in the air. Quote. Huh. Fourth rakage. Right palm pressed against Ai's lightning flickering fist, and the corners of Iwakawa's mouth curved slightly. That's all. Quote. The conference hall of Rain Shinobi Village was playing fiercely, and Conan in front of the monitor was working hard to make a live broadcast to the group members. The atmosphere in the whole group, eating melons and watching dramas, was mobilized immediately. Book artist. This Arankar, isn't he a little bit off? No matter what he says or how he behaves, he seems to be very arrogant. Shark face guy. The increase in strength is too huge, which causes a sense of expansion in the heart. This situation is not surprising. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. This kind of waste product will not be of much use in our pure land, so I propose to take it for waste utilization. Upskirt maniac. Yes, Miss Conan. You already look like a housekeeper. Benzi illustrator. Actually, in Sister Conan's mind, Yichi is the best candidate for waste utilization, right? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Since Aizen-sama says she is useful, then forget it, I dare not go against Aizen-sama's wishes. Book artist. So sour, why is this vinegar smell swollen? Curly. Ali Jong, there are some things you have to learn to see through but not to say. You know what I mean, 0. Glancing at the chat of this group of people, Aizen did not participate in it. He stared at the screen in front of him as if nothing had happened. Now, the battle at the Rain Shinobi Village conference hall has reached a fever pitch. In the face of the 5 cages coordinated operations, Iwakawa, who was very arrogant before, has already shown a feeling of being stretched. Faced with this situation, Iwakawa finally did not intend to hide his clumsiness. Flip the Zanpakuto horizontally in your hand, stroking the blade with your right hand. Cut it up. Moon Shadow Knife Mantis. Boom. The tyrannical Reiatsu flow burst out, enveloping Iwakawa in it. 069 How about your behind-the-scenes boss? Call. The strong wind rolled up layers of air waves, which spread wildly towards the surroundings. The round table in the center of the venue trembled violently, and the chairs and utensils were pushed away brutally under this violent force. Damn it. What's going on? In the end, what happened? Even the shadows present could not help but retreat one after another, struggling to block the invasion of this strong wind. In a short time, the square is square. Only then did Tsunade and the others have the opportunity to open their eyes again, but at this moment, Iwakawa, who was imprinted in their eyes, had completely changed his appearance. 2 long bony horns grew from the top of his head, and a white mask covered the position above the bridge of the nose. The arms also turned into 2 long serrated knives. What is it? Luo Sha's eyes were wide open, his expression dull. Return to the blade. Yakushi Kabuto's voice came, and his tone seemed a little dignified. Ability unique to Arankar, returning to their true form by releasing the core sealed within Zanpakuto. True form. All the people present were stunned, with incredible expressions on their faces. In other words, this posture is the real appearance of Iwakawa now. No wonder Do said that they have become different creatures before, and they are no longer human. Be careful, he's coming. Tsunade reminded loudly. Boom. Iwakawa stepped on the ground with his right foot, and the wooden floor was overwhelmed and shattered 990 times instantly, and his whole body was shot towards the shadows in front of him like a cannonball. Tsunade and the others looked dignified and put on a serious posture. However, when the opponent was approaching them, he suddenly turned around and went straight to Yukushi Kabuto. After the fight just now, Iwakawa's originally inflated heart has completely restrained at this moment. He is very clear that even if he is now in the returning blade state, he may not be Wukage's opponent. And that Pain, who has Rinnegan, has no plans to make a move yet, and if he continues to spend here, he may die miserably. That being the case, then simply complete the mission and slip away decisively. It has to be said that Yin Chuan's sharp turn was indeed unexpected. So much so that Tsunade and the others had no time to turn around to rescue them, they could only watch helplessly as the other party raised their jagged blades and slashed at the unsuspecting Yukushi Kabuto. Click. Advertisement. There was a crisp sound, and sawdust splashed everywhere. In the astonished and amazed eyes of everyone, Iwakawa split the coffin board in front of Yukushi Kabuto with his knife. When Iwakawa's eyes widened, his expression shocked. Before you rushed over, of course. Standing behind the coffin board, Yukushi Kabuto pushed his glasses and said with a smile, "Please accept this little gift prepared for you." Boom. Yukushi Kabuto's voice just fell. A huge fist suddenly protruded from the coffin, and threw Iwakawa's body into the air. Boom. Under the action of terrifying strength, Yan Chuenko spurted blood, and his whole body was embedded in the wall behind him. Broken stones scattered and splashed, and smoke and dust filled the air. Pat, clack. The man in dark red armor slowly walked out of the coffin, his long hair swaying slightly behind his head. There was an indescribable arrogance in his eyes. You are. Looking at the armored man in front of him, Onoki's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Uchiha Madara. Tsunade also gasped. Uchiha Madara. Pain glanced at armored Yang, and raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, is that fake? This body, that is to say, has the Rinne Tensai technique succeeded? Madara didn't pay attention to the crowd in front of her, but just looked at her own flesh and blood body. It's not Rinne Tensai, Mr. Madara. Yukushi Kabuto's voice suddenly sounded from behind him, and said, "This prosthetic skeleton on your body was made by me. Are you satisfied?" Yaiku. Uchiha Madara turned his face away, showing a slightly surprised expression. I remember this technology was conceived by that kid in Aizen, but it was actually completed. He still remembers when Aizen proposed the idea of prosthetic bones to himself. He encouraged this on the surface, but he was extremely disapproving in his heart. This is not surprising. After all, letting the souls of dead human beings live in artificial bodies, this kind of thinking is simply like a child's nonsense BIFB. Naturally, Uchiha Madara couldn't be serious. Unexpectedly, this technology that was supposed to be a nonsense actually came true. Yeah, it's done. Yukushi Kabuto pushed his glasses, smiled and nodded. Since that's the case, what about that little devil in Aizen? These guys are. Advertisement. Uchiha Madara looked around, his eyes sweeping over everyone present. In the end, he fixed his gaze on Pain. I see, Nagato is here too. As the master of Rinnegan itself, Uchiha Madara naturally knew that Pain in front of him was just a puppet. This Uchiha Madara also knows his identity. Pen frowned, feeling very confused. It stands to reason that the one who has been intersecting with him is the masked Uchiha Madara. But why does this one in front of me also know his name is Nagato? There are too many things to explain, Mr. Madara. Yukushi Kabuto smiled and said, I invite you to come here this time to deal with. Boom. A loud noise like thunder interrupted his next words. Iwakawa's figure emerged from the ruins, his face full of anger. Unforgivable, you guys are unforgivable. FK me. Swish. His figure galloped towards Madara and the others like a cheetah, waving his arms, and the jagged blade left after images in midair. Here's the cast. It appears to be over. Pooh. The Aizen message has just been sent out. I saw Iwakawa's body was pierced through the heart by a curved long knife, and he was held high in the air. And the owner of this curved long knife is Susanoo of Uchiha Madara. HMPH ha 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 ha. You are finished. You are absolutely finished. Master Aizen will kill you all. Master Aizen, long live. Iwakawa let out a frenzied cry. The whole body gradually distorted, and finally burst completely with a bang. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Is the resurrection of Uchiha Madara also in Anran-san's plan? It's an actor. Ah, yes. Without a character like Uchiha Madara, the script would inevitably be a bit monotonous. Don't worry about Nagato's safety, the pocket will protect him. Book artist. What if Uchiha Madara wants to attack Nagato? Can he stop it? This is an actor. Why, Mr. Eri Kashiwagi doesn't believe me. Book artist. PFF'd, shut up. Even Anran can't call me in the group. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Since Anran Sandu said so, then I feel relieved. In addition, in the evening, I want to eat sweet and sour pork, twice cooked pork and mapo tofu. The tofu should be more spicy. Curly hair. Upskirt maniac. Is this style of painting jumping too fast? Also, why is Anran sang the cook? Book artist. That is to say, what is the style of your behind-the-scenes boss? 070 Ninja Allied Forces Infighting. This is an actor. For the sake of style, don't you even eat food? That would be too sad. Book artist. The key point we are talking about now is not the question of whether to eat or not, but the question of you, the behind-the-scenes boss, actually cooking for yourself. Shouldn't this kind of thing be left to the subordinates? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. It seems that Alijong still can't understand the meaning of Enransang's words. What he really wants to say is, in the entire Pure Land, except for him, the dishes made by other people are completely inedible. Upskirt maniac. Is this so scary? Curly. The others, including Conan, you yourself. Angel from Rain Shinobi Village. Me, I'm not good at grilling fish. It's an actor. Indeed. If you can accept the prerequisite of no seasoning and undercooked, you can still eat it. Upskirt maniac. PFF'd. Fairy Chilean. Speaking of which, Mr. N really worked hard. Are you responsible for the food of the entire Pure Land? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. How is it possible? Those Arankars are not qualified to eat in Ransang's cuisine, they are not worthy. Shark face guy. Upskirt maniac. Ha 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 ha. Arankar Kisame-san issued a question mark. Here's an actor. Most Arankars don't need to eat, and absorbing spirit seeds is enough to replenish the energy in the body. Angel from Rain Shinobi Village. Oh, the food is here. Open black lens bracket image close black lens bracket. Upskirt maniac. Wow, is this Enransang's handicraft? It looks delicious. Fairy Chilean. Mr. N, it's really the whole group. This is an actor. Also because of interest. No matter cooking, black tea or calligraphy, these are hobbies. But Aizen treats interest as business. No matter what, as long as he wants to do it, he must do it well. Curly-haired child. Damn it, poisoning in the middle of the night. Have you considered how I feel as a prisoner? I'm hurt, Yinsang, my heart is hurt. Hand over that plate of bright red meat, otherwise my hurt heart won't be filled. Full. Advertisement. Book artist. Don't think about it, it is impossible to fill your heart. At most, it will only fill your stomach, and then turn into useless fertilizer like you. Curly-haired boy. Shut up, you blonde loser. What's wrong with the fertilizer? Do you guys look down on fertilizer? Don't forget that the vegetables you eat are all watered by fertilizer. Book artist. Sorry, it's not that I look down on fertilizer, it's just that I look down on you. Upskirt madman. Alijong, Yinsang, you two started again. And it's too impolite to talk about this kind of fertilizer when people are eating. 7th School District, Cat Ear Cafe. Sadin Lizzie showed helplessness, feeling that she had to be a mediator between these two people once a day. Student Sation, I'm really sorry. Nuo's voice sounded, interrupting her thoughts. Am I late? Yes, with a long voice in his mouth, Sadin Ruko stood up and walked in front of her friend wearing a wreath. So, we need to be punished. He stretched out his hand, and quickly scratched at the other party. Ahahaha, ahahaha, Sadin-san, don't, it's so itchy. Chuchun Shili kept twisting her petite body, but she couldn't avoid the evil hands of the other party. It wasn't until her face gradually became congested and red that Sadin Renko stopped moving. It's really sensitive, Ueharu. Hush, it's not Seishin-san's fault. Chuchun Shili turned his head, pretending to be angry. Always like a prank. Hey, that's because Chuchun is so cute. Sadin raised her eyebrows lightly, like an old hooligan. If you don't bully him severely, you will feel very rude. That's not true, it's really rude to do so. Chuchun Shili complained loudly, and suddenly changed the subject. Speaking of which, I just saw a very strange thing and was delayed. It's strange, how strange is it? As he spoke, Sadin Reiko picked up a spoon and prepared to add a spoonful of sugar to Ueharu's coffee cup. Chuchun put her sharp index finger against her chin, and said in a thoughtful tone. I think I saw two Masaka-san. One of them is still wearing goggles. Slap. Sadin Renako dropped the spoon on the table, stand up suddenly. Where did you see that? Book artist. There are two Masakas, one of them is still wearing goggles. According to this, Masaka Makoto has already met Masaka's sister. Upskirt maniac. I don't know. By the time I found them according to the location given by Chuchun, they were no longer there. I turned around here and couldn't see any trace. Ask for flowers. Advertisement. Fairy Chilean. Don't worry, if you miss it, you will miss it. You have done your best in this matter. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I really didn't meet it, I can only say that the timing was wrong. Upskirt maniac. After thinking about it carefully, the time seems to be wrong. According to the plot of the original work of Super Canon, the time when Masaka-san and Masaka's sister met for the first time should be in June, but today is only May 7th. This is an actor. The plot is not everything, but the possibility of someone behind the scenes is not ruled out. Benzi illustrator. So, and Ran-san also thinks that the one without goggles is Masaka Makoto himself. It's an actor. 80% sure. 0. Shark face guy. Is that Yaris Tower behind it? Curly-haired boy. Apart from this hanging man, I'm afraid there won't be anyone else. The source of evil and darkness is packaged as a saint. This guy is really ironic. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. If Ryusta did it on purpose, why did he do it? This is an actor. Don't worry too much about it, Sadin just needs to pay more attention to Masaka Makoto's movements. Upskirt maniac. Okay, I see. Looking away from the group chat interface in front of him, Aizen turned his gaze to the monitor in front of him. In fact, he already had a vague answer in his heart at this moment. Asia Reese Tower will let Masaka Makoto and Masaka's sister meet in advance, maybe it is related to Saturn. In other words, at that moment, the A Reese Tower, which was monitoring the entire Academy City with a lingering loop, might have noticed Tear's recent anomalies and movements. But this is just speculation, so Aizen didn't say it. Boom. A loud bang from the monitor in front of him interrupted his thoughts. At the same time, Conan next to him also turned his searching gaze. On the screen at this moment, the wooden round table that was originally placed in the center of the 5 cages meeting place had been shattered into pieces of sawdust, scattered everywhere. Uchiha Madara, who turned on Susanoo again, stood proudly on the left, while Pain and everyone from the major ninja villages stood opposite him. The whole atmosphere is tense. 071 The legendary sage of 6 paths. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Book artist. What's the matter, Conan's sister? What does the sudden question mark mean? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Uchiha Madara clashed with Nagato and the others. Open black lens bracket picture close black lens bracket. Upskirt maniac. It seems to be true, the table is broken. Book artist. Why, it's such a time, they still engage in internal strife. I can't understand it at all. Could it be that Uchiha Madara thinks Ran Sang is his? This is an actor. No, Do has told him the whole truth. However, Uchiha Madara is really confident. Curly-haired child. Very confident. Could it be that? Here's an actor. Ah, he thinks he can easily take me down on his own. In this case, the 7-tailed beasts I collected will naturally become his 630 property. The 5 cages and Pain in front of him will all become obstacles to his implementation of Project Tasuki no Mi. Fairy Chilean. So why don't you just strike first? Book artist. So arrogant, this Uchiha Madara. This is an actor. That's because he does have arrogant capital, after all, he was once at the top of the ninja world. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Well, it was just once. Conan's tone was dismissive. Obviously, in her eyes, no one in the whole ninja world can compare to Ran. At this moment, Uchiha Madara, who was originally arrogant and domineering, finally met his opponent. That was his fellow descendant, Uchiha Shisui. Little ghost, what is your posture? Looking at the bone mask covering Shisui's face, Madara frowned. Ever since this junior of the same clan put on that weird mask, his combat power has risen like a rocket. Even it is a little difficult for him to deal with it now. That's called hollow, Mr. Madara. Yakushi Kabuto explained with a smile. To tell you the truth, this is also the result of Aizen's research. And his subordinates now have a large number of such subordinates. What? Uchiha Madara's pupils shrank, and a solemn look finally appeared on his face. Swish. Advertisement. At this moment, Shisui moved close to him in an instant. Raise the Chunin knife in your hand, and cut it out with one blow. Boom. Amidst the earth-shattering explosion, the houses on the right side of the venue collapsed one after another. Large swaths of smoke and dust filled the air. You are really good, kid. Uchiha Madara's admiring voice came from the smoke. In terms of swordsmanship alone, I, Uchiha Madara, would like to call you the strongest. The voice fell, and the smoke and dust also dispersed. Uchiha Madara, who has regained her figure, looks slightly embarrassed. At this moment, the dark red armor worn on his body has been broken, and a long knife mark extends from his right shoulder to his upper abdomen. And behind him, the terrifying ravine that can't see the edge also came into everyone's eyes. Startled, dazed, including Tsunade, all the shadows of the 5 great ninja villages were deeply shocked by the destructive power of Shisui's knife. You know, this is not a full blow caused by accumulating power. It's just an ordinary slash. Do you want to continue? Shisui's tone was indifferent, with a touch of gold and iron in his voice. That kind of thing still needs to be asked. Uchiha Madara grinned, and the Guyu in the scarlet pupils turned rapidly. It took me a lot of effort to get me so interested, but don't think about giving up halfway through this process. The azure blue chakra overflowed, wrapping Uchiha Madara again. Excited, he is ready to use the full body Susanoo. But at this moment, a voice that sounded slightly vicissitude suddenly resounded. Enough is enough, let's stop. Swish. Very abruptly, a figure in a silver cloak appeared between Shisui and Madara. Because the head and face were covered by the cloak, no one could clearly see the appearance of this mysterious figure. And the way he appeared was really too weird. No matter Shisui, Madara or Gokage present, none of them noticed the moving trajectory of this figure. It's unbelievable. Conan was also incredulous, even she didn't expect someone to intervene at this time. Turning his head to look at Aizen, he saw that the other party was still calm, as if he had expected this scene to happen long ago. Buzz buzz. Advertisement. There was a sudden hum from the monitor. Conan turned his gaze to the screen again, but saw a burst of white light suddenly flashing from the right hand of the mysterious man. Oval stone pillars burst out of the ground in all directions. As if echoing the white light from the mysterious man's right hand, the stone pillars also lit up with strange rays of light. These rays connect the stone pillars together, forming a film that shimmers and fluoresces. What is this? Conan was stunned, and was about to study and figure it out carefully. With a bang, the screen went black. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. And Ran-san, is this situation also in your plan now? Conan is still a little dazed now, it feels like seeing the highlights suddenly cut off while watching a drama. Here's an actor. Ah, it's all under control. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. But the screens are all black, we can't see anything. Benzi artist. What does this mean? Someone can actually find out about your surveillance, and even take countermeasures. Is it so powerful? It's an actor. Just to the extent that I wonder if he can't handle my surveillance. Curly-haired child. No, ordinary people cannot cope with this level. Even if that guy Uchiha Madara didn't notice it, who the hell has such power? Shark face guy. I seem to have seen someone like that from Mr. Aizen's memory. Although it was just a fleeting picture, that guy even noticed that your base is in Pure Land 1.4. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Ah, is this the one who rescued Danzo and Orochimaru? It's an actor. Yes. However, it wasn't him who noticed that my base was in Pure Land. But when I established the base in Pure Land, I didn't hide it from him. After all, he was originally in existence living in the Pure Land. Fairy Chilean. Upskirt maniac. Existences living in the Pure Land. Shouldn't there be unconscious souls there? Here's an actor. As it should be, but he's special. Even after entering the Pure Land after death, his consciousness has never been eliminated. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. There is such a person in the ninja world. Is he? Here's an actor. Ah, the fabled sage of six paths. 072 Hatchet Conan. That's fine. After setting up a barrier to isolate and monitor Link C, the mysterious man finally took off his hood that covered his head and face, revealing his true face. It was a man with a very old face and a goatee. His complexion is a little pale, and there are a pair of pointed horns on his forehead. There are red gaps looming in the center of the eyebrows. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is his pair of lavender eyes. Unexpectedly, another pair of Rinagons. Onoki gasped. Uchiha Madara's gaze was also staring at the other party, with an unbelievable expression. You, don't you? My name, Otsutsuki Yuya. The old man spoke slowly. Sure enough, you are still here. Jiraiya walked to the old man and said in a very familiar tone, is that guy Orochimaru okay? Obviously, he and the old man in front of him have known each other for a long time. In fact, all the information he learned about Aizen was obtained from this old man. He's almost mastering Hollow's power perfectly. Otsutsuki Yuya nodded and said, he is indeed a very talented kid at 18. Is it really that sage of six paths? Uchiha Madara didn't even have the slightest respect for her ancestors. You guy is still alive. Sage of six paths. Everyone who was still in a dazed state widened their eyes and looked at the old man in disbelief. In the entire ninja world, I am afraid that no one does not know the legend of this sage of six paths. The ancestor of chakra, he single-handedly wiped out the chaos and created the era of ninjas. For ninjas, Sage of Six Paths is like a protagonist in a fairy tale. But I didn't expect that this legendary figure actually existed, and he is still alive to this day. Not dead. Otsutsuki Yuya shook his head, not minding Uchiha Madara's attitude towards him. My current state is actually similar to your reincarnation of Kundera. Advertisement. Indra's reincarnation. Uchiha Madara frowned with a puzzled expression. Don't worry, the story I'm going to tell is still very long. Otsutsuki Yuya found a place to sit on the ground, and said, fortunately, we have plenty of time. Stories about the turmoil in the ninja world slowly unfolded from the mouth of Sage of Six Paths, and the discussions on the chat group were also full of enthusiasm. Curly. Sage of Six Paths. That guy is Sage of Six Paths. That's unexpected. Hey. Book artist. I also find it unbelievable, but it seems quite reasonable. After all, it can be seen from the original work of Hokage that Mudao Immortal may have been watching the ninja world. Fairy Chilean. And Mr. N put the base in the Pure Land, which is equivalent to digging a big hole in his lair. It would be strange if he didn't care. Upskirt maniac. The key is that he has always been in the state of chakra, how could there be a body? Is he also a yike? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. And Ran-san. This is an actor. Ah, it can be regarded as my teaching him. Of course, Aizen taught Otsutsuki Yuya not only the process of making yogi. It also includes the use of spiritual power, the transmission of Shinigami power, and the Arankar production process. At that time, Aizen demonstrated several times in front of Otsutsuki Yuya in order to let Otsutsuki Yuya learn these things. At the same time, you have to pretend that you didn't notice the other party's spying at all. This is actually very hard work. And it is a great test for both acting skills and patience. Fortunately, Aizen performed perfectly. Book artist. Sure enough, you taught me. Upskirt maniac. This kind of behavior of cultivating enemies is really Enran's style. Shark face guy. Sage of Six Paths is not a simple character. Isn't Mr. Aizen afraid of overturning? Speaking of which, the Aizen in the Shinigami world overtrained Kurosaki Ichigo before overturning, right? This is an actor. I thought that you who have seen my memory should be very clear that I am different from that Aizen. Didn't expect you to have such superficial cognition, Kisame. Advertisement. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Shinigami's Aizen is too lonely, so he wants to cultivate an opponent who can match himself. But Enransang is not like this, he has us. Book artist. Sister Conan, did you add the word, we, after you? Don't deny it, I've seen through you. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. So, it's impossible for Enranbao to overturn. Curly. Change the subject. She changed the subject very abruptly. It's really you, Conan. Upskirt maniac. If you want to say the biggest difference between Enransang and Aizen, that is that Enransang treats her companions with genuine gentleness, while Aizen's gentleness is faked.
Book artist. That's right. The gentle ones are a bit too much, and I even cook myself. Fairy Chilean. The tone is a bit sour. Are you jealous? 900 book artist. Who is jealous? Why am I jealous? Sister Machu, your question is so inexplicable. Curly-haired son. That's right, how could our Ali Zhang like a man like Master Aizen? What he likes is Kong Wu's powerful one. In layman's terms, it's called muscle bully? Upskirt maniac, muscle tyrant. Illustrator of the book. You are the one who likes muscle bullies, you gay.
Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I don't mind if it's airy. Curly-haired child. I understand. On the surface, I don't mind, but I have already prepared a hatchet, right? Or use Zanpakuto directly as a hatchet. In this way, Ping Lily may be a bit dangerous. The golden dog's head is not safe. Book artist. Shut up, you are a dog head. Also, what the hell is golden yellow? Why do I feel disgusted when I see you use this adjective? Upskirt maniac. To be honest, me too. Fairy Chilean. Always reminds me of fertilizer. Book artist. Please stop talking, I have already formed a picture in my mind. Vomit. Reminder. It is detected that the cumulative points of this group have reached 50,000. Clear the group owner and perform the group upgrade operation. Close black lens bracket. 073 Senior Conan, can I try a new function? Upskirt maniac. Wow. Book artist. Are the points for group upgrades enough? Curly hair. The time travel function. Is the time travel function finally going to be turned on? Damn it, I can finally get out of this damn prison life. Alijong, the milk pudding we agreed on earlier. Book artist. FKU. You said I was a golden dog head, but now you still want a cake. Fairy Chilean. You need the leader of the group to upgrade, what about Mr. N? This is an actor. The upgrade button has been clicked, but the reading still needs to be completed. Book artist. Damn it. There is such a stinky reading time setting. This makes me so uncomfortable. Upskirt maniac. What, does Ali Zhang also want to experience time traveling? Book artist. No, I actually want to watch the live broadcast. Curly hair. I see, Ali Zhang has reached this age too. It doesn't matter, when the time comes, I and Baba will turn on the live broadcast every day while taking a bath for you to watch. Book artist. Sorry, I am dizzy. Fairy Chilean. Faint needle. Upskirt maniac. PFF'd. Sadin Ruko obviously understood the meaning of these two words. Curly-haired boy. Shut up, you stinky girl. It's not a needle, but a dragon. Have you ever seen a 50-meter long dragon? Book artist. Hehe. Reminder. The upgrade of this group has been completed. Live broadcast function, traversal function, and task function have been loaded. The privileges of the group owner have been updated. Group member benefits. Intruder alarm system, energy converter transmission completed. Advertisement. A series of prompts popped up, making people dazzled. Upskirt maniac. Wow, this group chat interface seems to be updated. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Yeah, it looks cleaner than before. The original function bar is sub-items one by one, but now they are all integrated together to form a brand new function interface. This looks significantly cleaner, and you don't need to spend more time looking for those cumbersome sub-functions. Fairy Chilean. There is more of this. Expression. Silly smile. Shark face guy. That's pretty interesting. Expression. Smile. Curly-haired boy. Damn it, why are there various restrictions on crossing? Not only do you need the consent of the other party to open the descent, but you also need to spend points. Expression. Angry. Book artist. Otherwise, if a group member is inconvenient, someone suddenly crosses to him silently. Wouldn't that be miserable? What Ying Lily thought of was when watching a horror movie, in the dead of night, with the lights and curtains turned off. A certain horror atmosphere happened to be brewing in the TV, and suddenly someone appeared and patted her on the shoulder. Damn, will he die instantly? Curly-haired boy. What? Who would do such a disgusting thing? Taking advantage of people's hot springs to make surprise attacks or something, this is pervert behavior. Usually no one would do it, right? Book artist. Wait a minute, take a hot spring. What do you mean by taking a hot spring? Don't ask yourself. Upskirt maniac. Exposed. You have completely exposed your thoughts, Yinsang. Fairy Chilean. Soaking in hot springs, have you already thought of such a far-reaching place? I really can't underestimate you, Ah Yin. Expression, helpless. Shark face guy. In terms of pervert, I would call you the strongest. Curly-haired boy. Ahem, actually I didn't say anything just now. Really, it's my cellmate. He just used my body to chat with you. You have to believe me. Book artist. I believe you are a ghost, people like you are really hopeless. I feel that not only your body should be imprisoned, but your mind should also be imprisoned. This is an actor. Don't you all feel that your body is a little weird? Fairy Chilean. Upskirt maniac. Advertisement. Curly-haired boy. Is it weird to have a sense of convenience? This is an actor. None of your business. You've only purchased the power of Shinigami, so that poop is purely a physical need. Conan inspected his body, with a strange expression on his face. My chakra seems to be perfectly combined with spiritual power. She had been trying to convert chakra into spiritual power, but due to talent limitations, the conversion speed has been very slow. But now, she finds that the two have been perfectly combined. This is an actor. Not to be said to be combined, but transformed into some kind of universal energy. You obviously didn't pay attention to group member benefits. Upskirt maniac. I just patronized the time travel function. Fairy Chilean. Well, me too. Only now did Lee Mocho realize that there was a change in her body. Originally, she bought Conan's chakra energy out of curiosity, but found that this energy was not compatible with the internal force in her body, but distinct. But now this dividing line is gone, and the two are integrated. Her cultivation seems to have skyrocketed to the innate realm in martial arts legends. Shark face guy. Is this universal energy powerful? This is an actor. It can't be described by the word powerful, it's like the evolution of certain rules specific to us personally. In other words, we only need to accumulate energy in the future. There is no need to identify the route you want to choose, because no matter which route is common. Book artist. In other words, we no longer need to distinguish between chakra, spiritual power or internal power, and they will automatically become common energy after purchase. This is an actor. Not bad, teacher Eri Kashiwagi. You understand very quickly. Benzi artist Modidi don't use the title. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. From this point of view, as long as we continue to purchase energy bases, we will become peerless powerhouses. However, the role of species points has also been infinitely expanded. Conan breathed a sigh of relief. She felt that she should not be left too far behind by Aizen. As long as you have enough points, you can follow in his footsteps. Curly-haired boy. Damn it, how could it be like this? Back then, it would have been great if I could get points. What legendary prizes are there? This little bear pants are so useful. Sakata Jintoki was mad. Under the incredulous eyes of the inmates, he took out the bear pants from his arms and began to tear them apart frantically. Although the result was futile, it did not prevent him from venting his anger. Fairy Chilean. Fortunately, I have saved a lot during this time. This is an actor. Senior Conan, I need to trouble you with something. I want to try to enter your body, can I? 074 Is this group mission serious? Upskirt maniac. Benzi artist. Jin body. Are you kidding me? The relationship between the two of you has developed to this level. Well, even if this is the case, you shouldn't say such things in the group. Curly. Hey, am I hallucinating? Master Aizen, are you really Master Aizen? This is an actor. You seem to have misunderstood something. I just want to try the privilege of the group owner. Shark face boy. I see, the privilege of the group owner is to be able to enter girls' bodies at will. Fairy Chilean. Usually this kind of behavior is called unspoken rules. This is an actor. Aizen was a bit reluctant to explain. He found that these group members really had problems thinking. Are you thinking of something weird? Simply entering the body, can't it be pure? However, Senior Conan should be able to understand, right? Turning his eyes to Conan, he saw that the other person's cheeks were flushed, and his expression was a little swaying. Change the place, it seems a little inappropriate here. Well, it seems that he is thinking too much. Aizen frowned very rarely, resisting the desire to complain. No, just here. Conan's eyes widened, and he was startled at first. Immediately, he took a deep breath and nodded as if resigned to his fate. Since 210, since you have said so. The other party's performance made Aizen very speechless, and he didn't try to communicate again. Open the Golden Group Owner's Privilege interface directly, and select the Possession Time Travel button. The so-called entering Conan's body is actually trying to buy and try this function. Its function is to allow one's own body, consciousness and ability to be put into the body of the possessed person, thereby controlling the other party's actions. The perspective changes. Although Conan's appearance has not changed at this moment, the consciousness controlling his body has become Aizen. Raising his hand, Aizen lightly clenched his fist. Sure enough, even though he is now using Conan's body, Aizen's own strength and ability have not weakened in the slightest. Not only that, but Conan's original power was also superimposed on him. Although for Aizen, this force is almost negligible. Here's an actor. What an overbearing feature. Advertisement. This kind of possessed time travel is the unique authority of the group leader, and there is no need to consider the consciousness of the possessed person. That is to say, as long as the other party is a member of the group, Aizen can directly carry out possession regardless of whether the other party agrees or not. There is no doubt that this is indeed very overbearing. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Is this what you mean by entering the body? As a possessed person, Conan naturally did not have his consciousness wiped out, but stayed in his own sea of consciousness as a bystander. Not only can group chat be used as usual, but also communicate with Aizen through self-awareness. This is an actor. Yeah, how does Senior Conan feel? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Very weird. It's really weird to just watch others manipulate your body as a third party. Upskirt maniac. It's fine if you do that kind of thing, why do you still talk about your feelings in the group? Sadden Lizzie blushed, feeling that she should not continue watching. But the curiosity generated in his heart can't be stopped at all. Curly-haired child. And the answer should not be happy or unhappy. What the hell is weird? Why is it the adjective weird? I don't understand Yinseng at all. Here's an actor. Zanpakuto didn't follow along. Ran looked at the long knife she had fallen on the ground with Conan's eyes, thoughtfully. In other words, the Zanpakuto that is judged as an item cannot be possessed by the owner. Book artist. Zanpakuto. Do you still need to bring Zanpakuto when you do that kind of thing? You guys are so strange. Ying Lily scratched her hair, puzzled. The body is not enough, you have to use props. But why Zanpakuto? That thing can be used in this situation. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. But I can feel Hogyoku. Book artist. Even, have you used Hogyoku? Ying Lily opened her mouth wide, as if she could stuff a big duck egg into it. How many wonderful tricks did these two people use? This is an actor. Almost enough, Senior Conan. Thank you for your cooperation. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. It's okay. Curly-haired boy. Is it over? Is this the end? Hey, are you kidding me? The invincible Aizen-sama, is this the only level? Book artist. Is it too fast? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Not what you think. It's a shame, but nothing happened to us. Upskirt maniac. What about you guys? Advertisement. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Just experimenting with new features. Fairy Chilean. I think it should not be so fast, Mr. and is not impatient. Book artist. But, their lines are obviously terrible. What enters the body, is weird, etc. Normal people will have bad associations. Even so, Ying Lily seemed relieved in her heart. Here's the cast. That's just because your mind isn't healthy to begin with. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Well, that's right. Conan seemed to have completely forgotten about his previous blushing and coercion. Curly. Well, Ali Zhang is a book artist after all. It's not uncommon to have such bad associations. Don't worry, pear sauce. Yin Sang, I will not look down on you. Book artist. UF asterisk 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 G shut up, you are not qualified to say such things with the dirtiest thoughts. Reminder. The group owner has started the task grabbing activity. Remarks. The group members who click on the task bar of the light curtain at the fastest speed can receive the task, and after completing it, they can get double basic rewards. Congratulations to group member, Curly Hair, for being the first to grab this task. Fairy Chilean, Upskirt Maniac. I haven't read the notes yet. Book artist. How fast are you? How many years have you been single? Curly-haired boy. Ha 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 ha, the double reward is mine. Mission information. Please wear stockings and enter the bathroom, and rob 10 men of their leggings. 0 tenths. Basic reward. 500 points. Mission penalty. Mandatory baldness for 10 days. Angels of Rain Shinobi Village. Book artist. PFF'd. Upskirt maniac. Men's leggings. Curly. 0.075 The silver hour of mental collapse. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Isn't this task a little too difficult? Curly. A little bit. Is it just a little bit? How can a man wear leggings? This kind of difficulty is no less than stuffing a watermelon into his nostril. It's completely impossible. It's an actor. So, are you giving up? Fairy Chilean. She will become bald. Book artist. No, baldness does not mean baldness. Baldness, should it be of Mediterranean nature? Shark face guy. In that case, I still have some hair. Curly-haired boy. Yes, at least it's a bit, what a ghost. I'd rather be completely bald than the weird Mediterranean one. Upskirt maniac. But the mandatory baldness limit is only 10 days. If you get completely bald, you don't know how long it will take for your hair to grow back. Here's a cast. You can use a wig. Book artist. This is a good choice. Curly hair. Impossible, Yinseng, I will never wear a wig in my life. A real man never wears a wig. The Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Is it still bald in the end? Curly-haired child. I choose to complete the task. Upskirt maniac. Fairy Chilean. Book artist. Calm down, you are still in prison. Curly-haired boy. It's because in prison, there is no psychological burden to rob these scumbags. The most important thing is, that's 1,000 points. Yinseng is my dream of dominating the multiverse. Start with this 1,000 points. Shark face guy. After talking so much, is it just that you were reluctant to score points? Upskirt maniac. Even if you say that, it is impossible for men to wear leggings, right? And they are all prisoners, let alone. Advertisement. Curls. They'll wear it. Prison cafeteria. Sakata Jintoki lowered his head and stood up from his seat. The outline outlined by the shadow of the cheek is slightly ferocious. Walking slowly to the center of the cafeteria, Jintoki stopped beside several strong men. Hey, you are that bloody evil spirit, right? A supervillain known as a supervillain with great powers, who can do those incredible things even in prison. Do me a favor. Huh, what is your background? How dare you talk to our boss like that? Before the tattooed burly man known as the blood-colored devil could speak, the two younger brothers beside him patted the table and stood up. When talking, he still has a standard Huxia gangster tongue. Ignoring them, Sakata Jintoki still put his hands in his pockets, and slowly raised his right leg. Bang, bang. Two heavy muffled sounds. The two younger brothers of the blood-colored ghost flew straight upside down, smashed hard on the dining table behind them, and scattered all kinds of food everywhere. Silence. The entire cafeteria was instantly silent, and even the prison guards who were rushing towards this side stopped in their tracks. Ruthless. This silver-haired man is definitely a ruthless person. Two strong men who weigh more than 160 caddies. Unexpectedly he kicked directly more than 10 meters away. Slap. Sakata Jintoki put his right hand on the bloody demon's shoulder, and said softly, I think you won't reject me, right? The corner of the bloody ghost's mouth twitched, cold sweat dripping down his face. It's not just pure fear, it's also caused by pain. This silver-haired guy obviously doesn't look very strong, but the strength in his hands is ridiculously strong, and he feels like he is about to crush his shoulder blades. Humiliation. The Scarlet Evil Ghost felt very humiliated. After all, he was also a well-known figure in the underworld in Edo. Even if he was in prison, even the warden had to be polite to him. But this silver-haired B***********, how dare he do this to himself? How can this be tolerated? Advertisement. The bloody ghost gritted his teeth fiercely, and said loudly, please, please order. What can I do if I can't bear it? This silver-haired B********* exudes such a terrifying murderous aura. He is not dying. Leggings. Yin Shi said with a straight face and an indifferent tone, before 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I want to see 10 pairs of leggings. In addition, there are silk stockings. After finishing speaking, he turned and left. Ask for flowers. The bloody devil opened his mouth wide, staring blankly at his leaving back, his expression messed up in the wind. Hint. The curly hair completed part of the memory of Gintama. Curly-haired child. Done, it should be able to produce results in the afternoon. Humph ha 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 ha, 1000 points. My 1000 points. Upskirt maniac. There is still such a method. Book artist. I give you full marks for your threats. But this will be regarded as pervert. Looking at the expression of that bloody demon, he must have regarded you as a pervert. Curly-haired boy, you are still too young, Ari-chan. The so-called reluctance to let children not catch wolves, if you care too much about face, it will not be a big deal. Fairy Chilean. It's not a matter of caring too much, you are simply shameless. Book artist. I would rather not achieve great things than be like you. Curly-haired boy. HMPH, then you can watch me earn points with envy. It's really sad, cowardly you won't get anything. This world is still ruled by the strong after all. Ha 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 ha. Book artist. It's really exactly as Ransang predicted, you guys really got carried away. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Sorry to interrupt your ambition, Silver. But we don't get nothing. Curly-haired boy. Huh. What do you mean by that? Yin Shi suddenly had a very bad feeling. Chilean fairy. Basic reward. As long as the group task is completed, all group members can get it. It's just that you, as the executor, can get double. Book artist. Another way to look at it is that you work for us, and we pay you. Are you happy, playing workers? This is an actor. By the way, the privilege of being a group leader is 4 times the basic reward. Regardless of whether this task is completed by me or not. Curls. Grass. Sakata Jintoki's mentality collapsed in an instant as he couldn't help spouting obscenities, and 10,000 horses galloped past Maru in his heart. 076 Aizen's live broadcast. Autistic. At this time, Sakata Jintoki was really a little autistic. This shit is the points I earned by selling my morals so hard. It's fine for other group members to get basic rewards. Why does the dog group leader get more than myself? As if seeing through Yinshi's current inner thoughts, Aizen sent a message leisurely. Of course it is because of the privilege. Book artist. This is an actor. I am answering Ah Yin's doubts, he must be very unbalanced now. Curly-haired boy. How can it be balanced? B*******************. D. Why is there such a disgusting thing as the privilege of the group owner? This damn group rule is too unfair, right? Shark face guy. Even if it's unfair, we can't change it. Illustrator of the book. And you say that this privilege has a 153 heart, just because you are not the group leader. If you were the group leader, I don't know what you will be like now. Curly-haired boy. Shut up, Yin Sang, what kind of person am I? Upskirt maniac. Obviously, you are. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. No doubt, you are. Book artist. The eyes of the masses are discerning. Here's an actor. If you really feel overwhelmed, it's not too late to choose not to do this task. Aizen actually doesn't like this kind of unfair rules, it reminds him of those 996 and 007 who cannibalized people in his previous life. But now he is powerless to change, and can only bear the sins brought by this privilege silently. Carrying heavy sins is also a kind of mental experience. Curly-haired boy. Don't do it. Are you kidding? How is that possible? Book artist. Are you still reluctant to part with the 1000 points? Upskirt maniac. As expected of Yinsang. Curly-haired boy. HMPH, it's not a matter of points at all, okay. I just want to tell you with my actions that I, Sakata Jintoki, am not the kind of man who gives up halfway. Book artist. By the way, doesn't Ran know what's going on at the Five Shadows meeting? Advertisement. Here's an actor. The story of Sage of Six Paths just finished. Upskirt maniac. Even without monitoring, can you get information over there? It's an actor. Yeah. Book artist. So amazing, how did you do it? Curly-haired boy. What do you bastards mean by ignoring me? Obviously Yinsang and I have shown such a backbone, what is your attitude? Book artist. Ha, a side with a backbone. Do you believe this? Fairy Chilean. You can't say that, he should believe it himself. After all, Ah Yin is still very good at deceiving himself. Upskirt maniac. Ha 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 ha. Curly-haired boy. Enough is enough, Yinsang, I really have had enough. You stinky women, give me enough. Book artist. He's in a hurry, he's in a hurry. What can you do if the discomfort is enough? You don't have to work. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. It is impossible not to work part-time, after all, points are really fragrant. Hint. This is an actor who opened the live broadcast room. Reminder. Curly-haired, upskirt madman, Angel from Rain Shinobi Village, book artist, and shark face enter the live broadcast room. Close black lens bracket. Upskirt maniac. Oh, I saw and ran sang. It's very clear. Book artist. Indeed, this picture quality is really amazing. Fairy Chilean. Mr. N is more beautiful than in the photo, and Conan is also much more beautiful than in the impression. Looking from the window of the live broadcast room, what came into view was the magnificent Pure Land Palace. Aizen was sitting on the throne of the palace, with a faint smile on his face. Next to him, Conan is dressed in white. Although the hairstyle has not changed, the lipstick, eyeshadow and lip studs on the lower lip have disappeared. It looks a little less coquettish and a little more ethereal. Curly. Conan, don't you even wear the Akatsuki uniform now? This outfit, I almost don't recognize you, hey. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. People change slowly. Book artist. Sister Conan, do you have any misunderstanding about the word slowly? Are you slowly? Advertisement. Curly-haired child. Tisk, I was completely dazzled by love. This woman. Shark face guy. Speaking of which, Mr. Aizen started this live broadcast just to let everyone appreciate your heroic appearance. Do I look like such a boring person, Kisame? Aizen didn't send a message in the group, but said directly to the live screen. Wait a minute, I'll change the perspective. Upskirt maniac. And Ransang's voice. Book artist. Oh my god, there is still that magnetic feeling in the childishness. Fairy Chilean. Indeed, it sounds quite comfortable. I probably understand why Conan is so fascinated. With a handsome appearance, gentle personality, superb wisdom, strong strength and this unforgettable voice, which woman can stand up to this? Curly-haired son. HMPH, I can barely reach Yinsang's level. Book artist. Impossible. In terms of shamelessness, no one can see your self-destruction. Ying Lily sent out this message, and the scene in the live broadcast room suddenly changed. Uchiha Madara, dressed in dark red armor and with long hair and shawl, caught everyone's attention. Aizen, Black Zetsu. Uchiha Madara clenched his fists and showed a ferocious face. It's fake, it's all fake. Regardless of the project Tasuki no me that I have prepared for a lifetime, or the loyalty of these two people to myself. It's all fake. Now you should be clear, Madara. Tsunade turned to him and took a breath, we are not your enemy. Huh, Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, her complexion still very ugly. No wonder. With his haughty character, it must be unacceptable to be teased like this. Master Yuya, what are we going to do next? Onoki glanced at Madara and asked Sage of Six Paths. To be honest, the old man was still a little dark in his heart. After all, he was severely ravaged by Madara back then, and now seeing the resentful attitude of the other party naturally, he feels happy. First of all, we must accumulate strength as soon as possible. Otsutsuki Yuya pondered for a moment, and said, the Arankars under Aizen are not idle people. With the existing power in the ninja world, I am afraid that they are not their opponents. Therefore, I will pass on the unique power of Shinigami to you next. Quote. 077 Kisame. Are you polite? Upskirt maniac. And Ran sang, have you even taught the Sage of Six Paths the transmission of the power of Shinigami? It's an actor. Yeah. Book artist. You, just release the water, but you are releasing the sea, right? This is an actor. If you don't do this, there is no confrontation at all, it will only be a one-sided massacre. Such a plot without fluctuations is too boring. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Exactly. Curly-haired boy. It's really a ghost, isn't it good to crush the game? Why make trouble for yourself? Here's an actor. For acting proficiency. Upskirt maniac. Ah, this. Book artist. A speechless answer. If this is the case, then there is really no way. Playing proficiency is really crucial, it's what Aizen is built on after all. As long as the role-playing speed can be improved, other aspects are indeed trivial. This is an actor. And in my plan, the presence of inferior Shinigami is also very important. 18 Shark Face Guy. Big Batch. Of course he can understand the 4 words of inferior Shinigami. Unable to forge Zanpakuto, it is impossible even for Aizen to create a true Shinigami. But even with low-quality Shinigami, is it a bit impossible to mass-produce? Although Sage of Six Paths is strong, it doesn't have unlimited spiritual power. Aizen seemed to know what Kisame wanted to ask, and sent out a message without hesitation. Otsutsuki Yuya's spiritual power alone is indeed not enough, but he is not alone. Book artist. Not alone. Seeming to understand something, Ying Lily turned her eyes to the screen in the live broadcast room. In the picture, Otsutsuki Yuya has led Madara, Pain, Gokage and all the ninjas into a deep tunnel, and the scene in front of him is clear again. Lush woods, babbling streams. There are many mountains in the distance, and the silver moonlight pours down. Advertisement. What is this place? Uchiha Madara asked in surprise. It was clearly daytime when we were in Rain Shinobi Village, but it turned into night when we passed through a tunnel. Even Uchiha Madara was shocked by this weird sense of jet lag. Welcome. Otsutsuki Yuya seemed satisfied with the astonishment of the people present, and smiled slightly. this is the Pure Land, the kingdom of the dead. What? Including Uchiha Madara, all the ninjas present were in an uproar. Not to mention them, even the group members in the live broadcast room felt a little unbelievable. Curly. Jing, Pure Land. Is this also a Pure Land? Are there several Pure Lands? The angel of Rain Shinobi Village. There is only one Pure Land, and the current situation may just be that the territory of the Pure Land is large enough. Even if the entire ninja world adds up, it is less than 1% of it. Swish swish swish. Just as the message from the two was sent out, several figures flashed in front of the ninjas on the screen. Hashirama, grandfather, second grandfather. Madara and Tsunade exclaimed successively. That's right, it was the first Hokage Senju Hashirama and the second Hokage Senju Tobirama who appeared in front of them. In addition to them, there are many familiar big shots in front of them. They are all long dead shadows in various villages. So this is what you said earlier, the secret method to deal with Aizen. Jiraiya looked around and suddenly realized. Awaken the shadows who should have died and become our power to protect the ninja world. This is really unexpected. Yakushi Kabuto continued. Aizen will be surprised if he sees this scene. That's what he said, but he was thinking about how to pass the information here to Aizen. In Yakushi Kabuto's view, even the Arankar army under Lord Aizen's command may not be able to resist such a large number of strong men. Because he felt Reiatsu from all these people, that is to say, these former movie stars were all Shinigami. These were top powerhouses before, what level of strength will they reach after gaining the power of Shinigami? Yakushi Kabuto dare not make a conclusion lightly, the situation in front of him obviously exceeded his expectations. HMPH, it's a bit ridiculous to say. Otsutsuki Yuya didn't notice that the little brother in front of him had an impure mind, and said lightly. I came up with the idea of awakening the shadows, and I learned from Aizen Sōsuke. Dealing with him in his way should make that brat feel the price of arrogance. Advertisement. Slightly complacent and proud in the tone, as if I feel that I have eaten Aizen. The picture of his slightly raised chin with a long goatee was naturally seen by the group members watching the live broadcast. Upskirt maniac. PFF'd. Satin burst into laughter on the spot. I found this sage of six paths to be quite funny, but not very smart. Curly-haired son. Let Master Aizen experience the price of self-importance, what does Enran Sang think? Here's an actor. It's a relief to see him so confident. Fairy Chilean. Unfortunately, this kind of experience is destined to be impossible for 857 to have. Book artist. Yes, it will make him realize that the clown is actually himself. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I'm rather curious, what kind of ability is Enran Sang who can conduct remote surveillance? Can he even broadcast live? This is an actor. Surveillance of bacteria, you should have heard of it. Book illustrator. Ah, invented by Kuretsuchi Mayuri. It's an actor. Exactly. Surveillance bacteria can be integrated into human cells and form a picture through the manipulation of the monitor. Shark face guy. Then this monitored person is. This is an actor. Yakushi Kabuto, you really don't think I trust him completely, do you? Fairy Chilean. Then Conan and Kisame also have it in their bodies, right? This is an actor. I knew from the beginning that Senior Conan was a member of the group, so it was naturally impossible to plant surveillance bacteria on her. Shark face guy. And me. This is an actor. Let's stop here for today's live broadcast, there is nothing to watch later. Ladies and gentlemen, rest early. Hint. This is an actor who closed the live broadcast room. The number of viewers in this live broadcast room is 6, and the live broadcast lasts 15 minutes. A total of 90 points will be obtained by the host. Shark face guy. 0.078 Kushina's Tangle. Early morning. Aizen, who got up on time, was fully dressed and opened the door. Go through the long corridors and lanes, and enter the magnificent hall. No chat group opened, no breakfast prepared. I just leisurely brewed a cup of black tea and savored it carefully. This is not aristocratic style, just a daily habit of Aizen. People usually have their brains at their best in the early morning, when meditating or reading is more efficient than usual. But today Aizen is not here to study, but waiting for someone. Da da da, rhythmic footsteps sounded, and a slim figure slowly emerged. You're here, Ms. Kushina. Aizen said with a slightly curved mouth and a soft voice, I haven't seen you for a long time, it seems that your mood has completely stabilized. Wine red long hair, snow white tight long skirt. With a crown of white bony crowns on her head, Uzumaki Kushina looks like a princess from a fairy tale. Yeah, thanks to you. Kushina looked at Aizen with a complicated tone. You, what do you need me to do? She is very grateful to the young man in front of her, and she also has a good impression of him. Not only because the other party freed Naruto from Konoha, but also because of the other party's previous description of the sun, which moved Kushina's heart a lot. Even if the other party may have impure motives, the goal is only for 9 tails. But for Kushina, Aizen still fulfilled his agreement with him. In terms of emotion and reason, she should use her own actions to repay this kindness. But how to act, Kushina is not clear. Is it just for gratitude, Ms. Kushina? Aizen put his hands on the armrests on both sides and smiled, you probably have something else you want to tell me. VR. Advertisement. Kushina's complexion changed, and her eyes became more complicated. I really can't hide anything from you. I wish I was half as smart as you. Minato and I shouldn't have died so early, right? The old Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't dare to let those people bully my son. It's This girl is obviously already a mother, but she still behaves like a child. Vent your grievances on someone you trust. Aizen didn't speak either, listening to her complaint with a smile on her face. I'm really sorry for talking so much. After some time, Kushina finally finished venting and took a deep breath. I want to get out of here with Naruto. What she really wanted to say was actually the last sentence, which was the result of her careful thinking last night. Although Kushina is not fully aware of Aizen's actions, he at least knows a rough idea. This man is fighting against the whole ninja world. He does have such qualifications and abilities. Naturally, Kushina will not help Konoha and Ninja to deal with Aizen, and her purpose of leaving Aizen is also very simple. Because she found that her values began to deviate. Kushina prefers Aizen over ninjas. This is a very dangerous signal for her. This means that my sense of identity with my dead husband is gradually disappearing. If things go on like this, she fears that she will become the kind of shameless witch she hated at first. So although I am very grateful to Aizen, no matter for Naruto or myself, leaving him is the best choice. Oh, this is what Ms. Kushina wanted to talk about. Aizen's expression remained unchanged, and the smile on his face did not fade in the slightest. Okay, if it's your wish. I also have no position to block. Quote. In other words, will you let yourself go? Kushina seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, but she felt a little lost in her heart for some reason. However, there is one thing that I think it is necessary to let Ms. Kushina know. Aizen changed the subject, and suddenly said, the coalition forces of the ninja world have been formed. According to the information I have obtained, their purpose in addition to dealing with myself, the other is to take back Naruto. Take back Naruto. Kushina's pupils shrank, and Reiatsu burst out all over her body. Why should they? The tyrannical wind blew her wine-red hair, and the skirt flapped. Advertisement. They thought I would use Naruto as the carrier of Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Aizen said lightly. This is not nonsense. In fact, the ninja alliance headed by Sage of Six Paths thinks that Aizen's real intention of detaining Naruto is to use Naruto, who is the reincarnation of Ashura, as the carrier of Ten Tails. They will not believe that Aizen just wants to be a dream master and reunite mother and child. Quote. These bastards really know how to make their own decisions over there. Kushina gritted her teeth angrily. She naturally believed in Aizen, and she knew very well that the Ten Tails Jinchuriki chosen by Aizen was not Naruto at all. In addition, the vanguard army they will attack here has already been determined. Aizen's mouth was slightly curved, and he said calmly, the leader is named Namikaze Minato. What? Kushina's eyes widened, and she froze for a moment. I don't know how long it took before he turned and left with a heavy heart. The entire hall fell into silence again. How will she choose? Conan's voice sounded suddenly, and his figure appeared from behind the pillar on the right side of the great Mo Wangjiao Hall. She saw the whole story just now, and she also had a strong curiosity in her heart. On one side are benefactors and children, and on the other side is her husband. Faced with this situation, what will Kushina choose? And the wonderful thing is that Aizen also let her choose in advance, so that she has enough time to prepare mentally. Yeah, how would you choose? Aizen seemed to have discovered that the girl Conan was hiding there a long time ago, and there was no surprise on his expression. I'm looking forward to it too. The voice fell. Just click on the group chat interface. Fairy Chilean. Lazy, don't wait any longer, Mr. N should be getting up soon at this point. Upskirt Maniac. I can wait, but Masaka-san can't wait. Forget it, let me start the live broadcast first. Hint. The Upskirt Maniac opened the live broadcast room. 079 Sagittarius, Growth. Hint. The curly-haired guy, the shark-faced guy, Chilean Fairy, the book artist, this is an actor joining the live broadcast room. Book artist. Hey, and Ransang is here. This is an actor. Yes, when I first came here, I saw Lizzie broadcast live. Hint. Angels from Rain Shinobi Village joined the live broadcast room. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Wow, Psycho-chan actually started a live broadcast. Fairy Chilean. Conan is here too, Mr. N notified you. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. That's right, and Ransang and I just woke up not long ago. Almost missed it. Book artist. What do you mean? You just woke up not long ago. Don't you? At this moment, Ying Lily instantly made up dozens of pages of notebooks, such as what happened in the middle of the night, and what happened in the morning. Gradually, the whole face became congested with blood. Curly-haired boy. Hey, this is really great news. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Oh, yes. In fact, it's not just us, but also Ms. Kushina. Book artist. Also, and Kushina. Shark face guy. Chilean 163 Fairy. Curly-haired boy. You guys, have you already started to play so fancy? If Minato knows about this, it will explode, right? Book artist. It will definitely explode. What does this have to do with Minato? Conan didn't understand at first, and then she looked carefully at her chat history and finally realized, wait, it's not what you think. I mean, me, Kushina, and Ransang, the three of us just woke up. Advertisement. Book artist. I understand. Curly-haired child. I understand. This is an actor. Senior Conan, I think you should stop explaining. Take a good look at the live broadcast, where is the tier child? At Upskirt Crazy Demon. The original Saturn was also watching 8 trigrams in the group attentively. It wasn't until the light curtain in front of him trembled that he realized that the barrage sent by Aizen floated past his eyes. Cough cough. Coughing twice, Satin Reneko said to the live broadcast window, "I'm at the gate of Mizuo Research Institute." Turning around, the gate of the Research Institute appeared on the screen. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. What kind of dress is Psycho-chan? From Conan's point of view, there is obviously something wrong with Satin Ruko's outfit in front of her. Instead of wearing the usual blue and white school uniform, she changed into a black suit. Not only that, she also wore a long-brimmed peaked cap on her head, making her look like a thief. Fairy Chilean. She did it for convenience. Benzi artist. In layman's terms, I just don't want my real face to be captured by the camera. This is an actor. Research Institute, are you planning to help Masaka Makoto sabotage? As expected of Ran Sang, you guessed it all at once. Satin Lizzie showed a surprised expression on his face. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Why do such a thing? You should know that it is useless, right? The root cause is not these institutes at all. Book artist. Of course she knows, but Makoto Masaka doesn't. This silly girl just came to help a friend. Since the last time Aizen reminded her to pay more attention to Masaka Makoto, this girl will visit him whenever she has time. During the period, I ran into Masaka Makoto several times, secretly searching for the records of the Absolutely Capable Person project, and Satin Ruko keenly discovered that Masaka Makoto seemed to want to get a big ticket. Satin Ruko naturally didn't want her friend to put herself in danger, and then the two of them had a showdown. Masaka Makoto didn't want to give up her plan to destroy the Research Institute, and Satin Ruko felt that she might be in crisis if she acted alone. Bida. In the end, the two reached a consensus to act together. Fairy Chilean. What a silly girl. Advertisement. Hey hey. Satin Reneko scratched the back of her head, but didn't refute the silly girl's title. She is very clear that this is everyone's concern and love for her. Tenko. It's done here. At this moment, the figure of Masaka Makoto was also printed on the screen of the live broadcast room. Sorry, it took me a while to hack into the anti-theft lock. She also wears the same black clothes and the same peaked cap, and the two look like they are wearing couple outfits. It's okay. Satin Renko shook her head and took a breath towards the screen. Everyone, we are going in now. Why? You, who are you talking to? Masaka Makoto was a little confused by her reaction, and suddenly felt a little hairy in his heart. After all, from her point of view, Satin Ruko is completely interacting with the air. Curly-haired boy. I was frightened. This Masaka Makoto seems to be completely frightened. Is he afraid of ghosts at such a big age? What a coward. Ha 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 ha. Book artist. These words can be applied to you as they are, ah yin. Fairy Chilean. Indeed, how can you have the courage to laugh at others when you are still so afraid of ghosts? This is an actor. Satin, there is an abyss ahead. Just when Satin Ruko was about to step into the gate of the Research Institute, the barrage message sent by Aizen floated past my eyes again. Lizzie was taken aback, her expression suddenly became a little stiff. Shark face guy. Ah, Mr. Aizen is getting mean again. It's an actor. No, I'm just telling the truth. With the loop in the air, Reese Tower has almost no dead ends for the surveillance of Academy City. The abnormality that Senko showed during this period, as well as the kind of power that does not belong to the superpower and magic system, naturally also entered his sight. Book artist. This is an actor. When faced with the emergence of an unexpected character like Satin, Yariista will definitely test him out. The meeting between Masaka Makoto and Masaka's sister is probably not a coincidence. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. So, maybe this institute is also a trap. Here's an actor. Any further and you could be falling into the abyss. Are you sure you're ready, Satin? Hesitate. At this moment, Satin Ruko's expression was indeed somewhat hesitant. She is just a middle school student, so of course she will be afraid. But looking at the back of Masaka Makoto who was gradually disappearing in front of her, she still took her steps firmly after all. 080 The outrageous truth. Book artist. Lizzie, you are so brave. Ying Lily watched the tears on the screen quickly pass through the electronic thresholds, and couldn't help expressing emotion. If it were her, there would be a high probability that she would turn around and run away. I'm actually very scared. Rensi's voice came through the screen in the live broadcast room. But I don't want to disappoint Masaka-san's expectations, let alone give up halfway like this. Raising their heads, everyone saw her firm eyes. Curly-haired son. HMPH, Leizajong is quite capable what to do. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I already have the guts to become a strong person, Takashi Seiko. This is an actor. If there is no fear in the heart, it will only stop people from exploring hope. And those who beat back the fear and step forward will get unimaginable treasures. This treasure is called courage. Shark face guy. So Mr. Aizen said those scary things on purpose to strengthen Satin's courage. Fairy Chilean. I don't think it's purely scary, the previous analysis should be true. The Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. It is indeed true, and it is also in Ran Sang's reminder to Renko. When facing the abyss, whether to muster the courage to step forward or to retreat, the choice is in Lizzie's own hands. On screen, the figures of Satin and Masaka Makoto keep moving forward. Passing through the narrow, dark corridor, the scene in front of me becomes open again. This seems to be the experimental hall of the Research Institute. Under the dim light, all kinds of equipment full of sense of technology exude a metallic luster. Everyone can clearly see through the live broadcast room that the rows of containers soaked in nutrient solution are impressively displayed. And inside the container, semi-adult Masaka sisters are being cultivated one by one. But from the screen, the bodies of the Masaka sisters who were immersed in the culture container were very blurry. It's like there are pieces of transparent squares deliberately covering their bodies. Curly. Horses, mosaics. Why do I watch a live broadcast and there are mosaics? Basic trust between people, B******************. D. Benzi artist. Just because there are people like you, there will be no trust between people. And, what do you want to see without mosaics? Advertisement. Red training fairy. Pervert. Curly-haired boy. Hey, Yin Sang, I didn't say anything. Why is it perverted? Angel from Rain Shinobi Village. That's because you don't even need to speak, everyone knows what you want to say. Curly. Conan, you've changed. In the past, you would not have such a vicious tongue, your heart is not ancient. Yin Sang, I am in despair, I am completely desperate for this ruthless world. Book artist. It's alright, don't put this act on hold. Quite nauseating. In the experiment hall, is it real? Masaka Makoto was also stunned by the scene in front of him, his face full of disbelief. They actually used my genetic map to do this kind of experiment. Sighing deeply, Saturn didn't answer. He just looked around and frowned tightly. Logically speaking, this kind of research institute should be equipped with night duty personnel even during off-duty hours. But until they walked into this experimental hall, they didn't find half a living person. Something is wrong, is it really a trap? Saturn Ruko had a premonition that something was wrong, so she planned to call Makoto to leave. But the latter seemed to have been immobilized, standing in front of the computer with a dazed expression, staring fixedly at the screen. What's going on? Rensi was stunned for a moment, and also turned her gaze to the computer screen. Only then did I discover that the information recorded on it seemed to be the internal database of this research institute. Laser-piercing experiment, Masaka Instance 012. Reason for failure. Causes extensive body spasms. Time of death. 10 minutes after convulsion. Cranial nerve stripping experiment, Masaka Instance No. 084. Cause of failure. Brain damage. Time of death. Immediately. Heart matching experiment, Masaka Individual 104. Reasons for failure. Excessive blood loss, and the success rate of transplanted heart matching was only 3%. Time of death. 20 minutes and 14 seconds after the start of the experiment. Advertisement. There are all kinds of experimental records, more than 200. In layman's terms, at least 200 Masaka sisters were brutally killed here as experimental materials. *TT. Silence. At this moment, not only Lizzie, but even the group members who saw the experimental data through the live broadcast perspective fell into silence. It was not until a long time later that Saturn Ruko recovered from this absent-minded state. These researchers, don't they have any humanity at all? Curly-haired boy. Human nature. That kind of thing can't stand the slightest test in the face of big enough interests. Benzi illustrator. Moreover, I feel that these researchers don't seem to regard the Masaka sisters as human beings. In their eyes, these may just be experimental animals. This is an actor. A doll, to be exact. In the original plot, do you still remember the self-reports of the Masaka sisters? The dolls are only worth 180,000 yen and are produced from the assembly line. This kind of self-awareness is probably also deliberately instilled by researchers. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Disgusting, these people. Conan's pretty face was also covered with frost, and the invisible and heavy Reiatsu escaped unconsciously. Kara. The utensils and furnishings in the entire hall kept vibrating, making crashing sounds like mourning. This is an actor. What does Saturn think? Aizen felt that it was useless for them to express their indignation, the key still depended on Satinko's wishes. As long as the opponent makes up his mind, even if the sky is pierced, he will take care of it. I also want them to learn a lesson. Saturn Ruko said with a serious expression. What these scientific researchers have done has broken through the bottom line that she can bear. If she doesn't do something, her heart can't be relieved at all. This is an actor. Well, let's start with a small goal. Did you see the small black square in the middle of the hall? Although it is inconspicuous, it should be the core database of the entire research institute. If it is smashed, the institute will probably be destroyed. Push the book, challenge the floor, I can add some points freely. 08 won the raid of Anbu in Academy City. Boom. There was a bang. The core database of the research institute was smashed into pieces with a punch without hesitation, and all kinds of metal components and electric board fragments were scattered in all directions. If it was Rensi from before, she might still feel a little embarrassed to do such sabotage. But now she only feels comfortable all over. Even the corners of his mouth couldn't help showing a happy smile. Curly. Changed. Seko-chan has also changed now, her expression is like a witch who kills and sets fire. Book artist. Should I say it was taught by an Ransang? This is an actor. I am just guiding, the key is Saturn herself. Shark face guy. In other words, Ms. Seko has this urge to wreak havoc hidden in her heart. Curly-haired child. Yes, it's scary. You were such a tearful child in 680. The bullet screen floated in front of his eyes, but Saturn Renako didn't refute. Instead, he admitted generously, maybe I am such a tearful child. The originally dark hall suddenly lit up with bursts of red light, and harsh sirens rang out. Masaka Makoto, who was still in a daze before, finally came to his senses at this moment, and looked at Saturn in astonishment. I destroyed the core database here. Saturn Ruko smiled and explained softly, this research institute is finished, Masaka-san. Masaka Makoto stared blankly, lowered his head and said, thank you, thank you. This kind of thing should be done by her, but now she has to bother the friend in front of her. It made her feel guilty. You're welcome, Masaka-san. Saturn Ruko shook her head, and turned her gaze to the front door of the hall. But then, we have to leave here quickly. Do you still want to leave after doing this kind of thing? A voice suddenly sounded. Saturn Renko and Masaka Makoto both turned their gazes to the source of the sound, but saw a tall, plump woman with long hair standing beside the fence on the second floor of the hall. The woman's face is beautiful, but her complexion is very gloomy. You two little mice, neither of you can leave today. Advertisement. Book artist. As this the fourth person. I remember her ability is called Atom Collapse. At this moment, everyone in the live broadcast room naturally also saw the appearance of the woman. This is an actor. Well, Mujino Shimori. Anbu of Academy City, the leader of the props organization. Shark face guy. She looks like she's very angry. It's an actor. That's probably because Saturn ruined her quest bonus. It's not just about mission bonuses. Because Mai Shinli did not stop it in time, Lyco destroyed the core database of the Mizuo Research Institute in this wave. As a result, dozens of research projects of the director behind Shinli Mai were all paralyzed. This is not something that can be done with a mere task bonus. If you really think about it, Mujino Shinli might have to work for the other party for 2 years without compensation to make up for this hole. From this, one can also imagine the anger in her heart, wishing to crush the two little mice in front of her to ashes. Die. With a roar, Mai Shinli raised his right arm. A dark green light beam was directly condensed into shape, and shot towards Makoto and sacrifice. Instead of choosing to resist, Makoto and Lazy scatter left and right in a tacit understanding. Boom. The dark green light beam directly hit the experimental platform behind them, and the experimental platform made of alloy was instantly pierced with a huge hole. This move is the fourth one. Masaka Makoto frowned and whispered to himself. This girl is quite knowledgeable, and she instantly recognized Mai Shinli's identity. Buzz buzz. A few more dark green rays struck. Masaka Makoto turned sideways, using electromagnetic gravity to attach his feet to the metal pipe in front of the column, and quickly climbed up, reaching the second floor in a few jumps. Lightning gun. There was lightning flashing on his forehead, and the blue arc shot straight towards Mai Shinli. Advertisement. However, before those electric arcs could get close to Mai Shinli's body, they were punched away by the petite figure who jumped out of the side glass window. This is a girl with short brown hair, a hooded top, jeans, and a cold expression on her face. It's really super powerful current, you are the third one. Who are you? Masaka Makoto frowned, his expression a little anxious. These two people are not weak in strength. If it was before, she might be delighted to see her opponent. But now she obviously has no desire to fight passionately. Sinohata's favorite. The short-haired girl announced her name. I see, you are that railgun. At this time, Mujino Shimori finally figured out the identity of Masaka Makoto, grinning and said, okay, it's really good. Just kill you here, I'm the new. Before he finished speaking, his expression suddenly froze. You may not have this chance, beautiful Miss Mai. Rensi's voice sounded from behind her, and a long knife was pressed against her lower back. Sluggish. At this moment, no matter Masaka Makoto, Mujino Shitoshi, or Kinohata's favorite, they all fell into a state of sluggishness. No one present saw how Saturn appeared or where her knife came from. Miss Kinohata over there, please step back. Rensi wrapped her left arm around Mujino Shirley's waist, and her tone was threatening. Otherwise, I don't guarantee that I will do anything to this beauty. Quote. In fact, Rensi wanted to strangle the other party's neck, but she was obviously not tall enough. Your tone is really like a villain uncle. Wanchi loved to complain, but 4.8 still backed away as promised. It would be great if I were an uncle, and I can catch you all without any psychological burden. Satin's mouth curled up, and she gestured to Masaka Makoto with her eyes. The latter also instantly understood what she meant, and jumped down along the metal pipe. Hateful. Watching the duck with its beak flying away, Mai Shinli was extremely upset. At this moment, with a snap, she suddenly felt her A being slapped hard. Happy time is always short, it seems that it's time to say goodbye to everyone. With a successful blow, Satin showed a smile like an old hooligan. Beauty, don't miss me too much. Swish. Under Mujino Shinli's and Wanchi's most astonished and inexplicable eyes, their figures disappeared instantly. 082 confident lazy. Muno. Kinohata's favorite gaze turned to Mujino Shirley who was flushed. You, Chow, are you okay? This was just a symbolic inquiry, but she knew in her heart that Mujino Shinli might not be in a very good mood now. You blushed so much, you're afraid you're about to explode, right? It's amazing, the girl who dared to pat the tigress, eh? Thinking of this in her heart, she inexplicably developed a little admiration for Satin. In fact, Mujino Shimori was not very angry at this time. In other words, her inner shame was greater than anger. It's the first time she's been slapped on her, but when she grows up so big, the numb feeling made her feel strangely touched. It's probably like the kind where a bad girl meets a gangster, which suits your appetite. Unfortunately, the other party is a girl. Of course, Mujino surely would not say this kind of mood, and looked to the side with a straight face pretending to be indifferent. Why didn't you remind us, Takatsubo? There stood a girl with black shawl and short hair. The appearance is very delicate, but the eyes are a little hazy, as if 18 is in a half-dream and half-awake state. The girl's name is Takatsubo Rigo, and she is a sentient person of the prop organization. The number, orientation and ability level of enemies can be perceived through the aim diffusion force field. Facing Mai Yi Shenli's question at this moment, the girl said calmly, her aim diffusion force field is very weak, I can hardly feel it. Can't feel it. Mai Yi Shenli opened his eyes wide, with a surprised expression on his face. The aim diffusion force field is the special energy released by the capable person in all directions unconsciously. In layman's terms, it is like the level mark on the head of the capable person. Ability users of different levels will emit different aim diffusion fields. This is an unconscious spontaneous behavior, and no one can suppress and change it. But the girl just now, the strength she showed is definitely above the LV for powerful people. According to common sense, for an existence of this level, its aim diffusion force field is definitely far beyond ordinary people. But why does it only emit energy that even Takatsubo Rigo can hardly perceive? Advertisement. Curious. Regardless of the girl herself or what she did to herself, Mujino Shirley's heart became very curious about her. She felt that the girl definitely had a big secret beyond her knowledge. She wants to find out. Mai Yi, what should we do now? Chi favorite asked. Chasing. They shouldn't have run far. Mai Yi Shenli responded decisively, looking around. Where's Frenda? She's over there. Takatsubo Riku looked towards the left side of the downstairs hall. At that position, a flat girl with blonde wavy hair was tied up by a rope of unknown material and hung in midair, her body writhing like a caterpillar. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, Benzi artist. That's amazing, Lizzie. That Mujino surely lost his temper after being molested by you. How does it feel? Upskirt maniac. Well, not bad. A bit like the touch of bread. Fairy Chilean. The description is very detailed, you have planned it for a long time, right? Book artist. Right. Renzi's behavior just now was like a real idiot. You have to control yourself. Curly-haired son. It doesn't matter if you're an idiot or something, it's not good to be so kind-hearted. If it were me, I would have already stabbed in. This is an actor. You barrel, is it serious? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Thinking about it, I know that Yin can't be serious unless the sun comes out from the west. However, Psycho-chan let Mujino surely go just like that. It seems really wrong. Have you forgotten your friend who was cut in half? Shark face guy. I remember, Frenda. Son. That girl with blonde hair. She was whipped by Sadenko with Bakudo just now, quite. Advertisement. Cough. There's nothing I can do. Facing the live broadcast camera, Senko, who had already walked to the corridor in front of the institute, argued in a low voice. At that time, in order to rescue Masaka-san, I really didn't have time to waste her. As for Mujino Shirley, I don't think she is a complete villain. I will try to see if I can influence her when I have time. Shark face guy. Are you impressed? Ms. Psycho is really getting more and more confident. Curly-haired child. What kind of probation is probation? Do you use your body to prosper? It is an enemy who may kill a friend, but he still wants to prosper. Are you a bodhisattva? Fairy Chilean. Even a bodhisattva wouldn't use his body to influence others, right? Which family's Wanshi bodhisattva are you? Curly hair. Maitreya. Fairy Chilean. Lee Mocho was stunned for a moment, this Maitreya subverted her cognition a bit. Book artist. My god, Maitreya, do you only know Maitreya as a Buddhist figure? Curly-haired child. How is it possible? I still know what 703 is. By the way, God Inari. Benzi artist. That is Shintoism, which has nothing to do with Buddhism. Why can you come up with an Inari god when you talk about Buddhist characters? At least there must be a limit to being ignorant, hey. Curly-haired son. Long-winded, who can distinguish so many sects one by one? Book artist. Obviously very ignorant, not so confident. It's really worthy of you. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Let's stop the quarrel. Being able to easily subdue the 4th place in Academy City, Saturn really has the capital of self-confidence. Either way, I don't think it's a problem. Puff. Saturn Ruko was blushed by Conan's words, like a steam girl. I only succeeded in a sneak attack. It's nothing at all. Also, it's just ordinary friendship. Where are you thinking? As he spoke, he planned to push away the research institute in front of him. Door. It's an actor. Wait a minute, Saturn. Seeing the barrage, Saturn Ruko stopped her movements and made a question mark. This is an actor. Don't rush to open the door, try to sense the surroundings with Reiatsu. .083 The Riddler gets F******** ed. Sensing surroundings with Reiatsu, Renzi froze for a while, with a thoughtful expression on his face. What's the matter, Saturn? At this time, Masaka Makoto, who had fallen behind, had already followed up. Aren't you going out? Maybe there is a problem, wait a moment. Saturn took a breath and sent a message in the group chat. Upskirt maniac. How to use Reiatsu perception, I don't know. Although she purchased the power of Shinigami, she has not yet skillfully used and developed it. Usually only combat skills such as Shunko and Kido are used. Here's the cast. Close your eyes and cast your Reiatsu like a net. You can feel it when you recycle it. According to the method taught by Aizen, Satin-Ruko quickly found the trick, and sent a message to reply, I see. There are a lot of dense blue dots outside the door. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. The blue dot is the soul of the living body. Benzi Illustrator. In other words, there are many people waiting for Psycho-chan and Masaka Makoto at the door. Curly-haired boy. Hey, I'm afraid I don't want to invite these two girls to a party. Chilean Fairy. The conspiracy of the Reese Tower. This is an actor. To be precise, it should have been planned in the first place. Prop organization is only an appetizer, and what follows is the real feast. Upskirt Maniac. LV5 is just an appetizer. Lizzie opened her eyes wide, her face full of astonishment. This is an actor. Don't forget, there is not only one LV5 in Academy City. The ranking of the fourth place is not high enough, so it can only be regarded as an appetizer. Benzi Artist. That is to say, these people are at least the second one. Perhaps, it is also possible for Accelerator. Curly. Accelerator. If it's that guy, it's really difficult to deal with. Although I don't want to admit it, it's true that he can become the strongest in Academy City. That vector control is too buggy. Advertisement. Fairy Chilean. That's right, it can actually stop the Earth from spinning with all its strength. Book Artist. There is a time limit for this, like 5 minutes. But even if it's only 5 minutes, it's unbelievable enough. This is an actor. That's because of the particularity of his ability. I have enough knowledge about the vector of the Earth, the limit state can indeed affect the Earth. But this does not mean that he has star-level combat power. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Exactly. And on the contrary, because of his living environment and his natural strength, his combat experience is extremely lacking. This can be seen when he fights Kamiju Tuma. Without his superpowers he is nothing. Curly hair. The problem is that Saturn doesn't have the handle, so there is no way to erase Accelerator's ability. Well, there is a hand touching Big Sister's butt. Upskirt Maniac. Stop talking about this matter. Benzi Illustrator. If the second child came, with the strength of Psycho-chan and Masaka Makoto, it should be able to make a comeback. Shark Face Guy. He has a terrain advantage. If he is flying in the sky, we can only rely on Renzi to go one-on-one with him. Upskirt Maniac. I'm not very good at paving the way with spirit seeds. Curly-haired boy. Damn, isn't this the only way to be beaten passively? Book Artist. Not good. Speaking of which, no matter which one comes, it's pretty bad. This is an actor. Why separate the two of them, can't they be assigned together? You should know that Yaris Tower has this ability. Book Artist. Curly. No. Here's an actor. For Yaris Tower, Seiko was an unplanned destabilizing factor. It is normal thinking to exclude it by all means. Not every black hand behind the scenes is like Aizen, who likes to observe and study the unknown. Book Artist. What you said makes sense, but I still want to ask. And Ransang, are you complaining about yourself? Hiss. As the person involved, Satin-Ruko couldn't help but gasp, her scalp tingling in shock from Aizen's speculation. Let the first and second join forces, song to deal with such a weak girl like her. Is this too sick? Fairy Chilean. What should I do? Advertisement. Lee Mocho looked a little worried. She felt that no matter whether Accelerator was the first or Tito Kakin was the second, neither of them could be dealt with by Satin and Masaka Makoto, not to mention that the two of them might join forces this time. There must be a safe way to solve it. Otherwise, if Lizzie just walked out like this, the end would be worse than smashed strawberry jam. Lee Mocho couldn't help thinking of the bottle of strawberry jam she bought in the group for 2 points the day before yesterday. In the end, he was accidentally overturned by his stupid apprentice. The scene at that time was really quite tragic. Whether it is strawberry jam, or her apprentice. Shark Face Guy. Let me help. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Me too. Curly-haired boy. HMPH, how can I miss this kind of thing? The soul of a samurai will cry if the companion he recognizes fights alone. Upskirt Maniac. Everyone. The circles of Satin Lyko's eyes were a little red, obviously moved. This is an actor. The group task has not been completed yet, do you have enough points to travel through? Lee Dahao. Sakata Ginshi was stunned for a moment, and glanced at his point balance, only poor. 23 backquote. 4, maybe, not enough, okay. Book Artist. What a shame. Ying Lily didn't say that she was going to help. Because she knows very well that if she has this little strength, it will be a hindrance. However, her desire to become stronger at this moment is extremely high. It's an actor. Besides, with your current strength, it may be a bit difficult to deal with those two people. Don't forget, there's an Ares tower over there watching. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. So and Ransang is going to use that. Here's an actor. Well, that's enough for later. Curly hair. Shark Face Guy. Book Artist. Please, can you two stop treating this as a riddle? 084 Accelerator's Madness. The 7th School District, the square in front of the Water Spike Research Institute. Dozens of well-dressed combatants with live ammunition were staring at the Iron Gate with tense expressions. They received orders from Shangfeng, and at this time, 2 extremely dangerous terrorists with powerful abilities were hiding in this building. In order to capture these 2 people, this unit is equipped with the latest modified firearms developed by Academy City. Not only can it emit high-density energy bullets, but it can also scatter them to build an energy grid that can control people. But even with such a high-end configuration, it still makes everyone feel uncertain. After all, they all know that what they are facing is a high-level ability user. Just a single individual is enough to be worth the existence of an army. Silence. At this moment, the square was silent, only the sound of heavy breathing sounded from time to time. Click. There was a sudden knock on the door. Under the breathless gaze of these armed men, the gate of the institute was slowly opened. The blazing white searchlights shone, revealing two petite figures. Sadenko looked at the situation in front of her, turned her face away and asked, Masaka-san, can I hand over the left part to you? I should be fine. Masaka Makoto breathed a sigh of relief, and the blue 070 arc wrapped around his body. Be careful, Saden. I haven't officially thanked you yet. Well, is it okay to use the milk tea set from the Cat's Ear coffee shop as a thank you gift? Renko pressed the brim of her hat and smiled softly. If Masaka-san treats you, it will definitely taste better. Then, it's a deal. As soon as the words fell, the figures of Masaka Makoto and Saden Renko had already rushed out. They're coming. They're coming. Fire. Fire. There was a terrified roar from the intercom. Da da da. Dark orange energy bullets poured out, and the energy grid formed by dense firepower points covered Makoto and Psycho. The reaction ability of this army is very quick, and the shot does not hesitate. But what they did was in vain after all. Advertisement. Masaka Makoto's electric shock ability can easily smash these energy bullets, and Saden Ruko's Shunko is like a ghost. Those bullets hadn't been close to her body, and the person had disappeared before the eyes of these fighters. Bang bang bang. A series of muffled sounds came out, and figures in combat uniforms fell to the ground one after another. 2 minutes. In just 2 minutes, this super standard modern army was wiped out en masse. That's the end. Seeing the crowd lying on the ground around him, Masaka Makoto stroked the messy bangs on his forehead. It's pretty simple. If only it was that simple. Shaking her head, Rensi turned her eyes to the dark place on the side. After watching for so long, why don't you come out? Call out. After the voice fell, a black dark matter energy suddenly shot towards her. As if she had expected it, Lizzie held the little Teidao behind her with her right hand and swung the knife horizontally. With a bang, the black dark matter energy was cut from the middle and fell to the ground. Oh, there was a voice of surprise in the darkness, and a figure in a dark red casual suit slowly appeared. It was actually cut off by you. It's really amazing. Who are you? Masaka Makoto frowned, his face full of guard. Chitoku Kakin. At this time, Mujino Shimori and others chased him out of the research institute. Seeing the people in front of them, there were expressions of astonishment on their faces. How will you be here? Oh, it's the fourth. Kakin Chitoku glanced at her and said calmly. Why am I here? You should be very clear, right? Mai Shinli was stunned, and frowned. Is it an order from above? Correct. Kakin Chitoku grinned, showing a fox-like smile. It seems that those big shots think you are incompetent. Otherwise, they wouldn't have arranged for me to complete the task instead of you. Damn that B**************************** Mai Shinli was a little angry at being ridiculed, but he couldn't find a reason to refute. The most important thing is that she still can't beat the opponent. Complete the mission instead of her. Rensi suddenly said, with a playful tone. Are you trying to say that those big shots trust you? I can't see it. If they really believe in you, why did the first one come over? The first one. Kakin Chitoku's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. This is impossible. Saden Renako didn't pay attention to him anymore, just fixed her eyes on the dark alleyway on the right. Advertisement. Pat, clack, rhythmic footsteps sounded, and a wild figure with white hair walked out slowly. Interesting, really interesting. I have blocked my own radio wave source, but you can still perceive it. Thin, pale, and sickly, Accelerator had his hands in his pockets. Dark red pupils fixed on Saden Ruko. Doesn't it belong to the power of this academy city? It seems that the family. Occasionally, I will talk about heavy work. The guy he was talking about was the researcher Kahara Shuda who assigned him the task. Accelerator took over this task because he considered that this kind of power that does not belong to Academy City can improve his analysis and calculation capabilities. It's really him. Mai Shinli trembled slightly, and unconsciously took 2 steps back. It is no exaggeration to say that the white-haired villain in front of her is definitely her biggest nightmare in Academy City. Ever since she dealt with him half a year ago, she has kept him at a respectful distance. In Mai Shinli's heart, Fang Accelerator is an out-and-out monster. Not only is his ability incomprehensible, but he also acts very recklessly. Accelerator, die for me. Different from Mujino Shimori's fear, Masaka Makoto was furious when he saw a certain white hair, as if he lost his mind. Zzz. Suddenly, a strong electric current sounded suddenly. The azure blue arc was like a lightning spear, stabbing toward Accelerator. Pop. The arc directly hit Accelerator's body surface, but it disappeared instantly like a stone sinking into the sea. Oh, so it's you. Turning his gaze to Masaka Makoto, Accelerator twitched slightly. What's the name of those dolls' bodies? Forget it, it doesn't matter. I'm not interested in weak guys like you. As he spoke, he glanced at Kakin Chitoku and Mujino Shidoshi. Masaka Makoto clenched his silver teeth, his whole body was crackling and arcing. At this moment, she wished she could die with the enemy in front of her. Not to mention her, even Tito Kakin and Shirley Mujino looked a little ugly at this moment. They knew very well that Accelerator's words were not only mocking Masaka Makoto, but also including them. Why, are you upset? Accelerator opened his mouth and said arrogantly, it's okay, if you're really that upset, you can go together, I don't mind. 085 Public Execution. Curly-haired boy. It's crazy, this B************* D is so crazy. I can't bear it, I'm going to beat him. Fairy Chilean. Calm down, you don't have enough points. Book artist. He dared to say such things because he didn't have enough points. Otherwise, he would be the one to lose face. Curly-haired boy. Ha, what do you mean? Sakata Jintoki, is a masculine man, how can I not beat that kind of hermaphrodite? How much do you want to underestimate me? Angels of Rain Shinobi Village, intersex. What is this called? Curly-haired child. Accelerator's gender hasn't been determined yet. If you can't tell the difference between male and female, you're intersex. Book artist. What you say, seems quite reasonable. Seeing the barrage flying past in front of her eyes, Satin couldn't help laughing. In this dignified atmosphere of confrontation, her laughter was so abrupt that everyone present turned their attention to her. What are you laughing at? Fang Tongxing asked with a frown. It's nothing, I just thought of something happy. Satin Ruko looked at him with strange eyes, looking up and down as if with substance. Not to mention, it is really impossible to tell the true gender of this little white hair just from its appearance. The title of hermaphrodite is quite appropriate. Accelerator, on the other hand, was a little annoyed by her animal-like gaze, and his expression became ferocious. Since that's the case, then I will make you happier. He raised his right foot, and the tip of his toe lightly touched the ground. Boom. With him as the center, the land with a radius of tens of meters was instantly cut into pieces of rubble, floating in midair. Whoosh whoosh. Accelerator waved his arm lightly, and the dense rubble covered everyone present like shells fired from the chamber. That's right, he didn't target Satin alone. Instead, let everyone present be exposed to rain and dew. Rumble. There was an explosion that shook the sky and the earth, and a large cloud of smoke and dust filled the air. Advertisement. Ahem. Damn it. Mai Yishan Li's embarrassed figure jumped out of the smoke and dust, his eyes sullen. That lunatic, although he is different from normal people. At this time, her pretty face was covered with dirt, and a small patch of redness appeared on her forehead. It was because he couldn't dodge in time and was hit by the flying stones. What should we do? In the end, we can't intervene in this situation, right? Frenda, who was following her, asked. Just now, because of her petite figure, the girl shrank behind Mai Yishan Li, so she didn't have any scars on her body. Mai Yi looked at the place filled with smoke in front of him, and said in a deep voice, stay away first, and wait for the opportunity. In fact, she knew very well that retreat was the best option in this situation. Since Yifang Accelerator appeared here, it means that their mission is impossible to complete. But thinking of the girl who interested her, she still didn't choose to leave after all. He, that's really good. A creepy laugh sounded, and Accelerator's red eyes stared at the other side. In that case, you can actually lead people away. When the words fell, the smoke and dust also dispersed. Satin reveals herself holding Misaka Makoto in her arms. The peaked cap that was originally worn on the head has fallen off, and the immature and fair cheeks are fully displayed. Satin Ruko ignored the other party and looked down at Makoto. Are you all right? No, it's okay. Misaka Makoto blushed a little at this moment, because she found herself being embraced by Satinko in a princess hug. It felt really weird. You put me down. Slap. When the footsteps landed, Misaka Makoto discovered the large bruises on the back of Satin's hands, which were all caused by protecting her. Inexplicably, Misaka Makoto's eye circles began to turn red. Such a scene was also seen by everyone in the live broadcast room. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Cried. Shark face guy. Is it supposed to be touched? Curly hair. Is this being captured? This Sister Pao was completely captured by Lei Zhejiang, hey. Book artist. Awesome, Lei Zhejiang. No, it shouldn't be called Lei Zhejiang. From now on we will be called Lei Yi Saigao. Advertisement. Seeing the barrage in the live broadcast room, the corners of Satin Renko's mouth twitched fiercely, and quickly sent a message. Shut up, Lei Yi is too strange. Also, what the hell is the strategy? Me and Misaka just pure friendship. Ask for flowers. This is an actor. Pure friendship, maybe it's just your one-sided opinion. In fact, not only Misaka Makoto, but Mujino Shidoshi was also attracted by our Lei Yi. Otherwise, she might have left long ago. Book artist. Wow, isn't it just the third place? Did you even take the fourth place? By the way, there's also a puppy named Chuchun at home. Lei Yi, this is simply a show. Fairy Chilean. The charm of Lei Yi is irresistible. Curly-haired boy. Lei Yi, take me. Upskirt maniac. And Ransang, you. 0. She now regrets why she started this live broadcast. This is not a live broadcast, it is clearly a public execution. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Don't pay attention to us, pay attention to the battlefield in front of you. How could you not care? Lizzie complained frantically in her heart, but her face was still quite calm. Call. The sound of breaking through the air came from behind her head. Lizzie turned sideways to avoid it, and a spear-like black dark energy substance stuck to her right cheek and plunged into the ground. Tisk, can you dodge like this? Kakin Titoku smacked his lips, his figure flying in the air. Honestly, it would be nice to be killed by me, at least you can suffer less. Scum, who allowed you to attack my prey? Accelerator stared at him with a cold expression. Don't be so self-righteous, Accelerator. Kakin Titoku didn't give in at this time, and said indifferently, the tasks entrusted by those big figures have not been named for you to complete. Let's compare and see who get it first. He didn't want to conflict with Accelerator, but he wasn't too afraid of him either. If they really want to fight, he may not be able to beat the opponent, but he still has the confidence to run away. A prey, do you two think you're going to eat me? Sadin Lyko took a breath and raised her little head. At the end of the day, you are just the strongest ones confined to this city, and you really don't know it. 086 Abuse. Silence. The moment Lazy's voice fell, the entire square fell into silence. No matter Accelerator, Kakin Titoku or Masaka Makoto present, they all looked at her with amazed and stunned eyes, as if they were some kind of strange creature. Not far away, Mai Yi, Shen Li, and the others also heard her bold words, and their eyes widened. Are you kidding me? Did I have super auditory hallucinations just now? Wanchi asked most in a low voice. It's not an auditory hallucination, but I heard it too. Frenda shook her head and replied. This girl is really an incredible guy. No matter from any point of view, it's amazing. Takatsubo Riku nodded in agreement. Idiot, is she looking for death? Mai Yi Shen Li clenched his silver teeth, staring, 990, at Lazy. Did you still dare to laugh at those two people under such circumstances? Do you want to show your courage to defy power? It's so stupid, it's so stupid. That, people are going to die soon, so isn't it a bit bad to still scold him like this? Frenda whispered her opinion. Shut up. Mai Yi Shen Li glared at her viciously, feeling an unstoppable irritability in his heart. After a moment of silence, Takatsubo Raiho asked quietly, Muno, you are not worried about that girl, are you? Who is worried about her? Mai Yi Shen Li's pretty face was instantly covered with red clouds, and he retorted loudly, are you an idiot? That is our enemy. Since you know you are the enemy, why are you still blushing? Takatsubo Raiho didn't ask this question, she felt that there was something wrong with the leader's mentality. And the root of the problem should be that girl. However, I'm afraid I won't be able to see her from now on. Anyway, Takatsubo Riku doesn't believe that there are still people in this world who can escape safely from the first and second places. Ha 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 ha. Crazy laughter resounded, and Accelerator, who came back to his senses, stared at Satin Renko, with a madman-like expression on his face. Interesting. Really interesting, you woman. Much more interesting than the naked body next to you. My strongest is only limited to this city. In other words, you can find someone who is stronger than me come out. Well, yes, Satin Lizzie nodded calmly on the surface, but in fact, she was sending crazy messages in the group chat, and Rand sang. It's up to you, come and save the child. Book artist. Lai Yi, don't panic. Advertisement. Curly-haired boy. Lai Yi hold on, Master Aizen is on his way. Shark face guy. What do you mean on the way here, do you have to wait for time to cross? Curly. Idiot, I'm just trying to hide in the atmosphere. But then again, do you have to wait for time in time travel? If you really have to wait for time, it would be really bad. Kai Lien Fairy. If that's the case, we're afraid we could see teardrop jam turn into strawberry jam. Book artist. Has even Sister Mocho started telling such cold jokes? Upskirt maniac. Don't scare me, where are the Anran Sang people? Whoosh whoosh. The message of Lizzie had just been sent out, and several black dark energy matter had already shot towards her. Startled. At this moment, Satin Renako seemed to be stupefied by fright, standing in place without moving. It wasn't until those dark energy substances were close to her body that she slowly raised her right hand that was holding the blade tightly. Swish. The silver knife light suddenly lit up. Fluttering. The dark energy matter that was broken into two pieces was scattered everywhere. Man, we've arrived. Curving the corners of her mouth, Satin showed a perfect smile on her pretty face. Then, who should start first? He glanced at Accelerator first, and then turned his gaze to Tito Kakin. Tenko. Masaka Makoto, who was standing next to her, looked stunned. She felt that the tears in front of her eyes seemed a little different. She was still the same person, but her temperament had completely changed. This is also, of course, because now it is not Satin who controls this body, but Aizen. Swish. The figure disappeared abruptly, and Aizen, who was controlling Renko's body, suddenly appeared on Kakin Titoku's right side. What? Advertisement. Kakin Titoku turned pale with shock, apparently he didn't expect that the other party could also fly into the sky. Moreover, her speed of movement simply subverted cognition. When he reacted, the long knife in Aizen's hand was already slashing towards him. Click. There was a crisp sound. In a hurry, Kakin Titoku formed a black shield in front of him. However, facing the slashing attack of the girl in front of him, this shield is as fragile as paper. Puff. Bright red blood shot out from Kakin Titoku's right arm and splashed in all directions. The defense is good. Standing in midair, Aizen gently flicked the blood on the blade, and said in a tone like a student, but there seems to be a big problem with your prediction. If the shield just now stood on if it's on the left side, I might not chop it up so easily. What the hell? Kakin Titoku was still in shock at the moment, and he didn't understand why the fighting power of the girl in front of him suddenly soared. It's not a good habit to be in a daze during the battle. The girl's voice suddenly appeared behind Kakin Titoku. What? Kakin Titoku's eyes suddenly widened. Before he could turn around, a cloud of blood flew from behind him. The whole person fell to the ground as if weightless. Call out. Suddenly, a dark metal steel pipe suddenly appeared, piercing towards Aizen with a whirring sound. 3.9. Facing an enemy who doesn't know the details, a long-distance sneak attack is indeed a very appropriate way to deal with it. Admiring in his mouth, Aizen swung his knife casually in the direction of the steel pipe attack. Laugh. The unstoppable fierce sword energy directly split the metal steel pipe into two, and the castration continued unabated. Counterattack towards the position where the metal steel pipe attacked. Boom. A huge muffled sound came out. Accelerator, who was originally standing on the ground, flew backwards with his whole body. There was still a surprised and unbelievable expression on his face. It's just a pity that your sneak attack is too obvious. Before her body landed, the girl had landed behind him as if she had predicted her position, and the long knife in her hand reflected Senhan's light under the moonlight. Puff. The bright red blood renders the sky. .087 You may have misunderstood my strength. Open black lens bracket everyone, happy National Day, close black lens bracket. Shock. At this moment, no matter Masaka Makoto or Mujino Shirley, they were all in a state of shock. Are you kidding me? The number 1 and number 2 strongest in the entire Academy City were completely suppressed by the girl in front of them so simply. This battle can hardly be called a battle, it is more like a mother beating a 2-year-old son. Not only them, even the group members who knew the truth in the live broadcast room were all shocked. Fairy Chilean. Is it over? It's so fast. Curly-haired child. I finally believe that the current hair child is Aizen-sama, and only Aizen-sama can be so fast. Book artist. Cough, what kind of speed is yours? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I have emphasized many times, the current Satin will be in Ran-san. Curly-haired child. No matter how much you emphasize it, you will still have doubts. Not only can 18 possess body time travel, but also can carry all the power, how can there be such a bug in the world? Fairy Chilean. Even with such miraculous chat groups appearing, what else is impossible? Upskirt maniac. Yes, at this moment, Satin's own consciousness is like a bystander, watching Aizen operate with her own body. This kind of experience that she is not herself makes her feel very fantastic. Boom. There was a burst of explosion in the field, which attracted the attention of everyone in the live broadcast room. On the screen, countless shattered stones and broken steel bars were exploded. Accelerator with ragged clothes and disheveled hair walked out of the ruins slowly. He stared at Aizen, grinned and said, "You can actually hurt me, you are indeed much more interesting than those scum." There was blood on the corners of his lips, and his expression seemed crazy. Really, but I feel that you are more boring than I imagined. Aizen's mouth slightly curved, and his voice softly said, "Is it only this level to be called the strongest?" Advertisement. Only to this extent. Accelerator was stunned, his eyes widened. The eyes gradually became dangerous, and the facial expression also began to become ferocious. Woman, are you trying to s me off? Okay, great. From now on, I'll let you see what's really the scariest. Boom. Lifting his foot, Accelerator stomped on the ground. The ability of vector control exploded in an all-round way, as if all the energies of the universe were being drawn by it, frantically converging towards his body. The bitter wind brought up layers of air waves and spread them all around. Wheeze. A strong wind stirred. The ground was broken like a spider web, rolling up pieces of gravel. Under the crushing force of the terrifying blast, nearby street lamps, power lines, and cars parked at street corners were all swept across the entire scene, as if an upgraded typhoon had blown by. As this lunatic trying to destroy the entire Academy City. Kakin Tidoku, who had stood up not far away, already had a premonition that something was wrong, and frantically flapped his wings behind his back as if trying to stay away from this area. But soon he discovered that even the power of the wind was attracted by Accelerator at this moment. No matter how hard he swung his wings, he couldn't move forward an inch. Is this the first real power? Kakin Tito fully understood, that there was a gap beyond the dimension between himself and him. Countless energies gradually converged at one point, condensing into a blazing white energy group visible to the naked eye above Accelerator's head. The terrifying power emanating from it slightly distorted the surrounding space. Book artist. Alright, it's scary. Even watching it through the screen, it's scary. Curly. This one is Accelerator, it feels stronger than we expected. Shark face guy. If this group of energy really exploded, the entire Academy City might be wiped out. Upskirt maniac. How could this be? And Ransang, can you stop him? Her close friends are all in Academy City, how could she just sit back and watch this happen? Book artist. Judging by the strength shown by Ransang, it should be okay, right? Advertisement. My strength. The corners of his mouth curved slightly. Satin, controlled by Aizen, showed a perfect smile on the screen. You guys seem to have misunderstood my power. Except for the passive talent that comes with the God of Swords, I have never used my own power at all. Book artist. Curly hair. Fairy Chilean. This, could it be? Ah. Regardless of Shunko, spiritual power or physical strength, I have always used Renko's own power. With a smile, Aizen slowly raised the long knife in his hand. Swish. The screen in front of him suddenly shook slightly, and from the perspective of the group members, Aizen, who was controlling Satin's body, was still standing still. It's just that the blade in his hand has been slowly retracted into the scabbard. Call. The breeze fluctuated, blowing the long black hair of tears. The crisp voice resounded faintly, with the softness unique to girls. As for my strength, it should be of this level. Poof. Poof. Two muffled sounds. Accelerator's eyes widened, and the huge energy cluster above his head was split into two. And on his own chest, a slender red blood line also appeared. You opened his mouth. Accelerator seemed to want to say something. But just now he spit out a word from his mouth, when Yintuan's blood splashed out from the bloodline on his chest. Poof. Consciousness gradually sank into blur, and Accelerator lay on his back on the ground. With the same treatment as him, there is Kakin Tito. The second child still had an expression of astonishment and fear on his face before he fell to the ground. Silence. At this moment, whether it is the square of the 7th school district or the chat group, everything is silent. Click. And in this silence, a crack suddenly appeared obliquely in the building without doors and windows in the middle of the 7th school district. In an instant, the entire building collapsed. 088 The Compromise of the Reese Tower. Book artist. Good, great. Ying Lily didn't know what adjectives to use at this time, only dry and powerful could express her shocking heart at this time. Upskirt Madman. Instant kill. Fairy Chilean. Yes, there is no possibility of resistance at all. The Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. It's the same result for us, even in Ransang's movements can't be seen clearly. Conan looked a little unwilling. I thought that I had grown rapidly during this period, and I should be able to catch up with Aizen soon. But now I find that I am still too naive. She didn't even see how far the gap with Aizen was. Shark face guy. That's scary, Mr. Aizen. You are much scarier than I imagined. Through the strength comparison, Kisame feels that he should be able to win against Kakin Tito. If it is fighting with Accelerator, it can be supported for a short time, but the final result will definitely be a loss. Aizen, on the other hand, didn't need to use any gorgeous skills at all, and the simple Shunto plus / completely crushed the two of them. Not only that, but what was even more frightening was that he smashed the building without doors and windows so easily. Members of the group who have watched the plot of the Forbidden World know that that building is where the Asia Reese Tower is located. It claims that even nuclear bombs can't break through, but now it was cut into ruins by Aizen. Do you think I'm scary? That should be the enemy's sense of me. With a gentle smile on the corner of his mouth, Aizen manipulated Saturn's body to walk slowly to the right. Do you regard me as an enemy? Gulp. Kisame swallowed in horror, and quickly sent a message to reply. Of course not, I never thought about such a thing from the beginning to the end. It's okay. At this moment, Saturn, controlled by Aizen, has already walked up to Mujino Shidoshi. He stretched out his white palm to caress her smooth cheek. Even if you treat me as an enemy, I will not attack you. Book artist. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Curly. PFF'd. Shark face guy. So, are you talking to this little girl? Hoshigaki Kisame breathed a sigh of relief. Advertisement. Upskirt maniac. Wow, suddenly teasing a girl. Wait, it's violent. What are you doing? Book artist. If you guessed right, it should be just like what you said. Upskirt maniac. No, stop it, that's my body. Why are you trembling? The corners of Aizen's mouth were slightly curved, and he showed a rather evil smile at Mujino Shirley. Smile. Quote. How could it be possible to laugh? Mai Yishan Li felt very panic at this moment. She didn't forget that she was hostile to this girl. Even Accelerator and Tito Kakin couldn't make a single move under her hands, let alone herself. If I knew it would end like this, I shouldn't have stayed here in the first place. I wanted to collect the corpse of the girl in front of me, but found that she was actually a monster in the skin of a girl. What to do? It is impossible to run in this situation. Magino, in the end I still think you should smile. Frenda tugged at the corner of her clothes and reminded her in a low voice. Shut up, old lady. Mujino Shinli gave her a vaguely threatening look, but finally compromised and showed a forced smile. Not bad, you look much better when you smile than with a straight face. Aizen sighed and said. Then, next. Before he finished speaking, a strange energy force field suddenly enveloped the entire area. Plop, plop. Without any warning, Mai Yishan Li and the others rolled their eyes and immediately fainted. Not only them, but also Masaka Makoto, who was still in a state of shock not far away. Call out. A dark green figure appeared behind Lizzie as if teleported. Holding a cane of unknown material in his hand, he lightly stroked Satin Ruko's stamina. Scoff. A white line that runs through the sky and the earth suddenly appeared in the air, and the entire space was distorted by this white line. But when this white line was about to approach Rensi's body, it was blocked by a shining hexagonal shield and could not move any further. Advertisement. Sure enough, Aizen is here, Yaris Tower. Turning his head, Aizen said in a gentle tone, You don't think I'm not prepared for your appearance, do you? Tell me why you came, unknown existence. With back his cane, Aizen wearing a dark green surgical suit floated down from midair. Even though he didn't speak, his voice still rang in Aizen's ears. I feel that there is no way to kill me in a short time, so you choose to negotiate. Aizen smiled, and said calmly, Why don't you try to borrow Iowa's power? Iowas is the core key of all the plans of Reese Tower, and the Orthodox is an angel that does not belong to the biblical records and is completely constructed by the laws of physics. According to the information in the original work of Mobin, Iowas's strength is unsolvable, and he can destroy the entire world with just one finger. Even Aizen, which is now fused with Hogyoku, cannot compete with. But Aizen didn't panic, and still had a calm expression on his face. Because he knew very well that although Iowas was summoned by Reese Tower, he had his own will. Not even a Reese Tower could make it completely obedient. And at this point in time, Fengjian Binghua, which acts as a fuse, has not yet fully condensed and formed. Even if Iowas appears, his own energy fluctuations will become extremely unstable, which greatly reduces its strength. Swish. Just as Aizen's voice fell, Aizen resolutely gave up the conversation and waved his cane to cut horizontally at him again. The curve in the air that can distort space also reappeared. But this time Aizen did not choose to block with a million shields. Turning the handle of the knife in his hand, a stream of silver-white sword energy came out through his body. Boom. The two forces collided with each other, and they didn't shake the sky as expected, but seemed silent. After a while, just listen to Wang Hao. Bo. Dozens of half-meter-long black fine-sewn clothes suddenly split in the air. Space crack. The aftermath of the two people's mere tentative confrontation actually tore apart the space. Pooh. A finger-long scratch was cut on the upper body of Yarista's surgical gown, and Madara bloodline oozes from pale skin. Satin controlled by Aizen is intact, with a calm expression. It seems that I have hit your pain point, Mr. Edward. Edward Alexander. This is the real name of Reese Tower. Compared with Kia Reese Tower, Ed's name can be described as thunderous on the magic side. It seems that you do know a lot of information about us. After a moment of silence, Reese Tower said lightly, if that's the case, I can accept your reasonable request. Although his expression didn't fluctuate in the slightest, saying these words represented his real compromise.
3PA089 Hatchet Girl joins the group. The upskirt crazy actor closed the live broadcast room. The number of viewers in this live broadcast room is 6, and the live broadcast lasts 40 minutes. The host has obtained a total of 240 points. Curly-haired boy. Is it over? Is this the end? Isn't it a bit too anticlimactic? What about the agreed-upon Battle of Intestines? Fairy Chilean. Disc. Ponchang War, illustrator of the book. Peefed. What a god. Do you know what it means? If you don't know how to use adjectives, don't use them. It's really embarrassing. Curly-haired boy. Huh? Isn't this word used to describe that kind of fierce battle situation? Book artist. This. In a sense, it is indeed so. However, this battle situation is fundamentally different from what you want to see. It's the kind of fight you're talking about, you know what I mean? Curly-haired boy. Kiki, pretend I didn't ask anything. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Book artist. Sister Conan, even if you don't understand, I won't explain it to you. And Ransang will cut me. It's an actor, she'll get it when she sees you say it. At this moment, Aizen has returned to the world of Hokage, and began to count the gains of this trip to Academy City, 860. Not to mention helping Lazy hook up with Majino Shidoshi, the performance proficiency alone has increased from 64% to 70%. This is a surprise. He also didn't expect that after time travel and possessing Satin's body, the panel of acting proficiency can still be used normally. In addition, he also found that Hogyoku in his body began to analyze the law structure of the Forbidden World independently. If this can be done, Aizen will not only be able to obtain information about the laws of the Forbidden World from Hogyoku's feedback, but Hogyoku's evolution will also be brought to a higher level. The road to becoming a god is already at your fingertips. Aizen, who was in a slightly cheerful mood, turned his attention to the group chat again. Book artist. And Ransang, it's none of my business, it's all Ah Yin's fault. Expression. Terrified. Curly-haired boy. Shut up, I won't take this pot of yin song. Advertisement that old wife and young husband couldn't be offended at all, no matter in every sense. Shark face guy. Very confused. Mr. Aizen clearly had the upper hand just now, why did he stop here? This is an actor. Do you want to see a destroyed Academy City? Fairy Chilean. Indeed. If Mr. and Yari's Tower are allowed to fight with all their strength, we may see an Academy City that is worse than Strawberry Jam. Shark face guy. I see. Upskirt maniac. Such a scene is really scary even thinking about it. But it's finally over, thank you and Ransang. Rentsi, who had already returned to her dormitory, let out a long sigh of relief. What happened tonight was really exciting. This is an actor. The end? Nope, it's just the beginning. Book artist. Curly hair. Upskirt maniac. But, haven't you all reached an agreement? It's an actor. It's a convention when you need it, and a waste paper when you don't. Both I and Yari's Tower know very well that the so-called agreement is just a tactic to delay the attack. Fairy Chilean. Speaking of which, isn't Lizzie very dangerous? It's an actor. That's not the case. Yari's Tower will not attack Satin until she is sure that she can kill me. Not only will she not do anything, but she will give Lazy all kinds of special treatment as agreed. Curly-haired child. Special treatment. Shouldn't Satin be considered the decision-maker of Academy City now? Tisk, the vile winner in life. Upskirt maniac. Just having some high-level authority doesn't mean I'm the real decision-maker. Moreover, this authority can only be used to settle the Misaka sisters. Book artist. In the final analysis, Biage, is this the superficial compromise made by Yari's Tower in order to paralyze the enemy? My heart is really dirty. Angel from Rain Shinobi Village, Lijong, you are scolding and Ransang. Shark face guy. Mr. Aizen is willing to make that agreement to paralyze the enemy. He wouldn't mind stabbing Yari's Tower in the heart if he got the chance. Book artist. That's different. And Ransang is called stratagem, so-called strategizing. Yarista is an old DK, so his heart is very dirty. Advertisement curly-haired child. Double standard. You are obviously double standard, Yin Song. Let me tell you, even if you lick Mrs. Aizen like this, you will not be able to become the king. Quickly restrain this thought.
Book illustrator. Right. Your sister, in an instant, Ying Lily's cheeks were bloodshot, and her face was red. Curly-haired boy. HMPH, it's just a side room. A pathetic existence like you is only worthy of drinking the foot-washing water of the Empress Junyang. Book artist. What the FK? Angel from Rain Shinobi Village. Don't worry, Ari-chan. You won't be allowed to drink the water for washing your feet. Our family doesn't lack that little water. Book artist. Sister Conan. You completely treat me as a concubine? Believe it or not, I ate all your rice after I entered your house. Upskirt madman. Peeved. Ha 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 ha. Ah Lijong, is your concubine going to be a DK? Book artist. Shut up, lazy Chan. Do you even want to backstab me? This is an actor. Seeing Lai Yi laughing so happily, your two harem members must have settled down. Satin was stunned for a moment, and the smile on her face gradually disappeared. Who do you think did it? Book artist. Ha ha ha, Jin Shaoji's blood collapse tells you to backstab me. Curly hair. As a powerless person, there are actually two members with superpowers as the harem. Really worthy of being Lai Yi. Upskirt maniac. Don't call me Lai Yi, what a shame. Fairy Chilean. Two are still too few, let's look for an opportunity to capture the fifth one. I think with Lai Yi's charm, there is no problem at all. Upskirt maniac. Sister Machu, why even you? Satin Lizzie felt that she had been hit by a critical blow. The innocent, flawless, cute fairy-like Mocho in her mind was not like this. Curly-haired child. Well, too much may not be good, right? Those girls are all superpowers. If they get jealous, they may be hacked. Think about our brother Cheng in heaven. Illustrator of the book. Are you poisoning all of a sudden? Can you stop mentioning brother Cheng and the hatchet? To be honest, I've already been haunted by that episode. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* 090 Gui Yanye's surprise. Curly-haired boy. Shy what? Fairy Chilean, hatchet girl. Book artist. Why would there really be a hatchet girl in the group? Why are you messing with me on purpose? Shark face guy. I think all Yin's crow's mouth is mainly responsible. Curly-haired boy. Shut up, you damn shark sashimi. Yin-san, I don't know anything. Yin-san, I'm innocent. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Don't make any noise, the most urgent thing is to welcome the newcomers first. Illustrator of the book. How welcome is this screen name? It's uncomfortable just looking at it. People can't help but think of that brother Cheng from the Kingdom of Heaven and then feel nauseated. Curly-haired boy. Cold, calm down. Don't think about everything in a bad way, Ari Zhang. Maybe this newcomer is not from brother Cheng's world. Upskirt maniac. Right. There are so many worlds in the multiverse, it shouldn't be such a coincidence. Hatchet girl. Hello everyone, I am newcomer Gui Yanye. Nice to meet you all. Sakakino Academy. Gui Yanye with long straight black hair was sitting in the classroom, staring at the light curtain in front of him. There was an expression of surprise and astonishment on his face. Can connect to the chat group of the multiverse? And now I am a part of it? Gui Yanye's eyes were dull, and he felt a deep sense of disbelief in his heart. This is simply a creation of miracles. So, do miracles really exist in this world? If so, will I be able to make true friends? Gui Yanye used to feel that he was unlucky. Although the family is well off, but because of his introverted personality, he has never had a true friend since he was a child. Not only that, but she also has an incurable male phobia. You can't be in the same small space with men, and you can't be touched by any men. Even a simple handshake would break her mind. Such a situation exacerbated Gui Yanye's own social isolation, and she was secretly called a weird girl by her classmates. It even leads to campus violence. The original Gui Yanye had gradually lost confidence in campus life, but the appearance of this group chat in front of him was like a ray of light in his life. Gui Yanye stared at the group chat interface full of longing and then said, Advertisement curly hair. Book artist, upskirt maniac. Appearing in Gui Yanye's line of sight was a series of question marks from other group members. This made the girl flustered, and she quickly sent a message to ask. What's the matter? Did I say something wrong? Book artist. Gui Yanye from Sakakino Academy? Hatchet girl. Senior Nomi. Curly-haired child. It's really her. Damn it, you're just kidding. Why is there such a coincidence in this world? The probability of this is even smaller than winning the lottery. Well, it seems that I'm going to buy a ticket today. Looked at the lottery. Book artist. It's all your fault for your crow's mouth, this time you should take the blame. Curly-haired boy. No, Yin-sang, I'm not Shimura Danzo. Besides, even the old Shimura Danzo wouldn't take the blame for something out of nothing, right? Hatchet girl. Gui Yanye was a little dazed, felt that something was wrong with these seniors? This is an actor. Ignore them, has anything strange happened to you? Hatchet girl. What? Gui Yanye was even more confused, these people are so weird. Wait, this seems to be the group leader? She found the logo of the group leader before Aizen's nickname, and felt a little awe in her heart. The group owner who was able to create this miraculous chat group, it must be an incredible existence. Here's an actor. Never mind. According to the practice of this group, let me give a comprehensive self-introduction first. Hatchet girl. Okay. My name is Gui Yanye. I am female, I am 15 years old, and I am currently a student. Studying in Sakakino Academy, Class 4 of the first year of high school. His father is Gui Liching, an executive of Yuan Tang Company. His mother is Gui Minami, who works in food marketing and management. There is also a younger sister, Gui Shin, who is only 10 years old. Upskirt maniac. This is really comprehensive, sending out all the information of family members. Expression. Covering face. T. Hatchet girl. Don't family members post it? Angel from Rain Shinobi Village. No, just introduce yourself. Advertisement Fairy Chilean. She is a serious girl. Book artist. This is not serious, is it naive? And the naivety is a bit too much, that's why I was deceived by such a scumbag. Ying Lily still can't let go of the plot of the episode of Rizai Campus. Even she has a feeling of hatred for Gui Yanye. Hatchet girl. Cheated by a scumbag? Is the senior talking about me? This is an actor. Your points should be enough, just look at the plot of Day on Campus in the memory list to understand. Hatchet girl. Is there a memory list? Thank you, the group leader, for your reminder. Gui Yanye clicked on the function options and soon found the memory list interface. Book artist. I hope you don't get depressed. Upskirt maniac. By the way, Ms. Gui should not be in love with Makoto Ito, right? Fairy Chilean. Not sure. Here's an actor. There shouldn't be. If they were already in love, she wouldn't have answered the question I just asked in this way. Shark face guy. You got the information you wanted without a sound. You really deserve to be Mr. Aizen. Book artist. Ghost shark. Forgot what we said before. Hint. The guy with the shark face withdrew a message. Shark face guy. Ah, sorry. Kisame just remembered that everyone has made an agreement not to reveal Aizen's identity in front of the newcomers. Fairy Chilean. She probably didn't see it, did she? Upskirt maniac. Should it? And, if it's Miss Gui, I think there should be no problem? Book artist. Do you remember what Ransang said? Don't underestimate anyone. Some people may appear to be a pure and lovely girl, but their real identity may be the master of the harem. This is an actor, such as Lai Yi. Book artist. Ha 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 ha. Upskirt maniac. You, sons. 091 Arankar made of black Zetsu. Hatchet girl. Is the picture shown in this memory my future? Sitting in the corner in a daze, Gui Yanye's expression was a little dull. The gentle sunlight fell on her through the glass windows of the classroom, but it couldn't bring her any warmth. Cold and dark. At this moment, she felt as if she had fallen into an endless abyss, and her eyes gradually became lifeless. This is an actor. Just the original future. Hatchet girl. Originally? It's an actor, of course. The future isn't set in stone, it's in your hands right now, isn't it? My hands. Gui Yanye lowered his head and spread out his white and tender palms. After a moment of silence, she finally understood the meaning of the group leader. Thank you, the leader of the 550 group. Now that I already know the direction of the future, why don't I change it? She is a living person, not a marionette bound by a script. Thinking of this, Gui Yanye's gaze became firm. Curly-haired boy. HMPH, it seems that our lost girl is out of trouble. Shark-faced guy. Yes, I didn't expect Ransang to be so consoling. This is an actor. Sure enough, in Kisami's eyes, I have always been indifferent, right? Shark-face guy. Heck, I don't have. Ghost shark trembled all over, breaking out in a cold sweat. Curly-haired boy. Don't deny it, you have it, and Ransang is as warm as the sun when he treats us members of the group, but you think he is indifferent. Since then, we have cut off our friendship, and I am no longer your father. Hatchet girl. Dad, are you father and son in the same group? Book artist. Peeved. Upskirt maniac. Seriously, Miss Gui, are you really serious? Hatchet girl. Ah, isn't it? Advertisement Fairy Chilean. Of course not. Ah Yin was just joking. Curly-haired boy. Hey, this girl is too easy to deceive. It's even sweeter than a full cup of strawberry sundae topped with hot chocolate. It's the kind of person who will count the money for someone who sold it. Hatchet girl. Yes, sorry. Book artist. Why do you have to apologize to him? At this time, you should spray back. Dirty silver hair with natural curls. No one wants to sell it. Curly-haired boy. Shut up. You are a mere concubine, and you want to drink food washing water, right? Book artist. Even if I am a concubine, you are not the main palace. Why do you let me drink it? Or are you a man coveting Conan's position as the main palace? Fairy Chilean. Impossible, even if he enters the harem, he can only be a eunuch. Upskirt maniac. Silver, eunuch silver. Book artist. Here it is, the teary sauce of the god of mending swords. The title of eunuch yin is very spiritual, right, eunuch yin? Curly-haired boy. You gang of stinky women, why are you teaming up to deal with me? It's kind of one-on-one. B************* D. Hatchet girl. Everyone seems to be on good terms. Gui Yanye sighed sincerely. She actually wanted to get involved too, but didn't know what to say. The relationship is good, Yan Yi-chan, don't imitate them. These women are bad role models. Book artist. Fart. Obviously you are the worst one, you really have the face to say it. Upskirt madman. Yin Song has no face at all, he himself said that as long as he has a butt, he can live. Fairy Chilean. Yes, but until now we haven't shown us the unique skill of eating with the butt. Ah Yin. The group live broadcast is now on, shouldn't you express it? Hatchet girl. Eat with your A. Gui Yanye was shocked. What kind of operation is this? Humans can really do such an operation? Curly-haired boy. People are in the toilet, busy robbing leggings. Leave. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. You don't have to pay too much attention to that yin who is completing group tasks. When you have points, you can look at the memories of the world in which we people live, so that we can have a deeper understanding of us. Advertisement Hatchet Girl. Well, thank you, Senior Angel. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Just call me Conan. If you really want to use honorifics, you can add a sister instead of seniors. Hatchet Girl. Okay, Sister Conan. Book artist. I understand. Only in Ran Sang can be called Senior Conan, right? Exclusive nickname, Tisk Tisk. Upskirt Madman. It turns out that Conan's sister also has this romantic heart. Fairy Chilean. Why can't I pursue romance? Conan is not old. This is an actor, really not old, sometimes acting like a schoolboy. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village, and Ran Sang. Conan looked at Aizen on the throne with a resentful expression. As long as you know this kind of thing clearly in your heart, why did Tien say it? This is an actor. I'm praising you for having a childlike innocence. Doesn't that child Yu like you very much? Book artist. Who is Yue? Ying Lily thought about it carefully. There seems to be no such character in the world of Hokage. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. That's a special Arankar made by Aizen from a black Zetsu hybrid part-tailed beast that has been transformed into a spirit sun state. Book artist. Arankar made with black Zetsu. Master Aizen really knows how to play. Upskirt Madman. And from the name, it seems to be a female 2.7 child? Is black Zetsu a female? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. The original black Zetsu was of course genderless, but after Arankarization it took on distinctly feminine features. Not only that, but she also has no memory or cognition of black Zetsu. Like a newborn baby, very cute. Open black lens bracket picture close black lens bracket. Upskirt Maniac. Yes, cute. Book artist. Sister Conan, is there something wrong with your aesthetics? If you only look at the body, this guy in the photo really looks like an ordinary human cub. But if you look up, you can find that her whole head is covered by a ferocious milky white bone mask, and there are two long pointed horns growing on the top of her head. This looks like an evil ghost who came out of hell. How can this be called cute? 092 What? Brother Cheng is not dead. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Isn't it cute? Curly-haired boy. If you take the devil as the standard, it's really cute. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I'm angry. How dare you call such a cute child a devil? And Ran Sang, help me teach him lesson. Hint. The curly-haired boy was banned by the group owner for 10 minutes. Upskirt Maniac. Spare me. Expression. Trembling. Book artist. Keep people under the knife. Expression. Trembling. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. This kid is just temporarily not quite a Rankar. If she reveals her true face, she will definitely surprise you. Book artist. No matter how cute she is, she can't compare to Miss Conan. Upskirt Maniac. Yes, definitely not comparable. Fairy Chilean. You two are really cunning. In order not to be banned, frantically please Conan. Lee Machu thinks that 18 should be the licking dog they often talk about, right? Hatchet Girl. Sister Conan is still with that Aizen, please be careful. Gui Yanye has just completed the plots of the world of Hokage and Shinigami, and has a general understanding of Conan's situation. However, because Aizen had already deleted the part where she revealed her identity, she didn't know that the group leader was actually Aizen. Upskirt Maniac. Yes, Miss Conan must always pay attention to safety. Book artist. When you are alone with Aizen, you must take protective measures. Upskirt Maniac. Ali Zhang. Why do I feel that something is wrong with your words? Are you the kind of person I think you are with this protective measure? Book artist. Otherwise, what kind? Hey, your thoughts are really dirty. Miss Conan likes Ran Sang. How could she do that kind of thing with Aizen? Your thinking is bad, Leza Zhang. Upskirt Maniac. The corner of Satin Lazy's mouth twitched. Why did she suddenly want to hit someone? Hatchet Girl. This undercover feeling is very hard, right? Advertisement Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. No, it's actually quite interesting. Hatchet Girl. Interesting. Gui Yanye was a little puzzled. How can this kind of life, which is lurking beside the big devil, and has to be cautious in words and deeds, be interesting? Shouldn't it be depression and pain? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Yes, you can come and try if you have time. Hatchet Girl. Sister Conan, are you serious? Gui Yanye's face turned green. She does occasionally want to do something exciting, but this is too exciting. She is just an ordinary middle school student. She ran to work as an undercover agent with you? Book artist. Heck, Miss Conan. Your proposal is indeed a bit ridiculous. Yan Yuzhong has not received professional training, so it won't work. Upskirt Maniac. Yeah, I'm afraid it will be revealed soon. Hatchet Girl. Professional training? Sharkface guy. In layman's terms, it's acting training. Fairy Chilean. Everyone in this group has been trained more or less. Mr. In, that is, the leader of the group, is our mentor. Lee Machu's words obviously meant something. Hatchet Girl. I see, that's why the group leader's nickname is an actor. Upskirt Maniac. It's not as simple as being an actor, and Ran Sang is the real actor. Back then, we were all fooled by his gorgeous acting skills. Hatchet Girl. Has the group leader lied to you? Book artist. Cough. What Leijijong means is that his acting skills are vivid and impeccable. Hatchet Girl. So that's how it is, so amazing. Everyone in this group seems to be very powerful, unlike me, who don't know anything. Fairy Chilean. It's okay, learn more and read more. That's how we all started. Book artist. Well, let's start with the most basic of acting skills. The most basic thing in the so-called acting skills is the victim. Everyone in this group is basically a victim of being deceived by Aizen's perfect acting. Advertisement of course, Gui Yanye didn't know the specific situation, and sent a message replying very seriously. Got it, I will work hard. Upskirt maniac. Ahem. Fairy Chilean. You talk, I'll go for a walk. Seeing such an innocent child about to fall into a trap, Li Machu suddenly couldn't bear it. Book artist. Well, it doesn't matter if you don't work hard. At this time, Ying Lily also felt that this kind of deception seemed a bit too much. The main reason is that Gui Yanye is too easy to deceive. Even if he deceives the other party, there is no sense of accomplishment. Hatchet girl. I want a new life, and I don't want to give up halfway. Upskirt maniac. It is understandable to want a new life, but it has nothing to do with working hard to improve acting skills. Does Miss Gui want to be an actress in the future? Hatchet girl. No, I want to take revenge on Makoto Ito. The plan is to let him gradually approach me like the original plot. Then, drive him into the abyss completely. At this time, Gui Yanye had already changed into his sportswear and came to the school playground. She has already decided, the first step in changing her life begins here. The Angel of Rain Shinobi Village, revenge on Makoto Ito? Book artist. It is indeed a good thing that you have this determination, but Makoto Ito is dead. Hatchet girl. Huh? Dead? Upskirt maniac. You don't even know that, you obviously died in the storage room of your school. Such a big matter was actually suppressed by your school administrators? Book artist. If that kind of supernatural power is involved, it is not impossible. After all, if that kind of thing is exposed to the public eye, it will definitely cause panic in a large area. Hatchet girl. No, Makoto Ito is not dead. Picture, look. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Book artist. What's going on here? Click on the picture. The boy in the picture looks quite thin. He was wearing a gray-blue school uniform and was sitting in the auditorium of the playground. His eyes were dull looking forward, and his face was very pale. Even through the screen, people can feel that this is a young man who is exhausted and overindulgent. But there is no doubt that he is indeed Makoto Ito. 093 intruders. Shark face guy. Are we being deceived? Wasn't it Makoto Ito who joined the group earlier? This is an actor. No matter from his screen name or performance, the chances of this are very small. Usually, before death, what people hope to do the most is to grasp at straws. Under such circumstances, you still want to use false identities to mislead us. Is it out of your mind? Fairy Chilean. Indeed. When a person is about to die, his words are also good. Book artist. Then how to explain the current situation? Is it a parallel universe? This is an actor. The possibility cannot be ruled out, but... Upskirt maniac. This is an actor. Miss Yan Yi. Please check the intruder detection device in the auxiliary column and click enable. Hatchet girl. Okay. Upskirt maniac. Intruder detection device. Book artist. What is that? Do we still have this thing? This is an actor. When the group was upgraded, 2 auxiliary systems were added, one of which is an energy converter, which you all know. The other is an intruder detection device, but you have ignored it. Hatchet girl. I clicked on it, and a small map like a game appeared on it. What does that yellow dot mean? At this moment, the light curtain in front of Gui Yanye's eyes was divided into 2 halves. On the left is the group chat interface, and on the right is a small map like a radar image. And just in front of the small map on the left, a yellow dot flickered on and off. Upskirt maniac. If you guessed right, the yellow dot is where the intruder is. Satin also turned on her intruder detection device at this time, but the radar display in front of her was blank. This is an actor. It's just a yellow dot, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Shark face guy. I see. Is there anything special about the colors here? This is an actor. Miss Yan Yi, you can change the intruder detection device to detailed mode and have a look. Hatchet girl. I see. For Aizen's guidance, Gui Yanye did not have the slightest doubt at all, and decisively switched the radar panel to the detailed mode. Immediately, suddenly, there was a yellow halo above Makoto Ito's head in front of him. Staring at the aperture, a message suddenly popped up on the front panel. Advertisement open black lens bracket intruder. Evil ghost close black lens bracket, invasion mode. Possession. Open black lens bracket invasion level. 2 close black lens bracket open black lens bracket world destruction. 1 close black lens bracket open black lens bracket malicious level. 5 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket evil value. 0 close black lens bracket. Points for killing. 200. Origin. The intruder originated from the realm of black mist, and invaded reality through the open space gap. Close black lens bracket. Strategy tips. Ghost car monsters are easily attracted by the twisted desires exuded by humans, and can be killed by purely physical means in the possessed state. Close black lens bracket. Gui Yanye was stunned, and quickly sent a screenshot of this message to the group. Upskirt maniac. Evil ghost. Book artist. Where is the realm of black mist? Speaking of which, how did the intruder determine it? This is an actor. Do you need to explain this kind of thing? All the existences that do not belong to the original world are invaders. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. If so, here's an actor. I'm an intruder by common sense. However, due to the identity of the group members, it was not imaged in the radar. Book artist. This is really a double standard. If you kill other intruders, you will get points rewards, but your own group members will not be displayed even if they are intruders. Isn't this a double standard? Hatchet girl. Huh? The group leader is also an intruder? Upskirt maniac. Anran Sana should be forced to invade, travel after sleeping. Hatchet girl. Traveling. But I don't think there is any memory of the group leader after time travel in the memory list. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Yes, and you've seen it. Hatchet girl. Advertisement book artist. Let me give you a hint, in fact, and Ransang is the hot guy standing next to Miss Conan. Next to Sister Conan, Gui Yanye was taken aback, and the thoughts in his mind began to diverge. Upskirt maniac. Ali Zhang, did you agree to take the initiative to inform me? Book artist. Humph, I'm just a reminder, not an active notification. Upskirt maniac. You are obviously changing the concept secretly, Ali Zhang. This is no different from proactive notification. However, this is also in line with Ali Yang's character. Although she usually acts like an old Siji, she is actually very kind and gentle. Book artist. Lao, what the hell is old Siji? How'd I look like Lao Tong? This is an actor. What's not like it? Upskirt maniac. What's different? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. What's not like it? Book artist. Damn it, don't repeat it, it's not my fault at all, it's all Ah Yin. If I hadn't been influenced by this B***************, I wouldn't be what I am now. Curly-haired boy. It's none of my business, why the hell did you throw the blame on Lousy just after it was closed? Shark face guy. I'm still curious, do the different levels of intruders show different colors here? Determine the tale according to the destructiveness of the world? Here's the cast. There's the sin value and the level of malevolence. But these are not given and are likely to change. Take the time traveler of King Zhao as an example. If he was not strong when he first crossed, then the damage he caused to the original world would not be high. But as time goes by, the strength of this traverser gradually accumulates, and if more and more innocent people are killed, then his destructiveness and evil value will be improved, and his level of excellence will be increased accordingly. On the contrary, if the traverser did not do evil, but did a lot of good things, the intrusion level will also decrease. Upskirt maniac. The level of malice is 5, this value should be considered very high, right? This is an actor. The highest is this number. Illustrator of the book. But its crime value is 0, that is to say. Even if it has deep malice towards this world, is it innocent to kill Brother Cheng? Curly-haired boy. What the hell, because it's true. 094 lazy. My conscience is too thick to touch upskirt maniac. It's true, you can imagine how disgusting Makoto Ito has become. Is this a real outrage? Book artist. It's a pity that I died too early, otherwise I would have the urge to kill someone. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Although a person is dead, the body is still there. This evil ghost is obviously not a good thing, and Ali Zhang can try to fulfill her long-cherished wish. Book artist. Isn't this bad? The corners of Ying Lily's mouth twitched, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. She was just talking about it just now, she has never even killed a chicken in her life, how dare she kill someone? This is an actor. What's wrong, because the people remove the old. Upskirt maniac. Yes, Ali Zhang, you are not scared, are you? Book artist. Cough, I'm just an ordinary female high school student. Upskirt maniac. Now you can jump more than 10 meters high in a single jump, you tell me you are ordinary? How dare you be more outrageous? Curly-haired boy. Even Michael Jackson who played basketball was stunned. Book artist. Peeved. When did Michael Jackson play basketball? You mean Michael Jordan, right? Can you guys stop being ashamed? Curly-haired child. Long-winded 153, that is not the point. The point is that you are not an ordinary female high school student at all, what are you afraid of? Book artist. Even if my current strength is indeed beyond the scope of ordinary high school girls, what the hell is I living in a society ruled by law? Have you ever seen a high school girl in a society ruled by law stabbing people with a knife? This is an actor. There are many such female high school students in the multiverse. Upskirt maniac. Yes, Miss Gui is a typical example. Book artist. Ah, hey, Ying Lily couldn't refute immediately. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Speaking of which, what about Yan Yi-chan? Upskirt maniac. Well, isn't she still thinking about Ransang's true identity? No, it's already been so obvious. Hatchet girl. Ah, sorry, I really thought about it for a long time. Well, the group leader is Itachi-san, right? Book artist. Advertisement curly hair. Upskirt maniac. Peeved. Shark face guy. Can I ask, how did you come to this, BIFG, conclusion? Hatchet girl. Because I feel that the group leader is as smart as Itachi-san, and also very gentle. The words of others, such as Jiraiya-san and Nagato-san are more or less character flaws. Book artist. Uchiha Itachi, can that be considered gentle? When he killed his entire family in the original story of Hokage, he didn't see any gentleness at all. Hatchet girl. Then, isn't there a reason for everything? Upskirt maniac. Things happen for a reason, not an excuse to clean up, Miss Gui. You said those ghosts of the Uchiha tribe, would they forgive Itachi just because something happened for a reason? Shark face guy. Itachi-san doesn't go to that extreme now, because the appearance of Mr. Aizen has shifted Konoha's contradiction. Curly-haired child. So, Master Aizen is truly gentle. Hatchet girl. Aizen? He almost destroyed the entire Konoha, is this warm?
Angel of Rain Shinobi Village, of course. Although Konoha's village was almost destroyed, the civilians in Konoha did not suffer any casualties. This is the result of him deliberately leaving the information to Konoha. Hatchet Girl. But he is an ambitious man after all. Book Artist. You are wrong. If the ninja world wants to usher in real peace, it must change, and Aizen-sama is just preemptively promoting the process of this change. Fairy Chilean. There will definitely be bloodshed and sacrifices in the reform, which is unavoidable. But he has been holding back that sacrificed figure. This is tenderness. Hatchet Girl. This is just your guess, right? Upskirt Maniac. No, we have proof. Hatchet Girl. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village, because in Ransang is Aizen. Hatchet Girl. EHHHH. Gui Yanye's eyes widened, his face full of shock. Apparently, this was an answer she never envisioned, because she subconsciously felt that a big boss like Aizen would never be arrogant. Book Artist. I was shocked. Yan Yuzhong was really shocked. You were very surprised, girl. Ha 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 ha. Advertisement Upskirt Maniac. What are you proud of, Ali Zhang? Have you forgotten what you were like back then? You are no different from Miss Gui, okay? Illustrator of the book. One size is one size, and now I feel very happy to see others shocked. There is a feeling in my heart that this is only fair. Upskirt Maniac. This is true. To be honest, Satin Renko herself also felt this way. Hatchet Girl. Sorry, group leader, I just said that. This is an actor. It doesn't matter, Aizen is indeed a careerist who is not gentle enough. You are right about this. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village, but Ransang is not the real Aizen, there is an essential difference between the two. Book Artist. Of course, the real Aizen will not be a house husband. Upskirt Maniac. Is this the envy of Ali Yang's concubine? Book Artist. Shut up, you master of the harem. Hatchet Girl. Isn't it the real Aizen? I understand. She really understood it now. The memory of Ran's previous life is connected with Aizen in the Hokage world. Both are the same person. Curly-haired boy. Now that you understand, there will be newcomers in the future. Do you know what to do? Hatchet Girl. Like today. Book Artist. Not bad, very comprehensible. Fairy Chilean. Do you still want to play? Book Artist. Of course, don't Sister Machu find it very interesting? I think this can become a necessary program for our group in the future. Upskirt Madman. But if the next newcomer is as innocent as Miss Gui, I might not be able to bear it. Book Artist. You can't bear to be a ghost, touch your conscience to see if it hurts. Upskirt Maniac. Too thick to feel. Book Artist. Ying Lily lowered her head and touched her conscience subconsciously. Bang bang bang, the strong and powerful beating feeling is very clear. 095 Samurai used chainsaws to fight Upskirt Maniac. Ali Zhang, what happened to you sending this question mark? Book Artist. No, nothing. Unspeakable. At this moment, Ying Lily is really a little hard to say, that she would lose to a junior high school student. Besides, isn't she the least conscientious in the whole group? Come to think of it, it does. There is no doubt that the two adult women, Sister Machu and Sister Conan, are older than me. Although Yi Zhang is a little younger than me, the arc is probably no worse than that of an adult. Damn, this is too sad for me. Feeling sorry for herself, Ying Lily stepped out of the school gate. Passing by the video store around the corner, the news pushed on the TV screen suddenly caught her attention. Open black lens bracket. The upgraded behemoth frequency. Is it real or not? What is the identity of the girl bathed in the flames? Close black lens bracket. Around the above topics, the male anchor on the screen was eloquent, but Ying Lily's attention was all on the background photo behind him. Under the dim moonlight, a strange creature with a scorched black body crouched on the ground. It looks like a dog, but it has two heads and is several rounds larger than a normal domestic dog. Canine teeth intertwined in the bloody mouth, full of Senhan's sharp teeth. And beside this creature, stood the back of a flaming young girl. She was wearing a black night suit, her long black hair fluttered, and her leather boots stepped on the head of a strange creature. The whole person looks heroic, like a flame queen. Sluggish. Ying Lily was stunned, and the corners of her mouth twitched fiercely. Even if the other party only has a back view, she can still recognize it. This flame queen is obviously Shajiju Shiyu. After this guy awakened his special ability, has he secretly started to think of himself as a magical girl who wipes out evil? Thinking about it, Ying Lily quickly sent this interesting thing to the group. Chilean Fairy. Magical Girl. Upskirt Maniac. This one is probably like our Academy City ability users. However, what the magical girl uses is not the ability on the scientific side, but magic as a miracle. This is an actor. Wrong, superpowers are not strictly a science. The personal reality, too, is the miracle. Advertisement Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. But sooner or later there will be problems like Shajiju, and there is a high probability that you will be targeted by those in power over there. Book Artist. I think so too, it seems necessary to remind her. Ying Lily breathed a sigh of relief, thinking in her heart how to remind Shajiju, the poisonous tongue girl. Straightforward or tactful? It's a bit of a headache. Upskirt Madman. As expected, Ali Zhang is very gentle, even if the other party is a rival in love, she will still think about her. Book Artist. Love rival is a ghost. I've already let it go, you idiot. It's just pure humanitarianism. Reminder. The curly-haired child has completed the group task of this round and received 1000 points reward. All group members will be rewarded with 500 base points. The group owner will be rewarded with 2,000 points. Close black lens bracket. Curly-haired boy. Yeah, it's finally done. Inside the prison latrine. Sakata Jintoki threw the 10 pairs of leggings in his hands on the ground, and at the same time took off the stockings on his head. On the opposite side of him, a dozen or so strong men in scantily clad clothes hugged their knees and squatted obediently in a row. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Thank you for your hard work, Yin. Book illustrator. Robbing a man's leggings, doesn't it feel great? Curly-haired. You're great, girl. All I can think about is the thick and black leg hair of those prisoners, you know? Thick and black leg hair. Upskirt maniac. Ha 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 ha, hatchet girl. That scene is a bit unimaginable. Gui Yanye, who already had a phobia of men, trembled and forcibly suppressed the thoughts that emanated. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Right. What does Yan Yuzhong say now? Do you need to get rid of that evil ghost directly? Book artist. It will be very troublesome to do it now. Although we know that it is an intruder, it is Makoto Ito in the eyes of others. Hatchet girl. It's okay, I'll just settle this matter myself. I'll find the right moment. Upskirt maniac. Can Miss Gui do it herself? Hatchet girl. No problem, I have purchased Sister Mo Chao's internal strength and martial arts. Regarding this point, I would also like to thank Mr. Yinshi. Book artist. If you pick up 500 points for free, you will be very happy. Ask for flowers, advertisement upskirt maniac. For this we all have to thank the beater Sang. Curly-haired boy. Shut up, you bastards, I'm going to take this mission again, I'm an idiot. Fairy Chilean. Be confident, even if you don't accept this task. Book artist. Ha 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 ha, upskirt madman, Sister Machu always tells the truth. Curly-haired boy. What the hell am I? Sakata Yinshi's complexion was ashen, and he was so angry that he was dying. These stinky women took advantage of him and even mocked him. Is this shit a human thing? This is an actor. Ms. Yan Yi has to be careful, there should be more than one intruder. Hatchet girl. Upskirt maniac. More than one? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I remember, Makoto Ito said, they're coming, at the end. In other words, there may be more than one evil ghost coming from the realm of Black Mist, or more than one evil ghost.
It's an actor. Yes. But since there is an intruder detection device, don't worry too much about it. Just be a little mindful. Hatchet girl. I see, thank you, the group leader, for your reminder. Upskirt maniac. Remember to start a live broadcast when Ms. Gui is about to kill the evil spirits. Book artist. Yes, remember to use a hatchet too. Just let us see the heroic figure of the legendary hatchet girl. Curly-haired boy. Enough is enough for me, you bastards. Hatchet girls are no longer popular these days, and they don't adapt to this era, hey. Let's use a chainsaw, please use a chainsaw, please. Book artist. You idiot, doesn't the bloody picture sawed by the chainsaw make you sick? You are also a samurai anyway, can you pursue a little bit of fighting beauty? Curly. You should use a chainsaw just because you are a samurai. Real warriors use electricity to fight. Illustrator of the book. Goddamn warriors use chainsaws to fight, you liar. Curly-haired boy. I swear by my pure and noble warrior soul, Yin Sang, I am telling the truth. Upskirt maniac. Pure and noble. Are you kidding, Un-san? In this world, is there any more depraved warrior than you? Hint. Wigs joined this group 4096 group leader, this is a gift from the newcomer. Silence. The moment this prompt message appeared, the whole group suddenly fell into a state of silence. After a long time, the chat information box began to scroll again. Book artist. This screen name, isn't it? Curly-haired boy. Probably not. Upskirt maniac. Out, out. A samurai who was even more depraved than Yinsang really appeared. Hatchet girl. Mr. Katsura Kotaro. Curly-haired child. Don't call out this sad name. Damn it, why is it him? Why is it him? Compared with this idiot and mental retardation, I would rather be Takasugi in the group. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I see. Ah Yin's ideal partner is not Hijikata, but Takasugi. Curly-haired child. What the hell is the ideal, 407, partner? This is just a metaphor, a metaphor. In short, there is no way out now. At wig, where is the wig? The whole group was stagnant for more than 10 seconds, and Ying Lily sent a message. No one answered, it should be still studying the group announcement. Curly-haired boy. Huh, this guy always spends a long time studying things like this kind of notice every time. Let's pay attention to the unified caliber. Book artist. Shark face guy. Curly-haired boy. And Ransang's matter, and Ransang's matter. Let's have a big game. It's an actor. How do you want to play it? Curly-haired son. How about Master Aizen coming to the world of Gintama? Upskirt maniac. Hey, is it necessary to play so big? Book artist. You guys really do everything you can when you cheat your teammates. In order to do this kind of thing, your useless brain is working at a high load. What a talent. Curly-haired boy. Oh, then when I start the live broadcast, will you watch it? Book artist. What silly things are you talking about, of course. When everyone in the group was secretly plotting, Gui Shoutaro was still in a state of shock at this moment. Advertisement. A chat group that connects thousands of worlds, and has enough points to travel around the world. Magic. This kind of existence is really amazing, so magical that it makes people feel a little unreal. Thinking of this, Gui Shoutaro pinched his thigh without any pain. So I was in a dream. Mr. Gui, Mr. Xiao Chuan will die if you don't let go. A voice suddenly sounded. Only then did Katsura Kotaro come to his senses, and look to the side. The young man kneeling beside him was already trembling and his face was flushed. Obviously what he just pinched was the opponent's thigh. I'm really sorry, Agawa-kun. Katsura Kotaro let go of his hand with an apologetic face. I was a little distracted just now. It's okay, Mr. Gui. Xiao Chuan rubbed his thigh, showing a hearty smile. Mr. Gui must be thinking about fighting against the barbarians, right? You really deserve to be Mr. Gui who cares about your family and country. No, it's just that I'm a little excited to think that I might meet Ms. Elise in the future. Katsura Kotaro shook his head, his eyes full of longing. Sluggish. The group of patriots under him were all stunned. Ms. Alice. Is it the Ms. Alice in the RPG game, Heavenly Wars? What a mess, why would I expect to meet that kind of game character in such a serious anti-barbarian meeting? And why is it Elise? Her setting is a middle-aged widowed elf, what is your orientation? Ah, that's right. As if thinking of something, Gui Shoutaro took out 2 coupons from his sleeve and handed them to Xiao Chuan. To express my apologies, use this as an apology gift. This is. Xiao Chuan looked down at the coupon in his hand, his whole face became a little distorted. This is actually a discount coupon for a certain cowherd shop. I am a big man, why should I go to the cowherd shop to spend? Report my name, and you can accumulate your consumption points. After speaking, Gui Shoutaro ignored Mr. Xiaochuan who was messed up in the wind, and returned his attention to the group chat in front of him. Wig. Hello everyone, I'm new. Book artist. So slow, how long have you been watching the announcement? Upskirt maniac. Right, we not only finished discussing the main body of the plot, but also almost worked out the details. Book artist. Cough, Lazajong. Advertisement. Upskirt maniac. It's okay, I don't think the wig can be heard. Wig. It's not a wig, it's Gui. Wait, your tone is. Curly. Obviously already know who you are, Wig Kotaro. Emoji. Nose picking. Wig. You, don't you? Curly. Do you recognize me? Wig. Mrs. Wangjuan next door. I didn't expect that even you were in this group, it's amazing. Curly hair. Upskirt maniac. PFF'd. Book artist. Ha 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 ha. Mommy. Hatchet girl. Mrs. Araki. This is an actor. So, how does our Mrs. Aramaki feel now? Curly haired boy. I'm ready to break out of prison and kill people, this idiot with a brain is really hopeless. Voice. Wig. This voice, Yinshi. My best friend, didn't expect us to meet again here like fate. Great, really great 1.6. Curly haired boy. Shut up for lousy, it's useless to say anything provocative at this time. Expression. Angry. Book artist. Mrs. Wangjuan, has your friendship come to an end? Is this a distortion of human nature, or a loss of morality? Upskirt maniac. Please look at the dimensional communication group at the 5 o'clock file for an in-depth explanation. This is an actor. Yes, the two of you can already perform crosstalk. Wig. Is this the group owner? Hello, this is the first time we meet. A small gift is not a tribute open black lens bracket picture close black lens bracket. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Upskirt maniac. Book artist. PFF'd. Niu. Discount coupons for Niulong store. 097 The surprise of the wig. Hatchet girl. Cowherd's shop. I remember, it's a shop specially designed to please women. How dare you give this kind of coupon to our group leader as a gift? Gui Yanye was stunned and dumbfounded. Shark face guy. Wow, what a newcomer. Kisame laughed so hard that his mouth split open, he really wanted to see the expression of Mr. Aizen now. Curly. Sorry. I don't actually know this guy, what he did has nothing to do with me. Wig. What's the matter, time. Curly haired boy. Shut up, lousy doesn't even know who you are. Kick it out, group owner, please kick this idiot out. He's a scourge if he stays here. If this continues, Sakata Jintoki feels that he will be killed by this guy. Give Aizen the coupons of the cowherd shop. What kind of fairy operation is this? At least there must be a limit to death. It's an actor. It's okay, I'm not mad. But you'd better keep that coupon for yourself, Mr. Gui. Wig. Is it 18? That's a pity. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. And Ransang is not interested in men. Upskirt madman. And Ransang already has sister Conan. By the way, there is a side room. Book artist. Lazajong, delete the last sentence for me. Wig. Today's performance may not be completed. Curly haired boy. What the hell are you regretting about this? And after accepting this kind of job, you actually sell it in the chat group. Kill yourself, you idiot should kill yourself quickly. Upskirt maniac. With a wig, he is indeed a warrior who is not lower than a yin. Fairy Chilean. Today I finally experienced the feeling that a mountain is higher than a mountain. Wig. It's not a wig, it's Gui. Advertisement. This is an actor. Although everyone already knows your identity, you must introduce yourself according to the practice of this group. Wig. That's it, I see. My name is Katsura Kotaro. I am male, I am 27 years old, and I am a person who fights barbarians and a salesman at a cowherd shop. The wish is to meet Elise here. Chilean fairy. Who is Elise? Book artist. I don't know, it seems that this character has never appeared in Gintama, right? Wig. She is the honored priestess of the Elven Forest, who is good at using natural magic to destroy the evils that invaded the world. Upskirt Madness. Priestess of Glory. Scarlet Training Fairy. Evil Demon. Curly-haired son. I can't meet you, you are a pervert married woman. And now it's the era of PS5, no one will play that kind of old-fashioned red and white machine games. Compared with this, you should hurry up and show me look at the memory list, B**********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************character in the red and white machine game. Shark Face Guy. I actually want to meet my favorite virtual character in the chat group, what a pure idea. However, it seems that there is no such possibility. This is an actor. Kisame also has his own favorite virtual character. Shark-faced guy. I can't say I like it, but there are quite a few people I want to see. Just like those espadas in the Shinigami world, I want to know how much toe there is between me and them. This is an actor. If you can reach Harriet Bell's Koji in another 30 years at the rate you are currently accumulating Reiatsu. The Reiatsu accumulation speed mentioned by Aizen here is the kind of Reiatsu accumulation purely relying on one's own strength, without using points to buy other people's energy. Shark face guy. In another 30 years, I can only reach the level of no. 3 Espada. It seems that my number 2 in the Hokage world is really in name only. Upskirt Maniac. Ghost Saber-san is already very powerful. Fairy Chilean. I think you should think about it differently. How old is Helly Bell, and how old are you? After hundreds of years of hard work, you have caught up with her in a few decades. What is there to complain about? Curly-haired child. It has to be said that Holly Bell is really big. Illustrator of the book. You are so big, you are very different from Sister Mocho, right? Old color criticism. Advertisement. Curly-haired son. Yinsang, I didn't say anything, it's you, old CG, who misinterpreted my meaning. Hatchet girl. Well, there is a problem. If I buy Reiatsu of Kisame-san with points, will there be a mask on my face? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. No, I already bought it. Here's an actor. Reiatsu is just pure energy constructed from psychic power. If you want a mask to appear, you have to add the Arankarization feature. Shark face guy. I didn't upload that one. Book artist. That thing, even if you pass it on, I won't dare to buy it. If the mask of Arankar appeared on my face, I would not be able to explain it to my family. Upskirt maniac. The new fashion trend. Book artist. You can't be fashionable all your life. Wig. No, 060 can't be. Silver time, is this true? Book artist. What the hell, no brains. Curly-haired child. I'm afraid I discovered the truth of that incident, which is understandable. That's right, a wig. Mr. Songyang, he really. Wig. That guy Aizen Sōsuke actually took Miss Kushina into his harem. Katsura Kotaro, will never forgive this kind of thing. Curly-haired boy. What the FK? Sakata Jintoki is in a bad mood. He originally thought that his old comrade in arms would marvel at what happened to his most respected master Songyang, but he didn't expect this guy to give him a magical turning point. Fairy Chilean. Are you a fool? Book artist. Harem. Upskirt maniac. What the hell is a harem? Where did you come to the conclusion? Wig. HMPH. Think about it, a beautiful wife like Ms. Kushina, is something that no man can refuse. It is conceivable that poor Ms. Kushina will be forced to do this and that by the big devil Aizen it's too bad. This is really too bad, a big crisis. Expression. Laughing wildly. Hint. The wig was banned by the group owner for 1 hour. 098 Where are we going to vaccinate? Curly. Idiot wig, you deserve it. Malicious speculation is forbidden in this group. Even if Master Aizen is our enemy, we must give him enough respect. Sakata Jintoki wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, his body trembling slightly. Shouldn't he be implicated? Book artist. And, why is there a laughing expression at the end? Shouldn't it usually be pain or anger? Upskirt maniac. Angry to laughing. Hatchet girl. What kind of mentality change is this? Fairy Chilean. Maybe, he is just a simple psychopath. Hint. The wig was unbanned by the group owner. Wig. Sorry, I was wrong. I said something that shouldn't be said, and it was the mistake of my life, Katsura Kotaro. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. You are indeed a little too much, Master Aizen will not face Naruto no matter what. Upskirt maniac. PFF'd. Ha 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 ha. Sister Conan, if Master Aizen sees your words, you will probably be cut. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. No, he is looking at other girls. Picture version. Book artist. This is Yuhi Hong. In the photo, Aizen is staring at the monitor, and what is shown on the screen is Yuhi Hong watching the fireworks. Curly. Hello. When is it? Those Konoha shinobi people still have time to enjoy the fireworks. What a big heart. Angels of Rain Shinobi Village. Fireworks festival, this is an old tradition of Konoha. Since Konoha built the village, this custom has never been interrupted. So in a symbolic sense, the fireworks festival represents Konoha's confidence. As long as the fireworks festival can still be held, Konoha will never die. Hatchet girl. So, is it for inspiration? Upskirt maniac. Good idea, but Aizen-sama is not like the enemies Konoha has faced before. This is the great devil who even fears that sage of 6 paths. Shark face guy. Exactly. In the face of Mr. Aizen, determination and confidence alone are of no use. The gap between the sky and the soil is there, but those guys can't even see this clearly. Book artist. But it doesn't matter, it's an ending anyway whether you can see it clearly or not. Curly-haired boy. That's right. Advertisement. Even Sage of Six Paths was deliberately cultivated by Aizen, why would the ninja world fight against him? Fairy Chilean. When is the final battle? This is an actor. About half a year later. Half a year is Aizen's buffer time for the entire ninja world. According to his estimation, it will take half a year for Otsutsuki Yuya and others to shinigami all the hundreds of thousands of ninjas in the entire ninja world. Of course, this shinigamization is naturally extremely inferior and unstable, and it is completely incomparable with the Arankar army under his command. But they are obviously planning to win by numbers, which is the so-called crowd tactics. Book illustrator. In other words, the history of ninja world is only half a year. Shark face guy. It's embarrassing to think about it. Wig. Ladies and gentlemen, isn't it a bit wrong for you to speak like this? Our position is to be a partner of justice. Shouldn't it be to support the ninjas in the ninja world to fight against the big devil Aizen? Fairy Chilean. Then you go. Book artist. Come on. Curly. Wig, I support you in spirit. Wig. Yinshi, you have fallen so far. Watching the beautiful Ms. Kushina being bullied, are you so indifferent? You be asterisk 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 D, you still have the nerve to call yourself a samurai. Curly. Shut up. Guy who fell at the speed of light, shut up lousy. Upskirt maniac. I said so many beautiful words, but the result was only for Miss Kushina. Wig. I am here for the ideal of a samurai. Expression. Drooling. Book artist. Drooling. What the hell is drooling? Your expression has exposed you. The dirty warrior ideal has been completely exposed. Upskirt maniac. The ideal of a samurai is a wife. It really deserves to be a pervert wife. Expression. Contempt. Wig. No, that was just sleepwalking. Curly-haired boy. Liar, how can you still sleepwalk while chatting in the group? I want to try this kind of operation. B asterisk 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 D. Wig. Yinshi, what are you going to do about Mr. Songyang? Advertisement. Upskirt maniac. So fast. Mr. Gui changed the topic so quickly. Book artist. What about fighting Aizen? What about saving Kushina? Seeing that no one responded to you in the group, did you just give up this ideal? Are you worthy of being called a patriot? Hatchet girl. Ms. Ying Lily's complaints are so sharp. Wig. HMPH. She's even above Silver Hour, she's such an amazing girl. By the way, I'm not a wig, I'm Gui. Book artist. Who cares about your compliments? Answer the questions for me. B asterisk 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 D. Wig. Yes, Yinshi, you haven't answered my question yet. Book artist. What the hell am I? Upskirt maniac. Ali Zhang calmed down, he was obviously playing dumb. There's no point being angry with a fool. Curly-haired boy. What to do, just do it like this. Wig. That's it, it's really silver time. Hatchet girl. Shark face guy. Gee. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Did Yin say anything? Book artist. Didn't say anything. This guy is just trying to divert the topic on purpose, even using his teacher's experience as a bait. It's really bad, so good Zhao. Curly. Wig, there's something I have to tell you. Compared with Mr. Songyang's problem, there is a bigger crisis in our world. Wig. Curly-haired child. After so many years of lurking and investigation in Kabuki Street, I found that there may be an Aizen Sōsuke in our world. Cough. He has the same origin as the Aizen in the Hokage world. I suspect this is a virus that was reproduced by the world. So, I named him the Aizen virus. Puff. Sprayed. Looking at the message sent by Sakata Jintoki on the light screen, Ying Lily squirted out a mouthful of salt soda. Goddamn Aizen virus, this kind of lie is too clumsy. Even an idiot can't believe it. Wig. What? Aizen virus? How is that possible? Where should we get vaccinated? 099 World Quest. Silence. At this moment, the entire group chat fell into a strange silence. Believe it. Katsura Kotaro, an idiot, actually believed in the Aizen virus. Why are you still thinking about getting a vaccine? Is it just mentally handicapped? Including Yinshi, everyone in the group couldn't help but have such thoughts in their hearts. Although those who have read the original novel of Gintama already know that Katsura Kotaro has some kind of idiot tendencies, such as riding a bicycle to go to the wild animal park, such anti-intellectual operations can be done, but they did not expect that this is far from his lower limit. Curly-haired boy. Cough, brain. No, vaccines are useless. This is a worldwide special virus that only infects the world and not individual humans. Wig. That's right, Curly. But that's why it's more scary. Every world invaded by Aizen virus will form a brand new Aizen Sōsuke. You should have seen his horror. Wig. Damn, what are we going to do? Expression. Fear. Upskirt maniac. The corner of Satin Lizzie's mouth twitched fiercely, not knowing how to complain. How can you believe such an obvious nonsense? PFF'd. Ha 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 ha. Sakata Jintoki laughed so hard that he slapped his chest and beat the ground, rolling all over the floor. Damn, is there still a way to save this person? Is there really a way to save this kind of brain? Even if this kind of brain is donated, no one will want it. However, what should be played still has to be played. Soon, 237 restrained his emotions and sent another message. Don't panic, the Aizen virus has not completely come yet, we still have a chance. Wig. I see. How do I do it? Curly-haired child. I haven't made it up yet. I figured it out. However, there is always a way. Wig. Is that so? I have an immature idea on my side. I think we can pretend to obey Aizen first and let him be negligent. Accumulate strength in the dark and kill him all in one go. Curly-haired boy. Well, ahem. Good. Sakata Jintoki was already laughing so hard that he didn't have the energy to reply. If you can catch them all in one go, you will be a ghost. It's an actor. So how do you get him to be negligent? Wigs. Match what he likes, first choose some beautiful wives for him. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Upskirt Maniac. PFF'd. Book artist. Well, that's your own hobby. Don't treat Aizen-sama as a pervert like you. Wig. In this way, we can enter the heart of the Aizen group. And then, we can use the power of Aizen to destroy the Shinsengumi first, and then kill the Tendos, and rule the world. Advertisement. Hatchet girl. Then what? Wig. Then I'll be Prime Minister and Ginshi will be the new Defense Minister. Book artist. What about Aizen? Didn't you say that you will kill Aizen all at once? What the hell, you only want to use Aizen's power to climb to a high-level position. What is your original intention to fight against barbarians? Wig. I am saving the country with curves. Upskirt Maniac. My good fellow, the traitor calls himself an expert. Curly. No, I agree with the plan. However, I want the position of Chancellor of the Exchequer. Wig. No problem. Shark face guy. Book artist. You will cry, your dead comrades will definitely cry. You two shameless scum. Curly-haired son. Defeat, scum or something is too much. This, after all, has a reason. We can't resist Master Aizen's power. Wig. Yes, even if those comrades in arms who died knew it, they would forgive us. Angels of Rain Shinobi Village. Rotten, these two. Wig. In short, silver time. For the sake of the country and the future, I have to do some preparatory work first. Watch more DVDs to increase your knowledge. Upskirt Maniac. What kind of future do you want this country to have? Book artist. He is offline. Hatchet girl. Could it be an act of faking? In fact, suspicions have already arisen. Curly hair. Yan Yejiong, do you think that wig brains would use such tricks? HMPH, I really overestimated him. Book artist. Don't say such things, you two are just like dogs. However, and Ransang really plans to go to Gintama World to make trouble. Here's the cast. World quests always have to be done after all. Upskirt Maniac. World quests. Fairy Chilean. Put it on the top of the taskbar. Every time we control a world, all our group members can get a reward of 10,000 points. And the members of the group where the world is controlled can obtain part of the world management rights. The group owner can gain absolute control over the world. Benzi artist. Management and absolute control. My god, isn't this the real god? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. True, but it's not that easy to control the whole world. Not only need unrivaled strength and power, but also sufficient influence. That is to say, you must first package yourself as a god that all the main forces in the world agree with, and then you can become a real god. Upskirt Maniac. I understand, because Yin and Mr. Gui are very unreliable. So, and Ransang is thinking of going to the world of Gintama in person. Book artist. There is no need to ask, it is impossible for them to complete the task even if it takes another 1,000 years. Advertisement. Curly-haired boy. Fart. If it wasn't for the idiot wig that was dragging me down, Yin Sang, I could finish it in a year at most. But because of the existence of the wig, it will hold back Yin Sang's 999-year-old footsteps. Shark face guy. If you want to come to the world of Gintama, where does Mr. Aizen plan to start? This is an actor. Yoshihara. Yoshihara. Seeing the place name from Aizen, Conan was startled. I want to go too. Yoshiwara is a famous place for fireworks in Edo, and Rante enters and half goes into the tiger's mouth. Being put into such and such poses by those wolf-like women, this kind of thing is absolutely unacceptable. Here's an actor. Can. But what would happen if those Arankars of the Pure Land found out that we both left here? Aizen is not afraid of Conan following him, and he doesn't really want to visit brothels. The proficiency of acting has not yet been completed, and he will not do the thing of self-destructing the Great Wall. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Damn, kill them sooner or later. Conan was very reconciled, but he had to admit that Aizen's concerns were justified. Most of those Arankars are mentally twisted, powerful and violent. It is only under the pressure of Aizen's tyrannical force that he behaves like a sheep. But if she and Aizen are not in the Pure Land, there will definitely be a mess here. Here's an actor. You don't have to. Aizen has no intention of keeping these Arankars forever. With the exception of a few, they were all destined to die. But he is indeed very gentle. If possible, he does not want these subordinates to die in his hands. Book artist. Is Ransang really planning to go in the direction that the wig said, starting with killing that Night King Fengxian? Upskirt Maniac. In this case, Ransang will become the new Night King. Night King. Aizen. This is an actor. Don't worry, at least I won't kill Shinsengumi. After all, our Yin's soulmate is also one of them. Hatchet girl. Yinsang's soulmate. Book artist. Toshiro Hijikata. Open black lens bracket picture close black lens bracket. This is the DVD promotional picture of Jintoki and Hijikata Shiro with petals in their mouths and hands clasped together. Unexpectedly, Ying Lily still kept it. Hatchet girl. This is. Gui Yanye felt that her young heart was greatly shocked. Curly-haired boy. Delete it for me. Damn it, Yin Sang's fame in my life was ruined by that sales plan. Why is it that dead fish-eyed tax thief? Even that guy Shinpachi that's good too. Book artist. Upskirt maniac. Hatchet girl. New 8. Hint. Fairy Chilean has opened the live broadcast room. 100A cause and effect. Hint. The curly-haired boy, the angel of Rain Shinobi Village, the guy with the shark face, the upskirt madman, the book artist, the hatchet girl, this is an actor joining the live broadcast room. Close black lens bracket. Book artist. Wow, Sister Mocho actually started a live broadcast. Hatchet girl. Where is this? The surrounding scenery is so beautiful. Mount. Zongnan. Lee Mocho said in a soft voice with slightly curved lips. At this time, the Condor world is in midsummer. The vegetation on Zongnan Mountain is lush and lush. Unknown birds were chirping on the surrounding treetops, and the sunlight fell through the dense branches and leaves, outlining the light of Madara on the ground. Such natural scenery is hard to see in modern society. Upskirt maniac. Not only the scenery, Sister Mocho is also beautiful. This is not Lazy's deliberate flattery, but a sigh from the heart. Although Lee Mocho is still wearing the apricot yellow Taoist robe at this moment, she does not have a crown. Long black hair like a waterfall is draped behind her head, and her fair and pretty face with a faint smile is like a fairy descending into the world. Well, a fairy riding a donkey. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Exactly. Although the previous Mocho was also very beautiful, she looked a bit thin. Now it is gradually fuller, and the eyes are not as sad as before. Book artist. Sister Mocho was trapped by love after all, just like me. Curly-haired child. You are not trapped in love, you are called unrequited love. And Yilin never looked at you from the beginning to the end, just a tool person in charge of painting. Book artist. Shut up. Ying Lily was very angry, but she couldn't refute. Speaking of it, I seem to be really unrequited love. This is an actor. Mocho used the theater mode to broadcast the broadcasting angle. Upskirt maniac. What's that? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I just realized that the angle of view of Maku's live broadcast seems to be much larger. Curly hair. Not only the angle of view, but also the overall surroundings are incorporated into the screen. Is this the effect of the courtyard mode? Book artist. Damn, I didn't even know that live streaming had this function. Advertisement. Upskirt maniac. Me too, I didn't even know I had broadcast live before. After opening the live broadcast room, there is a small blue button at the bottom right. Lee Mocho said patiently, you can switch from there. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I see, Mocho is very careful. Upskirt maniac. Got it, I didn't care at the time. Illustrator of the book. As a person living in the modern society, how could I be explained by an ancient person like Sister Mocho to explain high tech? Lost. Completely lost. Curly-haired boy. You never won, you loser. Book artist. Hey, you, a man who fantasizes about Shinpachi, have the face to criticize me. You actually want to play unspoken rules on your male subordinates, you are really a pervert gay. Okay. Shaking her head helplessly, Lee Mocho advised, since you're watching my live broadcast, don't quarrel. Book artist. HMPH, give Mocho some face. Curly-haired boy. I should be the one to say this. Master, who are you talking to? Hong Lingbo, who was leading the donkey, opened his eyes wide and panicked, are you going mad again? Hatchet girl. Crazy. Although there is a built-in language conversion function in the live broadcast room, some special terms still make it difficult for group members of different eras to understand. Book artist. This, should it mean neurosis? Upskirt madman. PFF'd. In other words, Sister Maku's little apprentice thought she was insane. This is an actor. The little apprentice is very cute. Seeing the barrage floating in front of her eyes, the corners of Lee Maku's mouth twitched fiercely. She now somewhat understands what public execution is, Nima's really shameful. But under the watchful eyes of everyone, she didn't want to punish herself as a villain, so she just gave her a hard look. Concentrate on doing your own thing well and don't look back. Oh, not daring to say any more, Hong Lingyuan had no choice but to turn around silently and continue to be a tool man leading the donkey. Book artist. Did you see it? Did you see it? That little look, ha 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 ha. Asterisk #1. Shark face guy. It seems very wronged. Advertisement. Fairy Chilean. Don't be fooled by her appearance, she is a villain. At this time, Lee Mocho didn't continue to speak to the screen, and directly sent a message to reply. Curly hair. To make us Mo Chojiang feel bitter and bitter, how sinful is this? Fairy Chilean. Last time I asked Ali Zhang to upload the 2 obscene clothes, do you remember? They were worn on top of the head as hats by this villain, and they were flaunted in the market. Hatchet girl. The obscene clothes are the kind of underwear for girls. Wear that thing as a hat. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Ah, this. Upskirt maniac. PFF'd. Book artist. Ha 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 ha. Sister Mocho, your little apprentice is really good. It makes me laugh out loud. Shark face guy. In a sense, it's quite silvery. Hatchet girl. Curly-haired boy. Shut up. When will you mention the 800-year-old stock? Yinsang, I have already forgotten to completely forget this matter in the long river of life. It's an actor. But we haven't forgotten. Book artist. That's right, we haven't forgotten. That pair of bare trousers, which will never be worn out, was put on his head by someone without hesitation. Hatchet girl. Change, pervert. Curly-haired boy. Shut up, don't talk anymore. Yinsang, I was wrong, I really know I was wrong. I shouldn't have drawn that damn pair of bare pants. Ha ha ha. Looking at the barrage messages in the group, Mocho curled up into a heartfelt smile. Sure enough, everyone in the group was the funniest. If it weren't for them, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to get out of the trough of life. Bang, bang. Just as she was thinking about it, there was a sudden burst of gongs and drums not far away. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Book artist. What's going on with Sister Mocho? What's the situation? It's not a big deal. Mocho shook her head lightly, took a breath and said, it's just that there is a cause and effect planted before, and I need to go to it. 101 appearance of the supporting role. Upskirt maniac. Cause and effect. This is an actor. Is it the past when Mocho pitted her junior sister? Book artist. I remembered. At that time, Sister Mocho had publicized the legend of the ancient tomb dragon girl in the Zhonghu. Whoever married her would inherit the treasures of the ancient tomb. Shark face guy. So, are these people all treasure hunters attracted by the legend of Miss Mocho? That's right, this is the cause I planted the day before yesterday. Mocho sighed after removing the saber from the donkey saddle. Back then, in order to seize the Jade Heart Sutra, I really did everything I could. Sensing the strangeness, Hong Lingbo turned his head and saw Mocho turn over and get off the donkey. Master, are you? As a teacher, 730, will take the first step, and you will follow later. He explained. Mocho tapped her toes, and her whole body floated towards the source of the sound like a cloud. Curly hair. Yes, Mo Chojiang's self-teasing is full of details. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. It's amazing to realize your mistakes and decide to correct them, don't worry. Fairy Chilean. Good. The scenery on both sides flew backwards. Maku's lightness kung fu attainment was already very high, but now she has broken through her innate barriers. Under the blessing of endless energy, the light kung fu running at full strength even left afterimages in midair. Passing through the tree-lined path, there is an open land with pleasant scenery in front of you. The gurgling stream flows down from the mountains and converges into a deep and cold pool. On the right side of the pool, there is a thick stone gate. Nearly 100 people from all over the world dressed in various costumes and armed with different weapons gathered in front of the stone gate. The leader of them looked handsome, wearing a gray and black luxurious gown and holding a folding fan. Behind him, there were several servant-like people carrying several heavy gongs and drums. The gongs and drums were facing the stone gate, and the servants picked up their hammers and beat on them from time to time. The ear-piercing sound of "Kong bang bang" stretched several miles away. Stop. Advertisement. As if feeling that the atmosphere he wanted had already been heightened, the young master holding a folding fan waved his hand to stop the servant. Confidently shouted at Shimon. I heard that the dragon girl from the ancient tomb is 18 years old and not yet married. Huo even came here without invitation, and is willing to enter the gate of the ancient tomb. Book artist. Huo Do. Is that the disgusting little Mongolian prince? This guy feels more flamboyant than in the original book. Hatchet girl. Does this person mean that he wants to marry Miss Dragon Girl? Upskirt maniac. Tisk, he's obviously thinking about farting. The Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. It is false that he is marrying a dragon girl now, the real purpose is only for the treasure of the ancient tomb. But if you really see the dragon girl, your attitude may change. Conan has seen the real appearance of little dragon girl from Maku's memory, and that kind of beauty is really breathtaking. Compared with the current Mocho, there is no difference, both have their own merits. Curly-haired boy. Bah, this old pervert. Book artist. You are the least qualified to use this word to scold others. Shark face guy. Is Ms. Mocho still planning to make a move? No hurry. Standing on the rock wall above the valley, Mocho stared at Huodo and the others condescendingly. The supporting actors in this drama have not yet fully entered the stage. Book artist. Supporting role. This is an actor. I see, it's them. Aizen seemed to have understood, the corners of his mouth slightly curved. This fairy Chilean is really planning to do it once and for all. Upskirt maniac. Who? Tell the child is very curious. It's already here. Just as Mocho finished speaking, she saw steady figures galloping from the small mountain road in front of her. Most of these people are dressed in gray Taoist robes, buns and Taoist crowns. Only the two figures, one big and one small, who were a few steps behind were wearing ordinary plain robes, and their attire was very different from those in front of them. Advertisement. Book artist. These people are Taoist priests of the Quanjun sect. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. It should be right, the last two are Guo Jing and Yang Guo. Curly-haired boy. Quanjun sect. The Quanjun sect that hides all filth. Where is that B**************** D Yin Jipping? Laozi is going to eunuch him. Upskirt maniac. So the supporting roles are those from the Quanjun sect. Is Mocho planning to start a war with the Quanjun sect directly? Guo Jing is also there, can you do it? Shark face guy. If you need help, just say so. Don't worry, just leave it to me. Mocho took a deep breath, and her body fell from the rock wall without a sound. The ink hair dances like a fairy. At this moment, the people of Quanjun sect have formed a confrontation with the people from the rivers and lakes brought by Huodo. The mountain behind the ancient tomb is a forbidden place for Quanjun. How can these Quanjun Taoist priests allow these smoky people to make trouble here? Even if they want to drive them away. However, before they could take any action, they heard an ear-piercing voice saying, I never thought that the Quanjun sect, which is widely rumored in the world, would be so domineering. Who are you? The grumpy Chu Chuji asked with staring eyes. Your Majesty, Mongolian Prince Huo Do. Putting away the folding fan, the corners of Huo Do's mouth curved slightly. The Taoist just said that this is the forbidden area of your Quanjun sect, right? But it's not my forbidden area. Could it be that the entire Zongnan Mountain is under the jurisdiction of your Quanjun sect? You. 0.7 only listened to the other party's self-reported identity, and Chu Chuji's aura was already half short. Not to mention, what he said was really reasonable. It has been echoed by many people in the world. After a pause, Huo Do said again, besides, I'm here only for Long Nu. As soon as Long Nu's contest to recruit relatives is over, I will retreat. I have to say, this product is indeed something. Not only is he good at using his identity to exert pressure, but he is also eloquent. With just a few words, everyone in Quanjun sect looked at each other in blank dismay, not knowing what to do for a while. Rumble. At this time, the broken dragon stone gate of the ancient tomb also slowly opened. The pretty figure dressed in white caught everyone's eyes. 102 Mocho Sauce. With a pretty face and a dusty temperament, a snow-white gauze skirt flutters slightly, and her black hair dances like an elf. The little dragon girl at this moment seems to be a fairy of ice and snow walking out of the picture scroll, which makes people lose their minds. Dragon girl is here. Is this the dragon lady? It's so beautiful, it's really a beauty in the world. The people in the entire square were also stunned for a moment, and only then did they reverberate with amazement one after another. Upskirt maniac. It's amazing, Sister Mocho, this pair of sisters is really amazing. They're so beautiful. Book artist. Indeed, I saw those men drooling, hey. Curly-haired boy. Shout out, I'm really lost. Expression. Sucking saliva. Hatchet girl. Your expression has betrayed you, Yinsang. Curly. Well, I'm actually eating ramen. On screen. Girl Xiaolong 18 looked around, her expression was calm, and she said in a cold voice, my ancient tomb has never had a martial arts contest to recruit relatives. You have been deceived, please go back. After saying that, she turned around and went back to the ancient tomb. Wait, at this time, Huo Do also just came back to his senses, and hurriedly chased after him and shouted loudly, Miss Dragon Girl, the next Mongolian prince, Huo Do, can you choke? Before he finished speaking, a ray of silver light suddenly flickered, brushed Huo Do's right cheek and plunged into the huge rock not far in front of him. Click. The rock shattered in response, turning into countless fragments and shooting towards the surroundings. Only then did people see that the silver light turned out to be a long sword with a scabbard. The hilt of the sword stuck into the rock mass was still trembling slightly. Sluggish. Huo Do was stunned. Subconsciously, he reached out and touched his right cheek, but it was stained with blood from his own hand. Advertisement. Here is not a place for you to run wild. An indifferent voice sounded, and Xingwang's Taoist robe flew up. The figure of the beautiful Taoist nun appeared before everyone's eyes. It's her. Li Mocho. Why is she here? There was another exclamation in the whole square. Just now it was admiration, but this time it was fear. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree. Fairy Chilean's ruthless methods are well known even in the entire Zhonghu. They have even reached the point where children can stop crying. Now that they see a real person, these mobs. Don't panic, senior sister. The moment she saw Li Mocho, Xiaolong NV Gujing Wubo's eyes also changed slightly. Long time no see, junior sister. Li Maku's eyes turned to the other party, and her eyes were also quite complicated. In the past, she was blinded by hatred, her heart was also occupied by paranoia, and all her thoughts were hatred and revenge. Because of this, I did too many wrong things. Those innocent people who were angered by her, the little apprentice who was loyal to her, and this pure junior sister in front of her, they were all deeply hurt by her. This is a sinful debt that Li Mocho can't let go of, she can only do her best to pay it off. After a moment of silence, Xiao Longbi's eyes became calm again, and her voice was cold. Senior sister, why are you here? I said I miss you, do you believe me? Li Mocho looked directly at her and asked softly. Miss me. Finally Xiao Longnu could no longer maintain her superficial calm. The small mouth opened slightly, revealing a slightly astonished expression. Curly. Oh, this scene. Is the legendary wild lily about to bloom? Mocho said. Come on. Upskirt maniac. What the hell is wild lily? Book artist. I'm stunned. Miss Longnu is completely stunned. This is an actor. She must have never expected that Mocho would say such a thing. Advertisement. Not to mention little dragon girl, even Aizen didn't expect it. But this is also normal. After all, Li Mocho has been in this group for so long, no matter her character or various concepts have completely deviated from the original work. She is a living, brand new Jimaku. Well, now it looks a bit like the junior sister in my impression. She tapped the tip of Xiaolongbi's nose lightly, and Li Mocho turned around. But we'll talk about it later, let's sing the play first. Go down. Quote. Senior sister. Li Maku's inadvertent little action just now brought back memories of Xiaolongbi's past. She seemed to see that the extremely gentle senior sister was back again. 10 seconds, 10 breaths. Facing the crowd in front of her, Lee Mocho said indifferently. You have 10 breaths to leave here now. Otherwise, don't leave. Upskirt maniac. 10 seconds. What Sister Mocho just wanted to say was dry seconds. Illustrator of the book. These ancient people can't understand if it takes 10 seconds, so I can only switch halfway. Curly hair 720. Don't look at Mo Chojiang's indifferent face now, she must be embarrassed in her heart, right? Don't blush, you will lose if you blush at this time. Hatchet girl. Yinseng, did you do this on purpose? Shark face guy. Obviously, it is. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Ah Yin, don't engage in the mentality of not worrying about it at this time. If she is really blushing here, how can she establish her prestige in the martial arts world? This is an actor. Yes, so Chilean fairy will become a red-faced fairy. Upskirt maniac. PFF'd. Book artist. Kai, the red-faced fairy. Curly-haired boy. You really deserve to be Master Aizen, I am so convinced. In terms of making people mentality, no one can compare to you. These people are really toxic. Seeing the barrage flying past in front of her eyes, the corners of Lee Maku's mouth twitched vaguely. What a god, the red-faced fairy, this and ran as a devil. Can a normal person think of such a shameful title? Oops, I can't stretch myself anymore. Just when Lee Maku's ears were gradually turning red, Huodo not far away finally relieved her with a grim face. Hey, Fairy Chilean has such a great name. Do you really think that we and other martial arts heroes will be afraid of you? 103 The Killing Ring. Curly-haired boy. Good man, this Huodo is really a good man. Upskirt madman. It's almost there, Sister Mocho is going to become a red-faced fairy. Book artist. Damn it. Such a good opportunity. Here's an actor. It's a bit of a pity, indeed. What a pity. Lee Mocho felt a little bit like cursing now. Why didn't she realize that Mr. N, who was originally mature, steady, gentle and reliable in her eyes, was so skinny? To be reasonable, her mentality almost collapsed just now. From a frightened red-faced fairy to a shameful red-faced fairy. This kind of public execution will definitely make her lose her head in the group in the future. Call. Slightly relieved, Lee Mocho turned her gaze to Huodo. The right cheek of this little Mongolian prince was injured by her sword energy just now, and there is still a shallow scar. At this moment, he looked at Lee Mocho with gloomy eyes, obviously he had already held her grudges. But Lee Mocho didn't care about it. Vermilion lips parted slightly, and said lightly, 10 breaths have arrived, are you ready? Huodo was taken aback, he felt that this Lee Mocho seemed to be serious, she really wanted to kill here. Are you crazy? Does she really think that she is invincible? Thinking of this, Huodo shouted loudly. Lee Mocho, do you really think that you can kill all of us here? We are heroes, and we will never be threatened by you. Yes, that's right, we have so many heroes here, how can we let you be rampant? Today, I, Fang Wenqing, will slay demons and eliminate demons. Avenge the people of Hejian Lujia. Whoever can kill this female devil is qualified to become the husband-in-law of the ancient tomb dragon girl. Uproar. The last sentence seemed to ignite the beautiful vision buried in the bottom of the heart of these martial arts people, and almost everyone in the entire square was agitated. Advertisement. Go. Kill the devil head. Even among them, those who thought they were strong in martial arts were already impatient, and rushed towards Lee Mocho screaming. In the chaotic scene, almost no one noticed that Huodo had quietly retreated to the back left of the crowd at this moment. Since you are looking for death. Holding the hilt of the sword in her right hand, Lee Mocho drew the sword out of its sheath. Then don't blame me. A silver glow suddenly lit up in the air. The figures who approached Lee Mocho first were stunned for an instant, their eyes wide open. Immediately, there were only a few muffled sounds of puff puff puff, and the bright red blood filled the sky. Turning her body sideways, Lee Mocho held a sword flower in her right hand, and then slashed to the left with the sword across the air. Puff. The young man holding the steel knife froze instantly, and a line of blood extended downward from the center of his eyebrows. Immediately, the whole body was divided into two halves under the surging sword energy. Hiss. The sound of gasping for air came and went. Such a tragic scene in front of them stopped the so-called heroes of the rivers and lakes who were dazzled by beauties and treasures. It's too scary, the scarlet-trained fairy in front of them seems to be much scarier than they imagined. You know, those who died just now were all well-known masters among them. Otherwise, how could they rush to Lee Mocho in one step? But even such a good player, when facing Lee Mocho, he was still instantly killed like cutting melons and vegetables. How could this not surprise and frighten everyone? In fact, it wasn't just these mobsters, even the Quanjun Seven Sons, Guo Jing and others not far away couldn't help but widen their eyes, with incredible expressions on their faces. As that sword energy just now? Wang Chui asked inexplicably in shock. Should be. Chu Chuji swallowed, and continued. The sword energy penetrates the body and is indestructible. Unexpectedly, this Lee Mocho has reached such a state. It's unbelievable. Guo Jing stared at Lee Mocho in a daze, with a very astonished expression. He once had a brief fight with this fairy Chilean, and at that time he was confident that he could kill her within 40 moves. But now, he felt that whether he could survive 40 strokes was a problem. The most important thing is that the former Lee Maku's best skill should be the Ice Soul Silver Needle. Why did she switch to swordsmanship? Moreover, she also developed such a sword spirit that surpassed common sense. Advertisement. This is outrageous. Upskirt maniac. The murder scene. I actually saw the real murder scene on the live broadcast. Book artist. I'm blind, I'm going blind. Why didn't I code it? This kind of restricted picture shouldn't be coded. Curly-haired boy. HMPH, children only code when they watch the live broadcast. Adults should have already jumped out of the scope of the law of mosaics. Hatchet girl. Sister Maku's swordsmanship is really amazing. Upskirt maniac. Now is not the time to lament such things, Miss Gui. Don't you feel any discomfort? Hatchet girl. No. Illustrator of the book. Is it worthy of being a hatchet girl? You were considered a talent, right? Hatchet girl. I think those people really deserve to die. Sister Mocho has warned them before. Dazed by greed, I can't blame others. Book artist. I understand the truth, but I may not be able to adapt to it in my heart. Upskirt maniac. Yes, watching the murder scene up close. This is an actor. You have to practice more, and you will definitely have to experience it yourself in the future. However, Mo Chao's wave really doesn't have to be so bloody, well done. Fairy Chilean. I will pay attention next time. Since the mob in front of him has no fighting spirit, Li Mocho has no intention of continuing to kill them all. And she also needs these people to be the mouthpieces to convey what she has done to the whole Zhonghu. She has already set her goal on the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, and it is impossible to become the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance without enough prestige. Thinking of this, Li Mocho glanced at Huo Do, who had already hid at the back of the crowd. Seeing that the general trend is over, this guy is already planning to rub the soles of his feet with oil. But Li Mocho obviously didn't intend to let him go, and directly chased after him with lightness kung fu. Others don't care, this guy will die today. Stop. No witches. Seeing her move, Guo Jing, Chu Chuji and the others couldn't stand it any longer, and they showed their moves to block her. 104 The death of Yin Jiping. Want to stop me? Li Mocho turned her body sideways and swung out her sword facing Guo Jing and Chu Chuji's attacking direction. The sword energy penetrates the body, and the silver light suddenly appears. Not daring to be negligent, the true energy in Guo Jing's body circulated at a high speed, and he slapped out the sword energy that was coming towards him. Bursts of dragon roars resounded immediately. However, Chu Chuji, Wang Chui and the others did not dare to fight alone, and formed a sword formation with a tacit understanding to fight together. Pooh! Blood burst out. Guo Jing stepped back a few steps, bleeding from his right palm. As for the 7 masters of Quanjun, they were not much better. Not only were the long swords in their hands broken into several pieces, but also more or less bloodstains appeared on their respective bodies. Shock. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked, and their mouths were wide open. Come on, just kidding. The long-renowned Guo Jing and Guo Daxia, together with the 7 sons of Quanjun, make up 8 people, can't resist the sword of that Chilean fairy. Are you still coming? Li Mocho turned the hilt of her sword in her hand, looked at Guo Jing and the others indifferently, and said coldly. What a crazy witch. The faces of the Quanjun sect people were very ugly, and no one in the world dared to say such words to them. But at this moment, they have to admit in their hearts that this witch is indeed a little too strong. One must know that the Beidou 7-star sword formation formed by the 7 of them, even if the master Wang Chongyang, who was number 1 in the world back then, would have to take some effort to break it. But the demon girl in front of her only used one sword to make their entire sword array fall apart. Could it be that her cultivation has already surpassed Master Chongyang? Impossible. How is this possible? The Quanjun 7 sons really didn't want to believe it, but the cruel fact was right in front of them. Compared with them, Guo Jing's mentality is obviously much calmer. He cupped his hands at Li Mocho, and said, Fairy Li's swordsmanship is truly unparalleled, Guo admires it. However, the crime that Fairy has committed today is really too serious, can you stop here? No. Li Mocho smiled softly, since I want him to die, he must die today. He glanced at Huo Do who was running fast in the distance. Arrogance. Advertisement. With me waiting to stop you, don't you want to continue doing evil today? Everyone in Quanjun sect was filled with righteous indignation. Although the skills of the hands are not comparable, the skills of the mouth will never admit defeat. Evil. Li Mocho sneered, and said, the Mongolian prince came to our central plains to make troubles, and you should just be obedient to him. Now you want to prevent me from killing him, who is doing the evil. Besides, just based on what you really think, can you stop me? After saying that, he took out the silver desert eagle from his robe under the astonished eyes of everyone. Hold the gun in your left hand and pull the trigger. Boom. A thunderous roar. Huo Do, who had already run 100 meters away, was stunned for an instant, and lowered his head in a daze, only to see a fist-sized cavity suddenly appear in his chest. Poof. When his eyes went dark, Huo Do fell to the ground. Dead, dead. Everyone stared blankly at the scene in front of them, with expressions of horror on their faces. What is that? A hidden weapon. But what kind of hidden weapon can have such power? Upskirt maniac. Pulled out the gun. Sister Mocho actually pulled out the gun. Don't talk about martial arts. Book artist. If you want martial arts, you will be happy and you will be done. Look at the expressions on those people's faces, ha 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 ha. Curly-haired boy. I'm stunned. Those people are stunned immediately. Hey. I feel like I can't figure out what that thing in Mo Chojiang's hands is. Is this the crushing from modern weapons? This is an actor. Well, it would be more appropriate to say that times have changed at this time. Hatchet girl. Sister Mocho didn't close her gun, do you want to continue killing? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Of course, there is one more disgusting thing that has not been resolved. On screen, Lee Mocho completely ignored the astonished and terrified eyes projected from her surroundings, and walked slowly towards the Quanjun sect's second-generation disciple camp as if strolling in the yard. Advertisement. You, what else are you going to do? Chu Chuji boldly asked loudly. Without even looking at him, Lee Mocho stood in front of a certain young Taoist and asked softly, Yin Jipping. I am you. Boom. Before he finished speaking, half of the head of the young Taoist priest was blasted off, and red and white objects were scattered everywhere. Sluggish. Everyone present was stunned again. At this moment, most of them felt that what Fairy Chilean was holding was not a hidden weapon at all, but a real magic weapon. Only legendary magic weapons can have such terrifying power. You, how dare you? Demon girl, I will fight you. Seeing his beloved disciple being killed, Chu Chuji's heart was filled with anger, and he raised his broken sword and turned towards Lee Mocho rushed. Boom. There was another shot. Chu Chuji was taken aback, the sword in his hand fell to the ground with a clang, and he lowered his head tremblingly. But he saw a huge pothole appeared on the ground not far in front of him, and there was still a trace of green smoke. This fellow Taoist is very brave. Lee Mocho raised her pistol and looked at him playfully. Dare to go one step further and try. You. All the courage I had raised before disappeared, and Chu Chuji's cheeks flushed red. Hey, self-proclaimed righteousness, you are also worthy. With a sneer, Lee Mocho blew on the barrel of the gun. The charming peach blossom eyes looked around, and said coldly, if you want to seek revenge, you can come to the ancient tomb to find me. With the gun closed and turned around, the apricot yellow Taoist robe fluttered in the wind. Upskirt maniac. Cool. Sister Mocho is so cool. Curly-haired boy. Huh. Didn't you just say that people don't practice martial arts? Upskirt maniac. However, this does not affect my appreciation for Sister Mocho. Illustrator of the book. That turning around is so beautiful and sassy, such a Sister Mocho really loves her. And the fighting effect looks really cool, and the surrounding environment of the ancient tomb is also very beautiful. Of course, it would be better if there was less plasma flying out. This is an actor. Why don't you make a movie R105 After Effects of watching DVDs? Fairy Chilean closed the live broadcast room. The number of viewers in this live broadcast room is 6, and the live broadcast lasts 15 minutes. A total of 90 points will be obtained by the host. Fairy Chilean. Thank you for your support. Upskirt maniac. He, it should be. Moreover, Sister Maku's live broadcast is really great. This is an actor. It's a pity that I didn't see the public execution scene. Fairy Chilean. Mr. N, I haven't settled with you just now. What kind of horse is Fairy Redface? Book artist. Ha 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 ha. By the way, I would also like to ask if an Ranzun came up with such a shameful name like Fairy Wheelian. This is too talented. This is an actor. Basic operation. Fairy Chilean. Basic operation. So it turns out that Mr. N will also show such a thick-skinned posture. This is an actor. It's a man's nature to be thick-skinned. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. But you're just a boy right now. Upskirt madman. PFF'd. Ms. Conan's wave is so ridiculous. But physiologically, the current and Ranwei is really just a Cantonese child. Book artist. This group is the smallest, without controversy. Curly-haired child. This is the smallest. Ahem, it makes people involuntarily associate it. Shark face guy. Yinsang, are you going to start playing dead again? Book illustrator. Stop your thoughts of dying. And you haven't read it, how do you know that Anran and Sana are also the smallest? Curly-haired boy. Huh. It still needs to be seen. Where is your brain? Think about it for a while. How big can a 10-year-old little boy be? No matter how big a human being is, it is impossible to grow beyond the normal routine. Book artist. That's not necessarily the case, and Ransang is no ordinary human being. Maybe it really grew out of the ordinary. This is an actor. Even if you say so, I can't take off my pants to show you. Upskirt maniac. Spit. Spicy and Ransang actually spit. Rain Shinobi Village Archangel. Incredible. Fairy Chilean. Sure enough, something is wrong with Mr. N today. Is it a bad stomach? Hatchet girl. Will eating a bad stomach change people's personality? Advertisement. Book artist. If it is a woman, it is indeed possible in some special periods. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Then drink more brown sugar water. Upskirt maniac. Is brown sugar water effective? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Of course. But at this stage, you can't eat too cold, spicy and irritating food, such as cold drinks, mapo tofu, shabu shabu. Otherwise, it will be very uncomfortable. Hatchet girl. No wonder, the last time I ate popsicles during a special period, my stomach hurt for several days. Book artist. Sister Conan knows a lot. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. No, they are all taught by Ransang. Shark face guy. Upskirt maniac. Curly-haired boy. Why, Ransang, do you even know this kind of knowledge? You are obviously a doctor of psychology, not a doctor of medicine, right? This is an actor. Of course I learned it, and I also learned the postpartum care of sows. Upskirt maniac. PFF'd. Chilean fairy. Postpartum care for sows. Book artist. Why do you want to learn that kind of knowledge? This is too strange. Are you planning to raise pigs? This is an actor. Have thought about it. Upskirt maniac. Master Aizen, who is invincible in the world, wants to raise pigs. Hatchet Girl. This, the glorious image of Master Aizen in my heart has begun to collapse. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I think in Ran Sang with this kind of thinking is more real. It would be too illusory to just show the side of Aizen. Book artist. Speaking of which, it seems to be true. Compared with the illusory Aizen, I still prefer the real Anran Steam. Curly-haired boy. Tisk. You are already a concubine, there is no need to confess. Book artist. Shut up, this kind of liking has nothing to do with what you think, okay. You silver-haired natural curly, full of dirty thoughts. Curly-haired boy. No matter how dirty you are, it can't compare to you, a blonde loser, who wants to seize power and usurp the throne in mere concubine. It's so funny. Yinsang, I'm really going to die laughing at you. Advertisement. Ask for flowers. Fairy Chilean. Please don't make noise, look at how my room is. Picture. Hatchet Girl. The light is so dark, is this in an ancient tomb? Fairy Chilean. Well, this room used to be mine. No furniture or anything has been changed. Book artist. It looks a bit simple, but it does have a sense of age. Upskirt Madman. Ali Zhang, are you forcing me to complain? That was the Song Dynasty, well, how could it not have a sense of age? Curly-haired boy. Ha ha ha. Ying Lily is out of her mind, and she can't turn the corner at all. Book artist. You are so stupid, go to hell. Ying Lily is so angry. Yin Shi, this stinking idiot, actually said that this little fairy is a dog's brain. Very good, this account is written down. This is an actor. What is Mocho going to do next? Fairy Chilean. Wait for the opportunity, accumulate power stars, and dominate the martial arts world in one fell swoop when the right opportunity arises. It's an actor. You do it according to your own ideas first, and if you need anything, just shout in the group. Fairy Chilean. Don't worry, I won't be polite. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. There is no need to be polite to the whole family. Upskirt Maniac. That's right. Wig. Woohoo, family. This is really touching. Expression. Collapsed. Curly. When did the wig guy get here? Hatchet Girl. I didn't pay attention at all, and a sentence popped up suddenly. Wig. It's not a wig, it's Gui. Upskirt Maniac. Mr. Katsura Kotaro, what does your exhausted expression mean? You are so moved that you collapse. How fragile is your ability to control emotions? Wig. You're thinking too much, Miss Sagittarius. How can I be so fragile? In fact, this is just a sequela from watching the DVD just now. Silence. Looking at the message sent by Gui Shoutaro, everyone in the whole group fell into a strange silence. 106 Yueyang surprise. Book artist. What the hell is the sequelae of watching DVDs? What kind of weird way do you guys use to watch DVDs to make yourself feel exhausted? Curly-haired boy. Think about it carefully, it should be that way. It must be that way. That way of Armstrong's cannon bombardment. Fairy Chilean. Upskirt Maniac. Children don't understand at all. Wig. Wash your hands, it's sticky. Upskirt Maniac. Shut up, don't talk about such details in the group. Illustrator of the book. Leizajong. Actually, you understand it at all, right? This is an actor. If you want to talk about this group, I am afraid that Mocho is the only one who really doesn't understand at all. Hatchet Girl. What about Sister Conan? This is a 160 actor, she half understands. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I still have a lot to learn. Book artist. There is no need to study this kind of thing deliberately. Damn, there was a Yinsang in the group that was enough to spoil the group, and now there is an even more outrageous wig. Curly-haired boy. Huh. What is Yinsang and I'm going to spoil the crowd? You, a book artist, are so embarrassed to say such a thing. Book artist. Although I do draw books, I haven't posted them in the group at all. But you, when will you not tell dirty jokes in the group? Wig. Stop arguing, both of you, I think both of you are responsible. Book artist. How dare you say so? Curly-haired boy. Shut up, you pervert wife addict who is addicted to DVDs. You promised to study countermeasures, but in the end, all your attention is on DVDs, right? Advertisement. Wigs. No, and not for nothing. At least, I am more confident in my rope skills. Upskirt Maniac. Rope art. Satin Lizzie had black lines all over her head, and the corners of her mouth twitched fiercely. Curly-haired boy. What the hell? Wig, you really should die. Hurry up and die for me. It's a waste of a person like you to live in this world. B***************** D. Wig. Silver, do you really think that we can deal with people like Aizen with our strength and means? I think it is impossible, and it is also unrealistic. Hatchet Girl. Since you know all about it, why do you want to watch the DVD? Wig. When passing by the video store, I was a little concerned about the cover and title. Illustrator of the book. Yes, this is the real reason. You were so grandiose as you said before. You were really hopeless, completely hopeless. Wig. But even though I can't deal with Aizen, that doesn't mean I'm going to sit still. Upskirt Maniac. Needless to say, I no longer have any expectations for your thoughts. Fairy Chilean. Even what I say is unreliable advice. Wig. Shinsengumi, I want to destroy the Shinsengumi first. Book artist. Huh, Angel of Rain Shinobi Village, Shinsengumi. That has nothing to do with Aizen, right? Shark-faced guy. Logically speaking, shouldn't they be your potential allies? This kind of guy should be wooed. What is the operation to kill them? Wig. Allies. Well, I don't agree with these lackeys of the Shogunate as our allies. When they patrol the streets, they even influence me to distribute leaflets. This kind of organization is not worthy of being our allies. Benzi artist. So, you want to kill them only because it affects your handouts. How narrow-minded you are. Upskirt maniac. Let alone Aizen, a boss that endangers the world, and first destroy organizations that may be your allies. What an amazing Mr. Gui. Advertisement. Wig. Ahahaha, it's not that great. Upskirt maniac. I'm not complimenting you at all. Curly hair. Lei Zhejiang, I think it's better for you to avoid entanglement with people like Wigs. He will pull your IQ to the same level as his, and then use his rich combat experience to defeat you. Sakata Jintoki sent out the message, but his eyes were fixed on the vermilion door in front of him. Tisk, it's really cool. Of course, this is the residence of the Night King. Behind him stood a purple-eyed girl in a bathrobe with a maple leaf pattern and holding a pipe in her hand. The girl's brown hair was coiled back, and there was a hideous scar on the left side of her face and forehead, but this did not affect her beauty in the slightest. She is Yueyang, the leader of the Yoshihara Self-Defense Force, Hyakuka. He was also fooled by Yinshi and decided to assist him in defeating the rebels against the evil rule of the Night King Fengxian. I've decided, the second floor here will be the branch of our Wanshiwu. Sakata Jintoki folded his arms and said to himself. Boom. Yueyang slapped him hard on the back of the head, and said loudly, are you B********** D listening to me? I said this is the residence of Yi Wang Fengxian. Do you really know what kind of existence Yi Wang Fengxian is? Do you really know? Are you ready? It hurts. Sakata Jintoki covered the back of his head and rubbed it gently. You guys are really merciless. Our new Night King doesn't like such rough women. The new Night King. Yueyang looked him up and down, and said with a sneer, you idiot is quite confident. Ha, what do you mean by that look in your eyes? Sakata Jintoki blinked and said, Yin-san, I never said in 5.4 that the new Night King is me. The boss of our family is much more suitable than me. With a bang, he directly kicked open the door in front of him. Not you. Yueyang was stunned for a while, with a shocked and surprised expression on his face. At this moment, the leader of Baihua finally realized that he seemed to have been fooled. This unreliable silver-haired D******* D said so many beautiful things in front of him, but he is not the protagonist. Who is that boss? Could it be another old man similar to the Night King? If this can really defeat the Night King, wouldn't it be like a wolf's den just out of the tiger's mouth? Yueyang secretly slandered in her heart, but she couldn't help thinking about the situation in front of her. Hastily raised his foot and chased in the direction where Sakata Jintoki left. 107 I will be the new Night King. Upskirt maniac. Tisk, there are more and more people using fantasy hands on our side recently. Illustrator of the book, Fantasy Royal Hand. Oh, is that what Haruhiko Kiyama created? Later, the out-of-control fantasy beast evolved, which can be regarded as an important plot in the early stage of the electromagnetic gun. Fairy Chilean. Mushin Chunchung is also a poor person. The original intention was to save his own students. Upskirt maniac. Indeed, the thing is too extreme. Moreover, this experiment is doomed to fail. Forget it, let's go and have a good talk with her. This is an actor. Lai Yi is not satisfied with girls now. Ready to start an offensive against the real mature big sister. Wig. Lai Yi. Book artist. Yes, Lai Yi. Psycho-chan is an existence that even our group leaders admire. As a young girl, she has built a huge harem that is far beyond the norm in Academy City. The most powerful guy in this group is well deserved. Upskirt madman. PFF'd. Who has opened a harem, so it's not as shameful as you said. Hatchet girl. So Seko-chan still has such an achievement. Wig. Incredible. Upskirt maniac. They said there is no more, you two are deliberately booing along, right? Fairy Chilean. Too bad, Lord Lai is angry. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Lai Yi, don't be angry, I'll ask Yin to sing you a ditty later. Upskirt maniac. You guys are starting again. Book artist. Ha 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 ha, let Yin sing a little song. Then everyone should not sleep tonight, or you will definitely have nightmares. Hatchet girl. Is this so scary? Wig. Indeed, that guy was once called Death Singer in our anti-barbarian team. Even the celestial beings were afraid of him picking up the microphone. Shark face guy. Isn't Yinsang Bai Yecha, when did he change his title? Wig. Bai Yecha was later feared by heaven and man, and Death Singer is the real name we comrades call him. Advertisement. Upskirt maniac. PFF'd. Book artist. True or false? Fairy Chilean. If it's fake, Yin would probably have already jumped out to refute it. In fact, it's not that Yinshi doesn't want to refute. It's just that I didn't see this idiot Wig arranging him at all. At this moment, he and Yueyang have entered the top floor of the Night King's attic. In the spacious and magnificent hall, a huge jade rabbit stone plate lies in the center. There is a long vermilion table under the stone sculpture, and Yuang Fengxian, who is full of silver hair and dressed in a kimono, is sitting at the long table. Yueyang. So you are also one of the intruders. He glanced at Yueyang. Yuang Fengxian slowly stood up. No wonder those trash Miaohua didn't warn me. I don't think it has anything to do with other things. Sakata Jintoki stepped forward and said with a grin, It's just that everyone can't bear your disgusting old man's smell anymore. Oh, a samurai. At this time, Yuang Fengxian turned his eyes to Yinshi, and said mockingly, you pathetic groups who have been robbed of sovereignty, dignity, and women, do you still have the face to speak out here? Kicking off the ground, he rushed straight towards Yinshi. Boom. The huge fist and the wooden knife in Yinshi's hand collided with each other, and there was a very shocking muffled sound in the whole air. Immediately, a strong gust of wind centered on the place where the two fought, and spread wildly towards the surroundings. The blow failed, and the two retreated at the same time. The difference is that Sakata Jintoki's expression is still calm, while Yuang Fengxian has a slightly dignified look in his eyes. It's amazing. He pulled off his shirt, revealing his strong body. Yuang Fengxian leapt to the top of the jade rabbit stone sculpture. For so many years, you are the first Earth human being who made me feel threatened. Next, I will fight you with all my strength. As he spoke, he held the huge umbrella that the jade rabbit stone carving was holding in his mouth. With just a slight wave, a powerful sonic boom suddenly resounded throughout the air. Hiss. Seeing this scene, Yu Yang couldn't help but gasped, and asked Yinshi in a low voice, this old guy is really too strong. Are you sure? HMPH, are you sure? Sakata Jintoki raised his mouth slightly, and sneered, what are you talking about, Yu Yang-chan? Of course there is no such thing. Even so, Yinshi felt that if he fought hard with all his strength, he should be able to win. But right now there is no need to fight recklessly, just shake people directly. Advertisement. Sluggish. Yu Yang was stunned when he heard his reply, staring blankly at him as if seeing something unbelievable. Not sure. Not sure. You still act so calmly, are you really not afraid of death? Hey, your memory is really bad. Sakata Jintoki scratched his head and said, I told you before, it's not me, Jin-san, who will become the Night King. What? Yu Yang was stunned. Before she could react, she saw a golden door of light suddenly opened on the side of Sakata Yinshi. A handsome boy with brown hair walked out of the light gate slowly. The boy was wearing a white coat, with his hands in his pockets and a long knife with a green handle hanging from his waist. Although there was a gentle smile on the corner of his mouth, his eyes revealed a domineering over all sentient beings. I didn't expect that the 957 process of traveling across the world would be so simple. The boy said slowly. Although the voice is immature, it has a magnetism that makes one can't help but want to get close. It's much easier than the black cavity. UB *************** D. At this time, Yuang Fengxian had just recovered from the state of trance, and asked with a serious face while looking at Aizen. Who is it? Dangerous, very dangerous. The instinct from the blood of the Night Rabbit is warning the Night King Fengxian crazily. This is something he has never done since he was alive. Ah, I'm sorry. The boy turned towards him, the corners of his mouth slightly curved. It seems that I haven't introduced myself yet. He stretched out his right hand in his pocket and stroked the hilt of his sword. He's about to make a move. Yuang Fengxian's eyes were wide open, his hands were holding a huge umbrella, and he instinctively took a defensive stance. Aizen Sōsuke. The young man spat lightly, and closed the scabbard with the blade in his hand with a choking sound. Starting today, I will be the new Night King. Puzzled. At this moment, no matter Yu Yang or Yuang Fengxian, they all showed extremely confused expressions on their faces. What the hell is this boy doing, and why is he closing the knife again? Until the next moment, a slender line of blood suddenly began to extend from Yuang Fengxian's throat. In his amazed and stunned eyes, bright red blood splattered in the air. 108 The gentle and kind big sister is here. Hatchet girl. True or not, Yinsang still wets the bed at the age of 19. Wig. Of course it is true. That's how he got the title of Little Prince wetting the bed. He was ridiculed by Takasugi and Tatsuma for a long time. Later, before going to bed at night, he would wrap himself in a diaper. Book artist. It's okay to wrap yourself in a diaper, wouldn't it be uncomfortable to sleep at night? Upskirt maniac. This kind of silver mulberry really subverts cognition. Fairy Chilean. Yes, I thought he was just acting a little pervert in the group, but I didn't expect it to be even more extreme in reality. Wig. Well, I haven't said anything about him after he was 20. If you tell those things to everyone, it will be called a real subversion of cognition. And I, Katsura Kotaro, swear that everything I say here is the truth. Even if he is present now, I dare to say it in front of him. Curly. Huh, upskirt maniac. Wow, Yinsang is back. Book artist. Tell me about the wig. He is here now, tell him in front of him. Wig. Cough. Mine. Maybe I got sick from eating, so I need to go to the hospital. Talk to you later. Curly-haired. Don't change another day. Lousy is going to send you medicine for stomach problems right now. Why don't you explain clearly to Lousy, Yinzun, what will happen to me after I turn 20? Wig. After the age of 20, Yinshi becomes a handsome man. Book artist. Upskirt maniac. Hatchet girl. Wig. Yes, Yinshi after the age of 20 is recognized as a handsome man in our support team. He is known as a social flower. Upskirt maniac. The flower of communication is used to describe women, right? And it's not that kind of positive adjective. Wig. Don't get too entangled in that kind of thing. Anyway, everyone has liked Yinshi since childhood. Book artist. That's not what you said earlier. You said that he peeked at the grandmother taking a bath at the age of 6, studied adult books at the age of 9, molested elementary school students at the age of 12, and wet the bed at the age of 19. It's a shame for mankind. Curly. Wig, have you figured out how to die? Shark face guy. He's offline, very decisively. Hatchet girl. Fleeing in fear of crime. Fairy Chilean. That is to say, what this guy just said is false. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Of course it's fake. From the moment he uttered the title Death Singer, I knew he was talking nonsense. Mocho. You don't really believe it, do you? Advertisement. Book artist. No way, no way. Sister Mocho, you can't be so naive, can you? Did you believe what this fool said? Fairy Chilean. Yes, of course not. Lee Maku's cheeks were flushed at this moment, as if on fire. Obviously, she actually believed it. But he didn't want to admit in the group that he was fooled by a fool. Curly-haired boy. This B asterisk 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 D, he will be killed sooner or later. Oh, Lousy's first name. Book artist. What about making trouble? You don't have that kind of thing in the first place, right? Curly-haired child. I have it now. From today, Yin Sang, I am the vice president of Yoshihara Yuming Commune. Yin Sang, my face, will be Yoshihara's face from now on. Upskirt maniac. Angels of Rain Shinobi Village. Yoshihara Nether Commune. Book artist. Where did this organization come from? I've never heard of it, hello. Curly-haired son. Of course it was established by our president, Lord Night King Aizen. Open black lens bracket picture close black lens bracket. Click on the picture, and you can clearly see Aizen in white sitting at his desk with a cup of black tea in his hand. Yueyong and Yinshi stood on both sides with smiles on their faces. Hatchet girl. Shocked. Upskirt maniac. And Ransang, have you already gone to your place? There is no rumor at all, the secrecy work is really good. Book artist. I see. You left earlier for this reason. Curly-haired boy. Well, that's not a matter of course. Yinsang, I am not in the group, naturally there is a greater cause to complete. Only this kind of great cause can be worthy of Yinsang's greatness. Book artist. Grade A asterisk, you are so ashamed to put gold on your face. Besides, you didn't complete that career, did you? You can't rely on an Ransang. Curly-haired child. Ali Zhong, you'd better speak carefully. And Ransang is now my president, this is a real bond of real relationship. Upskirt maniac. Ali Zhong is still in Ransang's harem, is she much closer than you? Curly hair. There are only 2 vice presidents, but there can be countless side rooms. Shark face guy. No, there can't be an infinite number of them. If that's the case, even Mr. Aizen may be too busy. Curly-haired child. In that case, let's be realistic, a simple 4-digit number. Book artist. 4 digits. You are a real fart, you can grind an iron rod into a needle. Fairy Chilean. Would it be better to use an iron pestle here? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. 2 vice presidents, and the other one is Na Yueyong. Advertisement. This is an actor. The Sun Wheel and the Moon Chant take turns on duty. In the future, Yoshihara's affairs, big and small, will be managed by them. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Take care to protect yourself in that kind of place and come back early. This is an actor. Ah. Once things get back on track here, I can let go. Hatchet girl. Protect yourself. Over there, is there anything that can threaten the group leader? Curly-haired boy. Do you need to ask about this kind of thing? Of course. Upskirt maniac. Woman. Fairy Chilean. A woman who is like a wolf and a tiger. Book artist. Miss Conan is jealous. But even the jealous Conan sister still spoke so tactfully, without any vexatious appearance. Curly-haired. Yeah, it's 2 extremes compared to you guy who is making trouble for no reason 24 hours a day. Book illustrator. You are the only one who makes unreasonable noises 24 hours a day and loves to commit neurosis. Curly-haired son. I will directly echo this sentence to you, Yinsang. Hatchet girl. You too, don't quarrel. Shark face guy. That's not an argument, it's just their normal behavior. Fairy Chilean. Every time a newcomer comes in, I have to explain, troublesome. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. But there probably won't be any newcomers in the short term. Upskirt maniac. If there is another newcomer, I, Li Hao, hope to be a gentle and kind big sister. Book artist. Lei Zhejiang, you said the wrong thing. Aren't Sister Conan and Sister Mo Cho not gentle and kind enough? Curly-haired child. You are not right, their gentleness and kindness are also targeted. In reality, one of them is an explosive genius, and the other is a murderous maniac. If this can be considered kind, Yinjung, I am simply a compassionate bodhisattva. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. At this is an actor, and Ran sang. Hint. Curly hair was banned for 5 minutes. Book artist. You deserve it, you deserve it. Let you die. Upskirt maniac. Sister Conan and Sister Mocho are very gentle and kind, but they are not big sisters. Judging by their age, they can only be regarded as little sisters at best. Book artist. Damn, Lei Zhejiang, did you wipe your little mouth? Hatchet girl. Lazy Chan is really good at talking, envy. Open black lens bracket hint. Soul Society brings villains to join the group close black lens bracket. 109 Sister Wa, Aizen virus. Hatchet girl. Is there really a newcomer here? Benzi illustrator. This screen name. Could it be Aizen? The Aizen that Ying Lily mentioned here of course refers to the real Aizen in Soul Society. If it were him, it would be a bit messy. Upskirt maniac. This seems really possible. It's an actor. It's possible, but not necessarily. Aizen isn't the only villain in the Soul Society. Upskirt maniac. Huh, this is an actress. Forgot, there is also a big sister you want. That Soul Society's unprecedented villain, the founder of Team 11, first generation Kenpachi. Upskirt maniac. Hana Retsu. Book artist. If it is her, then she is really gentle and kind, and she is indeed a real big sister. She is a 1,000-year-old big sister. Soul Society leads villains. To be exact, it is 2,673 years old. Upskirt maniac. Say, talk. Did you read the announcement so quickly? Book artist. Mommy, is it really Sister Wa? Shark face guy. The captain of the 4th team of Soul Society. It seems that our group has another incredible character. Soul Society leads villains. You all seem to know me very well. Can I know the reason for 443? Soul Society, the 4th squad team building. Hana Retsu held a cup of tea in her hand, staring at the light curtain in front of her eyes, with a strange flash in her eyes. Connecting all worlds, miraculous creations, and knowing the trajectory of all worlds, that is to say, the contents of the announcement just now are true. Interesting, this so-called group chat is really interesting. A strange kind of excitement arose in Hana Retsu's heart, and this excitement even surpassed the happiness gained from fighting against the strong back then. After all, that kind of happiness is only temporary, but this group can transcend the limitation of time. It can bring her a steady stream of novel experiences. However, even though she was extremely excited inside, Hana Retsu's face didn't show it at all. It is still calm and breezy, with a gentle face. Act like a retiree in retirement. Advertisement. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Welcome to the group. When you have enough points, you can go to the memory list, there is the answer you want. But first of all, according to the regulations of this group, you must first introduce yourself in detail. Soul Society with villains. Introduce yourself. Upskirt maniac. In other words, introduce your name, gender, age, occupation and orientation. Book artist. Leizajong, you are not right. What the hell is orientation? When does our group need to introduce orientation? This is all in the category of personal privacy. Upskirt maniac. But I think it helps us get to know the newcomers better. By the way, my orientation is male. Male. This is an actor. So that's the case. Is Zhou now deliberately using this to express his dissatisfaction with us? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Lai Yi, calm down, we will ask Yin to give you the whole job later. Do you like to see boulders broken in your chest? Book artist. PFF'd, ha 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 ha. You can have this. Upskirt maniac. Who wants to see the big rock on his chest? Don't call him Lai Yi anymore. Hatchet girl. I like soft boys. Fairy Chilean. Soft. Book artist. No, a boy can still be called a boy if he can't get hard. Yan Yejiang, your idea is wrong. This is an actor. I think the softness people say is not your softness. Upskirt madman. Ali Zhang is indeed an old CG, and Yin Sang is right about that. Book artist. No, I can only count as more knowledgeable. There is nothing wrong with knowledge. This is an actor. The knowledge is right, but the root is wrong. As long as the line, bitch, is wrong, the more knowledge you have, the more reactionary you will be. That's what you said. Upskirt maniac. Too real to be true. Book artist. Shut up. The villain of Soul Society. Hana Retsu. Female, age 2673, occupation as Shinigami, orientation as a man who can please me. Hatchet girl. Pleasing. What kind of pleasing is this pleasing? Advertisement. Upskirt maniac. Anyway, it's not that kind of weird pleasing, the root can't be missed. Otherwise, you will be educated by the group leader like someone. Book artist. Leizajong, do you know that you are going to be hammered if you are so yin and yang? Upskirt maniac. Slightly. Soul Society brings villains. My pleasure here is to make me interested, and stronger than me. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Under such conditions, I think my family, and Ran Sang, is very suitable. Upskirt maniac. PFF'd. Book artist. Sister Conan, you are a little too generous. How can you ask yourself to help your man expand the harem? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Because I think Sister Wa is also suitable for Ransang. Soul Society leads villains, and Ransang. Shark face guy. That's our group leader. Book artist. No, it doesn't matter whether it's suitable or not, can't be so direct. Ying Lily thought about it carefully, and it would be quite suitable for Sister Wa and Ransang to form a CP. The compatibility between the two is indeed quite high in some aspects, but she just feels uncomfortable. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. This is true, there is still a hurdle for Sister Wa. Are you talking about Zaraki Kenpachi? Hana Retsu instantly understood the meaning of the other party's words, and the corners of her mouth curved slightly. These new companions are really interesting. And why do Shinigami-specific Reiatsu, Kido, and Shunko appear in these uploaded products? She felt that she really should look at the memory area first, to get a better understanding of this group. Thinking this way, when Hana Retsu was about to start the operation, a scrolling message suddenly caught her attention. Wig. Oops, that guy Aizen Sōsuke has really appeared in our world. Aizen virus, has it invaded so early? Silver, What should we do now? Blue, Aizen virus. Hana Retsu's pupils shrank, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. 110 Sister Wa feeling big-headed. Wig. Silver time. Upskirt maniac. No need to shout, Yinsang has already been banned. There is no way to answer yours. Wig. Mute. What is mute? Book artist. It's probably like being blocked by a rag, and I can't speak in the group. Wig. Rag. This is too much, it is unforgivable. Who dares to be so profane to a noble warrior? Upskirt maniac. It's an Ran Sang. Shark face guy. Only the group owner has the right to silence. Book artist. Is the wig intended to seek justice for Ah Yin? Wig. Are you kidding? I just want to say that using a rag is a waste of resources. I suggest changing to a foot cloth. I always feel that silver and foot cloth go well together.
Upskirt maniac. Peeved. Book artist. Sure enough, I will immediately persuade you. Fairy Chilean. Ah Yin is probably trying to hammer you to death now. Soul Society villain. Wig-san, what do you mean by the Aizen virus? Wig. Huh? Are you? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village, Hana Retsu, captain of Soul Society's 4th squad, is a newcomer to the group today. Wig. Newcomer. Newcomer, in other words, I, Katsura Kotaro, have finally become a senior today? Ha 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 ha. Book artist. What is there to be proud of in this kind of thing? Upskirt madman. Sister Wa just entered the group a little later than you, but in fact she is the real senior. Advertisement wig. Well, after all, she's just an old woman. Book artist. You said it, you actually said what you shouldn't have said, apologize. Sharkface guy. Mr. Gui, the way you speak is very rude. Upskirt maniac. Indeed, what a faux pas. Soul Society villain. It's okay, folks. Thank you for your maintenance, but I don't care about these false names. So, this Mr. Gui? Can you answer my old woman's question? Wig. Since you asked the question so sincerely, I will tell you mercifully, open black lens bracket picture close black lens bracket. Angels of Rain Shinobi Village. This is. In the picture is a newspaper with the headline, The Alley of Fireworks Transformed. Yoshihara, and under the title, there is a photo of Aizen in white clothes with a long knife hanging on his waist standing in the attic of Yoshihara Naka, looking into the distance. Book artist. This Aizen-sama is really capable of doing business, permanently shutting down Yoshihara's flesh and blood business? Isn't this underground street abolished? Upskirt maniac. Curious, why would he do this? Sharkface guy. I'm afraid this question can only be asked by Mr. Aizen himself. Soul Society's villain. Is this really Captain Aizen? Unlike other group members who focused on the content of this newsletter, Hana Retsu focused all his attention on that photo. From the appearance point of view, it is indeed somewhat similar to the captain of the 5th team of their Soul Society. But the age is obviously not right, and he doesn't wear glasses. Wig. Huh? Do you think I'm going to admit it? This guy is exactly the same as the Aizen from Hokage World. Soul Society villains. Hokage World. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Sister Wa hasn't had time to look at the memory list yet. The place where I live is the Hokage World. Book artist. Cough. According to Yinsang's investigation, Aizen appears in these worlds because of the infection of Aizen virus. I don't know if it's reliable or not, but Yintai said it anyway. Advertisement Ariri thinks that the captain of the 4th team of the Soul Society might not be as easy to deceive as a wig. After all, she had discovered the clues of Kiyoka Suigetsu in Kanbaru. Why did Captain Aizen become a virus? What's going on? Hana Retsu frowned. She felt that her first priority should be to study the memory list. With this in mind, he decisively opened the option bar of the memory list. A few seconds later, Hana Retsu's complexion gradually became serious after receiving the world information. Hogyoku, Arankar, the truth about Urahara Kazuki's defection decades ago. She really didn't expect that Captain Aizen, who looks peaceful and speaks softly, is the biggest traitor hidden in Soul Society. Ask for flowers, however, what is going on with Aizen appearing in the world of Hokage and Jindama? Could it be that he has deviated from the original work and created the technology to travel through the world? But even if he travels through the world, why does his body become smaller? Questions linger in Hana Retsu's mind. One possibility after another was overturned by her, and new ones were derived again. At this moment, Jintama World. Sakata Yinshi, who was looking at the chat records in the group, showed an anxious expression on his face, and said loudly, "You idiot Ying Lily, actually lied to Sister Wa according to what I said about the wig. She definitely won't believe it." Yeah, Captain Hana is really not as easy to deceive as Mr. Gui. Aizen was calm, still admiring the sky above his head calmly. The original Yoshiwara underground shopping mall was unable to see the sky, and it was shrouded in darkness all day long. Until Aizen took over here, the first thing they did was to open the zenith here. If she digs deeper, won't our camouflage plan be exposed? Sakata Jintoki scratched his hair with an annoyed expression on his face. Damn it, this pear sauce ruined my life. It's your plan, I'm just cooperating with you, but the exposure should not be so fast. Aizen glanced at him, and said calmly, although your so-called virus theory is full of loopholes, but if you want to find out the whole truth with your own ability, even Captain Unikana will take a long time. If that's the case, then it's not a loss. Sakata Jintoki breathed a sigh of relief, and said, however, why did you cancel Yoshihara's flesh and blood business? Is there any deep meaning in it? No, I just want them to be people again, not goods. Saying that, Aizen looked up at the zenith again.
A round of bright red sun, small in the sky, 111 Aizen virus real hammer. Angels of Rain Shinobi Village, to be people, not goods? Curly-haired son. Yes, that's why our president wants to reform Yoshihara. I have just been lifted from the ban, Yin sang, I will explain it to you. Book artist. I don't understand your explanation. Is it true that in the eyes of Master Aizen, the custom girl is not a person? Upskirt maniac. I don't think it's that simple. Wig. Wait, Yinshi, did you go to Aizen just like that? Curly-haired child. Otherwise, I implemented this according to the plan you gave me, so you gave me face. Wig. UB asterisk 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 D. What are you kidding? Don't you have the rebellious spirit of a samurai? Unexpectedly, you actually went to the evil big demon king of Aizen, 613. Curly-haired boy. Well, you really don't feel pain in your back when you stand and talk. Even a guy like Yi Wang Fengshen was killed by him in a single blow, and no one even saw what he did. You resist and show me. Wig. Samurai, even if you die, you shouldn't abandon your beliefs. What did you use to bribe him? Hatchet girl. So the last sentence is the key point, you want to bribe too? Fairy Chilean. Miss Yan Yi has also grown up, and she can see through the truth at a glance. Curly-haired boy. Bribe your sister, Yin Song. A man like me, actually needs to be bribed? Could it be that Master Aizen has taken a fancy to my talent? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village, I saw your talent. Book artist. What the hell are you talking about, and it's out of the sky? It's an actor, it's pretty shitty, unless that Aizen is blind. Curly-haired boy. Cough, even the group leader can't speak ill of my president. Advertisement upskirt maniac. And Ransang is simply speaking ill of you. Book artist. Let's get back to the topic, what do people and goods mean? Shark face guy. This kind of thing still depends on Ransang, after all he is a professional. Soul Society's villains. Professional? Book artist. Yes, a professional Aizen interpretation master. At the beginning, and Ranbao had touched the idea of Aizen countless times. The villain of Soul Society. Get to know Aizen's thoughts? Does the group leader still have such ability? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. And Ransang's ability is more than that. Sister Wa will gradually know in the future. This is a man who can make you feel happy physically and mentally. Upskirt maniac. Miss Conan is selling her own man again. Soul Society's villain. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. Then, let the group leader explain it first. To be honest, Hana Retsu is really interested in this group leader. Just looking at the respect these group members showed him from the bottom of their hearts, one can know that this man is definitely not as simple as he appears in memory. So, what kind of secret is hidden behind him? This is an actor. To understand the words of Aizen, you must first think about the difference between people and goods. This is not a question of dead or living things, but a question of thought. Fairy Chilean. Thoughts? Here's an actor. Yeah, thought. If people lose their own beliefs in the cognition of the concept of being a human being, and become a tool that only pleases others in exchange for money, is a human being still a human being? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I see, this is the meaning of goods. Without belief in the concept of people, people become goods. Soul Society's villains. Interesting insights. You mean, the thing that Aizen was in Yoshiwara was just to liberate the minds of those custom girls? Wig. Impossible. How could that evil devil do such a good thing? Advertisement Curly. Hey, Wig. Since you think he is an evil monster, why did you come to Yoshihara to hand over your resume? Do you think I won't recognize you if you wear a fake beard? Wig. It's not a wig, it's Gui. I'm just planning to carry out laden work here. Please pass through, thank you. Here's the actor. Aizen isn't purely evil, it's true. For him, neither good nor evil is necessary. Compared with the result, he hopes to get a sense of accomplishment in the process. This is true for subverting the world, and it is also true for bringing down the Spirit King. The villain of Soul Society. Is there a sense of accomplishment? So it is. Hana Retsu seemed to understand something, and at the same time became more curious about this mysterious group leader. He seems to understand Aizen very well, and he has thoroughly studied Aizen's heart. Is this really just analysis? This is an actor. However, neither the Aizen of the Hokage world nor the Gintama world is the Aizen of the Soul Society. I think Captain Hana should have discovered this point, right? Soul Society villain. Exactly. The age difference between the two Aizens is a big question, as is the bone structure of the cheeks. Although very similar, there is absolutely no perfect match. As the leading medical expert of the Soul Society, Hana Retsu also has a solid theoretical and practical foundation in the research of human bones. No dissection is required, as long as careful observation and comparison can detect the subtle 4.6 differences between Soul Society Aizen, Hokage, and Gintama World Aizen. Book artist. Really amazing, Sister Wa. Upskirt maniac. Indeed, it is much stronger than ours at that time. We also learned that Soul Society's Aizen and Hokage Aizen are not the same person through Ransang's reminder. Wig. Wait, that means the Aizen of our world isn't a real Aizen? Is this guy a fake? The villain of the Soul Society. I'm afraid it's not a counterfeit. I think those two should be the alternative individuals that Aizen spawned by Hogyoku by accident. In other words, they're probably the Aizen virus. The Aizen virus accidentally created by Hogyoku. Upskirt maniac. Fairy Chilean. Shark face guy. 112 make a big death wig very speechless.
Hoshigaki Kisame originally expected that the captain of the 4th Division of the Soul Society would be able to judge the fact that Mr. Aizen is in the group through speculation, but he didn't expect this? That's it? Going around and going around, in the end it is the Aizen virus. This is too ridiculous, it is simply incomprehensible. Forget it, it can only be said that there is a specialization in the art industry. Kisame gave up the desire to complain and sighed deeply. This Captain Unohana, who has lived for thousands of years, may be at the top level in both combat and medical treatment, but his reasoning ability is obviously still lacking. The villain of Soul Society. What, why didn't you speak? This is an actor. No, it's just that everyone feels a little shocked. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Indeed, a shocking inference. Upskirt Maniac. Really deserves to be Miss Wa. It is so well founded that people can't find any omissions at all. Amazing. Be reasonable. If I didn't know that Anran-san is the Aizen of Hokage and Gintama world, I'm afraid Satin Ruiko would have believed it. The villain of Soul Society. Actually, I don't know much about Hogyoku 18, this is just a personal guess. If there are any deficiencies, please correct me. Book artist. Cough. No need, I think this is the only answer, everyone should have the same idea as me, right? Hatchet Girl. Yes. Gui Yanye felt that his conscience was a bit difficult, so his tone was not very firm. Upskirt Maniac. Curly-haired boy, cough, almost. Sakata Jintoki didn't know what to say, and his nonsense was actually confirmed by Unohana Retsu. It's just outrageous. Advertisement Shark Face Guy. Even if we know the source of the Aizen virus, how should we deal with it? Soul Society villains. Start with Soul Society's Aizen and Hogyoku. Since he is the source of the virus, cutting it off should cause a qualitative change, right? It's an actor. Makes sense, but how do you cut it off? If you already have Kiyoka Suigetsu, you won't be able to fight Aizen. Upskirt Maniac. Is it okay to report to Captain Yamamoto? Gather the power of the entire Soul Society and catch Aizen by surprise. That's all right. This is an actor. Don't think about it, old man Sean can't believe it. Soul Society villain. Exactly. If there is no solid evidence, even I cannot convince the captain. He is a very stubborn person in his bones, and quite stubborn. Book artist. Tisk, Sister Wa alone can't accomplish anything, and without evidence, the power of the Soul Society cannot be assembled. This is very uncomfortable. Upskirt Maniac. Besides, Aizen is not the only trouble with the Soul Society, there is also a bigger threat, Yuhabak. This is an actor. If possible, Captain Unikana, can you tell me what time it is now on your side? The villain of the Soul Society. It has been 2 years since Shiba Yixin, the captain of the 10th Division, disappeared. Here's an actor. Oh, that means it's still a dozen years before the Shinigami episode begins. That being the case, then there is no need to be too impatient. Save your own strength first. The villain of Soul Society. The group leader seems to have a solution to the problem? Here's an actor. But it's not yet. He needs to complete all the plans of the Hokage world before turning to the Shinigami world. After all, it is not as simple as the Gintama world. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Sister Wa, you can always trust in Ran Sang. Soul Society's villain. I'll try. Except for the wig, the members of this group gave her a very good impression. Therefore, she is also willing to let herself into it. Wig. Everyone, I suddenly had a better idea. Except for Soul Society, Aizens in other worlds have physical bodies, right? If so, why can't we drug them? Advertisement Hatchet Girl. You want to drug Aizen? Soul Society's villain. It seems feasible, I can provide wear points and collapse points. If the metering is increased, even Aizen will not be able to resist. Wig. No, I'm not talking about that kind of drug. Even if we can stun him, we can't kill him completely with Hogyoku's protection, right? Upskirt Maniac. So, which drug are you thinking about? Fairy Chilean. Poison. But even if it is poison, it is impossible to kill Aizen. Wig. Of course it can't be poison, I'm not that stupid. Book artist. Then what other medicine can deal with Aizen? Don't let this be a mystery, okay? Wig. Humph. Can't you use your stupid brains to think in other places? You can't use drugs such as drugs and poisons, but you can use healthcare products, for example, Viagra, Indian oil and so on. Fairy Chilean. 597. Upskirt Maniac. Illustrator of the book. Wei Jie, Indian oil. Mommy, what are you? Curly. Wig. Shut up. Stop your G thoughts. Wig. After confirming that Aizen has finished drinking the medicine, we will put another man in. In this way, Aizen can also achieve the effect of death. Social death, ha 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 da. Hatchet Girl. I have to admit, Mr. Wig, in terms of crossing the bottom line of human beings, you have indeed subverted my cognition. Wig. We samurai are all informal, but then again, Jintoki. Why is the red light in Yoshihara's waiting room for candidates now? Curly-haired boy. Well, it's a signal of foreign enemies invading. Wig. That's right. It seems that there are other people who can't understand the tyrant Aizen, so they plan to overthrow him? There are still discerning people in our country. After the message was sent out, Wei Shoutaro suddenly found himself surrounded by a group of Baihua members wearing masks on their faces. And the leader who leads this group of Baihua members is his close comrade in arms. Sakata Jintoki. This is the intruder, tie it up. 113 emergency wig. That, silver time. What's going on now?
Gui Shoutaro, who had already been tied up by the members of Baihua and escorted into the dark dungeon, was full of bewilderment. Curly. Not a big deal. Someone reported your suspicious behavior just now, and now it is just a routine investigation. It's okay, don't worry. The message was sent out, and the shutters in front of Jintoki Sakata opened. From his perspective, he can just observe Katsura Kotaro's expression at this moment from the glass window. However, in Gui Shoutaro's sight, it was just a dark wall. Wig. Is that so? Is that so? Curly. Well, we're just putting on a show right now. I have already told those Baihua members that you are my close comrade in arms. For my sake, your suspicion should be cleared up soon. Believe me. Wig. Yin Shi. We are close comrades in arms forever. Just after this message was sent, 2 Baihua members suddenly tied him to a large wooden turntable. Gently pull the handle, and the turntable starts to rotate slowly. Huh? Gui Shoutaro sensed that something was wrong, and quickly asked in the group. Yinshi, they don't want to torture to extract a confession, do they? Soul Society villain. Book artist, why do you have such doubts? Upskirt maniac. What the hell happened? Wig. These women seem to think of me as a drum washing machine. I feel dizzy now. Yinshi, is it really okay? Curly. It's just a washing machine, calm down. Sakata Jintoki pressed the green button in front of him, and the members of Baihua who received the reminder started a new round of action. Wig. Wait, why did they put a funnel in my mouth? Curly-haired child. It's okay, it's normal operation. Don't make a fuss, I'm already communicating with the Baihua manager here. That's what he said, but at this moment, Yu Yang, who is the manager of Baihua, is actually standing beside him. And he asked with an unbearable face. Is it really going to be so amazing? Advertisement, of course. Sakata Jintoki stared at Katsura Kotaro, and said without hesitation. For such idiots, you must be educated severely. Everything is for our Aizen-sama. For Aizen-sama? If that's the case, there's nothing I can do about it. Yu Yang shut up instantly, and her expression gradually changed to indifferent. While the two were talking, a member of Baihua with a copper basin in his hand had come to Gui Shoutaro. On the copper basin, there's a layer of bright red chili oil floating. Crash. A whole pot of chili water was poured straight down Gui Shoutaro's throat from the funnel in his back. Wig. No, eyes widened. Katsura Kotaro's entire face quickly turned red, and then turned blue again. The strong spicy stimulation directly triggered the defense mechanism of his brain. In the end, he rolled his eyes and fell into a coma. Curly-haired child. Oh, did you faint? Open black lens bracket picture close black lens bracket upskirt maniac. I rolled my eyes, I must have passed out. Book artist. How much pepper water was poured on him? His clothes were dyed red, poof. Hatchet girl. What a tragedy. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. It's really miserable, but he did it himself. How dare you arrange and ransang, and even plan to give him that kind of medicine? If that's the case, it's fine, and you want to let a man in? This is simply beyond the bottom line of Conan's patience. Fairy Chilean. I have done my own evil, I can't live. Soul Society's villains. Self-inflicted. Unohana Retsu frowned, feeling that things were not so simple. It stands to reason that this wig should have been reported by someone, so why did you do it yourself? And seeing what happened to him, these group members who were usually very friendly are very indifferent. No, it's not just indifference, rather, it should have been expected. What's the matter? Advertisement book artist. Cough. Doesn't Sister Wa think this guy is annoying? She should teach him a lesson. Anyway, I support him with both hands. Upskirt maniac. Me too. The villain of the Soul Society. In other words, no one reported it at all? Did the curly-haired man deliberately punish him? Curly. It's a bit inappropriate to use the word rectified. This is just a profound education. Education for idiot wigs. To be honest, Yin sang, I have wanted to do this for a long time. Sakata Jintoki really felt that his whole body had been sublimated and he felt comfortable all over. Soul Society's bandits. Education. The expression on Unohana Retsu's face is a little dull. Profound education is to pour pepper water on people. Are you really close comrades in arms and not life and death enemies? Even enemies should not suffer from illness to this extent, right? Book artist. Indeed, wigs are a lack of education. This is also for his own good. Ying Lily felt that it was very generous of Ransang not to kick him out for what he said just now. Sometimes this idiot really can't see the situation clearly, so he just opens his mouth. Sighing inwardly, Ying Lily pushed open the door of the healthcare room in front of her. Why did you come here? Kasumido Gashiyu, who had been waiting in the room for a long time, crossed her arms and said impatiently. It was obviously the time I made an appointment, but I was late. You have to ask our Huxia teacher why you have to delay the class. Ying Lily shrugged. Forget it, let's just tell your purpose directly. Shajiju didn't delve into it any further, and waved his hand. What's the matter with asking me to come over? Good job. Ying Lily was silent for a moment, and said, I heard that you also quit that game club? Shajiju Shiyu was slightly taken aback, and frowned. Yeah, do you think you have another chance? Lastly, I don't have any relationship with Yilin anymore. Ying Lily stared at the other party, and said, I just wanted to call you here. Buzz buzz. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a harsh buzzing sound. Ying Lily and Shajiju were stunned, and they all followed Sheng Sheng through the window of the healthcare room. But in the sky not far away, a black cloud was churning. If you look closely, you will find that it is not actually a cloud.
Instead, they were huge worms with pitch-black bodies and hideous appearances, sweeping towards the entire Chiyoda area like overwhelming speed. 114 The Swarm Invasion Book Artist. The worrying thing still happened. Open black lens bracket picture close black lens bracket. Fairy Chilean. Now, Miss Allie, the upgraded creatures have begun to invade human cities in groups? Upskirt Maniac. Are these bugs? Of course Satin knew that the world over there was recovering, and all kinds of animals were being upgraded far beyond the norm. But these huge black insects in the photo still shocked her strongly. From the appearance point of view, they are like aggregates of locusts and beetles. The head and limbs are a bit like a locust, but the body is covered with a thick black carapace. The size is like a calf, and the mouthparts are like two cold files. Book Artist. Yes. They landed from Liufan Street, and now they have advanced near our school. Confusion. At this moment, the private Toyosaki Academy has completely fallen into a state of complete chaos. Facing the invasion of these giant insects, the teachers and students in the school behaved like headless flies, scurrying around and running desperately. Howling and screaming were endless. Follow me, Yang 797 Lily. At this time, Shajiju obviously lost the interest of being poisonous, and said with a serious expression, "Let's go to the younger generation to join him." 11. Yeah. Ying Lily nodded slightly after glancing at the ferocious giant worms hovering outside the window. Even if we can't be a couple, we are still friends. She also didn't want to see Yilin suffer misfortune. Hatchet Girl. If that's the case, isn't Ms. Ariri very dangerous now? Book Artist. It's not that dangerous, I still have the ability to protect myself, and these bugs don't seem to have a strong desire to attack humans. How strange, most of them just hover in the sky. Here's an actor. Perhaps, these bugs infesting human cities have another purpose? Upskirt Maniac. No, could it be that these bugs have already given birth to wisdom? This is an actor. Not necessarily wisdom, or perhaps driven by some kind of instinct. Just like locusts migrate and ants build nests, these are all derived from instinctive habits. The villain of the Soul Society. Instinct? The conjecture of the group leader is indeed very reasonable, but I am afraid that no one will know their instincts and habits of these creatures that have undergone mutations, right? Here's the actor. Yeah, any scientific conclusion takes time to study and observe. Advertisement curly hair. Compared with these, I am more curious about what the government departments on Lijiang's side are doing. Did something like this happen without warning? Book Artist. I don't know, anyway, no one from our school notified me. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Lijiang should start a live broadcast, so that in case of danger, rescue can be done in time. Reminder. The artist of this book has opened the live broadcast room. Reminder. 8 group members including the angel from Rain Shinobi Village, this actor, and the villain from Soul Society joined the live broadcast room. Close black lens bracket. The screen opened, and Ying Lily with golden double ponytails came into everyone's eyes. The expression on her delicate and pretty face was very calm, and there were no scars on her body. He waved his hand lightly to the screen as a greeting to everyone. Book Artist. Wait a minute, I'll switch to theater mode. The picture on the screen flickered, changing from the original close-up to the global mode. Everyone in the live broadcast room can clearly see that the campus is full of chaos at this moment. Upskirt Maniac. There are so many bugs. The black giant insects flying in the sky are densely packed. But most of them don't seem to have any purpose, and they are completely indifferent to the frantically fleeing humans below. Only a few of those who landed on the ground were using their powerful mouthparts to frantically destroy and gnaw at various infrastructures on the campus, from wires to lampposts, and even the trash cans and benches at the school gate. Fairy Chilean. It's really strange, what are these bugs going to do? They made such a big fight just to cause some damage in your school? Hatchet Girl. Yes, it is very incomprehensible. Angels at Rain Shinobi Village. They don't seem to have much interest in human flesh, which is a relief. Curly. Well, wait a minute. Am I the only one who noticed that the prompt to enter the live broadcast room has changed? What does it mean to wait for 8 group members? Is Yin Song not worthy of a name? Book Artist. Hey, Yin has become smarter. Can you guess the truth? Upskirt Maniac. Ha 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 ha. Maybe this is the flash of inspiration in the legend? Curly-haired boy. Ha ha ha, what a fart. You, like Yin Sang, are among those who don't deserve a name. Advertisement shark face guy. How about Yin Song go talk to the group rules and ask it to show your name? Curly-haired boy. Well, let him go today. Upskirt Maniac. Yes, it is indeed Yin Song. Losing is not losing, this wave is very spiritual. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Where is Ari-chan going? Book Artist. Go find him Yilin too. Shajiju was worried that something would happen to him, so he dragged me to meet him. Here's the cast. The surefire way to handle it. Book Artist. Cough, don't get me wrong. I have nothing to do with Yilin, at best we can only be considered friends. Upskirt Maniac. Why did Ali Zhang explain it specially? It's so strange. Curly-haired boy. Yes, it's really strange. Why? Swish. Ying Lily's face was instantly congested with blood, and her face was flushed. I was just afraid that you would misunderstand. I think I haven't let go of Yilin, it's just that. Hatchet Girl. This is wrong. What you just said to Ransang was, don't get me wrong, it's not you. Upskirt Maniac. Ha 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 ha, Ms. Yan Yi has discovered the blind spot, Ali Zhang. Do you want to continue to argue? Book Artist.
Shut up, yes, it is not what you think. Curly-haired boy. What do we think, just say it. Book artist. Damn it, obviously those bugs can't hurt people, so why worry about that guy in Yilin? It's not necessary at all. Upskirt maniac. Change the subject. Ali Zhang quickly changed the subject. This is an actor. I think it's not that they don't hurt, but that they don't break a certain balance. Balance point? Ying Lily was stunned, and was about to send a message to ask, but at this moment, a series of bang 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 gunshots suddenly came from outside the campus. 115 I Lunya, who is crazy about games. Curly. What's the matter? Upskirt maniac. The army should be involved, right? Book artist. It's the National Self-Defense Forces, I didn't expect them to move very fast. Ying Lily looked out of the window in the corridor, and the camera on the screen jumped accordingly. Dozens of soldiers in combat uniforms and armed with submachine guns are shooting wildly at the swarm. Whoosh whoosh. Under the cover of the powerful firepower net, the bodies of those black giant worms splashed with dark green juice visible to the naked eye, and fell from mid-air one after another. Hatchet girl. There are so many bugs, it is impossible to kill them all in this way. Fairy Chilean. The picture is quite shocking. Curly. Indeed, it smells like a popcorn movie. Well, why don't you go buy some popcorn? Upskirt maniac. So, you just want to eat popcorn, right? Illustrator of the book. Ah Yin. This is a real battle scene on my side. You really think you were watching a movie? It's too simple and too heavy. You can't justify not buying me your butter-flavored popcorn, right? Upskirt maniac. Peeved. Hatchet girl. Ms. Ying Lily, your amazing twist almost flashed my waist. Angel from Rain Shinobi Village. Look, those bugs seem to be on the offensive too. In the screen. The bugs that originally only hovered and wandered in the sky seemed to have received some kind of signal, and began to swoop towards the soldiers of the self-defense forces in groups. This is an actor. It seems that the balance point has been broken. Soul Society's villains. Is it caused by the attack of those human armies? Curly-haired child. It must be. This is a typical self-destruction. Such a small number of people must not be able to handle the bugs gathered from all directions. Advertisement Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. What is Ari-chan going to do? Do you want to save someone? Book artist. No, I don't want to be the first bird. Moreover, there must be reinforcements behind these self-defense forces. Flap. Just as she sent out this message, the glass window in front of her was suddenly shattered. Kasumigo Gashiyu, who was covered in flames, rushed straight to the gate of the campus. Upskirt maniac. Ah, this. Curly-haired child. Hey, this hill of rosy clouds rushed up directly. Is it so reckless? Does every author of light novels have a heart of justice just around the corner? Here's an actor. I'm afraid it's not just for the sake of a righteous heart. Please pay attention to the northeast corner of the campus square. Northeast corner. Ying Lily was stunned for a while, her eyes projected in the direction Aizen pointed. What caught my eye was a familiar black-haired figure. He was stooping stealthily, walking towards the school building quietly. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Is that in Yilin? Does he want to go back to school? Curly-haired boy. Are you crazy? Want to go back to school at this time? Hatchet girl. Oops, those bugs seem to have noticed it. And Yilin also thought that his actions were very covert, but he didn't know that he was like a beacon in the eyes of the swarm. He was not attacked just now, just because the balance point was not broken, and now, these swarms of worms who have completely fallen into madness obviously don't plan to let him go again. The sound of buzzing and flapping wings sounded, and several insects also rushed towards Yilin from different directions. Boom. The dark red fire burst out, and the charred bugs were scattered everywhere. Sister Shajichu. And Yilin also stared blankly at the black, long, straight girl who was covered in flames in front of her, her face full of surprise. Are you coming back to die, Mr. Morality? Shiyu glanced at him, and bursts of flames suddenly spewed out from his hand towards the swarm of insects. Follow me now, don't run around. However, and Yilin, who reacted, didn't listen to her at all, turned around and sprinted towards the school building. Advertisement curly-haired boy. He has already run away, he ran away quickly. Fairy Chilean. Idiot, this Yilin is really an idiot, right? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. What the hell is he trying to do? Is it because he remembers that there are still important people trapped in the campus? Asking for flowers. Shark face guy. This person can't be Ms. Ariri, can she? Upskirt maniac. Maybe it's Kato Megumi? Just as everyone in the group was discussing the reason for Yilin's return to the school building, Shajichu Shiyu finally stopped him again. Mr. Ethics, don't you understand what I'm saying? Senior Shajichu, please step aside. And Yilin also breathed a sigh of relief, and said, I have something very important that I must do. This is related to my future. If you were worried about Ying Lili, then follow me closely. Kasumigo Gashiwa's tone was a little jealous, but her tone unexpectedly softened. 0M. If Yilin was really worried about Ying Lili, of course she would be jealous, but it also proved that the other party was a man of affection and righteousness, and he was right. But to the surprise of Shajiju and everyone in the live broadcast room, and Yilin was also slightly taken aback, with a surprised expression on his face, Ying Lili, she should have gone home long ago, right? Since you're not worried about Ying Lili, why did you run back? Shajichu Shiyu's complexion became a little ugly again. Does this guy have any other lovers secretly? Computer. And Yilin also pushed his glasses and gave the answer. My laptop, which stored a lot of game data, was left in the multimedia classroom by me. I'm going to get it back. Upskirt maniac. Computer. Not worried about someone, but worried about your own computer? Here's an actor. Oh, for that game. Hatchet girl. Thinking about games after losing your life, isn't it crazy? This is an actor. For an ACG game fanatic, it is understandable that the ACG game he made himself is like his future. Curly-haired boy. Understanding is understanding, but we cannot deny the fact that he is a badass. This product is pure evil. 116 Worthy Sages book artist. Yes, it's really badass. Ying Lily stared quietly at Anyalunye's figure, with a little disappointment in her eyes. I used to like such a person, my mind was really kicked by the donkey. Upskirt maniac. Ali Zhang, don't be angry. Hatchet girl. It's useless to be angry with this kind of man. Book artist. Don't worry, I'm not angry, it just feels a little ironic, I was really stupid enough before. Curly-haired son. Yin Song, I think you should remove the words, before, so that you can truly recognize yourself. Book artist. Get lost, go to hell. The angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Shajiju seems to be shocked by Ailenya's stupidity. On screen. At this moment, Shajiju's poem, 317, Yu's face was dull, and his expression was a little unbelievable. Computer? Just for the computer. Do you guys know what's going on? Boom. The flames in the palm burst out again, and the two insects trying to get close to them were burned to charcoal. Yes, I know. And Yilin didn't look sideways, and said loudly, the situation in the school is very dangerous, but I can't give up my ideals just because of this. Is it ideal? Shajiju Shiyu took a deep breath and said softly. I understand, that means you can give up everything for this ideal, right? Yes, that's right, and Yilin nodded without hesitation. You go, I will help you stop them. Turning around, Shajichu Shiyu said lightly, but from today onwards, we are complete strangers. Sister. And Yilin was also taken aback, with a surprised expression. However, Shajichu Shiyu ignored him at this time, focusing on dealing with the enemy in front of him. The dark red fireball was continuously condensed in her palm, and shot toward the swarm in front of her. Senior sister, thank you. After leaving the last two words, and Yilin didn't stay any longer, turned around and ran towards the school building. It wasn't until his back completely disappeared that Shajichu Shiyu sighed quietly, and his eye circles turned red. Curly hair. Grass, hot, this in Yilin is really hot. Advertisement hatchet girl. Just go straight away, no matter how much you like games, you shouldn't be like this. Upskirt maniac. In a sense, this should be considered a scumbag, right? Fairy Chilean. I don't need a certain meaning, I think he is a scumbag. Nausea. Book artist. No, I think he is quite pitiful, curly hair. Soul Society villain. Poor? To be honest, with Ailenya's performance, Unohana Retsu wanted to kill him with a knife. How can such a scumbag be pitiful? That Shajichu Shiyu is pitiful. Here's an actor. Pathetic indeed. For in Yilin, the games he makes are his own world and future. This narrow vision prevented him from seeing clearly what he had lost. Upskirt maniac. Ah, I understand. His original harem route has all been ruined, and now only Kuo Wei is left, right? This is an actor. No, he has nothing left, scoff. This message from Aizen had just been sent out, and Kasumigoka Shiyu in the live broadcast was suddenly cut on his right arm by a giant insect that came suddenly, and bright red blood flowed out. Hatchet girl. Ah, Kasumi Hill is injured, angel of Rain Shinobi Village. This bug seems a little different. Through the screen, everyone could clearly see that the sneak-attacking bug looked very different. Although its body is also black, it looks exactly like a praying mantis, and its forelimbs are like two sickles. Upskirt maniac. Oops, 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 illustrator of the book. This is the consequence of love to be brave, and in the end, I still have to rely on Sister Ali to save the situation. I'm going up. Bandit of the Soul Society. Hold on, get this. Open black lens bracket hint. The villain of Soul Society uploaded Zanpakuto. Sealed state, pricing, 150 points 1. Curly. FK, Zanpakuto. The real Zanpakuto, hello. Hatchet girl. There are a lot of Zanpakuto, Sister Wa, is this going to be wholesale? Soul Society villain. I'm sorry, I can't take out the awakened Zanpakuto. You can only awaken Zanpakuto yourself. Advertisement upskirt maniac. Sister Wa, don't say that, you've already helped a lot. Satin Ruiko has been coveting Zanpakuto for a long time, but even Aizen doesn't have the technology to really forge Zanpakuto. Book artist. Thank you, Miss Wa. To open the uploaded item trading area, click on the purchase tab of Zanpakuto. White light flashed, and a slender samurai sword appeared in his hand in an instant. Fantastic. Just as she got this Zanpakuto, Yinglili felt a shock from her soul. It was as if there was an invisible thread connecting her with the knife in her hand. But at this time, she didn't have time to study carefully, and she was ready to jump when she walked to the window. Puff. There was a muffled sound of a knife cutting into meat. The giant praying mantis in front of Shiyu of Shajiju was suddenly split in two from the middle, and the dark green juice was scattered and splashed. Sluggish. Not only Shajichu Shiyu, but also Ying Lily, who was about to jump out of the window, and everyone in the live broadcast room fell into a state of sluggishness. Because in their line of sight appeared a person who shouldn't be out for fun. Soft shoulder-length short hair, delicate cheeks. Wearing the same school uniform as Kasumigoka and Ariri, and holding a long sword shining with 3.2 white light in his hand. Curly hair. Jaw. Kato Megumi. Upskirt maniac. Why is she here? And, how did she appear just now? Hatchet girl. I didn't see it at all. Book artist. Me too. Can she still move in space? This is an actor. No, she has been hiding nearby since a long time ago, but you didn't notice it. Upskirt maniac. Hatchet girl. Book artist. No, no way. Soul Society's villains. Some kind of invisibility? This is an actor. Be it, a different way of invisibility. By greatly reducing one's own sense of existence, the effect of shielding oneself is achieved. Shingrenwi, well 117 The Strange Swarm Leader. Book artist. Wait. Doesn't Enran Sang's statement mean that Kato Megumi's sense of existence is too low, so it's hard for people to notice? This is nothing to admire. Upskirt maniac. I originally thought it was her awakened ability, but I didn't expect it to be just a sad and thin sense of existence. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Being so thin can be considered an ability. You see, those bugs didn't notice her at all. Curly. Conan-chan, please stop talking. The more you say that, Yin-song, the more I feel sorry for her. Even those crazy bugs ignore her. How sad it is. Hatchet girl. Hey, what are those praying mantises on the right chasing? Book artist. It seems like a drone. Ying Lily cast her eyes over, and the picture on the screen gradually pulled in. Everyone in the live broadcast room could clearly see that it was indeed a drone, and it was obviously for military use from the outside. Upskirt maniac. Here's an actor. Apparently, reinforcements from the self-defense forces are coming. Rumble. The wall on the side collapsed suddenly, stirring up a large cloud of smoke and dust. The picture on the screen also switched 18 to the source of the sound at the right time, but several light tanks were seen entering through the gap and slowly advancing into the academy. The caterpillars rolled over the corpses on the ground, making crunching and crunching sounds, and the dark green juice mixed with the soil gave off a disgusting smell. Kasumi Goka and Kato Megumi looked at each other in blank dismay. Army tanks actually drove into your school? Buzz buzz. At this time, several drones circled and flew by. A calm and serious voice comes from the built-in speakers. I am Isamu Okada, the commander of the 4th Operations Section of the National Self-Defense Force. After receiving the order from the headquarters, the Self-Defense Force will completely clear all upgraded creatures in Chiyoda District. Everyone present immediately leave the school. Repeat, everyone present immediately leave the academy. Soul Society's bad guy. Total purge. Fairy Chilean. In other words, they want to treat the school as a battlefield. Advertisement curly-haired boy. Hey, if this kind of war machine fires with all its strength, the delicate teaching building won't be able to withstand the devastation at all. Upskirt maniac. Yin-song, how do you say this is a bit weird? But the army leaders have let go. Ari-chan should hurry up and leave with Kasumi Hill and the others. Hatchet girl. That Yilin seems to be still in the school building? Curly-haired boy. Leave him alone, that kind of idiot, just let him die. Book artist. To be honest, I really don't want to care about it, but it's human life anyway. And since the commander of the self-defense force used this way of shouting, he will definitely give us some preparation time. Boom. There was a loud bang. The flames of the explosion soared into the sky and the smoke rose. Ying Lily only felt the ground under her feet tremble violently a few times, and the dust above her head fell down. Upskirt maniac. Fire, fire, fire without hesitation. What is the agreed time for preparation? Book artist. How the hell do I know? These self-defense force members are poisonous. Don't they even consider whether there are any living people in the teaching building? Hatchet girl. And Yilin also ran out, so hurry up and withdraw too. Curly-haired boy. Shout, which idiot is still alive? In the screen in the live broadcast room, and Yilin, who was holding the computer, also ran out of the school building with a scramble, his face showing the joy of being alive after the catastrophe. However, his rejoicing expression didn't last long, and a huge ferocious head suddenly drilled out from the ground not far in front of him. Upskirt maniac. So, what is that? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Looks like a unicorn. Fairy Chilean. Isn't this too big? On the screen, this creature that emerged from the ground has a thick black carapace, curved and forked horns, and 6 long hooked legs. From the appearance point of view, it is indeed a unicorn fairy. Advertisement, but its size obviously subverts the human perception of the unicorn. The body is more than 10 meters long, standing on 6 legs, and its head can even be at the same level as a 2-story building. The existence of such creatures simply violates the laws of science. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have dared to believe that a bug could grow so big. Even the members of the group who had seen many big scenes in the live broadcast room were unbelievable, let alone the people in Yinglili world. No matter Lunya, Kasumi Goka, Kato Megumi, or the soldiers of the self-defense forces, all of them stared blankly at the big one-horned fairy in front of them, and they were all stunned in horror. Until, the voice of the commander resounded in the ears of the tank driver present. Fire. Why are you so dazed? Fire immediately. That guy is the main target of our mission. Yes. The tank drivers who received the order did not dare to neglect, and quickly pressed the artillery launcher. Boom boom. The artillery fire 677 roared, resounding like thunder. The cannonball hit without accident, and the body of the big unicorn immediately burst into flames. The tyrannical explosion aftermath directly lifted Yilin, who was beside the unicorn immortal, and his body rolled a few times in midair before hitting the ground with a bang. Fairy Chilean. Is he dead? Shark face guy. Probably not. The villain of the Soul Society, His chest still heaved slightly, but he just passed out. Upskirt maniac. No one is dead. But the computer he worked so hard to rescue was broken, and he lost the world in the future. Curly-haired boy. This guy totally deserves it. The so-called self-inflicted is talking about people like him. Hatchet girl. You deserve it, but those people in the self-defense forces are too much. They clearly saw civilians near the unicorn, but they still opened fire. It's an actor. Don't be mad. If I'm not mistaken, they don't live long. Just after Aizen sent out this message, the big unicorn on the screen suddenly lowered its head. In the astonished and amazed eyes of everyone, the forked horns at the front flickered for a while. 118 The unscrupulous man scoffed. A cyan wind blade suddenly cut through the air and hit the light tank on the right side of the parking shed. Click. It was obviously a tank car protected by thickened steel plates, but at this moment it was sliced diagonally like tofu. The tank driver sitting in it was also in the branch house, with blood splattered everywhere. Curly. What is this? Ability. Even upgraded animals can awaken abilities. Here's an actor. Also an earth creature. Since humans can awaken abilities, upgraded animals can naturally do the same. Fairy Chilean. But, I think Shajiju's ability is not as good as this one-horned fairy, right? Upskirt maniac. Indeed, the gap is obvious. According to our Academy City's ability definition standard, Shajiju is at most LV3, and this unicorn is probably already at LV4. Hash plus hash equals LV3 and LV4 seem to be only one level apart, but in reality they are vastly different. Taking the electric shocker as an example, the maximum output voltage of LV3 electric shocker is about 20,000 volts to 50,000 volts, and the maximum output voltage of LV4 is 1 million volts. As for Masaka Makoto of LV5, according to the records in the original book of Majin, her maximum output voltage is 1 billion, which is no different from the real Maiden. Hatchet girl. Could it be that the awakened abilities of animals are naturally stronger than humans? This is an actor. Not necessarily. I think this bug should be special. Book artist. Special? This is an actor. If it's just to wipe out the upgraded biota in a school stronghold, it's not worth sending a dozen tanks, right? Besides these tanks, drones, and even senior officers commanding them, isn't that special enough? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. What in Ransan means is that these tank convoys will come to the private Toyosaki Academy as arranged in advance. Their goal is for this big unicorn? Fairy Chilean. But, how did they know that this monster would come to Yinglili's school? Advertisement Curly. A tracker. It must be a tracker, right? And this unicorn was probably secretly manufactured by the military department, but because of some accident, it escaped from the laboratory? Book artist. Why does this sound a bit like a movie plot? Upskirt maniac. Upgraded beast version of Resident Evil? Curly-haired boy. Long-winded. Don't you think Yin Sang's logic is very logical? Shark-faced boy. If this monster was created in secret, those high-level figures probably don't know its specific abilities. If that's the case, why did they send these troops to die? Curly. Yes, why? Book artist. This is obviously asking how you are. What the hell is answering questions with questions? Curly-haired boy. HMPH. Yin Sang, of course, I don't know about this kind of thing, still need to ask? Hatchet girl. Okay, answer with confidence. Upskirt maniac. So, was Yin Sang guessing again just now? Fortunately, I didn't believe you. This is an actor. The answer is probably that those high-level decision-makers did not expect that this bug would grow so fast. Subverted their original predictions and perceptions. Click, click. There were several muffled sounds again, and the tanks of the self-defense forces were scrapped one after another. The remaining few drivers finally couldn't bear the oppression of death so close at hand, they jumped out of the car and fled without hesitation. This scene was also recorded by the drone present, and the picture was sent back to the self-defense forces headquarters. These bastards. Commander Isamu Okada's complexion was livid, and the veins on his forehead popped out. Issue a fugitive order for me, and list all these people as traitors. Yes. The adjutant beside him quickly responded, and then asked again, Sir, what should we do next? After a moment of silence, Isamu Okada replied, Contact the missile command post and directly carry out fire coverage. Yes, but, the adjutant had a hesitant expression on his face. Advertisement because of the footage from the drone, he could clearly see that there were still sporadic students surviving in that school. If artillery coverage is carried out at this time, they will surely die. Ryohei-kun, I know what you're thinking. Isamu Okada glanced at him and said lightly, But as soldiers, obeying orders is our bounden duty and the first priority. If this matter cannot be resolved properly, you know what will happen to us. Yes. The adjutant nodded. He was also present when the Prime Minister personally assigned the task, and of course he knew the importance of this task. If something goes wrong, I am afraid that no one in their 4th Combat Department will be able to escape unscathed. It's good that you know clearly. Isamu Okada was very satisfied with his adjutant's way, and turned his gaze to the big screen not far away. Also, even if we don't use firepower to cover, will these students survive? It can be clearly seen in the screen that the unicorn immortal Jishin has turned his attention to the Hill of Clouds, Rukuahui. At this moment, the two women showed astonishment and incomprehensible expressions. In fact, it was not they who attracted the attention of the unicorn fairy, but a drone. But when the drone flew in front of them, it suddenly exploded and turned into pieces. Obviously, this is a premeditated attempt to bring disaster to the east. The purpose is to put them to death. But neither Kasumi Oka nor Leela Hao
Kato Megumi understand what they did wrong? Let the self-defense forces, which are supposed to protect the people, not hesitate to use this method to kill people with knives. However, they may not have the chance to find out again. The blue light shone again, and the all-conquering wind blade shot towards Kasumi Hill and Kato Megumi with a whirring sound of piercing through the air. It's over. Both Kasumi no Oka and Kato Keiko subconsciously closed their eyes, which is an instinctive physical reaction of human beings in the face of mortal crises. At this moment, they seemed to have seen the tragedy of their corpses being separated. Next moment. Clang. There was a clear sound like gold and iron interlacing. Sha Jiju subconsciously opened his eyes, and what imprinted in his eyes was a petite figure covered in a cloak. Yo. It's just that I haven't seen you for a few minutes, and you're already in such a mess. 119 The power to subvert cognition startled. Shajichu Shiyu froze in place, with an incredible expression on his face. Even though the person in front of her was wrapped in a cloak, she still recognized his identity. Ying. Hush. Stretching out her hand to touch the soft lips of the other party, Ying Lily said softly, My contractor, it's no fun to reveal the answer too early. Contractor? Shajichu Shiyu's eyes were wide open, and she looked at Ying Lily with a face full of surprise. Goddamn contractor, what are you trying to do? At this moment, another wind blade shot straight over. Be careful, Kasumi Goka and Kato Megumi exclaimed in unison. However, Ying Lily didn't dodge or evade, he just turned his body slightly and slowly opened his white and jade-like palm to the direction that the wind blade was coming, and shook it lightly. Slap. The cyan wind blade turned into pure wind element particles and dissipated in the air. Sluggish. Seeing this scene, the two daughters Kasumi Goka and Kato Megumi fell into a state of sluggishness, their open mouths seemed to be able to stuff 607 big duck eggs. And with the same expression as them, there is Commander Okada Isamu and his adjutant far away in the 4th Operations Section. These two high-level military officials looked at the cloaked man on the screen as if they were looking at a monster. The wind blade that can cut the steel plate of the tank is as fragile as a biscuit in the palm of this guy. Is this the power that humans can have? Little bug is not good. Under the cloak, the corners of Ying Lily's mouth slightly curled up, and she said in a hoarse voice, You must be punished. After saying that, she suddenly disappeared in place. Swish. The silver blade glowed suddenly. The forked horns flew into the air, and dark green juice sprayed out. Advertisement hiss. The mouthparts of the big unicorn made a miserable howl, and the bugs around swooped towards Ying Lily like crazy. Tisk. Do you want to play siege tactics? It's so stupid and a headache. Smacking her lips, Ying Lily opened her right hand to face the swarm of insects, and spat out her lips. Hado number 63 Fiery lightning howl. Boom. A deafening explosion sounded suddenly, and the golden thunder light shone all over the sky. Shao-ching. The light converges and the smoke dissipates. I saw a huge deep pit with a diameter of more than 2 kilometers suddenly appeared on the ground in front of Ying Lily. Countless insect corpses were scattered everywhere, some of them lost their heads, some without half of their bodies, and some even had only broken limbs left to prove their identities. You didn't run away from me. Ying Lily turned her gaze to the side, and saw that huge unicorn staring at her with both eyes. His expression was full of human determination and anger. I want to fight to the death with my generation, it's really amazing. Hiss. A hiss replaced the answer. The big one-horned fairy lowered its head, and rushed towards Ying Lily like a speeding train. There was a rumbling shock on the ground, and dust rose up. It's a pity. Sighing, Ying Lily turned the handle of the knife in her hand, and swung the knife from top to bottom. We originally wanted to save your life. Pooh. The body of the silver-white sword is pierced, and the body of the unicorn is divided straight from the middle. The dark green juice splashed, and the two halves of the body fell to the ground. It's not over yet. Dao Gang's castration continued unabated, and he directly hit the indoor gymnasium behind the unicorn immortal. The entire gymnasium collapsed with a loud bang. Biffy, surprised, shocked. Advertisement. Regardless of Kasumigao Kashiwa and Kato Megumi who were present, or Okada Isamu and the adjutant who were staring at the screen, they all stared blankly at the scene in front of them as if they were being strangled by an invisible hand. After a long time, Okada Yukai of the 4th Operations Division gradually came back to his senses, and said softly, Ryohei-kun, if we divide the ranks of people with supernatural abilities according to our Special Affairs Division, what rank should this person in front of you belong to? At least above the 7th level. The adjutant took a breath and said with a serious face, even, the 8th level is also possible. So, has there ever been a 7th level existence in the currently known information? Okada Yang asked again. No, sir, the adjutant replied without hesitation. Even the Deep Sea Demon King in the Pacific Ocean has only a 6th level evaluation. The so-called Deep Sea Demon King, its body is a huge octopus over 100 meters. It once appeared in Yokosuka port and dragged a U.S. destroyer into the deep sea abruptly. This incident was later issued a gag order, and ordinary people naturally did not know about it. But these high-ranking military officers knew this very well, and even watched the video data of this incident. That is to say, this guy may have surpassed the existence of the Deep Sea Demon King. Isamu Okada narrowed his eyes and fell into deep thought. Humans can really reach this level. And this person's words and deeds seem to be full of ancient customs, and what does the contractor mean? Hey, is this the creation of today's human beings? A very hoarse voice suddenly sounded, interrupting Isamu Okada's thinking. Looking up, I saw the mysterious figure in the cloak on the screen holding a drone in his hand, as if he was tasting by himself.
There was a moment of silence. Okada Yang spoke slowly, with a little respect in his tone. Who exactly are you? I am the one who was awakened by these two contractors, you can call me Shinigami. The cloaked man said hoarsely, as if he knew that the human creation in front of him could. Voice transmission. Shinigami. Isamu Okada and his adjutant looked at each other in blank dismay. Is the other party using this name arrogantly or is it implying something? What does awakening mean? Could it be that there were many existences like him a long time ago? The minds of the two high-ranking military officers were in a mess, and Kasumigao Kashiu and Kato Megumi were equally confused. Shinigami. Why did Shendu come out? What the hell is this Yingli pair doing? 120 Don't pretend, it's a showdown. The book artist closed the live broadcast room. The number of viewers in this live broadcast room is 8 people, and the live broadcast lasts 20 minutes. The host has obtained a total of 160 points. Book artist. Woohoo, it's done. How is my performance? Hatchet girl. Great. Curly-haired son. HMPH, this is not a script written by Yinsang. Book artist. I have a fart relationship with you, so you made a proposal as a contractor. The complete script was conceived by Ransang and Sister Conan. Upskirt maniac. Those two military men were limped by you, and I really believed that you were a Shinigami awakened from the ancient Pluton. Fairy Chilean. Not only that, but also to report to the Prime Minister. I don't know if the Prime Minister will believe it. The angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I think there is a high probability that I will believe it. After all, the power shown by Ali Zhang is too much beyond that world. At this level, even if you don't believe it, you have to believe it. Upskirt maniac. Yes, if he doesn't want to move his head, he can only grit his teeth. Illustrator of the book. I have discovered that the high-level figures in this country are really all dogs. In the face of ordinary students and citizens attacking hard, facing more powerful people, they will only be obedient. Sucks. This is an actor. The characteristics of an island country, and the high-level island countries in my world are also like this. And he is very good at bowing and apologizing, no matter what wrong he did, just bow and it's over. Fairy Chilean. No small righteousness but no big integrity. This is an actor. That's right, Mo Chao's summary of this wave is very incisive. Book artist. I have already discussed with Kasumi Hill and Kato Megumi, and they also agree to establish our own organization of superhumans. Upskirt maniac. Then the next step is to increase prestige and gradually control the world of people with supernatural abilities. Let us speak up when we need to play villains. Illustrator of the book. Ha 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 ha, Leijichin, are you impatient now? Do you want to be a villain boss? Upskirt maniac. Because it's fun. Leader of the Soul Society. You guys are so skilled. Hana Retsu sighed, she was really surprised by the divine operation of these group members. First set up your own persona as a justice envoy in the local world, and then let the group members act as villains to fight a great battle. Advertisement. In this way, not only will the character design be more perfect, but the prestige will also increase. In this state, it is easy to control the world next, and completely complete the transformation from creating gods to true gods. Interlocking and seamless. If it weren't for seeing their script discussion in the group, I'm afraid no one would be able to pierce the packaging of this fake coat. The angel of Rain Shinobi Village. It's all taught by Ransang. Conan's words obviously meant something, and the instigator of this script arrangement was Aizen. The group owner and these old people love to act, and they were all spoiled by Aizen. Hana Retsu naturally didn't hear it, but she also agreed with Conan's words, the group leader is really amazing. After all, Ying Lily's script was tailor-made by this group leader, so that she can use her original character as the starting point to play freely. So in terms of screenwriting, planning and director's ability, Hana Retsu thinks that the other party is no worse than Soul Society's Aizen, or even worse. Curly-haired child. Of course, if you want to be our group leader, you just have to have no real skills. Book artist. Sister Wa sees only appearances now. Upskirt maniac. You haven't really understood Ransang yet. He is much more powerful than you think. Soul Society villain. I can't wait to hear what you're saying. This is not flattery, Hana Retsu did have considerable curiosity about this mysterious group leader. If the other party can really make him feel happy, she doesn't mind experiencing the feeling of being in love. Clang clang clang. At this time, there were bursts of hasty alarm bells from outside the corridor. Team leader meeting. Hana Retsu raised her brows and whispered, what can happen at this time? According to the records written by Kanbaru Shiba, the period from the mysterious disappearance of Shiba's Reiatsu to Kurosaki Ichigo's invasion of Soul Society Jinglingting should be very stable. Ask for flowers. Although it was strange, she didn't think much about it. Putting down the prepared flower arrangement, Shunpo disappeared in place. Upskirt maniac. Speaking of which, Mr. Gui hasn't woken up yet. Advertisement. Curly-haired boy. The guy woke up once before, and then passed out again when he saw the French bread. Hatchet girl. French bread. Why do you faint when you see French bread? Curly. Because the bread is stuffed in his shark face guy. Book artist. PFF'd. Upskirt maniac. You really can do it, Yinsang. Hatchet girl. Is it worthy of being called an S-shaking madman? Fairy Chilean. Waste food. Curly-haired boy. Hey, Yinsang, I'm not venting my personal anger. This guy dared to say such things, shouldn't he be educated? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. That's true, just don't kill people. Book artist. Once it comes to something about someone, even the gentle Sister Conan will show her brutal side without hesitation. Upskirt maniac. Give Mr. Gui half a second of silence, he is only worth half a second. I still remember that when Sister Wa first joined the group, he was called an old woman. Soul Society villain. I'm not angry. Open black lens bracket picture close black lens bracket. Click on the picture, and the displayed picture is the collective photo of all the captains of Gote 13. Even Unohana Retsu, the photographer, is in the photo. Shark face guy. Is this a meeting? Soul Society villain. People from the Technology Development Bureau detected that Dong Rukongai was acting abnormally, and then Reiatsu, who sent an investigation team in the past, also disappeared. This is an actor. The specific location is Liushuo District, 14th Fan Street. The villain of Soul Society. How did the group leader know? Unohana Retsu was full of doubts and incomprehensions. This incident was not recorded in the plot of the Dead Kanbaru. Could it be that these masters are really able to predict the future? This is an actor. Because that is the base camp of Aizen's forces outside the Jingling Court, Aba. .121 Hard Kisame. Soul Society's bandit. Base camp. It's an actor. Yeah. Neither Hogyoku's hollow experiment nor the construction of the passage to Hawako Mundo can be carried out in Jinglingting, right? Apart from Jinglingting, Aizen is most familiar with East Rukongai. More precisely, it is Liushuo District, the 14th Fan Street in East Rukongai. Upskirt maniac. Why does it have to be this place? This is an actor. Calculated according to the time of Captain Unohana, Aizen grew up there 244 years ago. Book artist. So it is. In a sense, this place can be regarded as his hometown. Soul Society villain. I'm curious. Death Kanbaru should not have this part of the content. Where did the group owner get the information from? Curly-haired boy. Cough, May 10th. Our group leader has a very special information channel. Book artist. Yes, very special. Soul Society villain. Can't you tell me? Upskirt maniac. It's not impossible, is it? Is it because Sister Wa might not be able to accept it? Soul Society villain. Don't worry, even if you say that the group leader is actually Aizen. I can also accept it. Upskirt maniac. Cough, everyone. I didn't reveal this, Sister Wa guessed it herself. Book artist. I see, after all, and Ransang revealed too many details. Besides Aizen himself, who else would know so many details and information about him? Here's an actor. Kubo Takerin. Book artist. PFF'd. Good guy, this is really irrefutable. The villain of Soul Society. So, the group leader Yinran is really Aizen. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Not Soul Society's Aizen. The villain of Soul Society. Got it, you guys can really act. The corners of Unohana Retsu's mouth twitched fiercely, even with her heart, she couldn't help but want to curse at people at this moment. The Aizen in the Hokage world and the Gintama world are all played by the group owner himself, so why did they create an Aizen virus? I really believed in the evil of these people. Book artist. Actually, we don't want to. Originally, I just planned to make a wave of wigs, but it turned out that YMI ran into it by yourself. Speaking of which, it's all Yinsang's fault. Advertisement. Curly. Are you farting? Book artist. The Aizen virus plan was created by you, right? Who do you blame? Upskirt maniac. Yes, Yinsang is the proposer of the plan. Fairy Chilean. The source of all evil. Curly-haired boy. You stinky girls are getting worse and worse. When Sister Wa joined the group, Yinsang, I was obviously still in the state of being banned. Okay, how the hell can this be blamed on me? Book artist. Of course, after all, you are the backer of this group. Curly-haired boy. Shut up, you shameless golden retriever. What the hell is the scapegoat? Take it away from me, Yinsang, I don't want such a sad title. Upskirt maniac. Calm down, Un-san. Someone always needs to take the blame when something goes wrong. If you don't take the blame, who will take the blame? Come on, maybe you'll get used to it. Curly-haired boy. Get used to it, how can you get used to this kind of thing? Leader of the Soul Society. Don't argue, I don't mean to blame everyone. And even if you really want to take responsibility, you shouldn't ask everyone to come to Chungkun. Upskirt maniac. Ah, this. Book artist. What does Sister Wa seem to be implying? Curly. No, not a hint. This should be a sign. Obviously. The meaning of Unohana Retsu's words is, if you really want to be responsible, then the group leader has to take the blame, and the others can't. Aizen naturally understood. The corners of his mouth were slightly curved, and he smiled. If Captain Unohana needs help, you can just say it. In fact, he never planned to have any plan to hide his identity from the beginning to the end. It's all made by the sand sculptors themselves, but Aizen doesn't dispute it. It's not worth it, and it's not necessary. In his opinion, as the owner of the group, he is naturally the parent of the group. No matter how mischievous the group members are, they are still their own children, so just take care of them. The leader of Soul Society. Allah, and Ransang means you can do whatever you want. What if I want you? Upskirt maniac. PFF'd. Curly-haired boy. Hey, this is really a bold statement. Book artist. You are such a Sister Wa. Advertisement. Soul Society villain. Like this. Book artist. No, this is too fast anyway. At least we should get along and try it out first. Soul Society villain. Don't bother. I'm sure and Ransang is a good fit, really a good fit. Book artist. Why, you are too absolute in what you said. If things are not what you think, wouldn't you regret it for the rest of your life? The villain of the Soul Society. Regret for the rest of my life. I just want and Ransang to be free to serve in our team, will I regret it for the rest of my life? Book artist. Fan teamwork. Ying Lily was stunned for a moment, with a stunned expression. Soul Society villain. Yes. Whether it's for world quests or for the elimination of Aizen, I think it's better for Ransang to come to the Soul Society to make plans in person. That being the case, why not join my team? Book artist. Ah, this. Upskirt maniac. Ali Zhang, what did you think of to object so resolutely? Curly-haired boy. Yes. What on earth are you thinking, Mr. Kashiwagi Eri, you are so scary. Book artist. Terrible, you sister. You two clearly thought of me just now, didn't you? Don't pretend to be 1.8 there, you be asterisk. D. Upskirt maniac. Cough, I have no idea what Ari-chan is. Curly-haired child. Me too, Yin Sang, I don't know at all. Hatchet girl. It's better not to act, I think you two must know. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Sister Hua's suggestion is very good, I also want to see what Soul Society looks like with my own eyes. Here's an actor. Okay, but I need to finish all the layouts for the Hokage world first. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Well, then we two go together. Shark face guy. And me. This is an actor. Kisame, I think the world of Hokage needs someone to stay behind. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I think so too. Shark face guy. You do this. Don't you feel a pang of conscience? 122 The weird silence. Here's an actor. Conscience. Shark face guy. Well, you can stop talking. Kisame already understood, this person has no such thing at all. The so-called unscrupulous boss is talking about this kind of thing. He took his sister to travel to other worlds, and let him, a hardworking worker, guard the Hokage world alone. This Nima is outrageous. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Kisame-san, are you so angry that you are offline? Book artist. I am so angry that I am offline, this is too real. Fairy Chilean. He also wants to go out and have a look, I understand. However, the camp of our entire group really needs someone to stay behind. Hatchet girl. The camp of the whole group. Fairy Chilean. Yes, when Mr. N completes the layout, the Hokage world will be the refuge for all our group members. Don't you think so? Upskirt maniac. Really, if something goes wrong in our world, and Ransang is the safest escape route. Hatchet girl. Big problem. Not so scary, right? 18. Curly. Think about it, Yan Yejiang. What if the intruders on your side are not yellow grades, but purple ones? Hatchet girl. This. Gui Yanya's body trembled, only to feel a chill welling up in his heart. According to the level of intruders, yellow is only a level 2 mild hazard. And purple is a level 5 natural disaster, which has reached the level that can destroy the world. If the evil ghost this time is really a level 5 intruder. She probably didn't even have the chance to ask for help in the group, and she and the world turned into dust in an instant. Book artist. Don't scare people, how can there be so many purple invaders? The existence of that level is the top even in thousands of worlds, right? This is an actor. The top existence in the thousands of worlds must be the purple invader, but the purple invader is not necessarily the top existence in the thousands of worlds. This is also calculated according to the carrying capacity of each world. Soul Society's bandit villain. Carrying capacity. Advertisement. Upskirt maniac. What do you mean? This is an actor. Each world has different levels of combat power, and the carrying capacity is naturally also different. For example, the mythical world and the ordinary everyday world. The former can carry the gods to fight with all their strength, while the latter may only need a look from the gods to be wiped out. Soul Society villain. Got it. This god level invader is level 5 purple for the normal everyday world, but probably less than level 2 yellow for the mythical world. This is an actor. As expected of Captain Unohana, he understands very well. Soul Society's villain. The leader of the group does not need to use the honorific captain. This is an actor. Okay, Miss Unohana. Soul Society's villain. Uno no Hana will do. Since it's just a cosplayer, don't imitate the superficially respectful tone of Aizen Sōsuke in the group. It's too deep into the drama, and I can't extricate myself from it all. This is an actor. Is Unohana worried that I'm going to be completely Aizen? It doesn't have to be, I always knew I was Anran. Leader of the Soul Society. I see, it seems that I was worrying too much. Unohana Retsu suddenly felt that even if the leader of the group put aside his identity as the actor of Aizen, he might become a very important person. Moreover, he did make himself feel a little bit happy. Book artist. Seeing the science popularization of both of you, I feel a little hairy in my heart. That sleeping god doesn't really exist in my world, does it? Upskirt maniac. I don't know if there is one on your side, but there must be one on my side anyway. I'm not lying. Book artist. I panic because I don't know if there is one. If it pops up one day, with just one look, the world will be over. Here's an extra. Don't worry, I've changed the protection alert setting. Instantly teleport to the world of Hokage whenever there is a purple intruder alert in your world. Of course, the premise is that there are enough transfer points. Hatchet girl. Understood, 500 points must be reserved at all times as a fee for emergency teleportation. Book artist. Damn, I need to save points quickly. Life matters. Soul Society's villain. Say it. Even if he completes the world mission, can he still be unable to deal with the purple invaders after becoming the master of the world? This is an actor. Under normal circumstances, it is possible, even if the opponent is a real god, he can use the rules and laws of this world to completely erase him. Upskirt maniac. That's amazing, why is the world controller so strong? This is an actor. The specific expression of mastering the world is that you completely control the rules and laws of the whole world, that is to say, you are the only ruler of this world. It is even possible to incorporate the world into one's own body. Advertisement. The villain of Soul Society. Take it into the body. Hatchet girl. Doesn't that mean? This is an actor. That's right, I was fooling Guixier just now. A controlled world has no need for leftovers. Fairy Chilean. I was fooled too. Upskirt madman. +1. 137 book artist. +2. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. +3. Curly. Cough. Speaking of which, isn't that the usual case? This is an actor. The rules and laws mastered by the invaders themselves exceed the limit that your world can carry. They are like Ying Lily said before, the top existence of the myriad worlds. Wig. Book artist. The wig is awake. Wig. It's not a wig, it's Katsura. By the way, didn't I come to Yinshi to apply for Yoshiwara's job? Why am I in prison? Upskirt maniac. What's the situation? Mr. Gui, is there a memory fault? Hatchet girl. That painful memory must be automatically erased by him. After all, French bread. Book artist. Stop talking, I have a picture in my mind. Wig. French bread. Is it this kind of French bread? Open black lens bracket. Picture close black lens bracket. Fairy Chilean. Why do I feel like this bread has been bitten? Upskirt maniac. Mr. Gui, did you eat it? Wig. Yes. Silence. All the group members fell into an eerie silence. For a while, everyone didn't know whether to tell this person the truth that the bread was originally stuffed in his A. 123 The awakened Gui Yanye. Wig. Hey, why is it so quiet all of a sudden? Upskirt maniac. It's not sudden silence, it's just that everyone was shocked by you. For a while, I didn't know what to say. Curly-haired boy. You're actually able to get out of your mouth after being contaminated with that kind of filth. Book artist. Don't you think the taste of bread is very strange? Something wrong. Gui Shoutaro took another bite of the baguette in his hand, chewing carefully. It seems that it is indeed not soft enough. Upskirt maniac. Why is it not fluffy enough? It's not a question of whether it's fluffy or not at all, the key is the taste. Don't you think there's a strange smell on that bread? Wig. No, on the contrary, it has a very intimate taste. Seriously speaking, it's as if this loaf of bread seems to be of the same origin as me. Could it be, is this a gift from God? Gui Shoutaro was stunned for a moment, and his expression looked a little solemn. Book artist. What a gift from God. Soul Society's villains. Hana Retsu didn't know what to say, and she always felt that Katsura Kotaro had subverted her perception of the existence of human beings. Idiots to this extent, are they really human? Curly-haired boy. Well, that's true. His shit was indeed of the same breed as his brain, and both were useless waste. Wig. Yinshi, you haven't answered my question yet. Why am I in this cell? Curly-haired child. Well, of course there is a reason for this. Ali Zhang, you tell him. Book artist. Ying Lily was stunned for a moment, how the hell did she know a woolen thread? This sand sculpture didn't make up a reason in advance, so she used herself to top the vat. Upskirt maniac. Big, probably because of the bread. Wig. Bread. Advertisement. Curly-haired boy. Yes, it's bread. Wig, I never thought you would go so madly to steal someone's bread. Yin Sang, I really misread you. Wig. Impossible, this is a gift from heaven. Besides, why would I, a mighty warrior, steal someone's bread? At least there must be a limit to joking. Fairy Chilean. Then where do you think the bread in your hand came from? Wig. This. No, I can't recall at all. It seems that when I think of the memory of bread, my head will ache. Upskirt maniac. PFF, is this a shadow? Curly-haired child. Well, that is of course. After all, this memory is imprinted with the imprint of Wig crime. Take responsibility for me, B**************************** D. Wig. Did I really do such a thing that insulted the spirit of the samurai? No way, how should I make up for such a sin? Shuking. Smile. Book artist. What the hell is a smirk, what the hell is your smirk? You were clearly thinking about how to make up for your sins, but you actually showed a smirk. What kind of villain are you playing? Wig. Aizen Sōsuke. Here's an actor. This is the worst Aizen ever got hacked. Upskirt maniac. Ha 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 ha. No way, I'm going to be laughed to death. My own complaints are the deadliest. Curly-haired boy. If you want to make up for your sins, can you put down the bread in your hand first? Stop stuffing it in your mouth, B************ D. Spit. Silver season, I'm really about to spit it out. Vomit. Hatchet girl. Is Mr. Katsura Kotaro still eating? Terrible. The corner of Gui Yanya's mouth twitched violently, completely unable to understand how Gui Shoutaro swallowed the bread stained with his own poop. As long as she thought of that scene, goosebumps almost popped out. Call. Breathing out the turbid air deeply, Gue Yanye adjusted his breathing. Holding the blade tightly in his right hand, he quietly followed Makoto Ito into the uninhabited alleyway. Phew. Under the quiet moonlit night, there was a muffled sound of a knife cutting into meat. Black and red blood splashed from the alleyway. Hint. The hatchet girl kills a level 2 intruder, and rewards 200 points. Fairy Chilean. Advertisement. Upskirt maniac. Wow, did Ms. Gue kill Makoto Ito who was possessed by an evil ghost? Hatchet girl. Well, it's quite easy. Gue Yanye looked down at Ito Makoto, who was already headed to the ground in the branch house. His blood-stained pretty face remained calm. Book artist. What about the live broadcast? Yan Yejiang, you big liar. Hatchet girl. I don't think there is a need for a live broadcast. Anyway, it will be resolved in a few seconds. Open black lens bracket picture close black lens bracket. Upskirt maniac. It looks a bit like a scene from a horror movie. Book artist. Yes, but I have to say that this fits the plot of the original book quite well. Brother Cheng only has his head left. If it was the former Ying Lily who saw this kind of photo, she would definitely feel uncomfortable, but now her heart is not fluctuating. I even think Brother Cheng's way of dying is a bit funny. Wig. Why is the blood black? This is an actor. Because he was not a living person in the first place, but just a shell whose soul had been devoured long ago. Hatchet girl. Indeed, he didn't even scream when he fell to the ground, which was as boring as a wooden doll. Book artist. Boring. What the hell is boring? Something is wrong with you, this. Hatchet girl. What's the matter? Upskirt maniac. I feel bored without hearing the screams from the other party. This is usually the behavior of a sick murderer in movies. Hatchet girl. Murderer or something. I just think he should scream like this. As if only when he screamed, my heart would be full. Curly-haired child. Blackened. This girl is completely blackened. It's incredible, she has directly changed from a weak girl to a queen of shaking ass, hey. Wig. Well, I prefer weaker ones. Book artist. UF asterisk 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 G shut up, who asked you what your hobby is? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. There may be other intruders over there, Yan Yi-chan must be careful. Hatchet girl. Well, I hope the rest of the intruders will be a little bit stronger than this evil ghost. I think this kind of battle is also quite interesting. Expression, smile. 124 Obito's strangeness. Fairy Chilean. Interesting. Book artist. Damn, Yan Yejiang has really embarked on a road of no return. I just killed Red Eyes, hey. You have to be sober. Hatchet girl. He, I'm sober. Voice. Book artist. This laughter doesn't sound like a sober look. Upskirt maniac. A murderer. It's exactly like the kind of murderer in a horror movie. Expression. Frightened. Hatchet girl. No way. Expression. Shy. Curly-haired child. Terrible, it's completely broken. This girl seems to have been completely turned on by the switch of the limiter. Wig. Silver, I also want to turn on the switch below now. Can you tell the manager here that I want to go to the bathroom? Curly-haired boy. Shut up, who has time to talk to you? The villain of the Soul Society. If Ms. Yan Yi is interested, would you like to come to my side to try? Just right, there may be a good battle next. Book artist. Or about Dong Rukongai. Upskirt maniac. Is it possible that Sister Wa has already broken her face with Aizen? This is an actor. Anakana would not do this without a definite chance of winning. Soul Society villain. Yes, Aizen 067 is a tough enemy. Without the help of the group leader, I will not tear myself apart from him. Fairy Chilean. Since this is the case, why is there still fighting? This is an actor. It should be Aizen who is causing trouble to the east, but Dong Rukongai hides many felons who escaped from the infernal affairs. As long as a little information pointing, you can perfectly shake the pot zero. Leader of the Soul Society. You really deserve to be the leader of the group, the analysis is very accurate. The Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. A felon who escaped from the inferno. That should not be weak. Soul Society's villain. It's not bad, slightly stronger than ordinary captains. Yan Yejiang, do you want to come? Book artist. PFF'd. Stronger than the captain level, is this just okay? Hatchet girl. Sorry to bother you. Advertisement. Upskirt maniac. I just want to know how far we are from the captain rank now. Here's an actor. Not far off. If you practice according to your talents, it will only take 10 to 10 years. Curly-haired son. It means that everyone can give up their own be a cultivation path, is that the meaning, right? Wig. Silver, I think being a human should still have a little dream. Curly-haired boy. People who urinate and defecate anywhere in the cell are not qualified to talk to me about their dreams, you should die mellow. Gentle and kind Sister Wa, please take care of the children. Book artist. That's right, Sister Wa doesn't seem to have the ability to upload herself. Sister Wa, please bring it. Hint. The villain of the Soul Society uploaded his spiritual power, price, 30,000 points. Hint. The villain of Soul Society uploaded his own Kaido skill, price, 200 points. Hint. The villain of Soul Society uploaded his own swordsmanship, price, 200 points. Soul Society's villain. I won't pass on Shinigami's other abilities, Conan has already uploaded it. Upskirt maniac. Sister Hua's spiritual power is followed by 4 zeros, that means 30,000 points are required. Curly-haired boy. Hey, this is really a number that makes people hopeless. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. You can tell the strength of Sister Wa only from the price of spiritual power. She really deserves to be first-generation Kenpachi. Book artist. Tisk, the points of all of us in this group add up to less than 30,000. Wig. A real samurai will not give up his dream because of this setback. I decided to stay up all night today. Shark face boy. Oh. Mr. Gui has found his dream. It is really gratifying. Book illustrator. Wow, isn't this ghost shark sang? Upskirt maniac. Kisame-san is so angry that she gets off the assembly line. Shark face guy. Angry. Curly-haired boy. Still pretending I'm not angry. What are you doing offline? Everyone has already abandoned you. Shark face guy. Whoops. Of course I was offline because I had something to do. I don't know why. That Obito guy suddenly came to me. It's really strange. Advertisement. Upskirt maniac. Obito, what do you want? This is an actor. Are you impatient so soon, much earlier than I expected? Book artist. As this, another plan that Ransang has already prepared. Fairy Chilean. Curious. It's an actor. It's easy to put it bluntly. I just made some subtle arrangements, so that he gradually discovered that Nohara Lin's soul was actually in my hands. What would Obito do in this situation? Book artist. Understood, to be your accomplice. This is an actor. I think it is more appropriate to use a collaborator. Shark face guy. I see, but why does he know that I belong to you? Even that Yakushi Kabuto doesn't know about this kind of thing, right? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. I told him by monitoring bacteria. Also, it's better not to pout when you're angry, it's weird. Shark face guy. Ghost Shark was taken aback, his entire face turned black. Sure enough, there are surveillance bacteria on her body, right? And this woman Conan is outrageous, actually using surveillance bacteria to observe her own reaction. These couples are monsters. This is an actor. Ah Yin, I leave the matter here to you. Just act according to the layout I prepared earlier. When the spring rain pirates attack, it's time for us to close the net. Curly. Got it. Wig. You guys, what are you talking about? President. Plan. Obito. Group leader. Are you? This is an actor. Yes, I am the Aizen virus you call every day. The message was sent, and Aizen clicked the return button on the light curtain in front of him. A door of light appeared out of thin air, and Aizen's body was gradually submerged in the golden light. When he reappeared, he had already returned to the pure land of the Hokage world. In the grand hall, Conan looked at his figure and said softly, "Welcome back." Ah, I'm back. The corners of Aizen's mouth are slightly curved, and he sat on the central throne with a calm face. For the next period of time, let's start acting according to our original plan. 125 A man worse than Brother Chang. Hatchet girl. Good morning, everyone. Fairy Chilean. Good morning, Miss Yanye. Book artist. What's the matter? My side is still in the afternoon. Upskirt maniac. I was just getting ready for bed. Book artist. Sleeping. Whose brand is Lai Yi planning to flip today? Expression. Smirk. Upskirt maniac. PFF'd. Don't play this meme anymore. It's all your fault for playing memes every day. I feel that Yu Cheng's eyes on me are very strange. Curly-haired boy. What kind of strange method is strange? Upskirt maniac. It's the kind of eyes that don't seem to be looking at a friend at all, and look affectionate. It makes me want to avoid her now. Expression. Covering face. Book artist. PFF'd. Ha 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 ha. No way. Psycho-chan. This is too funny. Upskirt maniac. You can still laugh, this whose fault is this? This is an actor. Maybe it's not how you feel, is it? Upskirt maniac. No, it's impossible. And Ransang, don't scare me. Expression. Trembling. Fairy Chilean. If it's true, what is Lazy going to do? Is it wrong to be wrong? Book artist. Ha 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 ha, it's okay to make mistakes. I will always support Lai Yi. Upskirt maniac. Why, how could I be wrong? My orientation is normal, I only like mature and cute boys. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Mature and cute. The villain of Soul Society. Is it appropriate to describe boys as cute? Hatchet girl. There are, too. Probably the kind with women's clothes and eyeliner. Book artist. Isn't that the big guy in women's clothing? I didn't expect our Lai Yi to have this kind of taste, amazing. Upskirt maniac. Farewell, I can no longer chat with you. Book artist. Oh, don't blow your hair. Tell us again, how do you understand the so-called mature and cute? I don't quite understand it. Fairy Chilean. You are pretending not to understand, there's one in our group. Hatchet girl. Ah, could it be that? Advertisement. Wig. That's right, it's right below. Upskirt maniac. Fairy Chilean. Curly hair. Book artist. Wig, did you not look in the mirror when you woke up in the morning? Even if you were a little ashamed, you would not say such a thing. Wig. It's not a wig, it's osmanthus. Shame is the enemy of a samurai. Any samurai with ideals will not be bound by mere shame. Book artist. In this case, why don't you wear clothes and run wildly on the street? Wouldn't it be better to let go of your shame completely? Wig. HMPH, there's a big difference between being shameful and being indecent. It is impossible for a noble warrior to do such an indecent thing. Curly-haired child. Do you think it is indecent to dress like this? Open black lens bracket picture close black lens bracket. Click on the picture. In the picture, Katsura Kotaro is wearing a floral kimono, with his arms crossed and his face full of pride. Upskirt maniac. PFF'd. Is this Baihua's uniform? Book artist. Oh my god, my eyes. Wig. This is just for work needs. Since I have been incorporated into Baihua's army, isn't it normal to wear such a uniform? Hatchet girl. You joined Baihua as a man, and you told me it was normal. Well, how is this normal? Fairy Chilean. Alright, don't talk to him anymore. This guy is just out of his mind. Miss Yan Yi, is there any progress in your search for the intruder? Hatchet girl. Not at all, and I haven't seen anything unusual in the daily news. Book artist. Strange, it's been 2 months now. There is no movement yet. Hatchet girl. 2 months. Book artist. How? Hatchet girl. Based on the time on my side, it should have been 4 months since I killed that evil ghost last time. The villain of Soul Society. Isn't it 8 months? Upskirt maniac. PFF'd. The rules of different time flow rates are quite interesting. Curly-haired child. 1 month I clearly remember that President Aizen has left us for a month. Wig. President Aizen, immortal. Advertisement. Book artist. God is so immortal, it is an obituary for the victims. Hatchet girl. And Ransang wanted to hit someone after hearing that. But it's really strange, those intruders are so honest. Why hasn't there been any movement for such a long time? Asterisk dollar. Fairy Chilean. Did the death of evil ghosts make them feel the crisis, so they chose to hibernate? Curly-haired child. I don't rule out this possibility. Book artist. Even so, those intruders will still jump out sooner or later. Yan Yejiang just needs to stay alert. Hatchet girl. Well, I know. Leader of the Soul Society. How is the situation with Enran and Conan? I'm still waiting for you to come and help me put down the rebellion. Expression, smile. Fairy Chilean. Sister Hua's rebellion hasn't been suppressed yet. Upskirt maniac. No way, aren't the captains the opponents of the prisoners? The villain of the Soul Society. That's not likely, the main reason is that the nobles of the Soul Society are holding back. For their own benefit, those people do not agree with our large-scale march east to Rukongai. This is an actor. Great nobleman. The Tsunayashiro family. Soul Society villain. Headed by the new head of the Tsunayashiro family, Tsunayashiro Tokunada, combined with many upper-level aristocratic collective city central 46 to exert pressure. That's why we move so slowly. This is an actor. Oh, he has become the head of the house. I'm afraid it's hooked up with Aizen, interesting. Curly-haired child. Who is this Tsunayashiro Tokunada? I don't think there is such a person in Kanbaru, right? This is an actor. Yes, but in the plot of the novel. This guy is a complete scumbag. Upskirt maniac. Wow, even Ransang thinks he is a scumbag. To what extent is this scumbag? Book artist. You can't be worse than Brother Cheng, right? This is an actor. Brother Cheng is far worse than him. Brother Cheng is at most scum to the girls around him, and this Tsunayashiro Tokunada is scum to all living beings. Not only did he torture and kill his wife and colleagues, but he also attempted to artificially create a soul king to cause turmoil and chaos in the Soul Society. Rule the world. He doesn't have such lofty ideals, he just wants to see the world in turmoil and chaos. Don't do nothing because the evil is small, this is the motto of Tsunayashiro Tokunada. Angel from Rain Shinobi Village. Sister Wa, don't worry, the finishing touches on our side are about to begin. Hint. The Angel of Rain Shinobi Village opened the door of the live broadcast room. 126 The Ninja Advance Team gathers. Hint. This is an actor, and 9 people including Soul Society's villain and curly hair joined the live broadcast room. Close black lens bracket. Curly-haired boy. Ha 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 ha, Yinsang's name has been revealed. You people who don't deserve to have a name, don't you rush to worship. Book artist. Shut up, ugly man with natural curly hair. Curly-haired child. What? How dare you use this kind of words to slander me, a suave and cute hero? Will your conscience not ache? Book artist. No, not only will it not be, but it will be flattering. Upskirt maniac. What is in this picture is the headquarters of the Ninja Alliance. Hatchet girl. Ah, I saw Kisame-san. Curly. Oh, I saw it too. That shark face is so recognizable, hey. Shark face guy. This, 840. Kisame was standing in the lower right corner of the entire hall, surrounded by dark clouds filled with elite ninjas from various ninja villages. In the center of the high platform at the front, there is a huge, suddenly, character written on it. Sage of Six Paths, dressed in a royal robe, stood in front of the red lacquered wood lecture table. Looking around, a loud voice said, "My fellow ninjas. Do you know why we are gathered together today? Kill Aizen, defend the ninja world." All the ninjas in the audience let out a tidy roar, shaking the audience. Yes, we want to defend our ninja world. Otsutsuki Yuya raised his fist and said loudly, Aizen Sōsuke is an unscrupulous invader, and his actions will only bring disaster and destruction to our world. For the future of the ninja, we must stop him. Ninjas shall prevail, evil invaders shall perish. For the ninja world, for the future. The shouts sounded, and the emotions of the ninjas seemed to have been fully mobilized. Advertisement. I also believe that we will win in the end. Otsutsuki Yuya nodded in satisfaction, and said, however, Aizen's power cannot be underestimated. And there are people on our side who are close to him. You mean Uchiha Obito? That damn traitor. This guy is a disgrace to our ninja alliance. Everyone in the ninja alliance was cursing and talking excitedly. That's right, traitors who join Aizen will be a disgrace to the ninja world. Otsutsuki Yuya waved his hand and said, my compatriots, please always remember. We are ninjas. Ninjas who will never give in. Never give in, the ninja will win. Kill Aizen, destroy the traitor. In the entire hall, there was another burst of angry shouts. Curly-haired boy. Hey, this old thing is quite good at mobilizing before war. Upskirt maniac. This picture is a bit like the speech of the President of the United States. The original book did not say that this sage of six paths is actually a lecturer. Fairy Chilean. He has both status and prestige in the Hokage world. It is not difficult to achieve this level. Book artist. And I think he was also forced out by Enransang. If Enransang hadn't brought him such a big psychological shadow, he wouldn't have been able to play in the action zone himself. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. No matter what he mobilizes, the ending is doomed. And their Otsutsuki family has occupied the ninja world for so many years, and they still have the face to call others traitors. I just want to rebel against their ruling class. Upskirt maniac. Wow, Miss Conan is angry. Chilean fairy. But Conan is telling the truth, the whole history of the ninja world is actually the history of the Otsutsuki family. It is said to defend the ninja world, but it is actually to defend the dominance of their Otsutsuki family. Curly. Indeed, I can probably understand why the president always said that people's minds should be liberated. Those ninjas didn't realize this at all. While speaking, the ninja advance team on the screen has already begun to assemble. Advertisement. 2nd Hokage Senju Tobarama, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, 3rd Raikage I, 2nd Tsuchikage Wu and Uchiha Shisui were all included in this advance team. The lineup of the team is very luxurious, and it can be clearly seen from the staffing that this is a team that is good at speed. This is also of course. After all, the mission of this advance team is to break into Aizen's Pure Land headquarters and take away Uzumaki Naruto, who is a candidate for Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Without the support of super speed, this would not be possible. Outside the Pure Land base, a black space tunnel slowly emerged. The bodies of Senju Tobarama and others are in the tunnel, staring at the huge palace towering in front of them. Oh, is this the old lair of the enemy? 3rd Raikage grinned and said with a light smile, it's really spectacular. Unlike expected, shouldn't we be inside the base? 2nd Tsuchikage narrowed his eyes and looked around. Indeed, it seems that there is a deviation in the space mark. Senju Tobarama also frowned, his face full of dignity. But now, we can't turn around. Then go ahead. Shisui breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes determined. Wait, I think there are some things that need to be clarified. 2nd Tsuchikage smiled and said, if that Ten Tails Jinchuriki refuses to cooperate with us, how should we solve it? Don't worry, I will convince him. Namikaze Minato said confidently. I don't doubt your ability, 4th Hokage. 2nd Tsuchikage shook his head and said, but you should know that our mission this time is related to the safety of 0.5 to the entire ninja world. For the ninja world, you have the right to sacrifice your own relatives. Are you aware of it? Namikaze Minato hesitated. Of course he understood what the other party meant. I am really confident that I can convince Naruto, but it will obviously take time. But for the safety of the entire ninja world, it is precisely not to delay too much time. If so, how should he choose? But at this moment, Namikaze Minato didn't know that his hesitation was being completely seen by Uzumaki Kushina in the palace. Click. The armrest of the armchair was crushed vigorously, and the red-haired girl's eyes had lost the softness and warmth that a wife should have when she looked at her husband. The rest, only deep disappointment and bone-chilling cold. 127 We are invincible in front of us. Upskirt maniac. This. Kushina and Namikaze Minato have completely broken up. Fairy Chilean. It should be. Thinking in another way, 4th Hokage's hesitant performance is indeed very disappointing. Book artist. Yes, if I can't stand it. The safety of the ninja world is not as important as one's own children. The villain of Soul Society. But this kind of Namikaze Minato is the real 4th Hokage, and this is how he behaved in the original book. For the righteousness of the village, he would rather abandon his own small home. Curly-haired son. The president also calculated that Namikaze Minato would have such a performance, so he let Kushina deliberately see this scene in front of him. In this way, she can only lean on the president's side wholeheartedly. This trick does not kill people but only kills the heart. Is really powerful, learned it. Wig. Got it, the president is indeed a role model for us. This is an actor. I'm going to say it's just a coincidence, do you believe it? To be fair, Aizen really didn't calculate to this point. No matter how Namikaze Minato and Kushina choose here, it has nothing to do with his subsequent plans. He also does not have a habit of collecting wives, but he is very happy to see the couple reunite. But it just happened to be like this, the pot of breaking up people's families is definitely on their backs. Curly-haired child. Believe it, believe it. Wig. We all understand, Mr. President. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Promise me. Even if you really want to do something in the future, don't be in front of other people's children, okay? Here's a cast. Aizen, who was sitting on the throne, twitched the corner of his mouth cryptically. If it wasn't for the fact that there were still a group of younger brothers watching, he would have wanted to curse. Hey, this is really a familiar face. Jin Zhao grinned, staring at Senju Tobarama. As this guy actually resurrected. Uchiha Shisui. Yi Kang glanced at Shisui with a disdainful expression. This kind of thing also deserves the name Aizen. You dare to invade here, you really don't know how to live or die. Lin Yuyu shook his head helplessly, and said, this third rakeage in our family is also quite a headache. Advertisement. You look very angry, Miss Kushina. Ghost Lantern Moon licked her lips, and turned her gaze to Kushina who was opposite. Need me to help you get rid of this fourth Hokage? Kushina raised his head, killing intent flashed in his eyes. Roll. Oh, it's really boring. Ghost Lantern Moon shrugged and said, I'm here to help you out of kindness. Good morning, everyone from Espada. Adjust your mood, and Aizen on the throne said calmly, as you can see, the enemy is coming. Let's make Lin black tea first. The audience was silent, and everyone was quietly waiting for the black tea to be served. After everyone's cups were filled with tea, Aizen spoke again. There are 5 intruders. Senju Tobarama, Namikaze Minato, Wu, I, and Uchiha Shisui. After the voice fell, the images of Senju Tobarama and others on the long table in front of them were enlarged. Moreover, their respective abilities and moves are shown from above. HMPH, these people really have spiritual power. Jin Zhao chuckled and said, it's really interesting. Indeed, but their Reiatsu texture is very muddy. Yi Kang said lightly. Mr. Obito. Aizen looked at Obito under the throne, and said softly, can I trouble you to tell everyone, what is the purpose of these invaders? Obito, who was named, was slightly stunned, and said hoarsely, it is Uzumaki Naruto. He glanced at Kushina in front of him vaguely, his eyes were a little complicated. Kushina, however, didn't look at him at all. She just lowered her eyelids indifferently, as if the past had nothing to do with her. Huh, just for that brat. Gaidong Manu sneered and said, what are these ninjas thinking? They think Mr. Naruto is the carrier of 10 tails Jinchuriki I chose. Aizen smiled, and said softly, unfortunately, this is a completely wrong guess. What idiots, these ninjas. Yinkaku sighed and shook his head slightly. Even if you are an idiot, you can't let them go like this. Yi Kang frowned, and said, this is the residence of Master Aizen, we must not be allowed to be trampled by these outsiders. HMPH, they're just low-quality products. As he said, Kizi stood up. Advertisement. Ghost Lamp Full Moon, where are you going? Uchiha Itachi who was standing beside Aizen asked lightly. Of course it's to eliminate the intruders. Patting Zanpakuto on the waist, Ghost Lantern Moon grinned. It only takes 5 minutes and I can take care of them all. Uchiha Itachi looked at him indifferently, and said lightly, Master Aizen hasn't spoken yet, go back. Hey, I'm doing this for the sake of Master Aizen. Ghost Lantern Moon spread her hands, smiling strangely. Let those guys continue to wreak havoc, but it will damage the majesty of our Aizen-sama. Full moon. Aizen gently shook the black tea in his hand, and said softly, I'm glad you can do something for me. But I haven't finished my words yet, can you go back to your seat first? Silence. Ghost Lantern Moon looked at Aizen with a hesitant expression. What's wrong? I didn't hear your answer, Full Moon. In an instant, a sense of tyrannical oppression suddenly descended on the whole body of the ghost lamp Full Moon. With a plop, almost without any warning, he fell to his knees. Pat, clack, drops of cold sweat fell to the ground like raindrops. Is that what Reiatsu does? Seeing this scene, Uchiha Obito took a breath, and a look of horror flashed in his eyes. After getting along for this period of time, he already had a preliminary understanding of the strength of the Espada members in front of him. It's clear that any one of them has the same strength as Pain, but even so, can't even stand up when facing Aizen. How strong is this Aizen Sōsuke? It seems you've figured it out. Condescendingly glanced at the full moon of the ghost lamp, Aizen turned his gaze to the other Espada. Everyone, don't underestimate the invading enemy, and don't worry too much. We are absolutely invincible in front of us. 128 Confrontation. Book Artist. Here it comes, Aizen-sama's famous lines. Curly-haired child. That ghost lamp full moon is also a thorn, and he still wants to act without authorization. It is recommended to kill him on the spot. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. No way, and Ransang still keeps him as a tool. Upskirt maniac. M's Kushina's Arankar transformation is a beauty, right? It feels like Kisame-san is completely two different creatures. Shark face guy. Book artist. Ha 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 ha. Renzijong, why do you use Kisamburo for comparison? Curly-haired boy. Even if this guy does not undergo Arankarization, he is still two kinds of creatures with humans. Seriously speaking, it can only be regarded as a talking shark sashimi. Fairy Chilean. Brother Guashui, you have really suffered an indiscriminate disaster. Shark face guy. Well, I'm used to it. Just be happy. Hatchet girl. Ghost Saber-san is really good-tempered. Upskirt maniac. Ah, sorry. I didn't mean to say that, I just felt it. I feel that Ms. Kushina's Arankarization not only didn't make her ugly, but made her more beautiful. Hatchet girl. This seems to be the case. The mask turned into a laurel wreath not only did not reduce the beauty, but added a kind of noble temperament. If Miss Kushina was called Blood Red Pepper before, she should be called Blood Red Princess now. Wig. Well, it's okay. Expression. Ready to move. Hatchet girl. Ready to move. Book artist. God is so ready to move. You are really pervert. Wig. Wig. Not a wig, Meg Wei. Curly. I think that Yi Kang is also good. Her mask has turned into glasses, right? It gives people a very intellectual beauty. Moreover, he is a dog licking who is very loyal to the president. This feels a bit like a little secret that people bring into the big boss's side. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Oh, does Aizen think so? Upskirt maniac. Miss Conan's tone. Advertisement. Book artist. Yes, are you jealous? Curly. No, I was just talking nonsense. The girl with glasses is too perverted, she doesn't look like a woman from a good family. What qualifications does this kind of BCH have to be with our president? She must be let go. After sending out the message, Sakata Ginshi wiped the cold sweat oozing from his forehead. The other group members also quickly cooperated to change the topic. Upskirt maniac. Cough, and Ransang's acting proficiency should have increased a lot, right? This is an actor. It has reached 90%, and this decisive battle will definitely be completed. Book artist. Ah, when the time comes, and Ransang's abilities will be uploaded. Looking forward to it. Curly-haired boy. With our few points, what are you expecting? Young people should go home and dream, there is everything in the dream. Book illustrator. Shut up, I can't read it if I can't afford it. Curly. I just want you to wake up and face the brutal fact that you are a proletarian. The villain of Soul Society. The two of you should stop making trouble and concentrate on watching the live broadcast. Upskirt maniac. Hey, they seem to have split up. On screen. Senju Tobarama, Namikaze Minato and others have split into 3 groups. Tobarama goes all the way with 3rd Raikage, Namikaze Minato goes all the way with Uchiha Shisui, and 2nd Tsuchikage goes all the way alone. Among them, the operation of 2nd Tsuchikage was the smoothest. Relying on the advantages of being able to fly and being invisible, he passed through layers of barriers and galloped towards the northwest. Curly-haired boy. Coach, I will report. This person is cheating. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. It's okay, that's a dead end. At the end of the day, he will find that the clown is himself. Book artist. PFF'd. Who taught you this wonderful stock, Miss Conan, could it be? Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. It's in Ran-san. Hatchet girl. There is a fight at 2nd Hokage, it's so intense. Advertisement. Upskirt maniac. No way. I feel that those Arankars are not their opponents, they are completely suppressed and beaten. Book artist. This is normal, after all, and Ransang said earlier that some ordinary Arankars are not even up to cage level. Here's the cast. It appears to be over. East Road covered bridge area. It's really strong diaresis. The embarrassed Senju Tobarama wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said softly, are you the elite subordinates of Aizen? Opposite him was an Arankar covered in scars and a huge hole in his left chest. Even after suffering such a fatal injury, his tone was still slightly mocking. Elite, you really think highly of me, Master 2nd Hokage of Konoha. Scoff. Arankar tore off his sleeves, exposing his shoulders. Did you see this number? I'm just number 74, a member of the miscellaneous fish. For the real elite, their numbers are all single-digit tens of thousands. Cut. Senju Tobarama's pupils shrank, and suddenly there was a loud bang from the side. Amidst the smoke and dust, 3rd Raikage's burly body fell to his feet like a rag, and a petite figure gradually emerged from the smoke and dust. You are. Before Senju Tobarama figured out what was going on, the Arankar started to tremble first. Master Ringo Uyuri. Yo, isn't this Keigo? Ringo Didi Uyuri carried Zanpakuto on his shoulders, and glanced at the Arankar. You are really embarrassing. Sorry. There's no need to apologize, you're going to die anyway. As he spoke, Ringo Uyuri stepped forward slowly, sizing up Senju Tobarama in front of him carefully. You are the 2nd Hokage, I have admired you for a long time. Who are you? Senju Tobarama had a solemn expression on his face, and he felt a deadly threat from the Arankar girl in front of him. No. Eight Espada, Ringo Uyuri. Before the words finished, the Arankar girl's figure suddenly disappeared. Fu 10. Senju Tobarama's eyes were wide open, and a bloody arrow suddenly shot out from his right shoulder. Please give me more advice. Swiping the blood off the blade, the girl grinned, revealing her fangs. .129 Number 9 Espada, Ghost Lamp Full Moon. Pure Land Base, Central Grand Palace. Poof. A diminutive Arankar was lying on his back trembling. Uchiha Shisui, with short black hair and a long knife on his back, crossed his body, and the blade-like patterns in the scarlet pupils slowly turned. Shisui-kun, is there anything you can gain? Minato, who was standing beside him, asked in a low voice. Ah, I already know where Naruto-kun is being held. Shisui nodded slightly, looking at the side door not far away. Go in from here, go east and then go forward about 7 meters and it will light up. 17. Great. Minato breathed a sigh of relief, then we. Swish. Before he finished speaking, a silver glow suddenly appeared. Rumble. A knife mark with a length of tens of meters cut through the ground where Minato and the two were standing, and was filled with dust. As expected of Shisui and Yellow Flash, soon. A hoarse voice sounded, revealing a figure from the smoke. This is a young man with short shoulder-length silver hair, and a white bone mask covering 373 cheeks on his left and right sides like armor. Holding a huge taidao in his hand, his face was full of sickly distortions. Are you? Ghost Lantern Full Moon. Shisui was taken aback, with a surprised expression on his face. It's a good thing you still remember me. Grinning his mouth, Ghost Lantern Moon showed a ferocious smile. It's been a long time, Uchiha Shisui from Konoha Twin Stars. Why did you become Aizen's subordinate? Shisui frowned, wondering. I remember, you were killed by his hands. That kind of thing. Guidong Manu raised the huge sword in his hand, and disappeared abruptly. It has nothing to do with you. Clang. There was a crisp sound of gold and iron colliding. Advertisement. What a strong force. The long knife in Shisui's hand firmly pressed against the opponent's blade, and his right arm trembled slightly. This guy in front of him is by no means comparable to those miscellaneous fish just now. Oh, it seems that you really have some skills. Ghost Lantern Full Moon looked at Shisui, who was close at hand, and laughed arrogantly. So, what about this? His mouth opened, and a dark red energy group gathered in his mouth. Shisui's eyes widened, and his body retreated instinctively. Boom. There was a bang. Smoke and dust rose up like a mushroom cloud, and a deep pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared on the ground. Call, didn't you hit it? Ghost Lantern Moon looked to the right, and Uchiha Mizu Shisui, whose arm was held by Namikaze Minato, was still intact. Thank you, Minato-senpai. With a sigh of relief, Shisui said softly. It's okay, Shisui-kun. Minato waved his hand, his eyes fixed on the ghost lamp Full Moon. This guy is tricky, and we're afraid we'll have to think about an effective countermeasure. However, Shisui shook his head and said, No, Senior Minato. I'll resist here, and O should go directly to rescue Naruto. Namikaze Minato's complexion changed, and he quickly said, How can this be, you? Don't worry. Interrupting what the other party wanted to say next, Shisui clenched the long knife tightly in his hand. I'll meet you soon. His figure flickered, and he rushed straight to the ghost lamp Full Moon opposite. Clang. The two blades collided again, and sparks flew everywhere. Shisui-kun, thank you. Namikaze Minato took a deep look at him, and ran towards the gate of the Daxing Palace. So, are you the only one left? Ghost Lantern Moon glanced at Minato's leaving back bide, and said with a sneer, I advise you to call him back. Give up. I won't let you get in the way of Senior Minato. Shisui turned his knife handle with firm eyes. With a bang, the blade was suddenly covered with a layer of hot flames. Advertisement. The corner of Ghost Lantern Moon's mouth was slightly curved, and he raised his knife to block. Laugh. A white strip of cloth fluttered away. It's really good swordsmanship. Ghost Lantern Moon looked down at her neckline, and a crack was cut in the snow-white Arankar uniform. The entire neck and collarbone are exposed. It's a bit unexpected. Call. Uchiha Shisui didn't respond, and took a deep breath. He only felt his tiger's mouth go numb, and he couldn't even hold the long knife in his hand. Just now he was clearly the attacking party, but it turned into the current result. This ghost lamp Full Moon is obviously stronger than he expected. Unfortunately, what I just said is really for your own good. Pulling off the broken shirt, Ghost Lantern Moon grinned and said, Just running in like this, your Minato-K will die a miserable death. What do you mean? Uchiha Shisui asked with a frown. Look here, what do you see? Ghost Lantern Full Moon turned her neck and pointed to her Adam's apple. That number. Following the position of his fingers, Uchiha Shisui can clearly see the 9 engraved on the right side of his Adam's apple. That's right, this is it. Guidong Manu lifted up the right hand holding the knife, and stroked the blade with her left hand. The strength of our espada is ranked according to the number of picks. In other words, I am just the bottom of this group. Bottom. Uchiha Shisui was completely shocked. The Ghost Lantern Full Moon with such strength is only at the bottom. Then, you can guess again. Ghost Lantern Full Moon curled the corners of his mouth, playing with his expression. What's the number of that espada who guards Uzumaki Naruto? The pupils constricted, and Uchiha Shisui showed an extremely astonished expression on his face. Next to Uzumaki Naruto, there is such an espada level Arankar guarding him. And since the Ghost Lamp Full Moon will say such words, it means that the strength of the 10 office may exceed him by a lot. Senpai Minato is in danger. And just when he felt worried, an extremely tyrannical Reiatsu burst out from Ghost Lantern Moon's body. Crush it, Cancer Warrior. 130 shocked Namikaze Minato. There was a heavy muffled sound. Uchiha Shisui flew upside down and hit the ground hard. Sitting up with force, his pupils showed a ghostly full moon that had changed drastically. The upper body is completely covered by milky white bone, and long spikes protrude from the neck and shoulders. The two arms swelled into two huge crab claws, and they made a dong 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 sound when they lightly tapped the ground. Book artist. Crab, curly. It's a crab, no matter how you look at it, it's a crab. Hatchet girl. I don't know if it will be delicious when cooked. Upskirt maniac. Fairy Chilean. Calm down, Miss Yan Yi. That's Arankar, not a real crab. Wig. Yes, there will be no crab row. Book artist. Goddamn crab row, is there a problem with crab row? Leader of Soul Society. Speaking of crab row, it is really delicious. It's a pity that you can rarely eat seafood in Jinglington. The last time I ate crabs was when I was at the Women's Shinigami Association 2 years ago. Upskirt maniac. Why are you rarely able to eat river fish? I remember, Soul Society also has a river. Is there no aquatic product in the river?
The villain of the Soul Society. Yes, but those aquatic products are also made of spirits. It's okay outside of Jingling Court, and it is basically impossible to breed in Jingling Court. They cannot withstand the Reiatsu that escapes from the Shinigami. Hatchet girl. So that's how it is, I've increased my knowledge. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. We uploaded a group of crabs here, can Sister Wa eat it?
Fairy Chilean. Living creatures with flesh and blood can't enter the Soul Society, right? It's an actor, okay. The built-in system of the group chat will automatically change the commodities in the trading area to be universal, so there will be no rule conflicts. Curly-haired boy. That would be much more convenient. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Sister Wa, I will go to the market to buy 2 caddies of crabs and upload them later. Remember to check. Bandit of Soul Society. Okay, thank you. Book artist. It's almost a decisive battle over there. Do you still have time to go to the market to buy crabs? Advertisement Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. No effect. While everyone in the live broadcast room was discussing around the crab, the battle between Uchiha Shisui and the ghost full moon on the screen has gradually become fierce. Facing the full moon of the ghost lamp in the state of returning to the blade, Shisui also opened his own Susanoo. The dark green energy titan stood high and high, and the light blade in his hand slashed straight down. Boom. A huge explosion sounded, and the entire ground trembled violently. A knife mark with a length of tens of meters and bottomless depth formed impressively. Oh, is this Susanoo? At some point, the ghost lamp full moon had already stood on the dark green titan's shoulder. It's a terrible power, but a pity. The crab claws were raised high, and it went straight to Susanoo's head. Click. There was a crisp sound. Under Shisui's astonished gaze, there were spider web-like cracks on Susanoo's body surface. The speed is too slow. Ghost Lantern Moon's crab claws struck again, and the entire Susanoo's skull shattered. Under the powerful impact, Shisui's body fell to the ground. With a poof, a mouthful of blood spewed out of his mouth. Boom boom boom. The crab claws hit the ground, and the ghost lamp full moon slowly walked towards him. I think it's better for you not to waste your efforts in vain. Song is no match for me with your ninja power. Book artist. This ghost lamp is full of the moon, so arrogant. Upskirt maniac. Indeed, and that expression is also very embarrassing. Looking at it through the screen, it makes people want to hit him. Curly-haired boy. Hey, figure it out. Which side are you on? Seriously speaking, this ghost full moon is one of us, right? Upskirt maniac. Ah, this. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. No, he doesn't deserve it. In Ransang's plan, he was one of the few Arankars who must die. Therefore, this kind of man can only be regarded as a tool man. Hatchet girl. I see. Soul Society's villain. Tool people, this is Aizen's usual routine. Kit. Advertisement wig. You must die. In other words, will this ghost lamp full moon lose to Uchiha Shisui in the end? In this situation, I can't see it at all. Book artist. That's because Shisui hasn't exploded yet. Chilean fairy. Hollow understands. Upskirt maniac. The weakened version of Kurosaki Ichigo also has a plugin. How could it be blown up by the mere number 9 Espada? Right, and Ransang? This is an actor. You guys have finished talking, so I don't need to comment on it. Book artist. Poo-poo, and Ransang's tone really seemed helpless. Shark face guy. I think it's pampering. Upskirt maniac. Huh? Book artist. Doting or something. Ying Lily's cheeks were flushed, and countless wonderful pictures flashed in her mind. Curly-haired child. Yes, it's petting. Isn't it right for an old father to pamper his daughters? Fairy Chilean. Upskirt maniac. Old father and daughter? Book artist. Ah Yin, you are so poisonous. Go to hell, go to hell. The fantasy in her head was shattered with a pop, and Ying Lily felt very uncomfortable. Hatchet girl. Having said that, Shisui can still explode. The other two sides are in a bit of a difficult situation. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Yeah, Senju Tobarama and 3rd Raikage are almost down. At Namikaze Minato. You should see for yourself. The screen changes. At this time, Namikaze Minato was in a spacious hall surrounded by bright lights. And on the high platform directly in front of him, a girl with long wine red hair sat on the main seat, looking down at him from a height. Facing each other. Namikaze Minato trembled all over, his face full of disbelief. 9, Kushina? Scoff. What answered him was the sound of a golden chain breaking through the sky. The top of the chain was like a sharp dagger, stabbing straight at Namikaze Minato's heart. 131 Minato's temptation. Swish. With a flash of body shape, Namikaze Minato escaped the surprise attack of the chain. Looking at the red-haired girl opposite, his eyes were full of astonishment. Kushina, you are. Why do you want to hide? Kushina's mouth was slightly curved, and she smiled slightly. Didn't you once say that you would die for me? Isn't that also a lie? Buzz buzz. The golden chain turned a few times in midair like a spirit snake, and returned to the red-haired girl again. Namikaze Minato frowned, his eyes fixed on the other party. Are you really Kushina? Although the girl in front of him looks almost the same as Kushina, but no matter the character, the way of acting or the demeanor, they are far from the Kushina in his memory. 7, you're still under suspicion. Kushina stood up and disappeared abruptly. Before Namikaze Minato could react, Namikaze Minato put his right hand on his shoulder and whispered in his ear. I am the happiest woman in the world, my little son. The posture of the two at this time is like a couple in love, but Namikaze Minato felt a burst of consternation in his heart at the moment, and it wasn't just because he didn't notice the opponent's movements at all. It is because the other party's words were what Kushina said before his wedding. Same tone, same tone. Namikaze Minato has been able to conclude that the person in front of him must be his wife. But why? Why did the gentle and kind Kushina become like this? It's Aizen.
After a long silence, Namikaze Minato stared at Kushina and said, "You must have been bewitched by Aizen, right? Listen to me, Kushina. That Aizen is an out-and-out careerist, he has deceived many people, and he is an evil lunatic trying to destroy the ninja world." These words must have been told to you by others. With a chuckle, Kushina took a few steps back to distance himself from him. "Minato, have you actually met Master Aizen?" Namikaze Minato was taken aback, not knowing how to answer. He did not see Aizen with his own eyes, but he believed 100% in the words of his master Jiraiya and Sage of Six Paths. Advertisement, and, so what if he's an ambitious man? Back on the throne, Kushina sneered, "At least he won't decide to kill my child for the sake of ridiculous righteousness." Namikaze Minato was taken aback, with a look of astonishment on his face. Why, she would know this. "Don't you have anything to say?" Kushina looked at him calmly and said softly, "Go back, please don't disturb our mother and son's life in the future." Kushina. Eyes widened, Namikaze Minato showed disbelief. "What do you mean?" Book artist. "I still don't understand, she is going to divorce you." Upskirt maniac. "It's not that he doesn't understand, it's just that he can't believe it. The lovers who used to be inseparable, now part ways." Fairy Chilean. Alas. Curly-haired child. What's there to sigh, isn't this Namikaze Minato self-inflicted? Who made him hesitate at the beginning? Book artist. "That being said, it's still a little sad to see a loving couple turn into what they're now. Sad like this Lin Binkuo in his hand." Upskirt maniac. "What's so sad about the ice-cold fall? Doesn't it make people happy after drinking it?" Book artist. "It will make people happy, but what should we do when we are about to finish drinking? At this moment, shouldn't we be sad?" Hatchet girl. Peeved. "Is it that Ms. Yinglili is sad because she almost finished her coke?" The villain of Soul Society. "Even if you finish drinking, can't you buy it again?" Book artist. "No, it's dark outside. Moreover, our side is now under military control. It is forbidden to go out after 10 o'clock in the evening." Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Is the crisis of the upgraded beasts serious? Book artist. "Not only the upgraded beasts, but some people with supernatural powers have also started to make trouble. Yesterday the daughter of the Prime Minister's family was almost attacked, and the high-level officials began to panic." Curly-haired child. "Isn't that just right, it's time for your organization to rise. By the way, what is the name of your organization?" Advertisement. Book artist. "I haven't planned to pick it up yet, I only have 2 or 3 kittens now. Except for Shajiju and Kato Megumi, the others basically have no great abilities." Upskirt madman. "How about calling Mr. Eri Kashiwagi's support group?" Book artist. "Leizajong, you did it on purpose, right?" The corner of Yinglili's mouth twitched violently. "If you really want to call this name, you don't need to be attacked by the enemy when you report this name in battle. You will die right away, social death." Fairy Chilean. Azure Dragon Society. Hatchet girl. "Well, if Ali Zhang wants to be the leader of the club, she can use it." Curly-haired child. I suddenly thought of a very imposing name. Otherwise, call the Avengers in your face." Book artist. "Who are you fooling? Do you think I haven't seen Marvel? Copyright warning." Fairy Chilean. "Or the Qinglong Club." Upskirt maniac. "No, I think Mr. Eri Kashiwagi's support team can better demonstrate the core of the organization." Book artist. "Thank you, you little geniuses who named you. Please stop expressing your opinions, okay? 5.2? Let's all watch the live broadcast. Hey, why are these couples fighting again?" Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. Namikaze Minato doesn't intend to let go and is still entangled. Kushina couldn't stand it and shot completely. How should this grievance end? Can Fourth Hokage's pursuit of his wife really succeed? Upskirt maniac. "Tonight at 8 o'clock, Conan will present you in the live broadcast room?" Book artist. "Good guy, why don't I just call him Good Guy?" Curly. "Well, it feels like something is missing." Yes. The title is Minato's Temptation? This is an actor. The corner of Aizen's mouth twitched cryptically, not knowing what to say. 132 Death of the Ghost Lantern Full Moon. These sand sculpture group members are really good at it. Even Aizen has to admire the creativity of these people, at least he can't think of a nonsense title like The Temptation of Minato. In fact, at this time Minato can be said to be quite uncomfortable. Facing Kushina's unreasonable chain attack, even with his super speed, it seems a bit stretched. It's even dangerous. Give up, Minato. Sitting upright on the high platform, Kushina's figure didn't even move. With your immature use of spiritual power, you are not my opponent at all. That kind of thing is absolutely impossible. Namikaze Minato stared at Kushina with firm eyes. For Naruto and you, for the future of the entire ninja world. The words are not finished yet. His right leg was suddenly caught by the chain, and his body staggered. The future of the ninja world. With a sneer, Kushina said lightly, "You haven't seen it clearly, Minato. What you are fighting for is not the future of the ninja world at all, but the future of a few powerful families." What? Since ancient times, all the resources in the ninja world have been monopolized by powerful families. If a commoner ninja like you is not favored by Mr. Jiraiya, do you think you have a bright future? How much real power do you have? Silence. Namikaze Minato fell silent, with a complex look in his eyes. Are you trying to say that Aizen is righteous? I don't know. Kushina replied frankly, but at least I believe that under his rule, the ninja world will not be worse than it is now. Kushina, you have really changed. Namikaze Minato showed a pained expression, holding kunai tightly in his right hand.
In the past, you would never have worshipped a careerist so blindly. Yes. Kushina did not deny this fact, and said very calmly, since I saw what happened to Naruto, I am no longer who I used to be. Countless golden chains burst out suddenly, covering Namikaze Minato like a torrent. Book artist. It's over. Upskirt maniac. Yeah, it's over. Advertisement Chilean fairy. Facing the current Kushina, Namikaze Minato has no resistance at all. Angel of Rain Shinobi Village. This is still Kushina keeping her hand, she is not serious at all. But it was normal, after all, that was his former lover. Hatchet Girl. The ex-lover. Ms. Kushina won't really empathize with another person and fall in love with an Ransang, right? I really don't know how to express my feelings. Upskirt maniac. And Ransang is indeed excellent, but I don't think her kind is considered love. Or it hasn't reached the level of love, it can only be said to be goodwill and admiration? Book artist. Yes. Because of what happened to Naruto, she recognized in Ransang's idea of overthrowing the current ninja system. At the same time, Namikaze Minato's performance made her feel very chilled, which made her completely fall to Ransang's side. Leader of the Soul Society. And Ran is really calculating, I am afraid that even the real Aizen may not be able to do this. This is an actor. Should I say thank you for the compliment? Still the same sentence, he didn't calculate to this point at all. But at this time, the deal is done, no matter how much you explain and refute it, it will be powerless. Might as well just admit it. Swish. The images on the screen switch, and the scene turns to Shisui again. From the screen, his situation doesn't seem to be any better than Minato's. He looked embarrassed and his body was trembling. On the other hand, Ghost Lantern Full Moon, who was opposite him, had an arrogant expression, and the crab claws were pinching towards his head like scissors. Tisk. Let's stop here. Ninjas are fragile creatures after all. Click. There was a soft sound. Shisui abruptly stretched out his right hand and firmly grasped the crab claws. Indeed, it should stop here. There was a little metallic texture in the voice. What? Ghost Lantern Full Moon's pupils constricted. In his stunned gaze, Uchiha Shisui slowly raised his head. A white bone mask covered his entire face, and several black and red lines were outlined around the eye circles. Boom. The bewildered ghost lamp Full Moon flew out backwards. Before the body landed, Uchiha Shisui had already appeared above his head. Advertisement. Swish. The red glow suddenly appeared, and Li Guang, who was wrapped in flames, rushed down the body full of ghost lamps. Rumble. The dark red flames soared into the sky, and the entire ground collapsed in an instant. Fluttering. Struggling to get up from the bottom of the pit, the bones on the surface of Ghost Lantern Moon's body shattered piece by piece. There was a look of surprise and shock on his face. What is your posture? You have to ask your Aizen-sama this question. Shisui's dark golden pupils stared at him. A metallic voice sounded slowly. I think he should answer you. Quote. So that's the case, is he giving you this kind of power? Ghost Lantern Manue seemed to understand something, and his whole face became distorted. I understand, to him, we are all playthings. Everyone is just playthings. He raised two crab 373 pincers, pointing their tips at where Shisui was standing. A blue ray of light shot out. The rocks, walls, and shattered soil clods they passed were all turned into powder, and a deep ravine was directly plowed out of the ground. Facing this terrifying beam ray, Shisui did not dodge or avoid it. The surface of the blade in his hand lit up with a flame again. Boom. The place where the flame knife gang collided with the light beam seemed to trigger the most terrifying energy collision between heaven and earth. Moments later, a huge explosion sounded, rumbling. Taking the place where the two fought as the axis, a blazing white mask like a scorching sun suddenly took shape. The mask continued to spread towards the surroundings, and the whole ground gave off a strong sense of vibration, and the ground was cut into pieces and flew in the air. Mushroom cloud. A huge mushroom cloud visible to the naked eye rose above the Daxing Palace. The smoke and dust all over the sky filled the air. Call. The tyrannical wind roared, blowing away the smoke and dust. Shisui, who was dressed in rags and looked embarrassed, showed his figure. In front of him, Ghost Lantern Moon has only half of his body left. The corner of her mouth moved, and Ghost Lantern Moon seemed to want to say something, but it finally dissipated in a puff of smoke.